Reading the moves. PP.
They're going to get the X-Mark set up. Want to get the catch on a PP here with a boat. Pure's going to get on top of Yodomi. They'll come in crashing with the Burrow Strike and the Epicenter. Vitali bringing Katomi down low. They'll kill off the IO. They'll trap Pure in the trees.
They got him.
Vitali gets the double.
The GPK,
they're going to see if they can continue to find anything in return, and they will. GPK gets the triple as he ends Vitali's life. Now turns over towards Pike. He gets the ultra kill. Just going.
Should find
eyes on save. Edge finding another.
Getting some momentum. Another
maybe even more.
Forward.
Pike. And Michael is on top of Pure.
Nice fear.
I mean, Pure, he's just completely
dead.
alone. He's gone.
Oh, they're starting to get huge kills. And the relocate, they might be able to get another one. They will. Triple kill for PP. He's looking for the backline. He wants to try to burst one of these supports. He's going to go for it.
He's going to try.
But they're healed.
Can they finish off Save? He's caught in the Sprout. They'll get him. They'll kill Save off. The boat comes in over towards PP, but PP and Pike still fighting pretty fit here. The BKB out finally comes to an end. PP, he's dead. Triple kill for Pure.
Fighting into Tidebound's vision though, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. They found Noob another time. They just won't stop for this guy. Roar is out. Shiro's been caught by that Roar, but the egg with the Sunray making it so hard to actually burst him down. Noob, he's already down first. They've got the life stealer as well. By the looks of it, Ghost cannot get away. He will drop. They even found Omar. Shiro with a triple kill. I don't know where that Roar went. It might have been an illusion. Meanwhile, Ghost getting forced up forward. He's not in a good position here, just trying to escape, but that crippling fear making it so hard. Nothing to say now, chasing him down. He's out of mana on the Medusa. Ghost still running, but Shiro just attacking from a mile away. And they might just dive the fountain. He's a big target to take down first, BZM. We'll see him there for a moment. Remnants forward. The Coddle will drop the Will-O-Wisp to try and help out. Yopaj with the rolling thunder trying to help out his keeper, keep him alive a little bit longer. Hellscream though still dropping. Eventually should die to BZM though he's actually still alive. Still being chased. Meanwhile the Fiend's Grip. They caught Yamato. Yamato's down. Waimon locking him down the whole team fight.
Yopaj.
And a triple kill. No buyback and Yopaj is down a boot. Oh boy, it's a full team wipe. Skem's been caught out to boot. Unfortunate. Saxa still getting caught here by Yopaj with the chains out, is going to die. And here comes Prakaz now, trying for more. 33. All right, we'll turn it around. Chrysalis is going to be there to back them up, but they're not looking too healthy here, Tundra. They don't seem to be able to really deal with Pakaz at all. It's BZM needing to back away, but the Will-O-Wisp is holding them down. BZM will have to die as Yopaj is not done. He wants more, and he's going to find more. Chrysalis also caught by the chains. Aegis will expire to make matters worse, and Chrysalis is down. A triple kill for Yopa.
XXS wants him.
Yeah, they might still have a chance. He's still got the BKB. And will indeed not mess around, put the BKB. He does drop the arena, maybe see if they can fight back. They're going to try, they make the jump in, they're in with the break, but the escape hack comes in. XM's ready to go in deep here with the Burrow Strike Epicenter. The Supernova will come out. Can they focus the egg? They certainly can. Arme's in with the BKB, able to shoot down the Supernova. A buyback will come in from Saberlight, but of course he's already used the arena and the BKB. He doesn't really have that much left to offer.
It feels like they were waiting for this nullifier timing, and then they jump the gun, expecting they can go for this play, but the escape back comes down and just saves him.
They're going to try for the Bristle again, but it's just not happening. XXS is fine. Mickey's gone. See if they can get the 5 of them up for one last attempt at a stand here, Liquid. They've got the 5 of them up. They'll get the spear connection onto him. Everything on the gyro. Can they kill Arme? Arme gets the BKB off. He's healing up. As Arme, he'll start backing away now. He's fine. They don't even get him down more than a third of his HP. GG is called. XG will take this game 1.
Skeeter actually taking a lot of damage from that reflection, and now BKB Satanic in right into the face of Skeeter. They're going to get the kill to the Gyrocopter. The look at the rest of the Meteor Hammer's trying to get dropped down. They'll get the kill onto Crit. Gleipnir thrown over. That locks down Amar, and this is no fear from no one as they'll go in for more. Waning Grave pulling him forward, and then they'll try to get the control with this Radamatos or Ducalis. The Macropyre laid down to Satanic as well as this Marana. They do get the kill there, but they'll lose Amar for it. Godlike for Satanic.
9 class, he's in.
Galgard feeling very, very good, but unfortunately doesn't care for Ice Blast. Dead in the water, and this is a dead Slark, so it is a trade. They'll buy back, though. Ravage, they'll go for no one. They've got the Wheel of Wonder, but he's got that BKB, so he will be right back as they'll go for the rest of this team. The balance strike. Skeeter, though, trying to stand his ground. They don't have the break, so he doesn't melt as quickly, but the damage is there. They'll get the kill. They'll take it a second. It's a double kill for Satanic.
With no Ravage, he should not be afraid that he's gonna die, because we'll have enough time to get the Sunder off.
You say that, and you are correct. Skeeter ends up dead very quickly. Even the little Shredder, I mean, it really doesn't do much. Ice Blast is there with the Boundless Strike. PARIVISION locking up the 2-0 over Falcons.
Leaving that smoke. If you're... Oh, they finally got the juice, but who found juice? Quickly got the trap off, just barely.
Fighting over the shrine right now. WS rushing forward. Niku's right behind him. They do find now the nullifier. But where's the follow-up from the rest of NAVI Junior? I don't think they actually want this fight. They did find a Hex out onto Natsumi, who's walking in. Smoke screen dropped onto the ground. They find Zayax almost immediately. Dream Coil Sunray on the back edge. They want WS, but with the life drain from Cuckoo, it's keeping him alive. Eventually, he will fall. And PMA, he's diving forward. Look how much he's accomplishing with his Timber Saw. Nullifier goes out first onto the Bristle. He dies in the blink of an eye. Natsumi, though, does have BKB activated. Turns his attention back towards Got the Juice. Ridis with the Supernova. It pops. It stuns Natsumi for a moment. And on top of the Wheel of Wonder, he is falling lower and lower. Gyro has enough support behind him to survive for now. Box gets him out of the fight, but Puck comes back and says no. Niku wants his double kill, and he will find it. On the other side of the fight, they do manage to take out Mikoto as well. The lone survivor at the moment being Yokam, and he's not going to survive for long. He ends up going down.
Walrus Punch. And Radon has his Aegis. Can they kill him twice? They go to the epicenter with the Burrow Strike. That lands on a Kiyotaka as well as this Tusk. But the Terrorize will hold him in place. They'll go for the kill. They'll get near at Kiyotaka. 2 heroes dead without buyback. Down goes Nightfall. GG is called. Spirit will move on to the playoffs as they beat Aurora 2-0.
Well, all right, not if he gets jumped first.
You have the Overseal Totem, though, to get him away from the Wheel of Wonder, and now Smiling Knight pushing forward. There's the black hole onto 4 heroes with the Smiling Knight right next to him, throwing in the right click damage. That's it. GG, well played is called.
For AVULUS, if they could find the angle, but Smiling Knight will get in. They get the Hex on the Mars.
Cancel the blink on the Tiny. The Ravage did come out, waveform forward. They blow up the Ringmaster. Immediate buyback from AVULUS. Shibe, in the midst of all these heroes, will find himself getting right-clicked down by the Morphling. And since Mobe was controlled from the start, finally they come back in to finish him off. The Spear of Mars pushes the Medusa towards the corner. Long-range escape back will try to keep her alive. She's doing her utmost. There's an arena right around her. She does not have access to the Stone Gaze. She does not have access to any allies. And now she has no access to a life. Triple kill for Yuma. It's not even over because Analog is in the base. They buy back on Ursa, but what can you do? Mobe does have Blink, but doesn't have BKB. Now he doesn't have Dragon Form. Now they don't have tier 4s. AVULUS still 45 seconds, no Sand King. The numerical disadvantage. Can they fight back against it? Smiling Knight went forward. There's going to be the Avalanche, the Hex, the kill. He is down, died back. He goes away for good. The game is called as GG is thrown in by AVULUS.
Greetings, esports fans, and welcome back to beautiful Bucharest, where PGL Wallachia Season 4 continues. Appropriately beautiful, because we're about to watch the most beautiful game ever created in the form of Dota 2. I am your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me in the studio today, it's excellent. We've got T-Governor, we've got Fear. You know them, you love them, you listen to them, I hope. How are you guys doing today?
Me first? Sure. I mean, I'm doing great. It's another day of Dota, and I'm always happy to see that. We have great teams participating. I'm curious to see what new strategies we'll see, because there's been new players, new strats. I'm trying to catch up with the carry meta right now, and Radon's giving some cool things to look out, so hopefully I see some more innovative stuff.
Honestly, quite annoyed. I won a Battle Cup a couple weeks ago with Niku, the mid laner of NAVI Junior.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It was really
your Twitter bio and all that stuff.
Yeah, a little trophy. Yeah, that's great. But yeah, I won with the mid laner for NAVI Junior, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to Wallachia. Can't wait. Going to see one of his games. I picked him Medusa. He didn't like it, and then 2 weeks later, he's now playing Medusa. You know, it's like I had this like connection. I was like, you know what, this is good. They're losing. They're on the other stream. They're elsewhere.
Yep,
So
you might not even get to see them.
it's fine. Yeah, they're playing Nigma on the B stream today, so I'm gonna keep an eye on that. But yeah, I just wanted one series so that I could flame him.
I'll forgive you for being distracted then in our one best of 3.
I am gonna be
Things on your mind.
cross-eyed in the green room. Gonna be looking at both. But yeah.
Anyway, why don't we take a look at yesterday's results and we can talk about these. These are the ones from the main stream. You can see just working our way backwards. Team Spirit overcome Aurora 2-0. PARIVISION looking excellent against Team Falcons, it must be said. Seem to be on a different level to everyone else right now. We'll see how that plays out over the course of the tournament. Team Liquid, not as clean. We'll talk about that in a moment, no doubt. 2-1 over Xtreme Gaming, and Team BB beat Edge at the start of the day, 2-0. Going straight into the results that were on the B stream, you can see Heroic. They did overcome AVULUS. That was being played as we left. That was an absolute crazy game. NAVI overcome Talon 2-0. Tundra did drop a map against Shopify. Been kind of quietly impressed with Shopify relative to their roster and expectations. And Team Tidebound, who we'll see in just a little bit, overcome Team MGX 2-0. Any of those results jump out to you guys?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think maybe Falcons just getting 2-0'd that handedly by PARIVISION. I expected a bit more from them because they had a pretty convincing 2-0 against Liquid earlier. So, I mean, maybe PARIVISION is just that good. I mean, they did win the most recent LAN, so that was a little bit surprising, but not super surprising.
I guess for me, it might even be towards the bottom side, the elimination games. I think a lot of teams have made some changes, and we are looking at kind of teams that not have the true identity of their roster. Like specifically with AVULUS, right? They changed their mid laner. They now have a new 4 position. They had a stand-in with Fly. It's like, let's ignore the stand-in for this one. I still think that the changes they made on the core roster just feels, putting it bluntly, a bit of a downgrade.
Right.
Because on paper, it's like, oh, sure, let's get a fresh new mid laner from the pub. Let's get, Desire, who's mechanically one of the strongest European 4s, but yet to get his big chance again. But then you're taking away, like, such core concept of AVULUS. Why we praise them? And I don't know, I feel like them losing now, they might regret some of their choices, but they also have time to pick it up before TI.
Well, we can also do a quick little check-in with the meta. I know, Fear, you're always one to update us about this, and you want to talk about supports, funnily enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't often do that, but I think right now, like, position 4 is, it feels like it's a very weird spot. If you don't get the Ringmaster, the Coddle, or the Morta, people are going for the Wind Ranger, the Jakiro, but they're sitting at a 30% win rate. So I'm trying to keep a big eye on. You're a support player yourself. I know you mainly play 5, but what are the position 4s right now outside of those 3 right now? What are these teams, what can they go for? Because right now, it seems like, and even when I watch the games, if you don't get one of these 3 heroes, what are you playing?
I mean, they're trying to bring the AA, maybe the Dark Willow, right, like you said, but it's like, yeah, it really feels like they're kind of getting forced to the best heroes. There is no other option right at the moment, it feels like. And I'm hoping we had an interview with Maposhka yesterday that he's actually saying that because there aren't stats, teams potentially are being a little bit more safer. People aren't actually really inventing yet. It feels like everyone's doing the same thing. So maybe
9 classes.
9 classes, exactly, but they're also winning. So I feel like maybe some of the teams that are accepting the meta need to try and push the boundaries a bit, because like we're seeing Brewmaster, but that I believe was probably like a 40% win rate, and people still want to play it. And now we're seeing the 4 position, like you mentioned, there's a clear top 5. Why not try and be the next team to reinvent or to bring something new?
We've had some interesting picks. We had the Spirit Breaker, obviously situational the other day that Mapochka locked in. We had an Ogre in one of the games, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, those are all 5s, though. I feel like the 5 pool is massively big.
Yeah.
Right, but like, I feel like a lot of these position 4 players are struggling what to play, and maybe that's why 9 class is so successful right now, because there isn't a really
huge hero pool.
Yeah, like his hero pool is insanely big. He's exploring. A lot of these other players aren't, and it's really just showing, I think.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, we can all. Oh, sorry.
I say crazy idea.
Andres.
I just want to ask you, Fair. Do you agree with this idea? Maybe you don't. 4 position, you can literally play any hero, could block the small camp, enable your offlane to farm. Technically, you can play any hero in the 4 role.
I mean, I would agree with that. I mean, 9 class has proven that, technically, right? It's just more of like, you have to have some impact in the game. That's like the big part, right?
That is quite helpful. You know what? Compelling argument, yes.
A lot of people have been trying to do this 9 class Slark thing. It hasn't looked good, right? But he found the impact early on, what he needs to do. And I feel like these position 4 players need to, you can play anything, but you have to find what is your purpose in the game? How are you enabling your cores? What are you doing in team fights, etc.?
Yeah. Also, we can check in with the Dire versus Radiant kind of stats. I know this is one of your favorite to look at.
Yeah, we can take a look at how that's doing right now. So this is actually equalized a lot. Yesterday, it was incredibly bad, but that's somehow like how it goes usually for the first couple of days. So, yeah, I mean, it's nothing too impressive right now. We do have a little bit of a win rate on Dire. I think Radiant versus Dire, and there's also first or second pick. Those are also kind of equalizing a bit. There is no like much better side currently from what I've seen.
Yeah, I still think, to be fair, the last small patch we had, Valve did a pretty good job at just fixing how annoying like Dire's safe lane was to play. Or Radiant off lane was to play into the Dire safe lane.
Yeah, the creeps meet.
Yeah, where the creeps meet, the trees, also stuff like this. And I guess for me at least, the fact that the Dire offlane tower, you don't really take it when you're Radiant. So you always have that tier 1 access to fight for Tormentor. Yeah. At least in my opinion. And then Radiant tier 1 you kind of take quite easily on Dire. So for TP objective for Tormentor, Dire does actually have the favor.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I remember the first game I played with the patch where the creeps meet closer. I was blocking the crap out of my safe lane. And it just like, the creeps went in the tower. You would never do that on Radiant, right? So it kind of caught you off guard with that one. And it definitely helps a lot to equalize things.
Awesome. Let's take a look at the schedule. Remember, it is a PGL event. There are 2 streams, so you can pick which teams you want to look at. This is what's happening on stream B. The day will end with Edge versus Heroic. Before that, Shopify Rebellion versus Xtreme Gaming. Team NGX will be taking on NAVI Junior in a few moments. And then hopping across to the main stream, which is what we're going to be preoccupied with this fine morning. You are going to end the day with Aurora versus Team BB, Falcons versus Tundra. That should absolutely slap. But first up, it is my beloved Team Tidebound taking on Team Liquid. Let's just start breaking this one down, I guess. Let's talk about Team Tidebound first, because we haven't really had a lot of opportunity to. I love watching this team. They're just so exciting to me. I love the way they always do these weird little curveballs in the draft and other cool things. I really want to see them in the playoffs. I'm just going to put all my biases out front. Love this team.
Yeah, I also love this team, but for different reasons. I think it's drafting related, actually, because it's a love-hate relationship. Because like right now, I feel like this team is funny in a lot of ways, because what they're doing in a lot of games is like, okay, so they pick nothing to say a hero early that can be flexed with Bach, and typically instead of picking a hero last pick for Bach that can counter what he sees, he'll also counterpick himself, but it's good for the game. So him and Bach are both generally counterpicked in the laning stage, and they're trying to claw their way back into the game because they have a functional lineup, but it's like very difficult because they're always playing from behind in that regard. So their drafting has been interesting. I do want to see improved though.
Drafting aside, I think the playstyle is refreshing to watch. You know, they've got the overlapping fight. They're looking to be very skirmishy. They're kind of trying to break down their opponent. But I would agree with you. There's been a couple drafts where I look at it and go, if they just were a little bit more reserved with how they revealed their heroes, they potentially could even just be dominating games, because, you know, they're hiding their strategies a little bit more.
Yeah. I love watching Planet as well. I also have a little bit of a bias there.
A rare Grimstroke enjoyer.
Indeed. Always good to see. Now, they're going to be taking on a Team Liquid that are our reigning champions, but haven't really looked like reigning champions, I have to say. And we can discount Raleigh. Obviously, they had a stand in there, and 5th to 6 is still really respectable, all things considered. Niche is back, but they have dropped maps and already lost a match. They've looked a little bit ragged, I guess is the word.
Yeah, they did get destroyed by Falcons pretty handedly. They lost game 1 yesterday, but this is a team, they generally don't do very well at the start of tournaments. They kind of like ramp up. It's kind of their thing, right? And they did that yesterday against Xtreme Gaming. Game 1, they lost. I was like, their draft looked fine. It was playable, but we didn't see any good moves from them on the entire map. Like, where was this Liquid? Going into game 2, I was like, oh, Xtreme Gaming, their draft just looks better. Liquid, they're just going to have to outplay him. And that's what they did. They just outplayed them really hard. And then game 3, they just stomped them. So, like, this is a team that warms up very quickly.
But I think for me, at least with Liquid, when they played against Falcons, they were exploited where their playstyle of aggression was countered by the scaling and the laning advantages of Falcons. Then you look towards Xtreme. I feel like in that game 2, the way they drafted Ember, if it was against a Falcons, a Gaming, any of these teams, this Ember would have been shut down and he wouldn't have been able to pop off. We wouldn't have been able to say, you know what, this was like MVP level performance. Because that 24 pick from Xtreme, picking a DK, that's not exploiting like, hey, you've picked a vulnerable mid laner. So I feel like even though Liquid was able to win that game 2, you know, keep their best of 3 lives alive and then win game 3 as well, it's still not like the drafting where I'm like, damn, that was just I could see no fault in that draft. I think there are currently a little issues there, but still exceptional play.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Nisha a little bit here. And this is just, it must be nice to have this guy on your team, because this is the type of player that can play any hero, essentially. Whatever you need him to play, he'll play it, and he'll play it at a high level as well. So I wanted to show just a clip of like what he did in this particular game as to make this matchup. It should be very Storm favored, right? But he's using the boar to deny water runes and then taking the other water rune. So this leaves opportunities for later on in this particular mid lane where he can find openings. So he has water rune available, about to hit level 4, and then this is probably shouldn't be happening, right? A beast getting a solo kill on a Storm mid, but this does happen, and this is kind of like the Nisha effect, right? He can just somehow win a matchup that should be completely unwinnable by making these small little outplays. Now you're going to be in a position where it's 5 minutes in the game, you have Roar available, your supports realize this, they're going to rotate, you have a catapult as well, and these small little outplays, they have a big trickle effect on the game. Now you have to move all your supports from Xtreme away from the side lanes to deal with this unmitigated disaster, essentially. So the Monkey King, he's going to be free farming bot lane. You're not going to be able to stop that as an Underlord because your support does have to leave. Same thing in the top lane as well. Like this Centaur now has a free lane against Gyrocopter, and the whole map just gets closed off. And this is the niche effect, in my opinion. You just win a lane that you should not be winning, and the whole game just flips on its head.
And we had the exact same thing yesterday when no one on the Monkey King, he solo killed a Snapfire in the mid lane against Malrine, and that suddenly broke the game. Like now, no one's crushing it, and there's just no objective for Falcons to have. And yeah, I think if you have players like Nisha, no one, etc., one solo kill, which is very rare. I feel like you just don't see solo kills in the mid lane. You can't just break games, and all eyes on Nisha. Can he do it again?
Well, indeed. Obviously, they are the favourites going up against Team Tidebound, but I still think something has seemed a little bit off about Team Liquid. Maybe even Poshka actually touched upon it a little bit yesterday. He said a lot of players are feeling kind of burnt out with the schedule, and he feels that people aren't playing their best Dota right now. I can kind of sense that a little bit, that the tournaments have been coming thick and fast.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to deal with the balance of if teams are getting burnt out, maybe they're going to have to, pick and choose to decide how do they better enable themselves, or they're going to need better systems to make sure that this burnout doesn't affect them, right? Like, I think, yes, flying from one place to another can hurt them, but, yeah, I'm sure you can build a better system to ensure that the burnout doesn't hit you as hard.
Yeah, I mean, these Europeans aren't really used to traveling outside of the country,
Yeah, the one rare NA event has really hurt them.
The one NA event really took everything out of them.
Yeah, and obviously as well, Team Tidebound, we can do what I call the temperature check with them. I'm sure you've had time to, look and assess where they're at. As I said, fantastically talented roster, and I'm really hoping they're going to be able to translate that into some placements somewhere across 2025. I think Wallachia is a good place to potentially do that.
Yeah, no, again, just massive fans because, of course, being Chinese players on the Chinese leaderboard, their MMR naturally is lower than the inflated Western Europe. So when they come on over and they play these lands and they're in my pubs, it's basically like ethical smurfing. So I'm getting Shiro, he's ranked 400, probably should be like ranked 20. Yeah. He's on my team, he's just going 20-0. So I'm, massive fan. They've really helped me out in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's some players like XM who are like top 3 or something.
Yeah, he beat me yesterday. I'm not happy with that guy. But Shiro, I love him. XM hate him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these guys are definitely individually talented. One of those players is nothing to say. And I, unfortunately, have not really enjoyed the fact that he is in a position on this team where they're sacking him almost every single game. I feel like he can take over a game. I feel like the games he does win is when they get some like last pick, or maybe not last pick Tinker, but they switch the Tinker to going mid, and they also get him these Ricky mids, these type of heroes where he can kind of control the game. I don't want to see these like Monkey King versus Primals anymore, or playing Kunkka versus Primal mid. He's just getting like the worst matchups ever in this mid lane, and I feel like is not really doing their team any favors.
Yeah, I mean, hero pool, we just looked at niches before, now we look at nothing to say. I think the identity is somewhat the same for both players. They want to get that active rune, they want to be annoying in their opponent, but there are a couple of heroes there which...
Middle finger there.
He's
hating this segment.
He doesn't like the analysis. I was about to say, boss, your hero pool is somewhat countered by Nisha. If you pick a Primal, you get Embered. You pick a, whatever, it could be a Puck. So I think I fully agree with Fear. For nothing to say in this matchup, I want him to either see his mid lane or pick his hero in a way that you can protect it either with bans or your team is answering the problems that Nisha will most likely create for you.
Draft underway, and just a FYI to everybody, I've been told Warlock will be pickable. I don't know if it'll feature, but it is back and available.
Yeah, very good.
Cool.
I feel like also, I was actually kind of happy yesterday just not having Warlock. I know we haven't seen it too many times. It's only been played like, I think 5 times at Wallachia, but I'm a little bit numb to the hero. I've seen Fatal Bonds and Golems for way too long now.
You don't love the 6.5-minute rotation and dropping rock?
Yeah, again, I played like 200 times in the last like 2 months, so I'm really over the hero.
I mean, as a carry player, I love it when the Warlock just comes to my lane at 7 minutes, just drops rock on me when I'm level 5.
It is very skilled. Why is Grimoire a thing?
Yeah, that's very funny.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if they're debating the Beastmaster right now, if they should be picking it.
They've already banned out the Gyro and the Bristle, yeah. But they go for the Tinker.
Tinker instead. I mean, most of the games I've seen, so Tinker makes Beastmaster's life really, really difficult because the status resist just destroys that hero. And later on, it's on most of the heroes. You got the save as well, but they'll just trade out supports here. I'm not even going to worry about the Beastmaster.
I mean, you've got quite a fun little matchup between the two heroes, right? Like Tinker has Matrix, but then you also have for the shield, but then you also have a heal with your March. AA stops the healing, but I'd argue the game plan of Tinker, you know, sure you know, oh no healing, you're countering me, but you're still pushing every wave globally. You're very active. You buy good items. You push your team forward.
Yeah,
I would not argue this is a massive blunder. Oh my god, they got the AA into Tinker. I think Tinker very happily can still play into the ancient apparition.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one item build on Tinker either, right? You can itemize Glimmer Cape instead of like Holy Locket in this case. This is my favorite phase of the draft here. The second ban phase, where there's not many bans to go, but most of these teams are just kind of preparing for what they want to pick later down the line. Like, you're showing two supports here. There's not going to be a whole lot. I mean, I do think Liquid, now that I'm looking at this, it's kind of crazy that TA is still in the pool.
Yeah, TA is still there. Ringmaster's still there.
Yeah, and I think TA is a very highly desired hero versus AA, because there's a lot of carries that get hard countered by AA, and TA just does not care about this hero at all. In fact, AA, I believe, hates playing versus TA.
I think it's just nice to see into Liquid's perspective of Tinker, right? Because against Tinker, you either want to take early tower, force the Tinker to overlap his farm, or you want a way to go in the team fight. I don't care about you. Either through burst damage or, again, like a Doom. So I think for Liquid at least, they're showing us that they respect more the team fight aspect of countering Tinker compared to an early game pressuring lineup. And the classic Tiny AA combination. Of course, Vortex on AA buffs the Avalanche and Toss.
Yeah.
But if you are to toss a hero that is Cold Feet, it will instantly break the Cold Feet so they can run away. So as much as they love playing together, they also hate playing together if you don't cast your spells correctly.
Just don't skill it. And
Oh, you did. They did it. They put the unicycle on there. Awesome. Thank you, production. I love you.
now they just need to go for that facet as well.
Of course, yeah. We'll never see that, but whatever. But yeah, Ringmaster's been hugely popular. He's kind of been the hero of the tournament, I would say.
I mean, not only that, but Liquid's lineup is really utilizing the strengths of Ringmaster, Tinker as well. You got a Matrix to get through, a shield, a barrier, if you want to call it. And then you got the magic resistance of the box, the escape act. It's you jump a hero, if they're not dead, they're gonna get saved.
Yeah, I mean, Ringmaster can never be bad. He just has a little bit of everything, and he's very strong in lane. Why does Tame the Beast do 180 damage at level 1? I don't know. Percentage-based
We were calling this new hero syndrome the other day. It's like he just has it all. His kit is ridiculous.
He truly does. And this is very unsurprising, 2 heroes to be picked up. Ringmaster, the most popular position 4 right now. Just most popular support in general, right? And then TA, this hero is oftentimes, especially against Liquid, first phase banned. This is the strongest laning carry in the game right now, but it can also be flexed to the mid lane. And they also have probably the 2 best TA players in the world, potentially, on one team. So this is oftentimes why this hero's banned.
You know, keeping it stable, going for Jakiro, which puts the... I mean, to be fair, again, like we said earlier, 4 position. Jakiro and A have both been played in the 4 position so far at the tournament. So it doesn't really matter to talk about that much, but for support duo, high damage. If you see someone, they are going to get locked down. They are going to die. You've got stun from AA, stun from Jakiro, combo from Tiny, all relatively from a good distance as well. So you can kind of execute someone and disengage and not overcommit to the fight.
It's a very strong lane against TA too. Like, dodge always good versus TA, but the attack speed's still even better. Just not being able to trade on TA is very annoying. So they can already build a very annoying lane for TA to play against.
I mean, for Tidebound, they got to choose. I mean, they're going to instantly pick a hero. So Wraith King, I'll say they need to find someone that they can continue to flex, because Liquid, it's like they pick TA, and it's like, okay, if you pick a weak lane, we'll instantly put it into safe lane. We'll instantly put it into mid.
Yeah.
So for Tidebound, if they reveal their draft, it just simplifies it too much for Liquid, and that's where, like, you got Tiny that can go mid or carry. You got now Wraith King that can be, you know, off lane or carry. Wraith King naturally will buy Radiance from either role, most likely. So at least getting some evasion, additional jump with Blink Dagger to threaten the TA.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks good. If you can jump the TA with the Wraith Fire Blast, pop the skeletons, you can actually get that refraction down pretty quickly. Lane should be strong. As you mentioned, both teams, they've got the flex here, but now Liquid, this is the best pick in the game here. But they likely aren't going to use it for anything that big because you kind of like leave the TA flex a little bit.
Do you like Bristle to continue
Bristle
the flexing?
Yeah, I mean, Bristol's still in the pool. Wow, a lot of good heroes. That's kind of crazy, actually. Bristol TA all the way through at this point. It's good, yeah. I mean, I don't mind it so much, but
they go for the Ember.
It'll just be an Ember mid.
Mage Slayer buying hero that can tank the initiation. You eventually will get BKB. Also threatens the fact that, yes, we said they have good, pick-off combo, but if they don't overlap it perfectly, one Remnant out, and it's like, you've wasted your Ice Blast, you've wasted, your Avatos combo, so we have a very small window to maybe look elsewhere. It's like, you can do some really pretty cool stuff with Ember, and it kind of ties the draft together, especially if he has a good lane. But Tidebound do have ultimate last pick in the draft.
Yeah, they do. We'll see what they do with this, but I think there's
probably just tiny mid, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of decent options in how they can play this game. I'm not entirely sure what route they want to go, but whenever I'm playing versus TA, you're always looking at heroes like potential Terrorblades, maybe not the best this game. Medusa carry would actually be very good for them. They don't have much damage to really get through that hero. And Morphling. So Morph also would be an absolutely amazing pick. So I think they're probably leaning towards likely putting this Wraith King in the offlane. So it's up to Saberlight here to make the heroes that I mentioned uncomfortable.
But Liquid are banning out offlaners. So they're worried for the Wraith King to go into the carry role and to get some more tempo from that role. So I think if you're Liquid, if Wraith King is your carry, then you need to buy Radiance and a Blink, and you need lots and lots of farm.
Yes.
And if he goes to offlane, he also needs the same farm, and your carry has to farm.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I mean, they're banning a little bit of everything here. Just
yeah.
There's a little bit here, a little there.
Yep.
I mean, I think they need a Saberlight hero, right? So what they pick here, I still think has to be good versus Morph. I think it might be a little illegal to leave Morph in this game, because I think Wraith King Jakiro offlane will be fine against a TA Tinker lane.
If you want tempo, you can just go for maybe like a Darkseer or something, but that doesn't feel too good. I'm just thinking, like, if Ember's going to have a good lane, how do you make him feel even better? You do need a pipe buying hero against AA.
It would be nice, yes.
So it's like you want a pipe buying hero that's like somewhat active and tempo based.
I mean, the Darkseer I don't hate, actually, because that does kind of shut down a lot of options potentially. It would want Wraith King most likely to be paid as a carry in that sense.
You can then get a wall of some certain big heroes.
Yeah, and it really shuts down the do some morph idea a lot, I think, which I think would give him like the win condition for this game. And I don't think you feel good about going for like some Ursa or something in this game. So yeah, I think that kind of just like blocked the heroes you could pick for Tidebound to give you a win condition, essentially. Like you don't want TB anymore, you don't want Morph anymore, and you don't want Medusa, so.
And if they do pick these heroes into it and go, you know what, we don't care about the counter, their side lanes are just very greedy. And in the early game for Tidebound is very scripted. It's like Jakiro A tiny, where whenever they show on the map, expect them to look for a kill, expect them to want to maybe smoke together and make moves, because you are just going to have very side lane heavy farmers.
But what offlanes would be left if you are going to put Wraith King as the carry? Because a lot of them are banned.
I mean, they could just bring back the... Wait, no, Bruce banned in the second phase. Ignore that one.
I mean, there's a Bristle, I suppose, but...
He's banned too.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's right there.
Oh, the Bristle was first phase.
No, he's...
Yeah, bro.
You debated me.
I debated you.
I didn't want to correct you guys. You were rolling.
I was like, that's crazy.
Yes, no, I don't know why I was mentioning it. Like, Bristle's really good here.
You guys were locked in. I was like, say nothing. Let it ride.
My apologies.
No, it's okay. It's all good.
Delete the VOD, please.
Yeah, I mean, the more I think about it, this Darkseer pick was so good. I think that Mars ban was an absolute mistake. Because now your options are like, you had such good options to just have like the better draft, in my opinion, to have the win condition. Of course, Liquid does play on tempo, but I don't know if you increase your tempo by picking a new offlaner here. I don't think you get a win condition by picking like some Ursa or something that's good in lane. Some Gyrocopter, that's banned too. So like, this is a hard pick.
Yeah, you definitely is. They're using all the time for it. Looking for a solution to round out the draft. And as Clinton says, very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason TA's first phase banned in most games, and they're just going to be like, F it.
Go for it, yeah.
But like, there's nothing better. We just have to do it. Probably regretting that Mars ban just a little bit right now, but it is what it is.
At least for Morphling, like the lane against Darkseer can be very good for him.
Yeah.
You get some early level, Darkseer steps up, you waveform, you keep the Darkseer at low HP, you can...
The lane's fine for sure.
Yeah, the lane's very fine. It's the game that can become a problem. But then again, for Tidebound, if the lanes go well, then you have a Wraith King that might have a Radiance, so you can sit on top of the TA. You have a Morphling that can instantly jump the backline, reposition with waveform to utilize the jump from Tiny. Like, the draft makes sense once you have items, but there is that fear of Liquid just having better tempo if the lanes don't go so well for Tidebound.
Yeah, and I think this Darkseer as a whole, though, like, even if things go really well, you buy a Radiance on Wraith King, right? Well, Darkseer now gets a Radiance. He gets AC.
Morphling wants to go Butterfly. I get a Butterfly.
He gets that. I mean, if he goes for the Ags build, whoever he punches in this game, any core is a pretty good target. So it's an insanely good Darkseer game. I do have to say Liquid's draft, I like it much more in this particular game.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think certainly. I think as well the Darkseer very versatile, right? Like we highlighted that in a previous show where we were talking about you can just build anything on that hero, really.
No,
so
yeah,
whatever
you can. But again, the key thing though for Liquid is even though Darkseer's got a great game, if the Darkseer does ever misplay, have some issues, then TA trying to kill off a Morphling, TA trying to kill a Wraith King can get difficult. So there could be some problems.
I'll see what our commentators think. Bring them up on the big screen. Thank you, production. Here they are.
Hello.
Odie,
how you
Pixel,
doing,
and
Richard?
Fog.
Yeah.
How are you doing? Do you like the drafts?
I like what Tidebound's got. I can
He's
see
such a
lot of stuff
contrarian
going.
dude.
Always is.
He always does this. He
Yeah,
always...
Wraith King, I think this hero's pretty busted. I think he's going to have a great time. I think Liquid's gone for some big brain fancy pants stuff, and Tidebound's just in it to win it.
Right, well, game's about to start. I'll let Yanis give his opinion as to why you're wrong at the start of the game.
He will.
Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, looking forward to getting the action. Yeah, I mean, because you're very much in line with the panel, right? You really like this last big Darkseer.
I can see in skirmishing, like small skirmishes and stuff like that for Tidebound because they have these good stuns and great ways to layer.
Exactly, they've got a lot of ways to go and to kill.
That's great. My worry is, and I've seen this now too many times at this tournament, is a lineup like this, which is, at least if the Morphing is the last one, so I'll get there, but a lineup that's very magic damage heavy, playing into a lineup that's going to build Mage Slayer Pipe. You get to a point where you just run out of damage, and there's Mage Slayer and Pipe that's going to come out, plus the Tinker machines. So it's going to be very appropriate how Tidebound looks to pop a target and go for these small skirmishes rather than big engagements. That being said, though, Liquid, it's going to take a little bit of time for them to get there. Darkseer can be a bit slower, and I will say they do at least have that anchor of the Morphling, right? It's not full magic damage lineup. If they can get to later stages as well, the Morph can apply that physical damage. But, like Fear said, that's where this Darkseer pick feels so good.
Sure.
It trump cards versus the Morph, the TB, the Dusa, perhaps the heroes that they were thinking about, builds the items that the team wants. But that's all on paper. We'll see what actually happens inside the game, as we'll see how these lanes end up playing out.
No, I'm excited to see what Bark's able to do with the Wraith King, because this hero... I feel this hero is in a pretty good place right now. The skeletons are crazy good.
They are.
But it is just kind of being ignored right at the pro level. There's a lot of teams, they don't touch this hero. They don't want to do it. What's the reason for that?
I think more about just having a team fight offlaner in a lot of situations rather than having this single target and a scaling core who doesn't build auras, really. He builds for himself. I think that's what I've been seeing people stray away from. While this, I don't know, Wallachia always seems to just be big team fight, right? That's what it just seems to bring around every single time that we come back. But I agree. I mean, Wraith King in pubs right now is rampant. Me and Lacoste are actually doing Weaver Wraith King in every game. The bugs plus the skeletons.
Oh, that feels
everyone
nice.
just dies. It's so stupid, but yeah, that's just about it. But we'll see how the lanes end up going, since it is this AA plus Wraith King. It's into a Tinker plus a TA, so it's not the easiest for them to get aggressive versus Tinker.
That's true. It's a very safe lane for Liquid.
Yeah. Mid lane, nothing to say, should have a bit of an edge over Nisha, but Nisha's been...
He's been crushing it.
He's been crushing.
He's been crushing it. But it is one of those rare situations, you know, as you say, where nothing to say is actually on the hero that's kind of favored, right? There's so many times we keep seeing nothing to say end up with a hero in this mid matchup that you wouldn't want to be on out of the two that end up there. But this time around on the Tiny, as you say, he should be feeling pretty happy against the Ember Spirit.
I don't know how many games that I think me and you did like 3 games in a row where nothing to say. It's like,
He
all right,
always
they're
gets the
stacking,
bad
nothing to
matchup.
say.
Yeah.
He ends up recovering most of them, but yeah. Should have a better time. 5 and 6 at the moment. Benicia also will have those 6 last hits.
That was good denies, though. I think he's going to be able to keep it up. So nothing to say. Should come out on top.
Absolutely.
In this in the laning stage, at least against the Ember.
Yeah, and Shiro, as we said, you know, the Darkseer pick is for the later stages of the game versus the Morphling. The Morph in the laning phase, he's going to be fine. Shiro should get pretty much free farm. Even gets handed a kill.
Look at that first blood for the carry.
And even though you do see Saberlight cutting waves, this is the ideal pick for that morph in the early game scenarios rather than for later. Good kill.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting where, because in terms of the support duos that both teams have, they're all very strong supports, right? But for quite different reasons. You know,
Yeah.
Liquid, they've got kind of two of the best defensive supports right now. The Tinker and the Ringmaster for the safe top lane. Talking about the Ringmaster, Boxy will be able to take down Y. And then Tidebound obviously have two of the best kind of aggressive supports, right? The Jakiro and the AA.
It's a very different approach from both teams.
Yeah.
One team is looking to, I mean, Tidebound, I would say they're looking to kill a lot more, while Liquid is just looking to like sustain and get to that point where they're just gonna become pretty much invulnerable in team fights with their auras. Saberlight, soon to be level 3. That's when they can start to put a little more pressure on Toshiro here.
Because what's sort of going to be the order of the auras you'd imagine for Saberlight?
I think he just goes pipe first.
Just full out pipe first, yeah.
Yep. Arcane Blue Pipe.
Yep.
You're playing versus AA, so the mech feels very
less valuable.
Very less value, but we'll see. He could sneak an Ags into the play at some point too. He probably wants to get it since it's good versus all 3 cores, and there's that level 3, and can definitely look to make those aggressive plays onto Y or Shiro if they're not careful. The damage that comes out between these two is actually insanely high. I think most Ringmaster lanes can't write them off ever.
But sure, it's going to take a bit of a mess up from Shiro.
From Shiro? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's just that what happens is like it's the double creep wave stack up if they can do that with the Ion Shells and dive with the Glyph, but I don't think that should happen. It's just it can if there's a mistake. And I feel like I've just seen that happen just too much, that's why. Nothing to say is actually almost dying in the mid lane.
No. Yeah, he's down in the last couple of tangos, already out of the bottle charges.
And that was incredibly close there. He got him chained. He had to toss him under tower. They're gonna look to move for the power for the water rune. So Planet is looking to take away the one bottom versus Nisha. But Nisha's able to grab it.
They're not able to get there in time, Planet.
No, some extra harass he can throw. But just that. CS across the board, though, looking good. Wraith King's getting good CS, not preventing any versus the Templar Assassin, though. But Morph and Tiny having a good start.
And what do you want to see from your off-lane Wraith King? Is it the phase boot straight into the Radiance, or are you getting an armlet on the way there?
I've seen phase drum into Radiance sometimes.
Phase drums?
Because you play with the skeletons to kind of run rampant. I don't think he'll do that, but I've seen it in the past.
You'd rather just see him go full greed, phase into Radiance?
Probably. I mean, depends on how game state is. If the game state's miserable, then he might need to deviate for an earlier game item.
He's going to try and get aggressive here with the Skellies.
Did he laser a Skelly? Oh. Level 2 March, always very difficult to dive. It's always going to be a free lane for Mickey when he's playing with this Tinker. Stupid hero. And he's got the Healing Lotus, so yeah, they're more than healthy there. Unless Mickey walks up way too far forward alone. He's pretty deep, but they don't have enough skeletons yet.
And I guess that's the question as well. You know, who's more obnoxious, the support Tinker Pickers of today or the mid Tinker Pickers of the yesteryear?
Oh, God, yes. I'll just say yes. It's just a yes. It's Tinker.
You know, what is more unanimously disliked in the pubs?
Boxy is set up bottom. They want to try to get a kill here. They're very fragile on Bach and Planet right now down here. Looking for the surround. They're on Planet.
He's looking pretty dead here. Gets surrounded. TPs are coming in, but Planet will fall.
And the March is already down.
Can they punish anything? No. Yeah, indeed they can't. Liquid's perfectly fine getting away with that kill.
March OP. Power runes, about 20 seconds. Lanes are starting to be broken. They're going to leave the Darks here in a 1v1. Boxy going to start rotating. Could see some quick 6 heroes brought to the mid lane to secure this next rune. Why? We'll be able to get that nice D ward instantly to get the stack again increasing. Who's going to get the power rune? Nisha, still level 5.
They can mess with him.
They're going for the play.
Look at the avalanche into the toss.
Got him.
He's very dead.
Nice play. I was like, oh no, he tossed him out of the cold feet, but it didn't matter. It's enough damage. But I don't know why that interaction.
But can that happen with the verticality?
Yes, it breaks cold feet. 100%.
That's crazy. 100%. Because you're not even. I guess you toss pretty high.
Unless the cold feet procs beforehand, obviously, because then they're stunned in the air. But if you toss them in the cold feet, it breaks the cold.
Does Torrent mess with it, or is that not high enough?
That one I actually don't know. But
you don't go as high with Torrent.
That one I'm not
compared to being tossed, right?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about the Torrent, to be honest with you. Oh well. We don't have to worry about it. There's no taunt. Either way, he was dead.
Yeah.
And I need to worry about the extra chain stun. Mick is getting crazy free farm.
He is having such an easy time down here on the TA, which, yeah, I mean, it is probably one of the chillest lanes to farm in, as you said. It's being a TA, obviously with your refraction, and then having a Tinker backing you up. It's a dream situation for Mickey's TA.
It's dirty. We can say the truth. It's pretty dirty. Big stacks coming in. Does get the next one, so a quad stack on the hard camp to enable his Tiny, so nothing to say. Does have that soul ring to be able to get the farm going.
Now, is there going to be any chance from Liquid to make some sort of crazy move into this triangle and contest these stacks and try and steal them with the Ember and the TA?
Yes, maybe. You'd have to bring
good heroes.
You'd have to bring at least 2 cores, and you might have to bring 4 heroes at least.
You know, because if you get up there, you start laying down the march, you could control that area and contest the stacks.
It's just a little risky because of how many stuns I would say the Tidebound has.
Sure, like they will turn up and fight.
Yeah, I think that one might be a little difficult. They're throwing the scan though, so they're checking to see if they're clearing them. So maybe if they can see a chance to sneak it. I mean, they probably are considering it. So other things we do have to talk about, of course, is Box is getting gone on here. They're actually committing the Blood Grenade.
Oh, they're not going to get him.
He's got strong
maybe
Tonic.
Planet's not quite close enough.
He's got the two toys, so he can play around this pretty well. And in typical Boxy fashion, he's doing the Tranquil Boot thing. He doesn't always do this, but some games he just deems that it's very appropriate, where he's disassembling his Tranquils, reassembling, so you'll see him get back to full HP for the lane. So the thing I was going to mention is, of course, with the Morphling versus the Darkseer, the wall is going to be very good, but have to mention the potential for Shiro just with his Morph this game. He's playing versus TA and Ember.
I mean, it's all about the TA.
Very good ones.
Is this something we've been seeing from Mickey or other safe lane TAs going for the Blink Dagger first, 8 minutes in?
Ooh, I mean, he means he wants to try to snipe these squishy supports, I would say.
Because this is super fast, right, as opposed to like getting the stats, getting the Dragon Lance or something. Just going straight for the Blink. I can't remember if we have item timing stats, but that must be the fastest EA blink we've had in a while.
Because I feel like I only see Tread's Dragon Lance at 8 minutes.
Yes, from the safe lane.
Dagger. That is a cool approach.
Let's see if it pays off. Because
we'll see if it does.
Because with this Blink Dagger, as you say, you imagine he wants to be TPing in and cleaning up some kills.
Yeah, or I mean, he can also just dodge a lot of these ganks, right? Like he just gets the refraction off, and he'll be able to blink out before they can get some of the extra chain setup potentially. This is interesting. Nothing to say. Does have his DD right now, so Boxy gets caught.
Now Mickey, he's going to look to try and poke him from the side. He's got the back of Insania Saberlight, see what they can get in return here. They'll look for the chase down. Saberlight with the vacuum onto Nothing to Say.
They bring everyone.
Slight Change comes in. Nothing to Say is going to go down. Bark as well. Will slowly but surely
Can he finish him?
He will get Saberlight in return. But Y goes down. Liquid, they look to be able to set up to take down Bark a second time. As he'll try and run, but the chains connect once more. As Liquid very ready to fight back there. As Tidebound attempt to poke.
A big hit. I mean, Saberlight comes instantly. They join. They know that they want to be able to pressure, bring 5 heroes to stop that aggression. Yep. It's a big one. Big hit that they get there.
And indeed, as we saw this, Blink Dagger on the TA 5 minutes faster than what we've seen. So
that's crazy.
Very much the first rush that we're getting on these safe lane TAs.
Oh, mid.
It's good burst. Is it enough?
He has Stick Flame Guard.
He's going to be fine.
Yep.
Can protect himself from the ticks of the Ice Blast.
If they could throw the tree at him, maybe, but...
Nah, he's out of there.
He's fine.
He is out of there.
And we saw, so I wanted to mention this, I was going to wait a little, but we saw Nisha play this Ember Spirit versus a similar combo yesterday, where he got to a point where like the Mage Slayer S and Y, and they kept almost getting him,
he doesn't
would
tick
just
down.
Get out. Yep. So this one we have to act the extra layer, of course, where he's going to have the pipe later, and he's going to have the barriers from the Tinker with that status resistance too. So a 1K lead right now for Liquid, but really slowing down Bach. He's now in a position where he's considering what he wants to buy, and he's queued up the Blade Mail. And Blade Mail versus TA never really feels that great.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a bit more greed from him.
I feel like I would have liked to see almost anything else, actually, but we'll see if it pays off for him. Arcane Rune, nothing to say. Looking for another Moon here. Last time Power Rune did not work. They're trying again.
They're going to find Saberlight in the front.
He's got the box.
It's a lot of burst, though. And Saberlight, he's gone.
Let's go down. Can they turn it into a tower here? Doesn't look like the easiest push.
They're looking at Bark bottom. They know the reincarnation is still very much on cooldown.
Uh-oh.
Bark trying to escape into the trees.
Ooh, he does get away.
And they're not able to stay on top of him.
And should be able to finish off this tower here, too, since they see that move made bottom. I thought for sure he was going to go down. The phase plus that little extra armor that he got from the chainmail. Nisha. Playing in a very aggressive posture, perhaps looking to see if Bach makes his way over, and they're looking to defend bottom, Mickey.
It's difficult to get the setup on him at this point.
This is a dangerous place to be for Tidebound. It feels there's 4 heroes, or 3 heroes of Liquid set up in the area. They're actually contesting Ancients. They're just going to steal them with the Ion Shell.
All right, they're going to get this triple stack.
They sure will. I mean, they're not making it in time.
Nobody's heading over here.
That's quite the steal. Still surrounding down bottom.
Oh, they're ready to dive.
I say he does not have the blink yet.
They drop the wall to get the setup on the wards in. They make the jump forward as well. There's nothing to say. It's been left behind here.
No way he can get out. Oh, man.
It's going to slow down that blink dagger timing.
That's a brutal death. How close is that Mage Slayer now to being finished? Nisha, he's one component pretty much away from having that done. And that's, as we mentioned, you know, versus the supports, it's devastating. Versus Tiny also, it kills his early game. Once you get slowed down a little here before your blink, if you start getting Mage Slayer poked, things can start to be pretty dangerous. A 3K lead now, Liquid.
It's getting a bit rough.
They're getting to this comfortable spot, but Shiro, he's having a flawless game so far. And this, I feel like he has to play literally the perfect game.
I mean, can he? How carryable is this game as a morph?
Not the most carryable because he's playing versus the Darkseer.
Yeah.
That's the issue. And there's a lot of saves, as you mentioned. You know, there's the heals, the saves that come out from that Ringmaster as well, too. So, you know, Panel mentioned it. We were mentioning it from before, too. We framed it. It's not the easiest approach that Tidebound has set themselves in for, especially if these lanes don't go their way. And right now, they've lost their two main towers, the mid and the bottom one, super early on. They need nothing to say with the Blink Dagger in order to make cleaner jumps. It's pretty close to it, but that's also going to be a bit dangerous.
Because he's going to jump in and might not kill them.
Exactly.
And then he's just dead. There's no way for the rest of Tidebound to bail him out. It's going to be difficult for them to make those moves.
And the heal and the sustain, we're going to keep it. It's going to increase so fast, right? Mage Slayer's done. They've already got the Holy Locket for Insania, and Pipe is soon on the horizon for Saberlight. So those are their three big item timings, at least, versus this lineup of Tidebound.
There we go. So have to get up the smoke. Tidebound Liquid there, coming for them first with the smoke play.
They want nothing to say again. He doesn't have Blink. He has it on the courier.
He spent it up. So, you know, this is one of those deaths where you can be like, well, you know what, I died, but they're not necessarily going to expect me to respawn with the Blink, so maybe they have a chance of catching them by surprise. They do manage to get both for the Shrine of Wisdoms.
They will lose Y, though.
But indeed, Liquid overall continue to rack up the kills.
At least they get both shrines, but already seeing Liquid hitting their power peak at an early timing.
Absolutely. And just, yeah, Mikke with this blink getting involved. And it's definitely, as you said, enabling him to farm in these positions. Like he was taking a lot from their triangle because he knows that he can and he can just get out.
Exactly. I quite like it.
It just enables you to be able to farm in these riskier spots on the map. So it's working out very nicely for Mikke, this blink rush.
All right, nothing to say. Blink is done.
Okay.
Blink.
Wasn't able to get any sort of follow-up on that one. Mikke's just able to blink out. And now it's a little bit awkward for Tidebound. And it turns towards Nisha, but did they have the damage to threaten this Ember? They just do not, and they know it. They hold back. They just couldn't get that smooth sort of setup.
They hold their tower, and they're going to look to instant smoke and find a
They've got to try. They know that they have to try and get a hit against Liquid.
They can't let Liquid just set up, right? When Liquid set up is 5, it's super dangerous. If they can get catches, that's the ideal.
Can they get Mikke? Would be a big one. Or Nisha. They're kind of split, though. Nothing to say. He's going to look over towards him. Does get the setup. Ice Blast in.
Oop, the box.
Escape Pack not going to save him. Mikke goes down. Tidebound, they'll now be able to turn over towards Boxy. Should be able to claim another. Boxy's got 21 charges. Will pop them. But it won't save him. As Tidebound do make the quick move, get themselves a big kill.
Good hit, honestly, because they TP as, 5 heroes to defend the lane, and as soon as Liquid splits up, they make an instant smoke, so a great call by them. And I think the smoke was just out of vision of this ward that Boxy had placed behind
You're right, that was very close to where they smoked up.
Like, they were in the tree line right next to it when they smoked, so great awareness from Tidebound.
Okay, they clean up the tower. Yeah, Shira's pretty much going to have that Manta online.
He has to play a flawless game. So far, he is. He's quite a bit difference between him and the TA at the moment here. Liquid looking to set up his 5 again.
They're looking at Bart, but Bart does have Reincarnation at the ready.
All off the mark.
So does anyone want to come and help him? That's the question.
He looks pretty dead.
Yep, they're just going to let him go down the 2 times.
He's having the roughest game out of anybody.
Yeah, very close to falling behind that at the net worth of the Tinker.
And he is still going to go usual route, right? You still go Radiance, even though you go Blade Mail first, so you're going to be giving that Darkseer the Radiance eventually once you do get that.
Sure.
Ice Blast is coming in.
Oh.
Could be a good connection.
Not going to be that low, though, and they're pretty tanky. They're pretty tanky around the pipe as well, potential from Saberlight.
Man, March is so...
Not even needed.
March is so silly, man. Everyone just full HP while doing Tormentor.
Maybe they just need to revert Tinker and bring him back to that mid-hero.
He is.
I mean, he is, but
he's both.
With the refreshing hexes and things, you know. Maybe we missed that now.
Maybe.
Probably not.
Probably not. He does get Warp Flare. Honestly, this one is super strong now, it feels like. In the beginning, when it first got out, it felt terrible, but now it feels like the Root is actually super effective.
Yeah, it's just a lovely addition to his kit.
Yep. Oop.
Well,
Planet. Not getting out of this.
he's out of that. It's like, see ya.
4 of the top 5 net worth, as the Tinker tends to do, becomes that core. Insania has surpassed, nothing to say once he gets that shard.
I mean, I guess this feels kind of rough as well as the mid, right? If you're the Tiny, you get this blink, and then you're feeling you're having to buy the Ghost and Force Staff for yourself. You know,
Oh, God.
that's not really the build that you were dreaming of when you picked Tiny mid.
But he does need ways to get in and out of fights and the
Yeah.
high physical
I mean, he
damage.
has to,
You
right,
kind
but-
of understand why, but yeah, that does not feel good. Does not feel great by any means.
Especially because what you can offer to the fight, as you said, you've seen it already in the draft, it's just almost completely nullified.
All
It's
this damage
very
is
difficult
gone.
for Tiny to ever really scare any of the members of Team Liquid in these team fights.
Yeah, let's see how many Gossamer Capes are grabbed, as they are playing versus Templar Assassin. We see Wraith King's got one, Tiny's got one. Assume the supports will grab them if they do get it. Shiro will get Brigands. Set up on bottom, Liquid is bringing the squad. Is Tidebound going to be prepared for this? Bach in a dangerous spot.
Uh-oh.
Doesn't have reincarnation.
He doesn't. They coming in. Walls down. Lined up lovely on the 2 of them.
Deleted. Liquid making the bigger moves.
Shiro's going to have quite the game to carry.
So we're saying, and he's playing into this Darkseer, so and the stronger you get, the stronger he gets. And it's pretty decent of a morph game, right, versus the Disables. It's just, yeah, it's the Darkseer and then the Shard that comes out from the TA, the 2 things that trip you up a lot in the mid-game. And Nisha's just doing same build. I think it's just the same build almost every game on the Embers, but yeah, status resistance, Mage Slayer, buffed up. Looking to accelerate tempo. Roche, perhaps the next thing on the docket for Liquid. Tidebound. Can they find some type of small skirmish before it? It doesn't look like it, because the 5v5 now just does not feel possible. They know they're there, so they can potentially get a steal maybe with an Ice Blast. Planet wants to try to throw it out. Not even gonna bother. I guess after the Tormentor one, he's like, they're full health anyway. There's no
I mean, this is the thing, right? Yeah. You're unlikely to catch Liquid low on the HPs right now.
Yep. Man, it's kind of interesting because you look at on paper, you're like, oh, hey, in paper, pretty good versus Tinker. But then in most situations when you're like, oh, I have a chance to wait a minute, they're all full health. So it's actually kind of interesting how they play against each other in a way.
Yeah, it's just because it's just such a consistent and just continuously, permanently uptime, right? It's always there, so a good Tinker's going to keep his team
Boxy
constantly in good health.
He's got the blink. Does he actually get out of this? Ice Blast will connect.
He's got the escape act. He dodges the ice bar.
Got a glimmer.
Look, he played that so cool as well.
God.
Even sort of standing in position as if he'd know that the blast at radius of the ice blast would overshoot him, so he doesn't even take that additional damage. He's just completely read them.
The styling, the blink daggers,
Yeah.
we're seeing why they wanted them to, just being able to get out of a lot of these situations. And yeah, the Glimmer's online for the Tinker. Super value pickup. So we saw a couple minutes ago that he did get that. And now he's got a Force Staff too, so even more save. So I think it was Liquid the other day that I saw it do this too, when it was just like, I saw 4 magic damage heroes mostly. They just built Mage Slayer, Pipe, double Glimmers, and the game felt so hard to play. But Shiro, as we said, entire game feels like it's on his shoulders.
But he's going to need this BKB and then some sort of stat or right-click item.
And that stat or right-click item is when the Darkseer thrives off of you.
Yeah, Saberlight is going to be more than happy. Oh, Boxy!
Oh, the catch!
He's going to get the setup here with the wheel. Into the root.
No Manta.
He's still able to waveform away. Shiro turns in the Ember Spirit as well, gets the Flame Guard up. We'll get dragged back into the wall, though.
Shiro? He can't get out.
He's just dead.
Oh, and this game is out of control. Shiro has finally been found, and everyone else.
Oh, no.
Liquid. They woke up this morning.
They did. We saw
sure
yesterday, I think coming into this, there was a bit of concerns after what we saw from Game 1 Liquid yesterday. It's like, well, maybe Game 1 just ain't their thing, you know, early on. They had a really rough Game 1 yesterday afterwards they had great Game 2s and great 3s. I mean, today, straight in with this Game 1, making it look pretty easy.
You know, maybe they're pretty happy that they banned that Mars, right? Like, yeah, nice, we got Darkseer instead of Mars. Because this really just
The Mars ban was a little bit surprising.
Yeah, this is the dream for Saber.
After yesterday's Mars showings.
Yeah. Liquid, it's honestly all the five-man moves are hitting. So Tidebound unable to avoid these smoke movements that Liquid's been able to set up to 15-7.
Because I guess in particular as well, you got to imagine Shiro, he would much rather have played against a Mars than a Darkseer.
Yeah.
He's, yeah.
I fear ended the panel thing with that too.
Yeah,
like,
I think he's absolutely right. Yeah.
It really did feel like this Darkseer was the end-all, be-all pick, and it's just a good lineup to thrive around it. And overall, for Tidebound, these early deaths on Nothing to Say hurt a lot, right? The bottom death in particular, the mid one afterwards. But overall, it's been also Bach. He's had like no game. This bottom lane in particular.
Yeah, it's not been great. It's been a slow one.
Completely free.
He's nearly got his Radiance on top of the Blade Mail.
Okay. He is so squishy though, on 1400 HP. Of course, that Radiance, of course, will be given up. Shiro getting closer toward BKB, but he'll be able to survive a little longer. But where's the damage now? Where's it going to be coming out from the side of Tidebound as Liquid on the hunt?
Planet. He'll give Nisha a bit of a tickle with the Ice Blast.
Smooth sailing.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 2. Another one to fall. They've got an amp damage too. They're going to threaten high ground. They still have 60 seconds on the Aegis. Deso plus all this extra right click damage. They got to react. Supports are here. Liquid is considering sticking around. Still 40 seconds.
Well, why? Look at the Macropire down.
By the way, we saw Mickey pick up the Orb of Venom thing as well too. So versus these Gossamers, he'll have that true strike that it for some reason gives. As the tower's falling, they're set up. What do you do, Tidebound? Might have to sack it at this point. Another catch.
And the support's just suffering as Nisha dives both of them.
Godlike. This Nisha Ember Spirit needs to be addressed. Especially if a game looks like it's so good for these Mage Slayers. I just feel like they have to have better answers to shut this down.
Oh, they're coming back for Bach.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He's not going to have a way out of this.
Nope. And now, Saberlight's got a Radiance Wraith King to go farm with for a little bit. A very clean game from Liquid. Just giving no hope to Tidebound in this mid-game.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an old stomping, this one.
Yep, another one of those. We had a lot of them yesterday.
We did have a lot of stomps yesterday.
It's looking we might have similar today, at least with the start of this series. Shiro has the BKB. Boxy.
Can he go for the solo play? Shiro more slow.
Definitely not. Yeah, he's got to. I think that's the most appropriate one.
He's got to have the damage.
You can't go Butterfly. You can't go stats because then the Darkseer wall's too good for you. You need just hard damage because they just have none at the moment. Nisha, Aghanim's done. Really strong one this game versus these supports as well because he can just, he can like 100 to 0 them in the back line.
A little bit disappointed that Mickey's got a BKB queued up, honestly.
Why's that?
Does he need it?
There's a lot of stun.
He's not dying.
A lot of stun.
He's not dying.
A lot of spells.
Get that Daedalus out. He might change it. I feel like
I think
he might not buy this BKB.
He could definitely change it. But this is the sensible choice, Owen. This is the I end the game choice. Off the next Roche. We go BKB, TA, get Roche. Win.
But he's got all these auras. He's got
But he's being sensible, Owen.
You know, I think he won't. I think he'll change it. He's not going to buy a BKB. He doesn't need no BKB.
Nisha. Arcane Rune at the ready. Level 18 is hit. As we said, the Aghanim's finished up too. Top.
Saberlight. It's going to find White. Slowed down by the Trapper Mickey as well. White.
Saberlight Shiva's is done. So he's got the answer versus the Morphling. Doesn't opt to go for the Aghanims for the punch. Doesn't feel like they need it anyway. Insania has an Aghanims. I mean, they're so fun. Good luck, Shiro. Let's see, what did supports buy? Do you have a... I mean, they have 4 staff, they have 8 toes. I'm on the board of like buy Solar Crust, who cares? Like we literally just need to give this guy everything.
All on the Morphling.
Yeah, at this point, it's literally all about Shiro. It sounds so bad though, but like that you have to go if you want to deviate your builds, but it is a very uphill battle. It's Liquid.
Yeah, there it is. I told you, there's no way he's buying a BKB.
No.
There we go. Mickey, he knows. He's not going to buy a BKB. Who would do that? What kind of crazy carry player would do that?
And then when he dives, and then if he dives and dies, he queues up the BKB instantly. But he probably won't die. So
because it was getting to that point, you know, we get like 2,000 gold and you got a BKB queued up. It's like, well, I could stop buying the BKB, but now I could just buy like that small crit and go for something like a Revenant's Brooch.
Stupid.
McKay, yeah, he understands.
Greedy core players.
He understands. Yeah, but true. If that is the beginning of the downfall for them in this game, that would be quite entertaining. But unlikely with how far ahead Liquid are. Planet's dead. Oh, see if they can find more in the trees. They can. Why?
Shiro?
Caught by the chains.
Try to find the angle. He will. But they're chasing.
The wall's down. Got anything else to dive in? I'll catch him with the root. Barks here ready to keep him protected, though. Throws at the stun the way of Mickey. He hasn't spent up yet, though, Mickey. I wonder if he's considering other damage items.
All right.
I mean, what would be the fun... Like, are you buying a Revenant's Brooch? Are you buying a Daedalus? Do you want to get an MKB because the Radiance mischance?
Oh, and it's either BKB or Revenant because he's playing versus Morphling, right? So
sure. So, like, the damage item will be the Revenant.
Yeah, definitely, since it's that super high armor hero. Nothing to say. An item you don't see built too often on the hero, but can absolutely understand why. The Nullifier. They're playing versus the Escape Back. They want to try to get these toss-back plays and kill a hero. They don't want them to be saved.
I mean, if you wanted to do the big brain thing as the TA...
What's up?
Could you just not buy a Hex and end the game?
Oh, and he could buy a lot of items. He has a lot of choices. He goes for the Revenant.
He goes for the Revenant.
He just goes for the high damage.
Yeah. No, it's good, it's good.
Yeah, he's definitely got options, but...
And look at that, yeah, fastest on the Tiny. This Nullifier.
Well, yeah, because it's usually something you don't want to buy on.
Yeah, this is not... Yeah, I think there was only like two other games or something that we had that stat from. But yeah, it's a record nonetheless.
Let's see, Saberlight. They're set up for this, it looks like here. Can they pop him?
See if they can, though.
Nullifier.
With the Ice Blast passing over, they will. That's Saberlight gone.
That's the Nullifier pickup. But Nisha?
He's turned up, and he's ready to start getting some stuff in return.
Oh, he is flying through him. Nothing to say. Does get the blink away. Okay. That was very close.
The traps are down, though.
Nisha.
Bog does still have the reincarnation.
They're feeling hesitant without Saberlight. That Nullifier comes into play immediately. Stop the escape.
Yeah, they just throw everything down onto him. It works.
And Shiro's gonna
if they could do that
Roche
to the dark side, they could probably do that to the other heroes as well.
Yep. Absolutely. If they can find them isolated. Boxy is going to be able to scout in this pit, so this is not the freest one.
It's difficult to try for this.
Yeah, and 20 seconds they've got until this Darcy respawns.
They kind of need to find another pick-off.
Their base isn't a problem, though. They probably have to get back and get these
Shiro's out of it.
It was a good hit onto Saberlight to attempt to try for the Roche, but now Roche shifting bottom. Much harder for them to attempt for that contest. And Liquid actually even perhaps setting up for an attempt here onto Shiro, since his BKB's on cooldown.
Yeah, still a difficult jump.
Yeah, especially that close to the base. They don't go for it yet. Level 20, Nisha has been hit. More damage. And they are smoking. Liquid. I believe they did catch sight of this.
Or the illusion bait. Do they fall for it?
Liquid is so ready for this.
They know it's illusion.
Saberlight on the front line. Nisha trying to break the smoke.
What about the smoked illusion? Okay, no, never mind. He'll start hitting the creeps. So I'm going to try and out-mind game them with that.
They're going for the big wraparound. Shiro does have the Revenant's Brooch picked up for this next fight too, so his damage has gone up a fair bit. Nisha continuing to lead that charge. Again, scouting. Insania.
Well, I do see Insania at the start. Gonna try for the jump on him, but they can't get the follow-up. Insania's perfectly fine. Nisha, he's just gone straight for the backlines. The wall gets knocked down. The back on the three of them. Shiro will try and fight back. Pops the BKB ults for the TP out of there. Who will escape?
Only just.
But the supports died so quickly, and now Bark left alone. Also, in a whole world of hurt here as Liquid surround him and leave no chance for escape.
Man, watching Ember Spirit when he's at this point,
as soon as
so insane.
They were aware that something was going on up there, Nisha, he's just straight in. Gets all the information that they need, scouts out the entirety of the team, and kills off half of them.
Look at his damage.
Yep.
How much he does with these remnants is insane in this point of the game. 6 different remnants that are passing through like 3-4 heroes. Absurd amount of magic damage that he contributes.
Now they're going to Roshan for Mickey.
See it again. It just looks so, like, that initiation is so awkward. Immediately it's, uh-oh. Things are very problematic for them to pipe. They don't get it onto Saberlight, and then, yeah.
Yeah, Nisha, he's just straight in, Nisha. Leads the way for the rest of the team to follow up and ensure that Tidebound just couldn't pull together any sort of move.
Honestly, like, I feel like maybe versus Liquid, you start just really putting Ember Spirit in a higher priority of bans, because this just feels like it's Nisha's best hero right now.
Sure.
Like, yes, his Kunkka looked good, but it had some difficulties. Ember, I feel like all these games I've seen no difficulty.
I mean, you could just be so much flashier on the Ember Spirit, right?
Yeah. He died. It's because he died.
He did.
He's upset. He didn't want to die. It's okay. 26-9. Continuing the smooth sailing. Shiro has still kept himself at the top net worth the whole time, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, and he's going for
queuing
a
up the rapier, but he feels like he absolutely needs it. He needs that. Massive.
Dude, he might be able to carry this with the Divine Rapier. There is a world where Shiro can do this. What are we on now on the win probability? I reckon it's still giving them a solid 8%.
I would say about 8 to 10%.
8 to 10%.
That's so good.
Let's
That's
get
actually
13%.
Not bad.
All right. Don't know about that. Yes, yeah, tone it down a bit. Let's go back to the 8%, I think. Yeah.
It's broken. Siege.
But the Rapier is very close. Shiro is going to get it.
All right, this is hype.
Oh, no, he's TPing back.
It doesn't matter. The Courier's got it.
Okay, the Courier's got it. You're absolutely right. Yeah, he's got enough. He's got enough right now. Demon Edge, Rapier. Actually assembled it already. He's trusting that no one's going to snipe this Courier. Let's have a look. Can Shiro do? Oh, they're with the jump. Oh, it's a toss back on his teammate.
Oh, no. And a wall on 4.
It's onto the 4.
Oh,
the vacuum wall combo gets dropped down. Shiro just watching as his teammate die beside him.
Oh, my God. That was the best case scenario for Liquid.
Let's see what they can do with the buybacks.
Everyone dead except for the Morphling.
Box in.
And box out.
The wheel's going to get dropped down. They control him. Shiro.
They do get the initial kill on TA.
They managed to take the Aegis out of him. But Bark's gone a second time. Mickey jumping in. Shiro trying to get back to the fountain, but Nisha's on top of him with the chains. It's over. GG's called. Liquid. I'll take this game.
Pick it up. Insania, pick it up.
Get the Rapier for the scoreboard.
He got it.
There we go.
No reaction whatsoever.
Did he get it? Yeah, he's got it in his inventory, of course. Yeah, lovely. Lovely jubbly. He ends up with that. But yeah, rough one for Tidebound. Yeah. And one that you guys, the smart people here at PGL did kind of see happening from the end of the draft, right?
Yeah, honestly, like maybe the off king. I think the offlane Wraith King has kind of been figured out by a lot of teams, but in particular, I think Liquid with this type of style, this is like their bread and butter. I think they just got way too much given to them that they're so comfortable with, and it kind of
you're absolutely yeah. Mickey TA, Nisha, Ember Spirit, Saberlight, Darkseer, and then Tinker and a Ringmaster supports.
Pretty good.
I don't know if they would want anything else if they could Liquid. When you look at it like that, yeah, tough game for Tidebound. Team Liquid coming in hot with this game 1.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Owen. And I think they summed it up perfectly. Yeah, they just got everything they could have wanted, Team Liquid. Lots of strong heroes in their draft that were kind of left open to them. But I will say as well, they executed it excellently, and huge plays coming in at the end for what was just a very one-sided game.
I mean, can Nisha just stop popping off on Ember? Like that, he's got to chill. Like I feel
Evidently not.
No, and also like an Ember in which they're not overly protecting it in the draft as well. It's like maybe one ban. Other teams, often when you pick the hero, they block pick heroes, they ban multiple. But yeah, I think Liquid, as soon as they get this Darkseer, it completes the draft. And we were very skeptical of if Tidebound could really bring some life to the game, and they just fell short. It was Morphling farming and everyone else just dying.
Yeah, I'm very curious on like what's going through Tidebound's head. I want to see Nothing to Say. I keep talking about I want him to be like the star player of this team, really show up, but this is his build on Tiny. He goes Blink, Force Staff, Nullifier. Like that is a build and a half if I've ever seen him like on Tiny.
To be fair, I think current like iteration of mid Tiny in the top level is going for Blink, Yules, Utility, Octarine.
Sure,
like,
yeah. Where's the Octarine at? Like,
no. Again, it's not in this game. But also that's kind of like the Ringmaster Tinker really forcing Nothing to Say to have to think about the game. But I think like even if your Tiny buys these items, there is this issue where Morphling can never really get his damage into the fight. Wraith King's a bit of a like a tempo-based offlaner, where if you're not progressing the map early, you're just a carry. So you got a carry in the offlane, a carry in the carry role, and then you got a mid lane who's going, you know what, I'll buy all the stuff that my cores can't buy because they're still farming, and it was just very disjointed. It just didn't feel like a coherent lineup to pressure what Liquid had.
Yeah, I mean, this Tiny had to pop off way harder than this in this game, right? He went 1-6. You do have 2 side laners who are going to farm a lot. That's kind of what I was worried about in the draft as well. Like, at some point in this game, the tempo is going to come very naturally just by how Liquid's heroes play themselves out. And you just don't have the heroes that can really deal with it unless you have like some type of snowball effect. Yeah, they got heavily outdrafted this game. I think even in the late game, you're playing versus Darkseer. He has an answer to your Morph. He's also an answer to your Wraith King. It's just such a difficult game. And just drafting-wise, I don't know. Like, I'm a little disappointed in Tidebound in this one. That's all I can really say. I don't think they're really set up for success on this.
But I feel like I like the first 3 picks. I like the concept of AA, Tiny, Jakiro.
Well.
Really good start. It's just the Wraith King where once you pick Wraith King, I think you have to respect the weaknesses of flexing the Wraith King. But that's what they didn't do, and
Would moving the Tiny to carry maybe have helped? I mean, how would you have fixed that draft in hindsight?
Yeah, I mean, they had definitely a lot of play options, right? Like, Tiny's good versus Darkseer. Obviously, when you make an illusion, it doesn't make the tree in your hand as well, so you don't get that cleave. But on the other hand, Nisha...
God, this is such a damning graphic.
So good.
This is brutal.
Yeah, I mean, this is the story of the game, right? You have this Nisha Ember with a Darkseer. He had such a good laning stage versus this Tiny. You are a low armor hero, can't really punish the Ember in the lane. So Nisha, as well as the supports, giving him a good game. And yeah, you have the items on Tiny trying to do what he can against the supports that you gave. You gave Tinker Ringmaster away. That was your choice, by the way. And if your answer is Tiny getting a nullifier in the mid lane, strategically, something probably went wrong there.
At least for that graphic, both of the mid laners had about 90% kill participation.
That's good news.
So that was one way to fix it.
Yay, go Tidebound.
Woo! No, but I think, again, for Tidebound, it really is a simple matter of make sure that one core can actually enter the game in some capacity, so that isn't just nothing to say versus the world. I feel like as much as it's easy to analyze the Tiny, you know, his build, his whatever, they just griefed him and not enabling him, basically.
Sure. I'll ask you as well. There was a team fight. We saw some immaculate team fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is towards the end of the game, and this is just kind of what you had to deal with at Tidebound, and it was overwhelming at a point. You're going to try and go into these team fights the best you can. You go and you use your nullifier, sure, but look what's going to happen next. Darkseer set up for a beautiful vac wall on every hero that he would ever want. You can throw all your abilities into that, but what do you even have at that point? You've just got like an avalanche. And what's your team fight?
You know, the sad thing is, like I just said about how, you know, nothing to say by himself. This entire highlight is him by himself. He jumps in, he finds the Tinker, puts down the nullifier. There's no waveform follow-up from a Morphling. There's no blink from a Rape. There's no conviction on, we got the Tinker, let's kill him. Of course, we're also looking at a highlight where, do they even kill a Tinker at that stage of the game with how farm they are, with the fight they have? They'll just get walled inside the Roshan pit and die there anyways. But I think the fact that in the potential comeback moment, it is also still nothing to say by himself, trying his best, but nothing else to follow up. It is just an issue of the draft was not the one. And I don't often like harping on draft too much, but this game, it really feels like draft is everything for Tidebound.
Architects of their own downfall in that one then.
Exactly.
All right then, guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see if Team Liquid can overcome Team Tidebound to be playoff bound. We will see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Stăpâneți, cheamă și un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai frățesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi te o mare baciuia și cu cel vrâncean.
All right, welcome back. Team Liquid are taking on Team Tidebound, and they are sitting pretty 1-0. Very, very confident and strong performance in the opening game. And now we have to see how Tidebound can adjust.
Yes. I hope they do adjust. I think might be a little bit of a cheap narrative myself, but I do feel like I want Chinese teams to do well. I feel like it's just better for the game when we have regional clashes. At the moment, we do have a bit of a Western and Eastern European dominance. NA, somewhat non-existent. You could argue non-existent. China has suffered, so I really hope for kind of TI are on the horizon, a Tidebound and Xtreme to find some form. At the moment, after game one, that form just isn't there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, but I think most of the form we're talking about is coming from a strategical point of view. Kind of criminal to give them a second phase TA, in my opinion. Didn't really think too much about their last pick at all, I have to say, with that Darkseer. I think in general, like, yeah, this squad, they have so many good players. Like, they're very talented. They can beat these top teams. It's not like an NA story where there might be a clear division of skill sometimes in the regions. These guys are good. It's just strategically, they're on different levels right now. And this is something I want to see them pick up on.
So then the question comes in. Tidebound, I believe, are the only team in the last couple of series to ban Brewmaster in the first phase. Do you think that...
That's a mistake, I believe.
Yeah, do you think that's a hero that has truly deserved a first phase ban? Or is it more maybe...
There's two heroes in there, Silencer as well. Silencer and Brewmaster, I don't think warrant giving away Ringmaster and TA and Tinker.
I can lean more to Silencer, though. I think that the way that Tidebound play, I can see them slipping up into a Silencer. You know, they want to try and, you know, take these skirmishing fights, and then suddenly you've got big globals going down. But I just feel like for Brewmaster as a hero, it does...
This one's worse for sure, yeah.
And the stats. I know this is a tournament-wide stat, so it really is just not painting a good picture. Of course, individual players might do a little bit better, but still, just for me, I think that's my instant go-to in regards to the change for the next game. Maybe they respected Brewmaster too much, and I think with how drafting goes and the value of the first phase, you can't waste a ban. It's so critical. You cannot waste a ban. Maybe later on you can do it, but not in the first phase.
And their eyes, right? Like, Brewmaster is, in air quotes here, AA counter.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably why they banned it, but like, you're still giving up so many good heroes as a response. I mean, sure. I mean, we'll see this game. Tinker does go out this time, but Liquid is the one banning out. Bristle, that was first phase ban last game, so that won't be later on in the draft. Yeah, just to remind myself.
Of course. So Bristle is banned. Lock that in now.
Yep.
Right, who's banned?
Bristleback is banned.
Thank you very much. Just triple checking.
And so is Templar Assassin this time around.
Very quick on the draft.
Yeah, they'll take AA this time around.
But this feels like kind of a more natural draft, no?
Like, no Brewmaster ban.
Yeah, this was...
What if they take Brewmaster now? The AA counter we talked about. And then everything we say makes no sense at all. But
no, but again, I like TA getting banned. That's good. Of course, the Liquid respecting the Tinker themselves, they ban it out. You know, still Ringmaster's available, so if Liquid want to go for that type of progression, they can. Beastmaster is available still. Very good hero. From second pick as well, it's even better. You just flex it to the very end of the draft if you want to, but Beastmaster's high value for core. Ringmaster, haha, not banned, it's available. And yeah, they go for the Beastmaster.
I mean, it's good. I mean, I definitely like the fact they banned the TA. I mean, as I said before, TA is like the best hero versus AA. It's a matchup in which like you're just a hero in general as AA. If you don't have an Ice Blast target, like what are you doing in the game? It doesn't feel great. And he didn't have one last game. It's Ember and TA were your cores. It was very difficult to play. This game, he does have a target. Like Beast, at least, he does heal quite a lot when he uses the Drum of Slum. So if you can actually lock him down and get the Ice Blast, it will have some impact. Ringmaster's band, I love these adjustments so far that Tidebound is doing. They have learned, they're evolving, and that is good.
It could also just be a fact that from first pick, Liquid respects a lot of the heroes that Tidebound weren't respecting. So Liquid's kind of helping Tidebound by, they're banning out some of the meta. Now Tidebound are like, oh, okay, let's go.
Pushing him in the right direction.
Come on, guys, here we go. Yeah. Could be that case.
Well, either case,
it's
we're in a better spot.
Yeah.
Can I ask you about the emergence of Beastmaster as a hero?
Sure. I mean, this hero right now, him and Bristleback are like probably the most high value cores right now, just because they can play on all 3 lanes. You just pick a Beastmaster. Is it your mid? Is it your offlaner? Is it your carry? We'll save to the last part of the draft and then we'll decide. It's good in all 3 roles.
We've seen Beastmaster Aghanims for multiple months, years now, and I would argue, I'm bored. I'm not bored, but I'm tired of it. I feel like the identity of Beastmaster over the last year or two has just shifted away from what he always used to be. It used to be a zoo map playing hero, and now it's like you farm ancients, you have Aghanims, you have big regen, you want to take fight, and that alone means you're basically playable in any draft, any game. You're not just cornered into a certain type of Beastmaster. You really can play into any matchup.
I mean, there's like going to be like a 1 percentile of games where you can go for the Wild Hunt facet and just play all auras. It still exists. It is playable, and you can still do that, but you won't often see it because it's just the other facet just so good right now. It's so versatile. So because it's so versatile and it's so strong, you just blink and roar any core, and if you don't have a save, they're just dead. That's how strong it is right now.
Yeah, at some point we might just I feel like Drums of Slum might either just get deleted, or it'll just get a little bit of rework. Because again, like Fear mentioned, the fact that you can get Ags blink and any hero on the map dies is extremely good.
Yeah, it's pretty strong.
Very strong.
Jack was on about 41% win rate, I think.
Yeah.
Do you think it's gone up or down since the last time you checked out?
It's
41.7.
41.7. So
Exactly.
there you go.
I forgot they could bring up the stats. I was going to try and do a bit of trivia, but no worries. It's the same.
Services are no longer needed.
No, I know. I'm redundant. Yeah, the AI overlords.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by that number, actually.
Wait, hold on. Does that work for anything? Is that any hero?
Yeah, you can request a hero.
Request a hero.
Yeah.
I would like to know the Morana win rate, please. Got him. It's going to be picked up banned. Okay.
They're working on it now, though.
Yeah, here it is. Morana.
Conquer.
Yeah, this hero right now also was struggling. I know the first 2 days. I think it started winning a little bit because BetBoom started picking a bit more and winning with it. But this hero in general, like, if you look at how it's played, it historically has been a beast counter, right? And it still is in a way, I think, because it's no longer like you're countering this zoo, but your innate ability gives you a 20% damage reduction, which is just enough to kind of survive the burst from beast, which is pretty nice, and the lane is free as well.
Also, they're now feeding me the things you're asking for in my ear. 50% win rate on Morana.
Oh, there it is. Thank you. I'm going
worries.
to use that really well.
Important.
Yeah, very important.
Even production is getting us confused. So,
At least we're not wearing the same outfit.
yeah, I see you, Twitch chat.
The good thing with Conquer as well is it fixes a draft that doesn't have good ways to take a fight in a specific area, because you have, Torrent, Bow, X. It's like, this is our fight, we're taking it right now, and this hero, whoever we lock down, pre-BKB, should be dying. With AA and Muerta, they will happily utilize that. But for Liquid, they going a little bit more in that backline jumping route, where sure, you're going to have that boat buff, but if the fight already starts with Tiny killing a Muerta or an AA, you're not going to be able to truly utilize his toolkit, because you're missing a lot of that damage, or the backline damage that you're expecting to follow up on you.
Yeah, and they're just keeping their draft completely open as well. Tiny could be carry, Mickey loves it, could be mid on Nisha. Beastmaster could be offlane, could be mid. You don't know what you're going to get here, so I'm imagining they'll pick a position 4. And yeah, this is where things get creative, right? I talked about it in the pre-show. Ringmaster's gone, Morta's taken, Coddle's banned.
you can still go for the windrunner that was mentioned as well. I think the idea of just being able to execute someone very quickly is helpful against Kunkka. With the power shot, the kill shot facet, you then have macro power from a distance, avalanche, toss, even axes, throwing a power shot. It's just really nice non-committal damage to then see if the fight will start. And ooh, a hero we don't see too often, but I think when heroes like Kunkka just reappear in the meta, a Tusk with Snowball is a good counter. SD with Disruptions. Like when you press X, just banish that hero, the X fades, then you walk away. So I think, yeah, just it's really cool to see heroes return just because of other heroes getting picked.
Yeah, I mean, most people have been using Ringmaster for that purpose, right? But it is banned, and I think it will get banned more frequently, as well as Coddle. So I think we'll start seeing a lot of these teams start to experiment with some of the old position 4s coming back into the meta. I personally don't know why every time I see this hero, it just loses. It doesn't seem like a very strong Dota hero right now as a whole, but it does have conceptually a lot of good things going for it. Demonic Cleanse, save, aggressively purging things off. But yeah, for whatever reason, this hero isn't very popular right now.
It doesn't help that you're not really contributing to the first big fights. Like you like to play a slow game, make your stacks, you know, TP to a tower dive to counterplay. But when you're forced to fight at the 50-minute Tormentor, like what does a Shadow Demon do? Like, ooh, take a couple poisons. Ooh. It's like you're not really that impactful other than reacting very well.
Yeah, and the Demonic Purge doesn't have like a big purpose this game either, right? It's really just for the poison stacking potentially for damage, and then more importantly, just it's very telegraphed when Kunkka plays Dota. It's like, you're X'd, we're going to dump a bunch of damage on you, so then you can just throw them on the disruption and you're good.
And the thing here that Liquid's done is they don't ban out the Gyrocopter when they're picking the Beastmaster, as they know they're flexing it. Same thing for the Tiny. If Tidebound does pick Gyrocopter, all Liquid needs to do is put the Tiny into the carry role, Beastmaster to mid, and now you get any offlane that you want for Saberlight to play into a Gyrocopter.
Yeah, they're going to pick, if I'm to guess, 2 heroes that he plays. So Centaur, he likes that one. He played it versus Xtreme versus their Gyrocopter. It was great. And the other one's Mars. Those are like the 2 heroes I think that he would be looking at because, yeah, there's absolutely no reason to play Beast offlane right now.
The only reason you would is that you have ultimate last pick and then Tidebound pick an exploitable hero and another core goes, please give me this hero, I can really punish what they've picked. But for now, I do see a offlane being the kind of a nice little draft choice there for Liquid. And Tidebound, they don't care. They're still banning out the Nisha heroes. They're taking away the Ember.
Still traumatized from last game.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't blame them. Like,
no, not at all.
They don't have good catch. Not really. Could be a really good Ember game, so it does make sense. But I think they probably are definitely looking at a hero for Saberlight on last pick, and vice versa. This Kunkka, it could be offlane. We don't know for sure.
I think Tidebound just needs to make sure that they don't isolate this last pick into feeling like he's all by himself. We just said how Tiny in the previous game, he had no core to play with. When you have Kunkka in one lane, you push wave. Gyrocopter, you push wave. Both are very farm intensive and not really like smoke ganking style heroes. They might go for like a twin gate and a little poke fight, but if your offlane hero needs cores to fight with you, you are just going to be left alone pretty much, not having that kind of backup. Whilst Liquid, plenty of fight and they're going to happily run around the map together.
Which is the Liquid we like.
Yeah, no, it's very good. I mean, a lot of the top teams at the moment are able to play very good lanes and just keep fighting in a controlled way. It's not a overly fight meta in regards to it's non-stop, but it's you fight to the point where you can then break your opponent with just the better farming state on the map.
What can Bach pick here? Maybe a little bit of a Underlord?
So then you go down more for the 3 lanes, push them out, get tanky, and then look just to take a good fight when you're ready.
Yeah, I mean, you can just push the lanes out, farm it up a bit. You'll have, like, relatively tanky heroes that they'll have to deal with at some point. You could buy a pipe, which is pretty decent. And you need something that can lane for it's most likely a Tiny as well. Jakiro lane.
They didn't ban Anti-Mage, so maybe like the Medusa offlane. That could have been an option.
Offlane, okay.
Like, but if you ban Anti-Mage, pick Medusa. The fact that they haven't banned the Anti-Mage, but I don't know if they care about Anti-Mage with their draft.
They should?
They should, yeah. Okay, they picked the Mars himself.
Mars versus Tiny, eh? I don't see the appeal of the Mars this game. I mean, sure, it is a lot of team fight. I'll give them that. It will keep them there. I guess BKB does kind of hard counter your entire lineup here.
I think the Tidebound have just accepted that they're drafting for the... Once we get to 20 minutes, our draft is very strong.
Yeah.
You move around the map, you make all the moves together. I am a little worried that it's a little bit too static to get to that point. We just saw how Liquid broke them in the lanes last time, exploited their need for farm, and the Centaur is picked up.
They don't care. I was going to say maybe this is a 5-head play where I mentioned Saberlight. He wants Mars or Centaur.
Yep.
We're going to take the Mars. Mars is good versus Centaur.
Exactly. Yep.
So Liquid don't really care in that regard, but is Mars good with their lineup? It's okay?
Yeah. Again, it just feels like the Mars is just a bit of a block pick and a way to make the mid game feel good. And for Liquid, you do have Centaur into an X on a Kunkka, so Stampede isn't high value. You also Stampede into Arena, not high value. But the lane, you are going to have a good lane with the Centaur and the Shadow Demon to be able to play into the Gyrocopter. And the pacing from a Beastmaster, he is kind of like the real carry of the early game here. It'll be Aghanims, it'll be Blink, jump onto heroes, Gyrocopter can disappear in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, you have no save whatsoever, which is a little concerning versus Beast. That's typically how you play versus Hero. However, I will say, this lineup from Tidebound, much better than the last game comparatively. To
the draft overall felt better constructed.
This is playable. If you do have a good early game, Shiro can make a lot of plays on this map. He has a good supporting crew. Kunkka does scale very well. You do have the AA. You have lots of answers, as mentioned, for the Saberlight Centaur, being able to save heroes. Maybe the cart later will kind of throw a wrench into things.
I'm just a little bit worried that Tidebound can't stop the Beastmaster from farming. Like, yes, they have a Gyrocopter to, like, maybe contest stacks, but that early in the game...
But Kunkka wins mid, right? In air quotes?
Yeah, it's like...
It should.
If I can close my eyes on Tidebound's lineup and just get to 30 minutes and it's equal net worth, I'm excited to watch the game. But I am very afraid how they get there. And if they can get there, then it's going to be very cool to show the little things they've done. But I'm just worried they don't have the heroes for the early game against Liquid.
Well, we're about to find out. I can now hand you over to OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, time to get into the action here of Game 2 between Team Liquid and Tidebound. Fogg, what do you make of this? You sort of saw the Centaur coming. One of the reasons as well why you feel that Tidebound went for the Mars themselves. But Mars, this here, we saw what, XXS try yesterday. We saw Saberlight try yesterday. It's looked pretty underwhelming.
And I think we saw one more on the other stream, or the further games too, and I think that one lost 2 if I'm not mistaken.
It's lost 3 of the 4 games it's been in. Yeah,
so.
I think there's only one here at PGL Wallachia.
So it's been a more risky pick, but you can understand the concept of why they wanted it. They wanted to keep them trapped inside. Of course, that matchup does change later on, like Fierce said. Once this, you got to start putting the cart in. There's always going to be ways to play around it. As let's see how all these things kick off. And we did have to mention the reason the Centaur is so good: natural pipe builder, right? And just the lane versus the gyro. You have a 20 base damage advantage. We always have to mention that one. Usually gyro ends up winning almost all of his lanes, having a good successful time pushing it out. The fact that Centaur just has 20 base damage just makes it so much easier for him to last it.
Yeah, that was
super tanky.
That was Saberlight Centaur yesterday that was completely trashing the gyro, right, in the CS.
The gyro had 4 CS, and the Centaur had 18 and 6.
It was something like that, yeah. It was crazy.
Yeah. And they've got the Shadow Demon too. So this hero, as you've seen, it can be a bit of a risky pick.
Oh, look at
but
this.
With Centaur, it's very strong.
I don't know if Tidebound expected Liquid to come from this angle. They set up from the tree line, in with the disruption. They're going to look to run Shiro down.
One more tick.
Oh, he's going to tick out.
Stick.
Did he have it?
He had 2 stick.
Oh, he absolutely could have at least lived long enough to not give up the first button and probably just straight up survived.
He had 2 stick, and he died to he would have lived, Owen.
100%.
That's a bit of a slip up. I mean, probably wants to die and be able to reset anyway, but still doesn't want to get first blood.
Gold, yeah.
Yeah, okay, bit of a slip up there.
Yeah.
Who got the last hit? It was Insania who got the first blood, but nothing to say, at least gets the trade, so the mid lane, I want to say that he should have a better time, but I've just been seeing he should just win all of his lanes, so.
Nope. Was
Boxy?
that, yeah, they're just Boxy's just straight up dead. Okay.
They have 3 heroes top. They really want to ensure
they got
the
that
lane.
kill.
Yeah, they want to make sure Shiro gets off to a hot start versus the Centaur. They've got a concept that they're looking for.
But how long are they going to keep it like this with the 3 of them up in? Very long?
I would imagine only for a couple of, like 1-2 waves.
Sure, just to get sort of what the Gyro's feet off the ground.
Yeah, just to let him get maybe like the blades so you get that damage that you can match.
Okay.
Versus the Centaur closer.
But what does this mean for the start for the Mars down bottom here, Bark? Is he going to be right left on his own for the first few waves?
First level he'll be okay, but level 2 when it hits on Jakiro, he's going to be pushed out completely. So might look to swap things up pretty soon here on the side of Tidebound. Planet trying for a half pull, he'll get it. Maybe he TPs with the half pull. He will. So cool approach coming in from them.
Yeah, we're going to see a bit of a different style from Liquid Safe Lane this time. Well, last time around a very defensive one with the TA and the Tinker. This time,
much more aggressive.
Tiny Jakiro, they're going to be out for blood.
Yeah, and overall I would say there's not really a way that Tidebound can get a kill down here unless there's a huge mistake. This should be Liquid having a pretty free start for Mickey. Bach, though, should be able to get some good CS down here. Especially at the start. And we did see he went for Victory Feast. It's a bit interesting since he is playing versus Save again. So we did see yesterday Saberlight going for that versus the Escape Act, and there was a lot of saves, so let's see if that comes into play at all.
I was going to say, how's sort of the vision game for Liquid that could maybe put him off from getting the blood sport?
It's like Shadow Poison can be pretty obnoxious anyway, just to always get vision, but not as good as yesterday's ways of attaining vision. So let's see if that comes into play. We'll have to keep eyes on that.
Because again, you know, people have got to die in the arena for you to get the benefit from this, and that was a problem we had yesterday, right? They weren't killing anyone in the arena.
Yeah, 0 died in that arena. And yeah, we're seeing definitely this little thing that they did at the start here is allowing Shiro to have a way better time.
Yeah, it was a smart move. They saw what happened to the Gyro yesterday.
Exactly.
They were like, we cannot let that happen here for Shiro.
I mean, they saw the Centaur coming a mile away. That's why they picked up Mars. It was preemptive. Yeah, so preemptive. So stacks coming in. Planet double stack. Looks like he will be giving up that that Lotus up top. So you know a fun one about the disruption? You know how this works, right, with Lotuses?
What do you got?
You don't exist. So if you actually stand on the Lotus pool and you disrupt someone, you get the Lotus.
Sure, they don't
because they're gone. They're banished.
Yeah. Same for the Shrine of Wisdom, I imagine.
Yeah,
right?
it's the same for the Shrine. So it's actually one of the really powerful ones in order to actually steal these Lotuses or objective contests.
Does Torrent throw you up far enough that you don't count as being there?
No, you still exist.
You still exist.
I think it's only OD Astro and Disruption. I don't even know if ODS.
What about Toss?
No,
you're still there.
Existing. Top, Foxy.
But you don't exist for whether or not you block a camp, right? So why do you exist?
That's different. That's Z-axis on the spawn points.
I see. See
what I mean?
Okay, so the Z-axis for like the shrines and the lotuses, that
doesn't exist.
It's all the way up there. Yeah.
20 and 8 mid lane, so we are seeing especially that early kill for Nothing to Say. Double Bracer, he's having a bit of an edge at the moment over Nisha. They get the X connection. Planet's here.
See if they've got enough with Planet.
They've also got Y. What
a lovely angle there from Y.
What a play.
Now extra bit of control and damage will allow them to take Nisha down.
All right, we've got a game building up. Tidebound, after that first one, have fixed things up in the laning phase especially. Nisha does deny the water rune from the bottom one, but Nothing to Say will be able to double Bracer backpack and get the one top. Why? Boxy? This looks like a pretty tough kill to go for.
Yeah, so I'm going to get the connection with that Shadow Poison.
He's got 9 stick and Fairy Fire, so...
Yeah, even if he gets, 5, it's not happening.
No, it's not going to happen. Much better start. Infinitely so. Bach, of course, is still struggling a bit, but he's getting his CS. He hasn't been brought down here. Tiny is free farming, as Liquid tends to set up for Mickey. A lot of small things coming into play. So this bottom lane now, it's a half pull that comes out from Insania, so positioning for the lane will be more dangerous for Bach in these next 45 seconds or so.
And what are we going to get from the mid-conquer? Is it still going to be the Phase Blade Mail Radiance?
Yeah.
You want a Radiance this game?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Don't see why not. Unless it doesn't... No, I don't see why not.
You don't care about the disruption?
No, I wouldn't say so much. Level 6 is hit, Nothing to Say. They go immediately.
Straight away, make the move on Anisha. They're bringing the supports. Make sure it's an easy kill once again.
He's crushing it this time, Nothing to Say. He's like, Nisha, you got the edge last time. Somebody got your number. Rotations from the 2 supports. Yet again to get the kill. The second he hit 6. He actually X'd him before that creep died, and then throws the boat almost immediately.
Yeah,
so
quick moves.
And he's pressuring tower here too. He's got the next creep wave. He's got another Tidebringer to force it in. Boxy probably needs to make the move over.
See if they can try for the setup. Do these two actually... Yeah, they can't try and kill him.
Just
not without the 6 on Nisha. It's just still over half a level away.
And a Dream Rune for Nothing to Say, and amp damage. He's going to look inside the stacks to steal. It's only a double stack, though, so nothing to write home about, but at least it's something. Nisha will be dragging creep waves with his boar. Doesn't want to play in that same spot and probably just wants to be efficient with farm, with axes. Infinitely better start, though, across the board. And I really do like the way that they set up that initial try start for Shiro, because it's making the big difference for him. He has excellent CS up here versus the Centaur.
Absolutely. If we ever get some sort of gyro versus Centaur again, I feel like if the teams don't do this, they're doing it wrong.
Agreed.
This is definitely the way to play it.
Yeah, at least the first 2 waves secure him those extra CS, and then it does look like it is quite nice. Shrines of Wisdom. Y does want to look for the contest. Boxy's super low level. Going for the double stack. Y.
As you said,
bringing the numbers.
Oh, cooldown coming in from Shiro.
A lot of damage.
Can Liquid fight this? I mean,
the Kunkka's coming too.
Yep, they're going to have the combo coming in straight away over to the 2 of them. They get the cleanup, they get the Shrine of Wisdom, they get it all here, Tidebound.
They are playing this early game absolutely perfect. Level 8 now on Nothing to Say. Connecting over. Boxy is level 2, Owen.
That's not good.
That's not good.
Yeah, he did.
Struggling.
Yeah, one rough game, of course, yesterday as well, right, on the Shadow Shaman.
True.
Something about these Shadow heroes.
Yep. See it again. I mean, great rotation, great timing coming over for Shiro to connect. The fact that Shiro is 6 already, right? The fact that he's got this call down, this extra damage is so much for them to deal with.
Also, from what you were telling me, could he not have just disrupted Y and got the Shrine of Wisdom himself before the rest had turned up?
He probably could have, but I don't know if everybody knows about that whole interaction thing. I'm sure Boxy does.
You would have thought. I'm pretty sure if he disrupted him, if it's indeed as you say, it would have been long enough for him to get it himself.
It happens. It happens. Mistakes made. Tidebound capitalizing. Blade Mail soon to be finished, almost pretty much after these 2 stacks. He can actually work on that Ancient if he'd like to. It's a huge one.
Oh, Insania. Oh, it's just going to be a freebie. You got the ward, but...
they can just... I mean, they're going to know there's a ward there too, right? So
he was doing it for the low ground, right? Yeah. Well... they had a rough one in game 1 yesterday. Maybe the rough one's going to be in game 2 today, Liquid.
An early 3K lead. They've got Ice Blast online. The 2 supports are huge because of these early moves they've been able to set up in the lanes. And overall, Bach, he did not die. So he's had a really good lane start into this off lane too, besides the other 2 lanes going successful. So across the board, these 3 lanes are looking good. Mickey's farming very well, but they're looking for aggro.
Nisha. They've got the setup, but the disruption will come into play. Stops him from getting dragged back into the combo, so Nisha will be fine.
The main reason they want that SD, of course, versus the Kunkka to get that protection. But yeah, he's going to be... That feels like it's going to be Boxy's entire impact in this game at this point. It's going to be mostly, at least in this early game, he's going to be...
sitting behind the cores.
Yeah, just to save them. He's just so poor at this point. Shiro steps up a bit far.
He's got backup coming in, though. And Liquid don't have enough damage to kill him. Not even close, in fact. Now they might be in trouble themselves. The Saberlight gets dragged back into the Calling and the Torrent.
All this because this early. Shiro just a bit tankier than probably they expect because of how farmed he is at this early start. Survives the dive.
Nothing to say. Can you get another catch here? There's still 7 seconds to X Smart.
And they cannot touch this Kunkka right now. 1600 HP phase boot plus the Blade Mail. They even look for another setup onto Nisha. He's looking for the power rune. They're coming. And Bach closed the gap. He doesn't have phase boots.
It's going to be difficult. But he's got him. He's got him.
What a play. They truly have Nisha's number.
Yeah, they're crushing this early game here, Tidebound.
0-3 on this Beastmaster. And look at the assists too. Oh my goodness.
Well, there's Muerta.
This Muerta's everywhere. I mean, why? Absolutely killing it this game too.
This tower's gone.
Sure is. As you said, Mickey is having still a very good game. The farm isn't terrible on the Beast and the Centaur. It's just the difference, of course, between this Kunkka and this Gyro and the supports, right? We just have to keep mentioning because of the double Shrine steal how high level they are in comparison. Insania's level 5, so he's actually found a decent amount, but Boxy's still just level 3. It's going to be a very slow start. Level 3 Shadow Demon versus a level 10 Kunkka.
Yeah, and a Kunkka that's on track to have a very good Blade Mail Radiance timing with this start to the game. Nothing to say on these stacks to clean up.
Can we get our stack counter again? Can we get a chance? Because usually I always like bringing these up too, especially versus Liquid.
Look at that.
Usually Liquid's the stackers. Not the case this time.
Yeah, the supports are popping off. But Y on his Muerta for his involvement, and yeah, Planet putting the work in with the stacks.
Yep. And he's got good kill involvement, right? They did make rotate. It was a level 2 AA TPing to the mid lane to gank. So these are really heads-up moves that we see from Tidebound this game in order to ensure this early game. 4K lead. Liquid, they've got the Blade Mill finished for Saberlight. Nisha needs a lot of time to be able to farm, so maybe not going to see many moves from them.
I guess this is the thing as well, right? Tidebound, around Kunkka in particular as well, especially if he gets the rum off. Him and Bark, they're hard to burst. It's not going to be easy for Mickey to find a timing to turn up to these fights and start getting kills right.
Honestly, everyone will be, because of how the laning phase, when even the Gyrocopter is deceptively tanky, especially if he gets that rum off. When he's on Strength Treads, it's 1500 HP.
So it's going to be pretty much a very heavy sort of farm game from Mickey. Do you think will there be chances for him to turn up, or is he going to be fully focused on just trying to keep up in farm?
Keep up in farm until he's got Shadowblade, right? Once he's got Shadowblade Shard, then he can start hunting backline supports because he'll be able to essentially one-shot them, but it does feel like it's going to be quite slow pace from Liquid, and Tidebound can thrive with map control. And Saberlight's timings are all quite a bit delayed in comparison to how it would be if he just was left in a normal scenario versus this Gyro lane. He's got more than Mars.
He does, yeah. Both off laners having a bit of a slow one.
Yeah. Top tower, another one to fall. Missing the last hit.
Oh.
Come on.
Uh-oh.
Come on.
Come on. Come on. He's not got low damage anymore, you know. No excuses for that.
That was literally the banner creep, the little flag banner. He just took it. Saberlight. TPs. Get some farm at the T2 coming probably soonish. Or he'll farm the neutrals. Nothing to say. Wants to invade. They'll find Boxy.
Boxy will have the disruption to mess with him. And might be enough to allow him to break away, yeah.
Yep. Why couldn't get the angle for the dead shot? The speed that you get along this river does make it hard a lot of times to get some of these catches. You do see that disruption save him. Downtime for Liquid that they absolutely are very happy about, to be able to sit back and acquire these items that they need after the lanes. Tidebound does not want that downtime, though. They want to get more kills. They have such good burst damage between these three. They'll bring nothing to say. Looks like they are going to look for the Centaur. The line is drawn by Boxy, so they 100% are anticipating this attempt for the steal of the Shrine again. Just will they have enough? Because it's 4 heroes of Tidebound. Big clash.
Saberlight is going to try and get it before they can approach, but they'll be able to get in time. Liquid, they're going to try and bring together the forces to attempt to fight this one. And Saberlight, he's dead. Drop the boat down as well, so nothing to say he's going to have that extra level of protection.
They got it. Looks like they'll get nothing to say, though. The backup's coming in.
Let's see if they can clean up more here with Nisha. Nothing to say, falling pretty low. They'll get him.
They needed that so bad.
Turning up in their numbers. They're able to get these kills, push them out of it. They don't stop, nothing to say, from being able to get the Shrine of Wisdom, but they are able to make them pay for it.
Yeah, soaking Saberlight actually returning a lot of damage with this Blade Mail, just running into them. And they, as you said, they brought the numbers. They brought all 5 to be able to contest that one to get these trade kills, which they need. No Shrine of Wisdom, but a good exchange. 1,600 gold that they get off of that. Hey, that's all. I mean, Nisha now is very close to having the Aghanims done. The Macro Pyre, too, that was a pretty good connection. Kind of perfect along the initial stun to put nothing to say low at the start of the fight.
And just able to kite him out as well there, Boxy, into the trees.
You see Bach was coming, too. Like, he wants to join to get some extra trade kills, but he was just a bit too far.
Yeah, that's true. And Mars there a little bit earlier.
Would have been huge.
Could have certainly changed the outcome of that.
But it's easier for Liquid to get the numbers there.
It's a very difficult spot the map to get to if you're not there at the start of the play.
Bach literally had to race all the way from the right side of the map to try to attempt to get there.
I'll go for the Tormentor. Should have it safely here with the 5 of them.
Yep. And it doesn't look like Liquid can actually go for that trade that we see a lot in this tournament now. The Roshan trade, since the Aghanims is not done on the Beast yet. If they had the Beast Ags, they would have likely ran to that Rosh, so Tidebound should be able to contest this Roshan play that can be coming up soon. And they get a very good shard, of course.
Absolutely. It's always a bit risky when you have a Moet on the team, right? Because you don't want them to get the shot.
They always do, too.
It's like, oh, you know. Definitely that least exciting one, really, on one of the meta supports right now.
Hey, late game, that shard actually matters.
Late game?
When you get,
if you get...
Oh, I'm telling you, like, you get like 10% spell amp with double dead shots. Like, this stuff starts to add up. But yeah, absolutely.
But you want something that adds up now, not in like 40 minutes.
It's also, it doesn't really do anything else but spell. It does literally nothing but spell amp, essentially. So, yeah, the AA one, he also has max cold feet. So it's going to be very effective for him. How's Mickey doing? Shadowblade very soon to be finished. Planet's been found in a very deep position. It doesn't look like they actually want to try for him. Solo Crest finished up.
He could have gone for the kill there, right?
I don't think they knew where everybody was.
The Planet.
Oh, you mean Planet?
Could he not just blasted him and...
I don't think he kills him.
He would have stopped his TP, right?
Actually, I guess he wants to save for a bigger target.
I guess he does. I guess he does. You know what I mean? He could have just blasted him in the face. Yeah, he had a +1 around.
No, definitely.
But yeah, indeed, he was like, whatever, Shadow Demon, I don't care. I want a bigger kill.
So this is a bit interesting to me, how this game they build Solar Crest because they have this gyrocopter, right? You want to be able to buff him up.
Yep.
Last game they didn't build one for their big carry, but they're playing with the Shadow Demon who dispels. So it's just a bit interesting to see sometimes when teams prioritize...
Last game they were probably like, well, we lost this one. You know, when you're losing a game, you don't care about protecting your carry. You just care about flaming each other. You know, so it's like that one was lost. This one they're playing a week because they're like, we can win this one.
It's just like I'm always so curious about sometimes these itemizations. Like sometimes it's just like, yep, Atos is so good because we want this, but this time we want to buff our gyro, but it can just get purged off. So yeah, we'll see if that ends up working for Planet. It's always a good pickup anyway to have.
But that's the thing, right? You think it's your support being nice for your carry buying him these items, but in reality, it's your support making sure that he doesn't get demonic purged and the carry does, you know? Well, if I'm buffing my carry, the Shadow Demon has to throw his spells on him. I'm actually going to live as a support, you know? So the AA is thinking about himself at the end of the day.
I'm sure he's not if you build Solar. Smoke up. Radiance is done for nothing to say, so big timing that he's got. Aghanim is also for Shiro. Looking to get this wrap around. Nisha has Ag. This is a super ideal pick.
It's a big one if they can get the jump on him. The cooldown will connect, but it's very deep. They get the X mark, but the disruption's there.
That was awkward. Nothing to say, actually didn't have phase boots up and he was getting blocked by his teammates or something. He couldn't close the gap.
Was he?
X.
Oh, let's get a replay of that. Who's
weird.
getting the blame?
I mean,
someone was blocking him?
I mean, that looked weird. It looked like he was able to actually phase boot and close the gap. But either way, Shadow Demon was there to get the save, and now a lot of spells used. Call down, especially Liquid, wanting to strike off of that.
Yeah, you reckon he might have been able to get that X sooner?
Maybe. Either way.
Yeah.
It's a slip up that can definitely get punished here. Boxy has a Blink Dagger now. Shiro. Uh-oh.
Well, let's see if Liquid succeed in finding a big kill.
Yeah, absolutely.
Snappy coming in. They get the jump, the roar, the Macropire.
That's pretty huge. Liquid
they're considering fighting back, Bart. They'll get the pushback with the spear. But they don't have their gyro, and it's quite a significant amount of their damage output right now.
And it is the Centaur.
Yeah, so they're going to let Saberlight be.
Liquid showing that they can catch back up.
Good stride back. And we're seeing, you know, consistently the farm. You know, Mickey, as I said, he's played a safe game. He's not getting involved in stuff that he doesn't need to. And we're going to see. So what happened here?
Look, ready?
Watch the Kunkka. Where's the X mark?
Watch. Ready? Blocked.
Oh.
Right?
He was getting blocked a little bit. A little bit.
But either way, you could also say that they usually want to tell the Kunkka to be the one leading, and Shiro was leading. So a pretty big miss up there.
Because that would have been a huge kill. And they get that. They're probably not losing their gyro moments later top.
Liquid.
So unfortunate stuff there for Tidebound, especially considering their entrance into this game, where they have had such a pretty impressive lead. That lead's now dwindling. It's moving away. Mickey's now in the top spot as the Tiny.
It's getting closer and closer to that 50-50, it feels like, after that fantastic start that Tidebound had. How's Saberlight's itemization looking? He is still a ways away from the pipe, but it's, again, a fantastic pipe game versus all 5 of these heroes.
It's kind of crazy that him and Bach are struggling on the same level this game.
Yeah.
They've been pretty much the whole time at the same net worth. It's not been an easy game for the offlaners.
But Bach has not died.
But
he's died 3 times, and he actually has slightly higher net worth.
Well, that's the thing, because he's actually been able to get involved in something. Bach's not really been able to do much, if anything. Right? He's just got the 1 assist. He hasn't really been able to get involved or find solid opportunities to turn up and fight with the rest of the team. It's been a very kind of, not a lot's going on here from the offlane position here for Mars this game.
I mean, the question of the Mars, we were saying, he does have Blink now, so he can get involved, but
I feel like
he's been struggling.
Some heroes at this tournament have just been kind of cursed, I feel like. The Slark supports and the Mars offlanes, it's all that level of, they turn up, they get a pretty horrific KDA, and then they leave. And then for some reason they turn up again.
It's the Slark supports, unless you're 9-classer sucks.
Sure.
Saberlight. He's going to finish this pipe, and then I feel like Liquid can actually go for the 5v5 fights rather than just going for small pickoffs. They're going to potentially be strong enough versus Tidebound when they have that picked up. But Tidebound, they also are getting close to this next big timing, BKB for Shiro, as well as the BKB on the Kunkka. They're going to ideally look for that triple BKB timing versus Liquid. Yeah. But Liquid does have ways around BKBs. They have Roar, they have Shadow Demon. High physical damage from Tiny.
No, they're very ready for this. Here we go with the smoke up.
Yeah, BKB's finished up for Nisha, actually. Quite early after this Aghanims. Level 15 for him. Purge.
See what they want to do about this Tidebound. Saberlight's in. It's the hoof stomp. Stampede as well. At the roar out on towards Nothing to Say. Nice Buck to follow up. The arena's down from Buck, who catch the 2 supports, but the disruption comes out. Nothing to Say will get the boat thrown down. Look towards Saberlight. Saberlight caught by the cold feet. They'll finish off the Centaur.
The carries are coming.
Nisha's BKB about to come to an end as well, and Shiro turns up for the high ground with the damage. Will be able to take out the Beastmaster.
The tick out does happen. Does the Kunkka also... Oh my god, the Shadow Poison just ticks off at the end there. That was actually close to almost getting him.
They'll take that, right? They've managed to kill off the 2 cores. They only lose themselves the 2 supports.
Yeah.
It was just a great position for them to end up finding a fight that the kind of Liquid themselves led themselves into. Shiro, he was ready to join from the high ground. Very easy for him.
They don't have Mickey. They need Mickey if they want to go for that play. He was all the way on the south side, still finishing up his BKB, didn't want to get involved.
Yeah, we'll see it again here.
The boat comes out, and there's not enough.
It's at this point, right? Saberlight, he's gone for this. Nisha's gone for the Roar, but where's the damage coming in to kill the Kunkka? That's the problem, right?
I mean, Bach, it was perfect timing.
It does. This time around, he's there, ready to just mess with the 2 backline supports and make sure there isn't that immediate follow-up to maybe stand a bit of a better chance of killing Nothing to Say. Because he just said towards the end, he did tick down very, very low.
I think it was like 1 or 2 seconds off from the Shadow Poison, right? Look, he still has it here. Look at the Shadow Poison. He actually popped it himself. He activated it on Saturday.
Well, you're saying if he didn't pop it, he would have been able to pop it when the Rum had gone down to like 1 HP, and he might have had him. If he just, I know one of those situations where if you didn't press anything, you might have done a better job.
Wild stuff. Nikkei, as we said, BKB is finished, so he didn't turn up to that last fight, but now, Tidebound, is this their BKB timing? Shiro has it. Mars doesn't quite yet. Kunkka doesn't yet, but they're looking to fight anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
clash.
This could be tough because Mickey being involved, this Tiny's going to be pretty terrifying. They get the setup on him, though. Atos to hold Mickey back first. Put the Macropire down onto Y during the Pierce the Veil. It's doing a lot of damage.
Y,
he's might tick out. Yeah, the tree comes in. Mickey's able to finish him off. Bart's trying to jump in. In the arena, the Ice Blast coming in across the 2 of them. In fact, the 3 of them catches all 3 cores. A pretty much perfect Ice Blast there from Planet. Makes the connection. Mickey has to go for the BKB TP out. See if the rest of Liquid can survive here. Boxy TP's out in the trees. The X-Mark is going to be able to bring back Insania.
What a nice play.
They were ready for that one, and indeed, yeah, this time around the combo hitting Buck, now starting to get these big arenas off. And yet that perfectly, the radius of that blast clipped all 3 cores.
You couldn't, honestly, Bach stepping it up massively, right? We were criticizing these Mars, but there you go. Just lands the Spear Initiation on Nisha at the start. They chain sequence the combo.
He's ready to make his case for the Mars.
Yeah, and we see the Victory Feast actually come into play too. Some extra damage and heals inside that arena.
Yeah, we'll see this again.
They were set up for it. A beautiful setup. Even though they killed Y at the start, they have that high ground positioning advantage, and it's all Bach here. Look at this.
As a Planet, look at this beautiful Ice Blast. They just sort of push back the arena as well, push Mickey back into the blast as well.
Didn't see that.
Very nice blast connection, and at that point, yeah, the fight's completely over for Liquid. They're lucky to be able to bail Mickey out of there, really.
Really nice stuff from Tidebound, and especially that's before they had the 2 BKBs on the Mars or the Kunkka.
Yeah, and that was the fight that was going to be the big one for Liquid, where they're like, we're going to bring our Tiny and get him involved.
True.
Doesn't go well for them.
That was the pipe timing, that was the Tiny timing to come in. And Tidebound reestablished that lead that they had in the early game, now having an Aegis on Shiro as well. And soon a Butterfly. That's actually quite early that he's going to be able to pick that one up. They have a lot of damage overall on the side of Liquid that, you know, just is going to go through that, but yeah, we'll be able to stand his ground decently perhaps versus the Tiny then. And Tiny, not really a hero that likes to build MKB too much, but we'll have
not really.
Very nice fight. Bach now BKB's finished, so it'll be even easier for him to perhaps get that grab. Boxy, he's been found. And look what Boxy's queuing up. BKB. You're playing into this arena, into pretty much also like these spells that just devastate you, all this floor damage. That's a bit funny. Would be one of the first Shadow Demon BKBs I think we see in a long, long time. but can understand the concept of why they want it. Saberlight even queuing one up.
Dire's middle tower.
Don't get a Tormentor. I feel like Saberlight might still deviate from the BKB, but he can still do BKB Aghanims. It's still a build that he obviously wants eventually on the Centaur. So far, Tidebound now. Winning the biggest fight of the game, it feels like. And now, with this Aegis, looking to increase that momentum. Their fights have become much easier with triple BKBs, too. Sania is spotted. Ice Blast actually clips on him.
Lovely hit there from Planet.
Slow down. That looks like it was shot toward like the mid lane, and then it like bypasses mid lane, and just ideal that it sets up on him there when they have the ward. Planet on point. Oh, and he's queuing up the refresher on Planet too. Hell yeah.
Okay.
Very fun. How do these cores play into getting Ice Blast? Like the Tiny, good luck, just Ice Blast him twice. See ya.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't need anything else, right? He's got his Glimmer. He's got his Solar Crest. You know, he's done his supporting duties.
Yep.
And as we've seen, he's hitting all these Ice Blasts, so why not throw another one into the mix?
Yeah, he doesn't need Atos or Gleipnir or anything.
No.
He's hitting all the blasts.
Exactly, the setup's there, and even if the setup isn't there, he's making the connection.
Saberlight wanting to steal the Shrine. Nothing to say is already there. They threw the scan. Can he get it in time? He does actually get it in time.
He's going to die for it, though, surely. Ice Blast coming in. Is there any way out for him? He's going to try for the TP out. He's going to tick down low, but he might actually just live here. Nope, never mind. He will not live here.
Another Ice Blast that hits. How many of these have been hitting? Look at that XP. 2,000 for the AM.
And another kill here for Tidebound.
They are really starting to find their footing. A little bit of a hiccup at some moment, but then right after that last fight, everything is back to position level 16 on 8. Did he get 2? He almost got 2 levels for that kill.
He gets the solo XP right from that kill in the fountain.
The dream. Yeah, Planet having a phenomenal game. I mean, the whole team, honestly, they are having a very, very good game so far here.
What's the plan now for Liquid? They sort of tried to go for that timing where they turned up for a team fight. Didn't go great. Since that, they've had to sort of sit back, get back to the farming, but it can't feel too good right. Sure, on the gold, Mickey pretty much keep it up dead even with that of the gyro here for Shira, but it's just in that matchup with the butterfly online for Shira, it just doesn't feel good being the Tiny, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I think the next timing really is just wait for the MKB on Tiny, but you still have to be very careful with these overall team fight clashes, as we've seen Tidebound just that much stronger in the 5v5 now. And yeah, they're starting to get surpassed a lot by some of these other heroes on top. Like you said, Planet, he's ahead of the offlaners. Having such a good game.
He's just having a fantastic time. I'm looking forward to refresher plays.
Yeah,
he's got 3,200 gold in the bank. He's getting there.
Until he switches the build and goes for some Hex. I'd be happy with a refresher. Why not?
I mean, I like the refresher. I feel it's a little unnecessary. Do you really need the double Ice Blast? I mean, for style points, absolutely. You know, you hit them once, they try and TP out, you hit them again in the base, and especially once you get the level 20 talent, you got the plus 5 seconds of duration. They're Ice Blasted forever.
When you layer it, it's 34 seconds, right? If you actually do it like that.
Yeah, if you wait.
Yeah, if you wait.
Oh, he's not going to wait.
0 heal.
He's just going to go bam, bam.
You could just do it back to back, pretty much. Stack that up. Or you can just, ult one target and then ult the other target.
Sure, you just hit more in a team fight, yeah.
He's got options that he can go for here.
And a lot of refresher plays to make.
Smoke up from both sides, Liquid. Looking for a potential catch, unable to find it. Liquid still, their pickoff is phenomenal. It's about the 5v5 team fights of how that's going to be really decided.
They're coming over as well through.
They're looking for it.
Through the Twin Gate.
They do have the MKB done for Tiny.
He's got good damage, Mickey.
Oh, nothing to say.
Mickey's going to see him.
He's alone. He's getting stunned.
Oh, he'll get the BKB off, but does it matter? Can they kill him through it? They can.
Oh, man. That is the biggest pick they could find. Can they turn it into more 60 seconds? They didn't have to use too much at all, just a roar.
I mean, surely they could at least get a tower.
But
as the push comes in.
Oh, and that is a huge kill. And he uses the BKB too, right? And I think that was his 9-second or his 8-second. Didn't see which one. Either way, one of the long ones. Slow down the momentum of Tidebound.
They're ready to go again. See if they can make another hit whilst the Kunka's dead.
They saw the gyro top. looking to strike Prax in mid. They have this ward from Boxy that is seeing why.
I mean, that's going to be, if they're able to kill off Nothing to Say and then kill Shiro,
That'd be devastating.
that is the dream situation for Liquid.
Oh, and they're on him. Roar is back up in 10 seconds.
Or they'll settle for Y. So that will, you know, at least give Shiro the chance to play it safe.
These pickoffs are pretty huge. Now it's going to be 40 seconds no muerto.
They might still dive.
They're
Okay,
wanting
they
to
can't.
continue.
They're getting the Blink Dagger cancelled here on Saberlight with the Vortexes.
Mickey has his Blink Dagger. Can't close the gap. Chaining these kills back to back, it makes it difficult for Tidebound to get that 5-man together to mount a fight. Liquid. Back into that comfortable spot.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Full Satanic done. As you said, Mickey just a little bit ahead almost every single time. It feels like just like 100 or 200 ahead throughout this entire game.
For all the chaos that's sort of gone down, I feel like Mickey's played this game pretty perfect. 3-0-2. He's known exactly where he should and shouldn't be. Like this is exactly what you need to be seeing from a carry. And when you're kind of playing a losing early game, he's just not made any mistakes, Mickey, so far.
I'm sorry for this, Owen, but he's the rock, right?
There you go.
Yeah, he's the rock for the team.
Yeah, he's absolutely the rock. That's the solid rock that they need.
I had to use that was my B cop right there. Things have slowed down massively. I mean, gold lead is pretty much gone now for the side of Tidebound after that 2 kills that they were able to sequence on the side of Liquid. Experience almost dead even now again, too. Starting to acquire these items that they were it felt like they were very far from not too long ago. Now they've got them finished up. Saberlight's BKB's done. Shiva soon for Nisha. Starting to feel perhaps a little scary again for the side of Tidebound if they're not ready for the 5v5.
Yep. Seeing if he can find a Roar. He can. And Mickey, they'll get the toss back. They've caught the 2 of them. Bark has to put the BKB and drop the arena. Ice Blast is coming in. Nisha puts the BKB, walks out the arena, looks to finish off Bark. Bark trying to juke him out. Bark still alive. Mickey, can he find the finishing blow to him? He can't. Bark will live. Nothing to say now, but the tideway brings Nisha back. And Nisha with the BKB already used. He's falling low, but Mickey in with the jump. The 2-man avalanche toss onto the both of them. Now Nothing to say. Pops the BKB, the Gale Guard. Gets him up to the high ground. Shiro tries to stand his ground against Mickey. They're getting Mickey and Insania low. Bark in with another spear. Doesn't get the latch, but the tideway brings it back down to the low ground. That doesn't matter. The disruption's there. Mickey, he's actually going to blink in aggressively. Tries to find Shiro, but the Glimmer Cape's up. Shiro's going to get protected. Mickey will get the toss off, but he's caught by the cold feet. Can they keep Mickey alive? They can. He's alive. Survive. They're closing on a Shiro. Mickey throws the tree and doesn't matter. Shiro lives. The flak will finish off Mickey. Finally, though, Boxy ends up being the one left standing for Liquid as he clears up Shiro at the end of it.
Holy shit, what a sloppy fight from both sides, kind of just throwing spells all over the place, but who ends up actually winning this one? It feels like it's pretty dead even, right?
Boxy.
Let's say, what's the actual gold exchange and XP exchange? It's a 600 extra gold change for Liquid and a pretty much dead even XP exchange.
I mean, Boxy must have got some serious levels, though, from the end of that, right?
7,000 XP. He got 7k XP. How many levels is that? 4?
Oh, we did. Yes, I haven't really got. Yeah, it's 7k XP. He got 7k XP.
I think that's 4 or 5. Yeah, 4.5 levels.
If we see the replay, we might be able to catch his level at the start of the fight.
Yeah. Holy crap. I mean, little things coming into play massively there. That last flak catching him out the sidelines there. That was crazy.
So he's level 15.
So 4 levels.
Just hit level 15 at the start of this fight, Boxy. Ends up level 19.
Bach living, this is actually really important.
He lived for so long.
The fact that he lives here till the end, it actually makes a big difference because he gets that spear later on Mickey that prevents a lot of things. I mean, this is a crazy fight from both sides. Some really cool spell casting.
Yeah. Yeah, Mickey, he really tried to push his limits on this one, you know, getting in with this first jump. And then we see him sort of get saved in a moment. He goes in again.
And then Bach over here, since he was still alive, is able to pull him in. Yeah, it was all little things coming into play here. And then this one, right? There's no detection. Doesn't let Mickey get the toss. So probably allows Shiro to survive there and get the finish up with this last flak.
I mean, this is the thing, because Mickey also could have lived right. He gives up his invis to throw the tree, and in turn of throwing the tree and breaking his invis with the Shadow Blade, the flak cannon hits, they see him.
That's true.
So he could have walked out alive, tried to throw the tree in. It wasn't enough damage to get Shiro immediately. Obviously, Shiro just died at the end of it. Big Ice Blast coming in, not soon enough, though. Liquid, they've killed Roshan, and we'll get the Aegis picked up on Mickey.
Now he's got the Silver Edge.
Now he's got the full Silver Edge, yeah.
And an Aegis for the next fight, too. So with that, just feel like it's a little bit easier for Liquid to approach. Bach almost with a Hex for the next one and a Daedalus. So Shiro Does increase his damage a lot. That last fight was crazy. But yeah, Boxy definitely incredibly happy as he's now level
20.
Level 20. And this is a big 20, I have to be honest. This is the 15% disseminate. So now he's got a 50% shared damage. So it's like that. What we usually like to say is like this weird fatal bond kind of style ability. So it's pretty huge. Even if he throws it on something like the Tiny, like on Mickey, it's going to be able to display a lot of damage, or the Centaur. Does have some good targets to be able to go for with it, now that he's gotten so many levels. Usually a spell we don't talk about too much, but you usually don't see a Shadow Demon level 20 at this point.
How close is Planet to his 20, as I said? That's always a big one for the AA. He's pretty close.
Also, yeah,
Point of it.
definitely important to mention that Shiro did get an Ultra Kill at the end and got all the levels. So he went from 23 to 26.
He did, you know, before he died and gave up a lot of XP to Boxy. He, of course, got a lot of XP and gold himself on the Gyro.
So he's got that minus flak. And he's got the Daedalus for the next fight, too. This next fight, it's going to be massive, and it is into the Aegis.
Who's going to find who first?
And they spent out pretty much all their gold, right?
Fine Planet.
I think everybody spent their gold,
Yeah,
except for...
only Saberlight has buyback.
Yeah, absolutely everybody spending it. Muerto with an Ags, another big timing for them. It's dangerous moments.
I mean, that's the sort of wombo combo and Team 5 Tidebound's pretty terrifying, right? Yes. Arena cooldown, boat, double Ice Blast, Ags dead shot. It's a lot of control, unless Liquid's able to play smart with the BKBs.
I got to keep eyes on this double Ice Blast.
Yep.
This is really important. Planet cannot get caught at the start of this fight. He's super important. And look at how he's probably saying that, I'm going to the base, guys. Get ready to be able to have that set up for the Ice Blast. And he gets the best neutral item he probably could get for himself, too. The Timeless Whispers of the Dread.
Yeah, I love it.
Insane amount of
what enchantment did he get on it?
Timeless.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Timeless is... sorry, it's covered over by the HUD. I didn't see you up there. I don't know what the names are. I say the spell amp one. Timeless Relic, yeah, sure. That one makes sense.
I feel like most of them are pretty crude. Makes up it.
And what does crude mean? Yeah, there's the art. Got the Stampede. That's going to get him out the first Ice Blast.
Shiro used his BKB very early.
Now he's got to back off now, and he's just going to get the chance to get the Raw on towards White.
Oh, and without BKB, Shiro can't fight.
No, absolutely not. They've got to keep him hidden on the high ground.
That's the first Ice Blast used as well. He'll have it up again in 20 seconds, but Liquid, as soon as they see that BKB used early, they're like, okay, we've got control of this fight. Nothing to say. Not close to his next big item. Mika has hit 25, so Avalanche cooldown is online. How are the rest of these items looking? Saberlight still has yet to queue up if he even wants. He doesn't even seem like he wants the cart this game. So we have seen most of the time.
Yeah, the cart's kind of hype.
Especially when you're versus Mars. And we all want to see the tiny toss with the cart and the Centaur, of course, but...
Yeah, I mean, I guess even if it is later on in the game, right, Crimson does still feel nice against Flak, but it is kind of later in the game.
I guess it is just because of that Flak, though. That's actually a really good shout, yeah. And they do have the seal totems, as we see pointed out, so maybe feeling they have bail, but it's about the bailout through the arena.
Exactly.
Get him in the car. Someone, but either way, it's going for down a different route.
And for the cool toss plays.
Exactly. That's what we want to see, but...
He'll get it next, I think. I think that's what's going to be next on the list here for Saberlight, because, you know, he's not buying the Shivas. Obviously, Nisha's got that for the team.
Nisha also is very close to having a refresher, Owen. These BKB piercing disable, it's going to be pretty massive, because that's the one thing about Tidebound that do lack as the game progresses, is ways to hold down these heroes. While Liquid does have 2, soon to be 3 versions of being able to do so. They do have a lot of disable, though, but they have to get it before the BKBs come out. Like, Bach has Hex, and then they have Spear in the follow-up, but there is going to be the save, so they have to keep tabs of Boxy, who long are the days ago when Boxy was like a level 2, level 5 support. He's level 20 with the Blink BKB lens. So absurd cast range and very tanky. And he will be able to get
free
shard. Speaking of Boxy. And yeah, lens with the magnifying monocle as well. The cast range, it gets pretty ridiculous once you start stacking these all up for yourself. Age is still for 20 seconds. Pointing out, Mickey also did get Pyrrhic Cloak. It's a pretty huge one when you're playing these very tanky cores. And he does get Titanic as well, which is one of the best ones for the Tiny. What did Shiro end up having? He has Mindbreaker plus Titanic, right? So also a very strong one for him. No boots on Shiro. Does have this SNY.
Looking for the fight.
Yep. Refresher finished up for Nisha.
Bart can get him with a quick Hex. Could be quite a nice way to start things.
I feel like they have to get the start. I feel like if Liquid gets the start of the fights, it could just be disaster because they can just double roar, full commit onto Shiro. So I'd say for Tidebound, they want to get that start because they don't have a save. That's my worry.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Liquid can reset the fights much easier.
Yeah. Mickey?
Oh, held in position. Oh, well, it's good job. He's got a refresher, so who cares about that first one? He's going to have a second one if he wants. Probably won't press it for this, but you know.
This could be huge. He can blink, Hex, they can chain disable, and they can maybe set up for Mickey here.
Yeah, that's true. What kind of backup does he have? Just a Jakiro right now, right? They're very split.
He can BKB TP instant if he expects them to be over here, but he doesn't see anything.
He's already used the blink. I don't know if he's going to BKB straight away here.
Let's see.
They saw him, right?
I thought the Ice Blast had seen him, but I guess not.
I guess it wasn't. Yep. They were getting insane. Yep. They'll drop the Stampede here to counteract the...
Mickey looking for a solo play.
Is he going to get
the backline? He bypasses the 4 heroes, and he finds Planet. And Nisha finds a pick-off also. So even though it's Tidebound making the move, it's actually Liquid who gets the better exchange.
Liquid might go for another one. Mickey's looking at them. Bach. Maybe doesn't want to mess around with the gyro.
Right, they can go for Bach. They're thinking about if they get closer.
Mickey's in.
Toss back plus a roar.
He's pretty deep now. He put the BKB here. Bach try and walk this off. He'll get the spear connection on towards the Tiny, but Nisha runs him down with the Shiva's guard. Bach's gone as well.
They don't even need to use the refresh roar. I thought he might just throw it out. That's 75-second no Mars. Liquid, these pickoffs are massive.
Yeah. I felt like it could maybe have gone the other way after that pause if they caught Mickey, but indeed they mustn't have had the vision. They didn't see him, and as it is...
Because it looked on our screen that the Ice Blast had passed over the Tiny, but I guess that was the lag that didn't actually show him with the Ice Blast. So
I don't know.
I don't know, either way.
Yeah, maybe just wasn't close enough to the passover area.
Yeah, maybe not. Liquid now. It's a Rax, and they're able to just claim off of this.
Or Mickey. Tries his look a little bit there.
Level 25 has been attained now for Nisha, so roar cooldown 30 seconds. It can continue. There's still no Mars. 35 seconds. Spent the gold.
Oh, Mickey.
Toss back.
He's in. They get the setup. Nothing to say. Is there any saving him? There is not.
There are no saves.
The Kunka's gone. Can Shiro and White find anything in return? They get the stun in on towards Mickey.
Ice Blast.
Ice Blast coming as well. Manisha jumps forward, ready with the second roar. Locks down Shiro. They turn straight towards Gyro. Shiro's having to get the BKB and the Satanic off, though. He's healing up. And Liquid, they're bailing out. BKB TP for Nisha gets him out of there, but Sableye ends up ticking down to the Ice Blast. Mickey and Insania have to run.
Insania, can he actually get himself out of this one?
Oh, the dead shot.
Clips him.
That girth there with the Aghanims clips him.
He's got Glimmer, but they've got the
they've got him.
Shiro able to stand that ground there versus everybody. Wait, what? No way. Oh, my God. I think they still see it. No. Oh, God. I can't believe
They're going to Ice Blast in a second, see if Planet can hit it blind.
He's not going to find him.
He's not going to try. He's out of there. He's out of there.
Oh, my God. How does he get out of that? Go find him with the Courier. Wait, the Courier. Saberlight got the gem.
Oh, wait. There you go.
Oh, just kidding. They killed the Courier. Planet will get the gem.
He tried. So they're able to push Liquid back. They do have to use the buyback, of course, on nothing to say. But we're definitely seeing, you know, if they don't coordinate things perfectly, because they did throw down a lot on Shiro, like the Raw, the I think the full toolkit of the Jakiro as well. It just wasn't enough. They couldn't kill the Gyro.
It's with the Kunkka, right? It's with him buying back, giving that extra bit of protection for him. That's really important. He's queuing up the Rapier on. And Shiro does still feel like he needs it versus this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. You know, sure, it's a close game. They're not that far behind. It's your 10k lead that Liquid have. It's something, but it's not like it's impossible to win without a Rapier. No. But the Rapier after we saw what we saw just then, it feels kind of safe, right? The chances that Gyro dies and loses the Rapier, I think, are pretty slim.
I think he also just wants the highest damage potential item that he can get with this data list, right? So it can be a bit of a risk, obviously, but
I think it's not it's not one of the riskier purchases that we've seen, in terms of Rapier being picked up. I think it's not a bad position to buy one.
My worry is just the lack of the save, right? That's their lineup doesn't have it now. If nothing to say, dies.
Did they get the boat? You get the boat on him,
but he has no buyback, right? So he's so important now. Nothing to say is the
yeah, I agree. Yeah, if the Kunkka dies, the team fight falls apart, and Shiro can fall.
Yeah. So these next few moments very important. They're looking to move forward here. They have this ward. It's Insania.
I'll get the BKB's up.
That's a.
I mean, they're gonna turn.
The cats.
They do. They just go straight away on Shiro, and this time around, Shiro can't be saved. He's dead. Oh, he felt a little too confident walking up like that. Liquid, they turn with the numbers. They kill him. He buys back. He's on his way over. He's still pretty far, though. It's going to take a bit of time for him to get over here, not before Planet goes down. Buying back. Well, that Rapier Dream's off the table now, Fold.
Yep.
With that buyback.
I do feel like it is a necessary one, too. It does feel like when I see these type of fights also. This one was really awkward how it starts, but I don't know. The fact that it's 5 heroes with BKB, right? How do you actually make an initial go versus Liquid as a Mars when you're playing versus 5 BKBs? The supports both have it.
I mean,
these fights are hard.
You gotta get him with that Blink Hex, right? And
Yeah,
you
Blink
have
Hex
to kind
first.
of find the Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Bark's gotta find Shadow Demon at all costs. Find Boxy.
Double Roar at the ready.
Zania is going in very aggressively. Nisha is in for the side. He finds the Roar to Bark. He fights the Mars. They kill the Mars. The Bowman coming the second Roar there.
Shiro.
Onto Shiro. They're moving over towards Dryo. He'll get the BKB and the Satanic off. So
Mickey?
Shiro will heal back up. Mickey's gone.
Wait, he has no buyback.
Liquid have to bail out of this.
Mickey has no buyback.
And there's a missile heading the way of Insania. Is he gonna die? The missile's coming in. It gets him. He couldn't kill it in time.
Oh my god.
Boxy.
The Ice Blast connections on Mickey. Perfect. And now they get the Roche. Rapier Dream's back on the table.
There it is. Get this Aegis online.
It is a triple buyback.
Triple buyback.
But a necessary one.
All of their buybacks now on cooldown on Tidebound. They'll have the Aegis to play with, and as you say, wow, they still need a lot of money for the Rapier.
But this is big though too, because not only is it the Aegis, it's the
Saber. He's gonna try for it.
Oh my god.
He's into the pit. It's a little bit early.
Does he get a steal? Any of them?
Can he pick up anything? Did he grab it? He's out with the car, but the Ice Blast is upon him. The Spear's gonna miss. Doesn't matter. He's still dead.
He got nothing.
He got nothing.
Not even a single component.
He at least does have a buyback. It was a risky move that I guess they, as a team and as Sableye felt that they needed to try and take after how the last fight went. But yeah, ends up dying as well.
There it is. The Rapier. It's online. 30 seconds. No Mickey. Push coming the other way. Tidebound. Now they have so much chain stun with Bach, right? With the refresher shard.
We'll check this out again. And it was a fair attempt. Just came in a little too early. And as you say, I did have maybe the chance to pick something up here. But in the moment of panic, didn't manage to grab anything.
Shiro takes out the tower.
Oh,
Tier 4s.
ready to look for the game here, potentially. Liquid, they do nearly have everybody back up.
Crimson's blocking 163 per hit.
A box in. Oh, disruption. Silver Blue Spirit, they make the jump into Shiro. Shiro, he's getting pretty low. He's actually dead the once. That's the Aegis.
What? Was that Blade? That guy died so fast.
Shiro, he's going to look for round 2. But he's dead, though. Pops the refresher, but he's dead. He doesn't get a chance to get anything off a second time.
Shiro?
They're going to try and run. The disruption there on Shiro. He does still have BKB and Satanic ready to pop if they did. But the dump's there with the Who Stomp. He'll keep his cool for now. As I say, still got BKB and Satanic if he feels necessary.
Roar in 5 seconds. Nisha.
He's in, but the silence! The silence clips him, will get the Roar off, but the BKB is already there. They can't kill Shiro off, and now Shiro's ready to step back towards them.
Shiro,
gets the double.
jeez.
Sableye back in with the Who Stomp. Can they burst him? They can! They bring Shiro down! Liquid, they get the kills. The Rapier in the hands of Mickey. Tidebound, 3 dead without buyback.
That fear almost making the difference on Nisha, pushing him back, but either way, they've got the numbers. All those buybacks used from Tidebound, Liquid. They've done it.
And even the Mindbreaker hit as well, I think was what clipped Nisha after he jumped in.
True.
And that little bit of silence disrupted. But indeed, the game's over. They've got nothing left to play with. Tidebound. GG is called. Liquid take game 2. And with that, the series clean 2-0.
Very cool game. Definitely very back and forth. Liquid showing that they had a very comfortable approach in the game. Even though Tidebound had that advantage for what felt like a lot of the game, it didn't matter. Liquid winning these last few big engagements. Tidebound had to throw a lot of extra buybacks to win those last few fights.
They did. Every buyback was on cooldown when it came to that final push that they tried around the pickups of Roshan and the Rapier. Indeed, they gave it a great shot here in game 2 after having a rough one in game 1, Tidebound, but still was not enough to take down Liquid. Liquid, the series theirs, 2-0 today against Tidebound.
And that's Liquid in the playoffs. But I will say this about Team Tidebound. I respect the hustle in the way that they lost there. They really went for it, going all out for the throne at the end. Made it exciting. But in the end, Team Liquid just too good in this series.
Yeah, I mean, just the way that Liquid win this game, it really shows that they are, just TI winning team, right? It is the fact that you're down so much pressure in laning phase, the Kunkka's just popping off. And they just see through that aggression. They find the correct time. They itemize in a way that they see an opportunity, they get pick-off, and they win the game. Like, the reason why Liquid wins this game is the constant pick-offs they found. If they don't get these like random kills across the map, they probably are going to get deathballed with how good the early game was. So yeah, testament to Liquid, just picking apart Tidebound.
For sure, and this fight an example, right? Like you're just playing the back lines, just using your spells from afar, getting an advantage when you can. Bach, he had a really good game though, I think, as this Mars. Like he hit really good spears. It is a sad game, I think, for Tidebound to lose because it looks so promising for majority of the game, but Liquid is just one of those teams. Like they know how to win a game.
I think it wasn't the issue with that highlight we just saw was that's Tidebound winning a fight, but it's after the fact. What did they achieve? And I feel like after this fight, wasn't that when Liquid then just get the Roshan for free? And
they did.
It's like the fights might go well for Tidebound, but the fights they take result in more farm and kind of a passive map. The fights Liquid take, when they get the kills, it's, you know, taking a Roshan, taking tower, like really kind of reminding Tidebound that you lost an important objective here.
Yeah, and this was completely unnecessary, by the way. Like, they have the Aegis, they bought a Rapier.
Listen, I still respect it. They were like, listen, we've got to win here and now. They didn't, you're right, but
they could have just...
They thought that. They thought that.
They could have taken mid-racks, reset, got it, maybe another racks, wait for buybacks, you know?
Guys, you got it all wrong. they saw Insania, they saw he was scaling, you know, they, of course they don't see his quick buy, but, you know, with the BKB, the Hurricane Pike, the Twin Terror, they knew that Insania was, you know, one Rapier away from just 1v9 in the game, and they had to get out. They needed to try and go for the win, but yeah, I think...
Hourglass was out of sand.
Yeah, it was tough times.
In many such cases. But yeah, it's still going on, by the way, the kind of finale to the game. But yes, it was, I don't want to call it a comeback necessarily for Liquid, but that was one of those ones where Team Tidebound, they felt like they should have been in more control than they were in actuality, given the start that they had.
Yeah, no, again, the way that Tidebound started the game was exceptional. It was, you know, just really good rotations and just natural map movement. It was just trying to replicate that over and over again. They just made some strategical errors where they... I feel like it's just unnecessary deaths. But in a game, you are expecting a couple bad deaths. The issue for them is their deaths suddenly catapulted Saberlight from having, you know, no farm to, oh, I've now got Blade Mail and a Blink and already on the way to an Aura. Like, if you don't give away those early game kills before you get a BKB and Kunkka, the game's probably very different. So I think just a little bit of lack of maybe discipline in the early game from Tidebound hurt their chances.
Yeah, and I thought Saberlight had a pretty solid game on the Centaur. We've seen the Centaur kind of emerge, have a few big games with that hero when it's right for the pick.
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing crazy about the Centaur, just very stable, right?
Yeah.
His team needed him to be a Blink initiator. They also just needed some auras to be bought. He fulfilled that role, and he got all the stomps that he needed to when he needed to. So just a very solid game overall.
Yeah, we can take a look at some of the early game as well.
Yeah,
I believe you've got some clips for us here. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that Tidebound did really good this game was shutting down Nisha. Like, we all know Beastmaster, what he can do when he gets ahead in the game, and they heavily committed to this. I don't remember the last time I seen two supports make a rotation for a 4-minute gank on him, and then shortly after that too, they go and kill him again. And I ask in this situation, like, where's Boxy in this situation? He probably was tied up another lane. Maybe he TP'd back to the lane. It was just a very good read by Tidebound to shut down Nisha, and that's why this game was so difficult.
Yeah, and because of that, you create this kind of just economy difference between the Kunkka and the Beastmaster, and it gives so much purpose to the early game, right? Like, you've already got a 1300 gold lead at the 10-minute mark. You've got the Blade Mail. Nothing to say from the mid lane Kunkka, you can get Radiance in a really good game. Like, he was on the way to being, you know, untouchable, right? The Blade Mail for the early game fights, but it really boils down to taking that early lead, taking that advantage. If you at any point take a bad fight, you're stuck with components of a Radiance. You're stuck with this, like, lack of ability to fight again because you're dying. And the deaths that did occur, it stalled them out. So I really wish for Tidebound's sake, if they didn't die there, it could have been a different game, but Liquid were able to expertly punish them.
Well, speaking of experts, we've got Nisha, I think, joining us now. Hi there, Nisha. Congratulations.
Thank you.
No worries. Just a quick question to start. We talked to Maposhka yesterday. He said some of the pros have been struggling a little bit with the travel and being burnt out and a little bit, you know, tired and all these events. I just wanted to ask if that was affecting Team Liquid at all.
Probably a bit. Yeah, everyone was like jet lagged the first couple days. Still, I think. Good thing I dodged the Riley ESL, so I'm like chilling. But yeah, my team has been a bit complaining a bit that it's a bit too much, but it's okay.
Yeah. Again, congrats on the series win, making it to playoffs. I feel like in the second game, you were under a lot of pressure. how was it to try and find that comeback? Did you feel like you had to put in an extra lot of work, or do you think Tidebound overplayed a bit? Like, where do you think the comeback really came in?
I mean, at some point I called GG like minute 5, but so I just kind of gave up and like prayed that they will just throw the game, because there's not much I can do. I think I just can kill neutrals for like 20 minutes. Managed that, and they made some mistakes, and somehow we like won. I don't know.
Is that just proof that Beastmaster's a broken hero? You know, you can die twice, you can just farm jungle and still, you know, pop off?
Kinda, but he got exposed a bit. Maybe I played a bit too much, too aggro mid, and could have dodged a couple of ganks. But they had like a lot of room to run around the map and do a lot.
Sure, I've got a question. Do you enjoy like this flex meta where you have to play the Beastmasters and Tinies, or do you miss being like a last pick player, getting to play whatever you want?
I think flex is okay, because there's so much pressure on like last pick, and these heroes kind of will do their job anyway at this point. So it's pretty hard to counter lately.
If it is okay to ask about draft again, you like to pick Ember Spirit, but not always protect it with many bans like other teams would do. Is that because you're just so confident on the hero, or you just don't respect them trying to counter it in, like, you know, they're not a Huskar team, or they maybe won't play Monkey?
I think we kind of assume people are not Huskar players. Some teams are, but at this point you kind of need the Monkey and the Huskar band, because the other heroes are just not good enough to do it.
Go on, Clinton. One more from you.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess you've been hitting the gym a lot. Have you been gymming on your break?
I was like sick for a while, so I missed like a week. So that's pretty bad.
You're back on the grind now, right?
Yes.
Excellent.
Also, like the gym here was closed for Easter, or like we had.
That's a good excuse.
Ours wasn't.
That's the best excuse.
Yeah, ours kind of was, or like it was closed when we were playing, and I'm not waking up early.
No, good for you. Well, anyway, look, great to see you in the playoffs. Looking forward to see if you can retain your crown as our reigning champions. Wishing you the best of luck moving forward, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So there you go, Nisha. What a legend. And yeah, obviously did miss Raleigh, so probably feeling a little bit fresher, ironically, than some of his teammates, because I do sympathize for the fans. It is great. We've talked about this privately. You know, when you're having all these tournaments coming at you so thick and fast, it's like you say, it's about management and support staff. And I think Liquid probably have one of the best setups in that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really counter that with anyone else, really. It's like, what, Liquid, you could maybe argue Spirit, and then after that, you could probably debate some other teams. But in regards to support network, they are easily the best in the world.
You see it on the Liquipedia. Everyone there's a coach tab, but
they got a coach for each player.
They have like a staff tab you have to click for Liquid.
So final question before break then. Liquid have been ramping up. They've been getting better series to series. Do you think they can do it? Are we looking at potential winners here?
Liquid will always be a contender of being able to take a title. This is a team that when they show up and they're playing well, they can win. They look like the best in the world. So of course they have a chance, but there's a lot of competition, like Spirit's ramping up as well, PARIVISION. I don't know if they're my favorites going to this, but they're looking good.
I think PARIVISION have been the best I've seen so far.
I just want a lower bracket run. I want there to be like one team that looks really good, and then because we have so many good teams, like Liquid lose upper bracket, and then boom, they make the run. Same thing for like Spirit. I feel like any team, even if they do lose their first round in upper brackets, they can easily still be contenders. So yeah, it's anyone's game.
All right, well, thanks a lot. Short day for us. We're going to be bringing in Shiva, Lizard, and Jenkins, and they're going to be bringing you a banger. It will be Team Falcons versus Tundra, so stick around.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to Climb the Ranks, the Dota 2 game show where we've got pros starting them out all the way back to Herald. Every single right answer they get in our multiple choice Dota questions gains them a rank, but if they get one wrong, they will slip down a rank. So, Chrysalis, what are you aiming for here? What are you hoping to achieve in this game?
I hope I can beat Archon.
You hope you can beat Archon.
Yeah.
All right, so very, very optimistic here. Let's see what we can do. The questions will start off very, very easy, and then they'll quickly get quite difficult. So let's start you off on the Herald level question and see how we do straight out the gate. Which of these has never been sold as a Dota 2 merch?
Can I phone a friend? I'm gonna go fighter jet. Yeah.
Gotta go fighter jet, Chrysalis. All right, let's see if you're correct.
God damn, I'm good.
Oh, great start, good stuff.
Guardian.
All right, let's see your Guardian level question then, see if you can get a little bit higher than that. What was the name of the 7.38 patch? Was it Wandering Waters?
Wandering Waters.
There you go, Wandering Waters. Straight away, lock it in.
WW.
Gets another one. Bring you up to the Crusader level now. Long ago, some heroes had items they couldn't buy. Which of these was restricted?
Are we in like 1997?
Yeah, we're taking it
What
back.
are these items?
Did you play the game when certain items were banned on certain heroes?
I mean, you have like bashers and stuff that are like banned, but I mean, they're not even banned, they just don't work. But why would they ban Blink or Venge?
I don't know. Why
I'll
would
go
they?
for C
Try to
because I
think
can't
about
see.
it.
It's so stupid if you can't buy Blink on Venge. It's just stupid. I'll go for C. It makes some sense at least.
I'm afraid the answer is A.
Of course. I mean, it's too OP when you blink in and swap. I mean, you swap and you blink back. That's why they had to ban it, for sure.
Stuff. Let's get on to the next question. Which of these heroes does not have 3 facets?
I know Lycan does, but I don't know if...
Doom or Witch
I feel
Doctor,
like... No, it has to be Doom. I feel like Witch Doctor had 3. And I don't know why it has 3, because it shouldn't have 3, but it has 3, I think.
Okay.
I'll go Doom.
Doom?
Yeah, I'll YOLO in on the Doom.
Very sorry, Chrysalis.
Why did they remove the 3rd facet from Witch Doctor? Come on, man.
Because it was the healing one. It was
they're all dog shit. I didn't know they got rid of it completely. He had 3 facets at one point, no?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he did.
I mean,
He
of
had,
course. All right, we're going to Herald. I'm chasing
left.
Skeeter. Going with the Skeeter route. Let's go. Go next.
During Wallachia Season 3, the last season of Wallachia, which role was Tiny played in the most?
We are not coming back. Oh, no.
Carry, mid, or position 4?
Let's see.
Go and see straight away.
Yeah,
no
I mean,
think about
I
it.
have no idea.
We ride or die.
Wait. Sorry, season 3 is a month ago, right?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, Carrie.
All right, let's have a look.
God bless. You didn't say I was wrong beforehand, so I knew I probably got it right, yeah.
Okay, next question. What happens when Lycan uses Wolf Bite on Warlock's Golem?
The game crashes. Has this ever been done before? Nothing. I don't think it can. Have I ever seen Lycan use on any? No, I'm going to say nothing.
Gonna say nothing?
I'm going to say nothing.
All right, let's take a look at the answer.
Okay, so it's right, because you didn't tell me I'm wrong.
No, you are wrong.
I don't know why. It's stupid. I don't know why.
All right, we're learning, and we're back down to Herald as well. But let's see, we've got 2 more questions to try and make it up. You should know this one. This is a carry core question.
I have no idea.
Was the only ancient camp to not give an average of 164 gold to their killer?
You think I know the average of every camp? I hit it, I get gold. I don't have to think about it. I mean, my problem is that the only one that doesn't really belong here is C, because it's weird. Because they're new, and they don't even feel like real ancients when you hit them. They're fake ancients, they're not real ancients. So probably C.
I'm very sorry, Christmas. Again, it's actually
Prowlers,
the
I
Prowlers.
guess. Oh I mean, everyone hates the fucking Prowlers.
Everybody does for good reason.
Yeah,
They
of
give
course.
less gold as
less
well.
gold too. All right, we're Skeeter level now.
Let's get into the final question here. How many spells apply armor reduction to buildings? Is it 3, 4, or 5?
Well, let me just go through 500 spells. No problem. Let's see.
This is a tricky one.
I can't think of a single spell, so I'm going to say 3 because if I can't even think of one.
I'm afraid not. It's
name
4.
Name them all to me right now. Name all 4.
Little Shredder.
Okay.
Dragon Knight's passive. Viper's poison attack with the shard.
Okay, shard.
Presence of the Dark Lord is the other one.
Okay, auras, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, fair.
All right, thank you very much, Chrisless.
right.
Thanks for coming to play. I hope you enjoyed the quiz. And yeah, good luck in the tournament.
All right, thank you very much.
I hope that Chrysalis is a little bit more lucky in the game of Dota compared to in the quiz of Dota there with Nomad, as I don't think he had a lot correct on that one. Welcome back. You're watching PGL Wallachia Season 4, and we are here with some more matches coming your way with a fresh panel. I'm Shiva. I'll be your host for the rest of the day, and I'm joined by Lizard and Jenkins. What's wrong, What's wrong, Jenkins?
Hello.
Hello.
Nothing's wrong, dude. I just want to say it's been a long time. Liz, my boy.
Long time with you as
it's
well.
good to see you. You're nervous.
Always next to you.
Wow.
A little bit.
It's good to. It's great to hear your sultry Balkan voice again in my ears.
You know that if you were watching the broadcast,
You could have.
Of course I was. Of course I watch when you guys panel. I don't instantly mute.
Oh no, not at all.
Twitch.tv/PGL Esports. PGL _ Dota 2.
Ian 2.
That's
Ian 1. Ian 1.
is
I'm not watching the secondary
Guys.
stream. It's got Cinderin.
doesn't matter. It doesn't have the teams that we have right now because you want to watch this one. Our upcoming series is going to be Falcons versus Tundra in a best of 3, and this is an exciting series. Let's focus our attention first on Falcons. This is the team that 2024 wins all round. First place is Jenkins all round. What happened in 2025?
It wasn't great for them.
It was still pretty good.
It was all right, actually. It was pretty good for them. Yeah, they consistently do very well in all of the tournaments that they go to. I think, usually it's expected that they at least get top 4.
Yep. Like this is the matchup between the two teams. And when speaking of top 4, these two teams are usually there, right? And we've seen a ton of tournaments in the last year. We are blessed with a lot of Dota. And we're blessed with a lot of teams that are kind of consistently in the top 6, which makes it very interesting for everyone, I feel like, when it comes to who's going to come out on top, right? Meta might not be changing, but these teams are switching up and taking that position 1. Like you said, Falcons, perhaps not in this year, have been the best contenders for that first slot, but they've always been up there. Same goes for Tundra, I have to say.
You also have to consider with Falcons that they had a few tournaments in a row where, they're missing Malrine, Skeeter had the surgery, so they're missing him. So they have had their, reasons for not getting first and everything like they did on their first run, their first year.
True, and they have been some first places, but that was still 2024. I know that was still this season because it was still after TI.
When we say year, we mean the Dota year, of course. It's all about TI is really when the year ends and begins.
In this season, they have taken 2 first places.
Yeah.
Also, they have been in this season in 2 grand finals up against their opponent today.
Yeah, they've been in 2 grand finals against them. They did pretty damn well in at least one of those.
Yes, they split.
And when it comes to Wallachia, they got kicked out by Tundra in, I believe, Season 3 in the lower bracket finals.
They did.
So they met there as well. Overall, when it comes to Falcons, just to conclude, I feel like they're not in their best form, no matter... even if they don't have any external issues at the moment. I feel like the way they lost to Pari in their last series is kind of telling of the form they're in at the moment.
Well, I will say, compared to that last series that you mentioned in Wallachia Season 3, there's one big difference in that we do have a change of carry player for Tundra, which is why you wanted to take a closer look at Peter and Chrysalis.
I did. Twitch chat is ripping this boy apart. Nomad as well. With
Wait, which one? Because I feel like they both get ripped apart.
Questions. That's why I wanted to highlight the heroes on both of those. And these heroes that we are seeing, there's a lot of them. So you can't call them a hero puddle, can you? This is what they've played, by the way, only in this month. So 15 heroes. Yeah, 15 heroes on one side, 14 heroes on the other. This looks kind of okay-ish, I would say. Like back in the day, there were carries that would play like 2-3 heroes tops, and no one would complain. Of course, the win rate is what matters as well. And one of those things that is kind of troubling to me when it comes to Tundra is like everyone knows they like to play this Razor, right? But they're sitting on a really low 40% win rate with it at the moment. Top played hero on that position 1.
Yeah, it's not a very good hero. You know, I feel like Falcons also suffers from the Razor illness, where they'll some sort of negative
cold.
Yeah, maybe it's a cold because it does seem to come back all the time. Like they're always trying to pick it, and you know, I can understand like both carry players, Skeeter and Crystallis, like they play for the early game. Like they're very aggressive carries. I would actually say that they're quite similar. And I feel like that's probably part of why they got Crystallis. They play for the team, yeah, exactly. They're kind of like an offlaner from the carry role, and this is probably why Tundra was looking at Crystallis when Duraccio wanted to quit.
There's this saying in the Balkan lands, when you play for the team, you usually end up last because once team gets rid of you, no one wants you because you're wearing the shining star. I hope that's not the case in Dota. So far, it hasn't been, at least.
No, it hasn't been. Let's focus our attention on the draft that's coming our way right now. We got Tundra starting off on the Radiant side, Falcons on the Dire side, and based on what we saw in terms of the carry pool, I mean, it can go any way, but I think at the moment the focus, especially in the early stages of a draft, is mostly on the supports.
Yep, it has been, right? Like through the tournament, there's so many heroes that you need to take care of. Ringmaster, by the way, the one notable to me that is still true. Maybe it will be better.
Yeah, there's a few actually. I mean, Tinker and Bristle
Tinker
as well.
Sure, yeah.
So I feel like what Falcons is doing is they want Bristle, and they're willing to. Okay, so that. Yeah, they go for the Bristle. I mean, if Omar can take Bristle, he'll take Bristle. Like he has said for a long time, he's just going to keep picking this hero until he can't anymore.
Until it's banned.
And Tundra banned the Doom.
Yep.
So like this is a good answer to it.
There's a couple of heroes left in the pool that are good against him. The question is how much Tundra plays these heroes. But Tundra, I feel like they're the closest to Pari in the way that they draft their position 4s. Morphling on paper, in the past, one of the best heroes into the Bristleback on that safe lane. You can go all the way down to your 1 HP. You always have a full big-ass magic wand to use, so you're going to heal up. And you have a lot of armor through the game to work against that Bristles.
Yeah, you can pretty much leave the Morphling to solo lane against a Bristle +1, and then the support can go roam. So this gives Whitemon a free game as well. They could also run the Morphling mid on BZM. They did do that yesterday.
Yep.
So
a bit of flex.
Yeah, that's always an option. But when you do see the Bristle in the off lane, you would be inclined to throw the Morphling against it for all the reasons you mentioned.
Speaking of other flexes, this Beastmaster that they just banned out, BZM plays it as well. It's not only 33 Master, it's played on mid as well, and not by only them, of course. A lot of teams are doing that, and that's something that's really nice between these two teams. Maybe they don't do it to an extent as PARIVISION, but they like to spice things up a little bit with draft. Like on Falcons, we've seen a lot of Tidehunter position 1 as well. And on the other side, maybe we'll see the Slark 4. I wouldn't mind that as well.
Yeah, it's good against Bristle. I mean, you steal a bunch of stacks. You meant for Tundra, right?
Yeah. For sure.
You can steal a bunch of stacks. I know people meme on Saksa for the 0 and 10 game, but he has won twice with Slark, so They can make it work. I feel like if there's one team that can like copy PARIVISION and figure out some very like weird style of Dota, it is going to be Tundra with 33 and Saksa.
And it's something about Saksa as well. He never shies away from all of these crazy position 4s, like maybe even a TB or something. Like he is very happy back in the day, Clinks, to pick these heroes up and play them.
I do want to say we just saw Malrine on the screen. The whole Gleipnir thing that he's doing on mid laners, like he picked Snapfire, he went for Gleipnir, he went Gleipnir on Timber, Sand King, he went Atos. It seems like he just has this take that like this is the new mid lane item to go for as like a first item. Yeah, new tech.
Yeah.
And it seems like he's trying to figure out heroes that he can pick that benefit from going for that item first.
Yeah, I mean, it's the changes to the Gleipnir that I feel like at first you'd think the cores would not be buying it as much, or maybe they'll be buying it a bit less, but I was wrong. Supports have started picking it up even more, but so have cores, especially like a Medusa on offlane that we do see banned out, by the way. Probably for the best. Another one of those that if picked at the right time and anti-mage is banned out, you just can't deal with her. Like we've just seen on the others, on EN2, where this infamous caster that was supposed to eat all the other casters because he's already the biggest caster, called Cinderan. I believe he was covering that game and calling it out as well. Just Medusa sitting on the high ground, you can't do anything about it.
You can't. No, you can't. I'm shocked that both Coddle and Ringmaster are still in the pool. These are some S-tier supports. Although I will say that we saw Muerta's win rate yesterday. I'm not sure what the win rate is right now, but it was incredibly high.
Here it is, 80 of 50.
Okay, it's actually gone down. It's gone down. It was 80% before.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because this hero fell off a little bit only because some other heroes felt stronger.
Exactly.
But she never felt weak.
No.
Like, this is still a S-tier support.
Yeah, the Ags build is incredibly good. Ags Gleipnir. Some people are even rushing Ags, ignoring the Gleipnir.
Yeah. Especially if you're playing versus some mid laners like Puck or Storm that BZM loves to play. You get that nice little silence with an Atos. Yeah, I like it. Plus, it could be a snatch pick away from Tundra because that shot is really nice into Bristle, right? Like you get to... It's a very cheap way of turning him around. This hero, however, speaking of win rates, I'm not even going to check it, but I'm going to say it's very low. There.
I will tell you,
20%.
right on the screen, 20%.
I feel like part of the reason why the win rate is low is because he doesn't really like to be left alone in lane right now. And okay, so they do get the Ringmaster. I mean, you cannot let this hero continue through the draft. This might be the best support hero in Dota. But on the Brewmaster, a lot of the times, at least that we saw it lose on the morning shift, was it would be a really weak lane or a support that would leave Brew in lane and he would just get punished over and over, or Brew versus Monkey King. So I do feel like picking it later into the draft, like knowing what you're laning against is better, knowing what you're playing against, and you can throw up the Bristle in fights. This is one of the age-old counters to Bristle where you just ignore him, you know? You throw him up, he can't do anything.
Yeah, they get Pango as well, a hero that we see maybe not as often as we did in the past, but if anyone is going to pick it, it's going to be team like Falcons.
And a very high win rate there.
Yeah, actually.
6 and 9.
Great. I said great instead of a different word. Very true. I have a question because Ringmaster, I feel like when we first saw Ringmaster in pro play, it was Whitemon making it popular, making it look like an S-tier hero.
True.
But at the moment, he's played mostly as a +4. Do you think that it will be indeed Saxa playing it, or will Whitemon still take it? Because Jakiro should be the 5.
I feel like these two heroes can switch when it comes to the position. It doesn't truly matter too much. I'd still rather have the Jakiro on 5, but it depends on the lane. Like if they feel that Jakiro would be stronger with the Brew, I feel like they can put him on that off lane. If let's say something like a TA is picked up, then it feels like a better better lane for a Jakiro, even though you do have Impalement Arts on the other side.
I think because it's Tundra, they could do anything. You know, like Saxa is absolutely willing to play these 5s as a 4 position, and Whitemon will play 4s as a 5. In fact, he'll sometimes on Tinker be top net worth on his team. So, yeah, he's not really a traditional 5. He will take the farm. So maybe they just discuss it after the draft is over. Like, okay, what do you want to play? What's better for each lane?
And when it comes to Falcons, by the way, are we sure which lanes these heroes are going? Like, is this... Because it's most likely a Pango mid, right? Tiny safe and offlane Bristle. But it could be switched up a bit.
For your support for last pick?
Yeah.
It seems that way, but let's see what Tundra is thinking, because they're waiting for this ban, and they are banning supports.
This is such a classic second pick strategy these days, is you just draft a bunch of heroes that can go in virtually any position.
Yep.
Marta, 4 and 5. Bristle, literally all 3 core roles. Tiny, all 3 core roles because it's Falcons and 4 position. Pango, this hero can go offlane or mid. I mean, there are roles that we know are likely. I would say it's likely a Tiny carry, likely a Pango mid, likely a Bristle offlane, just knowing what these players enjoy, likely crit on Muerta. But you can't draft with certainty.
Yep. And there you go, the Tidebound.
Yeah, Morana into Tide, so they don't even know. They just have to ban heroes that are good for the game.
I do know that there are some people that kind of complain about the flex picks being the standard, but at the same time, if you can pick a flex hero and it's just a bonus for your own drafting strength, right? Why wouldn't you? Like if you have a hero that's strong in the meta and also flexible.
Hey, if we were locked into certain heroes can only play certain lanes, we would be a different game.
Which game would we be?
What?
What game would we be like?
The Dota clone.
Heroes of New Earth.
No, the other one.
There's a couple of them.
There's a few out there.
Yeah.
There's a few.
No need to call the names out.
It's all good. But I do think that it's exceptionally powerful to be able to have heroes in different positions. I think that's just the way it's evolving. If you're good at the game, you got to be good at multiple things in multiple lanes.
Yeah, the TB ban as well. Basically that, right? Like they might be expecting what Jenkins mentioned earlier, the morphing to be mid. They banned out the Razor, they banned out the TB to Crystallis heroes, so...
You know what I would love? I would love a silencer last pick. For Falcons. We saw it as a counter to Ringmaster, where he can't save. It's good against Brewmaster because you silence him, you can't get the ult off. It's good against Morphling, you can set up kills on him. He doesn't like being silenced.
And Disruptor as well, by the way, fits in the similar...
Yeah, that's also very good.
Yeah. The AoE silence into the Brew, into the Morph, the Glimpse is always nice. I wouldn't mind that as well.
Yeah, if they wanna go something a little bit off the beaten path.
But Silencer, absolutely.
Good shout.
A really good shout and a really good pick, and it's very interesting that it went through to the last pick.
Yeah,
for
we've
Falcons.
seen it first phase banned by some teams as well.
Okay, so now Tundra is looking for either a mid or a carry because they can run BZM on mid lane morph.
Yeah, well, they still don't know what they're going to be.
The lanes are not revealed. All they know is that Muerta is going in the 4 position. Silencer is going in the 5 position.
Whenever I see this Silencer, I feel like teams tend to go towards these Dragon Knights and these heroes that are tanky, don't really need a lot of spells. They just pop that form and that's it. They stand and fight. And I feel like maybe it's an option for them.
I like that idea a lot, the Dragon Knight. It just...
solidifies the draft, right? Like it's nothing crazy strong, but at the same time,
it's so stable. You don't care that much if you get silenced. You can jump and kill both of the squishy supports on the side of Falcons. The cores of Falcons also can't really kill you that easily.
Yeah, upon checking, they have played Dragon Knight yesterday, even so definitely.
Also,
of doing so.
Also, Ember is not bad. I mean, it's not the greatest against Silencer.
Nice call, once again.
I think a Mage Slayer buyer feels amazing against Bristleback, Tiny, even Pango. All of his damage is spell damage. It is not magic damage, but it is spell damage, so it's reduced by Mage Slayer. And the only Mage Slayer buyer in Dota is Ember. I feel like this is why he's in the meta, is because I can't think of another hero that's meta that buys Mage Slayer.
I will say, Nisha, in the interview that he had before, right after qualifying to the playoffs, he said that Ember, at the moment, the only counters are Monkey and Huskar. Other than that, he's fine.
And that's also Nisha, right? Like
he can lane against anything.
He can lane against a lot of counters and win, but Huskar and Monkey are probably the worst ones. So, okay, we get an Ember Spirit in the end. I feel like all of these heroes do suffer to the global silence, but that global silence is once in every 2 minutes, so there's definitely a way to play against that. However, I feel like it's not only the silencer, there is also Muerta, right? So you have to play around that calling very carefully.
I think both drafts have a lot of options. I would say Falcons got a draft that looks classic Falcons. 3 tanky semi-cores with 2 range spellcasting supports that are lane winners. Tundra as well. I mean, Kristall's Morphling, I guess there's a lot on his shoulders. He's the real hard carry here. If the game does go late, he will out carry.
Well, let's get some extra opinions on board as well, as we have Owen and Fogged here behind you guys. What are you thinking, Owen? Do you have a favorite?
I think it's going to be a very close one. I do have to kind of agree with Jenkins. I do like the beefiness of the cores that we're getting from Falcons. I think it feels very Falconsy. So I think they're in a pretty good spot.
Yep, I think I'm leaning a little bit toward Falcons in terms of early game, especially just because I'm worried for the Brewmaster. I just see so many different ways to control him, lock him down, and then also, even if they don't, they have ways to kill the Brewlings in mid-game pretty easy, right? It's so much physical damage that they have with Bristleback, with Pango, with Tiny. Like these things will die, so I have concerns just based off of this offlane with the global coverage, the lack of save that they can actually have there. So I think Falcons early game look really strong. If it gets to later stages, of course, can see for Crystallis, but some concerns for Tundra early for me.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Brewmaster having a quite abysmal win rate here, so that kind of falls in line with that as well. But let's see if Tundra can make that work. We're heading over to our commentary duo for game number 1.
Thank you very much, Shivy. It's time to get into the action of game 1 of Tundra versus Falcons. Yeah, let's see what 33 can do on the Brew. We're seeing, some offlane heroes have a bit of a tough time here, right? It's a lot of them. Mars has had a bit of a rough one. Brew's had a bit of a rough one. We saw last game, Buck nearly made the Mars work.
Nearly. He did have a couple miss-ups.
So, maybe 33 is going to be able to either nearly make the Brew work or actually make it work. We'll see.
We shall see indeed. Looking at the lane, it looks like they are putting Saksa in the lane with him with the Twin Terror, so that tells me that they want to have a stronger overall lane in comparison. Sure, Ringmaster is very strong, but I've seen the Ring versus the Silencer a couple of times now. You can't trade. But I don't know how well Jakiro can actually trade with Silencer either, so we'll see in particular how that lane goes, because that's the one to watch for me, for Falcons to do very well in. Mid lane, BZM should do just fine, but Malrine will also get some solid farm. Bottom, Tundra should do pretty well. They have a Morphling versus a Bristleback, so unless he gets tripped up somehow from crit.
Well, like a kind of sneaky dead shot or something, trips it, yeah.
But he should be pretty all right with the backup of Whitemon, so yeah. Pretty cool game we've got set up for ourselves here. Crit. Might just get caught for the first blood. Saksa with a sneaky play.
33. Did try and step up and grab the bounty, wasn't to beat. As Skeeter was quicker with the pickup. Indeed, Crit will be going down, surely.
One more hit. He's got him.
Could he get the bounty, or at least deny the bounty on the way out? Oh. Nah, he tried to go for the pickup. So it does mean that they not only get the first blood, but they'll also be able to get that bounty rune as well down there.
Clever little play from Saksa. Getting that wraparound. He did not expect that at all. All right, let's see how this mid lane ends up going, and let's see how good overall Ember Spirit thing is too. So I know I talked a lot about how, the Brewmaster can struggle a lot in this game. I don't know, these Embers have looked so powerful, Owen. Yes, he's playing into a fair bit of control and silence, but definitely one of those games where the Mage Slayer does have its merits when you're playing versus the Bristleback. And some forms of, you could say some harder spells to sometimes hit, at times with the Ember, right? No, like just target stuns.
No, nothing like a DK or something with a instant step up onto him.
I mean, Avalanche will be the best one, of course, for that setup, but we'll have to see how how BZM ends up doing. Malrine right now, looking good. And Pango overall, another one that we have to talk about. I think it's what do we see, an 80% win rate, was it? Something absurd right now. So this hero has also been looking pretty hot, and it's a very good defusal game versus all 3 cores, versus Ember, Morph, and the Brewmaster if he wants to go down that route. So 83%.
Yeah, very, very high right now.
That's pretty crazy.
On the Pango.
Just seems like he has really good access of starting all team fights in comparison to a lot of these other mids at the moment. It's like Kunkka's the other one to start team fights, but that's about it. Pango just seems to be reigning supreme, at least in that front. Interesting to say, I want to say interesting to point out, but it's Amar, so it's not really that interesting, but he goes for Seeing Red.
He loves Seeing Red.
He always goes Seeing Red.
He pretty much, I think, has he ever done it in a pro, the other one?
I think maybe once he did
He
it.
tried it and he was like, never again. He loves seeing red every single time.
And it's pretty interesting to say, too, because their lineup, it's very good about thriving with the extra snot, right? If they have the tiny with the extra minus armor with the Pango.
He won't have it.
They
He
have
won't
the
hear it.
synergy, but that's not gonna be the
Seeing
case.
red is always the way for him up.
I mean, Amar wants to thrive off of the lucky shot, right? So he wants to be the one doing that big damage. And he is going to have a good he's going to have a good lane. Morph actually is struggling at the moment, Crystalis. We've seen this lane usually do well versus a lot of these bristles early, but bottom, Falcons having the control in these first 3 waves. It's literally the reason that you pick the more first pick versus the bristle.
Well, because you can have a good lane.
Yeah, just to have that good lane.
Yeah.
First few.
Well, they're keeping a good hold of the lane here, Falcons.
Yeah. He's going to fix things up here. Gets every single one of the last hits there off that next creep wave. Snaking. Couldn't find the sentry in time, actually. So he put down his sentry to look for it to unblock. Wasn't able to find it.
Saxa looks pretty dead here.
Doesn't even need the avalanche. Doesn't look like it. -1. The brain drains. Snaking doesn't get the D ward around the camp, but will get the kill. 33 will get the exchange of the Lotus.
Mid CS continues to be very close between these two.
33 will take a bit of a beating. Should be just fine with that Lotus. Yeah, mid just feels even. Pango's leading slightly, but just ever so slow. Much.
That's 33. Oh, he was thinking about getting back in there onto snaking with Saxa back.
Okay. It feels like a dangerous lane to try to go aggressive.
Like, can Tundra get kills here? What's the chances of sort of finding snaking out of position?
On snaking, perhaps. On Tiny, never. Unless they bring a third hero. But yeah, very unexpected they would be able to do that. Even killing snaking just, yeah, it'll take quite a bit because they have the avalanche that can mess them up quite a lot. And this damage, it doesn't come that quickly between Sox and 33. It's overtime damage. Crit. Stacking the camps. Gets a dead shot connection. BZM.
They've got the slight chains.
Is it enough? He's diving.
And he's slowly burning.
He throws the blood grenade. BZM is going to take a ton of damage because of that. He's just dead.
That's set up indeed for Marine to get that kill in return. That's quite a big one for him to find solo at the end of it.
I was looking, I'm like, look, there's a blood grenade. This is really dangerous of a dive. And BZM does the risky play. Ends up dying for it. Marine, he'll be very happy about that.
Yeah, it's going to help him get that level 6 that little bit quicker.
Absolutely. Very good defusal game if he wants to go that route. So if he does have this good start, which he already is having, can look to accelerate to go for that build. All 3 cores at the top for the side of Falcons with this lane setup.
Top lane definitely proving to be the slightly tough one for Tundra.
As anticipated, right? It's the Brewmaster pick. It doesn't seem to have a very good lane in almost any situation. And he's playing with a very strong lane. Marine does have boot stick bottle. He'll be fine here. It's very close to 6. He's pinging mid. Crit is in the area.
Got the silence.
Dead shot. Can he line it up?
Oh, good dodge with the sleight of fist.
Very nice play there for BZM. Nice and patient. Crit trying to apply that pressure in mid since I guess he doesn't feel like he's needed. Amar's probably telling him, I'm chilling down here. You do your own thing. Skeeter?
They're trying to make moves on towards him, but it's just so hard to kill him.
Yeah, that's never going to happen.
Just with these two.
Not without a third hero. Look at the instant D ward. So Whitemon, he did see Crit walk over and place that one, so it does take it away immediately. Places a lane or a river ward to be able to watch if Crit does make some movements. And as we said, talking about Crit, he doesn't have to lane with Amar, so he's just stacking.
It's a beautiful stacks, right?
This
early on. Yeah. It's that early in the game, and it's this many stacks.
He's pinging it right. He's like, Amar, it's juicy for you. Crit. Will he get the rune? It'll spawn top. Saxa in trouble.
Yeah, Marine's ready to go. As the Rolling Thunder in, Snaking's around to borrow a bit of the old brain.
+1, -1. Looking for more BZM, not 6 just yet. Can't get the angle for him. Still not 6. He still needs that one creep. Amar has hit 6. Does he want to look to back up for it? He's just still playing in the lane. So he wants to just keep applying that pressure to Crystalis.
BZM's pretty low in the mid. Does have the 6. Oh! Okay.
He's trying to get the stun with the... Yeah, he actually gets... So no TP.
Dude, yeah, exactly. No TP.
Is that literally frame perfect on the TP out?
No. He'd only just started TP.
Oh, okay.
He got him very early in the TP, but he did get him. So yeah, no TP. He's going to have to walk back to base before... Obviously, he'll still be able to remnant out, but definitely slows down the refueling process there.
It's painful. It's going to enable Maureen just have that bit of an edge over him, especially inside of this laning phase. 500 gold advantage at the moment for Maureen over BZM. BZM is getting aggressive. He's looking for the kill on Maureen.
Okay, underneath the tower.
Can't quite go for the kill, though. There's 8 wand.
Needs sort of a +1. And D. Maureen's just that little bit ahead in the sense that catching him low solo, probably not going to happen in the lane anymore for BZM.
No. And you have to be careful. It's a lot of physical damage that can just go right through that level 2 flame guard. So. Crystallis, as we said, is starting to get that free farm down bottom, but Amar is completely uncontested, and he has that unbelievably large stack. Maybe they're saving that stack for Maureen to get him the diffu faster, right? It could be a potential because the diffu timing versus the 3 cores is huge.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing him get to Maureen, you're right.
I think I'd prefer Maureen taking it, actually.
I don't know, is Amar going to let his precious stacks go to Maureen, though? You want to take Amar? I don't know if you want to take Amar's stacks.
You have to check. Is he queuing up Midas's? Okay, so far Amar is happy. But...
Can they get another stack here? Oh, yeah, it's looking pretty good.
Is that a 6x?
That's a lot. Just 8 minutes in. That's a lot of stacking. Meanwhile, on Tundra, they've only stacked once.
Oh, man. Okay, Amar's going to take it. Fine. I could have seen merit in arguments for the defusal one, but sure, just give it to Amar.
This has got to be some of the higher number of stacks that you'll see this early in the game, right?
Whitemon, he's just going to sap the XP. He's got the ward down, so he's going to try to get as much out of it. And, I mean, Amar, maybe he gets a snipe, too, because Amar's dropping low.
I mean, if Whitemon goes for it.
He might be able to. Amar not expected.
Oh, here he is. Oh, gets him with the whip. They're going to have him.
They got him. Big juicy level 5.5 for Whitemon now.
And that's the thing, right? They got the kill, and they did so pretty much the entirety. They made sure all of that was split XP-wise.
That was interesting that they don't even bring Maureen over to try to like split anything up. They're just completely splitting things up where Maureen's getting the top side and he's getting this. They're not sharing stuff. So a bit of an interesting approach from Falcons as Tundra capitalizes on that. So many levels for Whitemon. And he's down a strongman tonic off that kill.
Oh, snaking. Whitemon gets the connection.
Pretty dead.
Very nice stuff here from Whitemon on the Ringmaster.
And so far also, 33 now has just been left to his own devices, and he's able to stay in this top lane on his own. He's got this Talisman of Evasion already too, so his... What's he at? He's sitting at 40% evasion before even brewed up. These are nice moves from Tundra after the laning phase.
Yeah, pretty hard to kill 33. I mean, it feels like they sort of have to bring over what the Pango with the Rolling Thunder if they want to try and stand a chance. But even then, he's probably going to get the primal split off.
Yeah, either that or wait for global, and then you go with global plus the Pango coming in.
It's going to take a lot.
Definitely will.
So 33 likely to get enough space to make good progress on this Radiance rush.
Whitemon's gone to 6 now because of that kill, because of that stack. It's very early. He's got the Wheel of Wonder for the next play around this power rune. Maureen.
The chains. Wheel laid down. Now we got to push him back into it. Now he's gone.
He's been the best Ringmaster, it seems like, for a bit of time. And just him able to steal stack XP, get a kill, gets him 6, gets a kill, that's massive for them.
Yeah, this Ringmaster's messing with them big time.
Yeah. Getting that kill on the Pango, slowing down the defusal time. He was pretty close to having it.
Oh, look at this as well, Saxa.
Oh.
He's going to try and take some of the stack here with the Macropie up.
Oh, these supports, they're owning right now.
I mean, 33's coming over as well to make sure they get away with this. Saxa's falling very low.
Pango's respawning.
So we'll see how much they can finish off. They're probably going to get pushed back. So Falcons will make sure that the majority of this stack, the bigger ancient creeps, will be protected. Get sniped by my Maureen here on the side. They try for the slight change, but won't quite connect onto it. So Maureen's going to be able to get back out. Yeah, Falcons, they keep their ancient stack safe for the most part.
And the Macropire actually kind of just helps them clear it, if anything. It only took out, I think, 2 small dragons, if I'm not mistaken.
They'll be able to sneak one more stack in there as well.
Yep. So Amar will be boosted up again that much more. Skitter has been uncontested in this game. He's got 400 difference between him and that Morphling at the moment. Echo Saber is done. Now that they can go farm those stacks, up to a 2k lead for Falcons with this laning phase. But nice moves from Tundra to at least try to contest and reestablish after that early laning dominance that Falcons did have. Smoke's coming out. Diffusal's done for Maureen. They've got global. They want Morphling, it looks like. Will Crystallis be at the ready for it? Looks like he is reading it.
Yeah,
they're smoking, making their own move.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They did see it, though. Falcons. They have the lane ward, so Falcons immediately see them turn around in the river, look to set up toward the mid lane, perhaps look for the power rune. Spot bottom, so they have to walk all the way back down there. Love it. And they'll reveal themselves, so good awareness coming out there from Tundra to be able to pressure top tower and clear it out to Crystallis. Missing the last hit. These guys missing last hits with 150 damage on these heroes.
Wow, no need to call him out there.
What? I called out Ciro.
No, we did. Yeah, he had a similar number of damage as well.
It was 3 creeps. You got it as well.
So there's a decent amount of money you're missing out on for the team, right?
Yeah, it does matter.
The last hit was like 110 each if you get the last hit on the tower.
Yeah, you miss out on quite a bit. It's important. Little things do add up. Falcons 3K lead. Just being a little more efficient around the map with these stacks, as we mentioned. And Amar now pressuring bottom.
I mean, Amar's going to be quite the problem.
Yes.
He's getting complete free farm up there, level with his mid. Sorry, with his carry.
Yep, and as we mentioned, he's going the carry route himself too,
yep,
and he has the lucky shot that he's going to be thriving off as well in the mid game. Strap yourselves in though, everybody, because this is Tundra Falcons, so there's going to be quite a bit of farming. Both these two teams that do like to hit the creeps. How's 33 doing on his Radiance? 900 away. Doing better than I expected. He's still bottom of the cores, but has yet to die. How's BZM's Mage Slayer? He's getting pretty close also to have that as well. But Falcons getting a little more out of the map, as we said. Now up to a 4K lead.
They're getting quite the sort of comfortable lead here.
Getting some growth across the board here. Saksa putting a incredibly deep ward, or looking for something over here. Crazy wraparound behind the tier 2 mid. Falcons is just playing the stack game. Okay, so that's what Sox is doing. I was like, he's going so far deep on tier 2s. He's just looking to block camps because Falcons is playing the efficiency.
They've made so many stacks.
And Tundra is not making the stacks. So he will be able to also steal this shrine and maybe even kill Crit. Crit alive with 5 HP.
He's gonna live.
Oh my god, the stick is just enough. Couldn't get that extra little bit of right click since he goes into the Pierce the Veil. Literally just survives. But a nice steal. The Shrine of Wisdom, and Sox also blocks the Ancients and gets a deep ward in the enemy triangle as well too to get some vision. Actually, I think that was Whitemon earlier, but whatever. Level 12 on the Bristle. You can see how Falcons is looking to play with these stacks and Tundra. And perhaps just waiting for the timing of the Mage Slayer plus Radiance before they look for a fight. It's definitely difficult for them to fight into Falcons versus this global at the moment. Tormentor time. Falcons setting up for it. Don't believe Tundra's going to have any qualms to contest this.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, not at least until they have that kind of Radiance online. It's very close to it, 33.
Their lineup is just about, as we say, Tundra wants to wait until late game, so if they just sit back and farm, it does feel good. Falcons, they ideally want to be the ones that are pressuring. They'll be able to get this Tormentor. Crit. Neither one of them are the greatest in this game.
That's true,
The two
right?
support shards are kind of underwhelming, but you definitely want to be able to steal more int than to be getting this one, of course.
The brain drain does feel nice, even if you just get a couple of kills.
Actually,
in the radius of it.
Versus a Brewmaster too, right? Brew losing int is devastating, but there's no kills really happening in this game anyway, so.
No, it's slowing down. Oh, they're diving in potentially. They get the Remnant out onto Crit. Crit will get the off. The Global comes in, and Maorin's in with Rolling Thunder onto the two of them. Catches the two supports in the combo. As Saxa goes down, Whitemon will try and save himself in the escape act, but he won't be escaping at the end of this. Both dead. They're very quick on that, Falcons. I mean, it just goes to sort of show why Tundra's been so careful about looking for a fight, because as soon as they kind of look for some action, it immediately goes wrong for them.
And it feels like that's always going to, if Global's up, that's going to happen every single time. So Global down, of course, for 90 seconds off of that, but trying to make their, what feels like their first aggressive move, and it's not even close to connect.
No.
Off the mark with the wheel, too. I think he got caught by the silence, so he can't get the whip. Crit was able to get that calling off, and yeah, Malmarine with easy cleanup. Now Marine has Blink, too, so he can continue to force this action.
I guess at the same time, even though that didn't go great for them, because it did get the global silence out, maybe they will go for something again pretty soon.
They have.
Because you have to do it when the global's not there, right?
Yep, you got 60 seconds now. I mean, or do they just play to farm the map? I mean, 33. This is the way Tundra plays, right? They do like to just force things and just keep farming and just wait for that super late games.
Sure.
But usually they're not 5. Usually what I see about Tundra is it's like when they are losing sometimes it's like 16-5 and they're just 1K goal behind. This is 6-5 and they're 4K behind. So it's a little different than the formula we see from them at times.
Yeah, Falcons are going to be coming for them. They've got the smoke. They're going to make the move with the twin gate up towards the top. They know that there's a high chance that somebody's up here. It is Crystallis is the big catch.
Blink and an amp damage on Malrine too.
They should search this area.
The ward saw him. They saw the creep die. They know he's here.
See if he's got any way to play his way out of this. Hasn't got the Manta quite yet.
There's an 8-toss on the Muerta. This looks like a guaranteed kill. Crystallis.
He's just on the edge of vision. Just outside of it.
He's starting to get the morph up.
He's going for the TP out in the trees. Do they catch him in time? They don't. He's out of there, Crystallis. He reads them.
Sneaky. Very nicely done. Net wasted. Wow. What, 30, 40 seconds. Gold lead.
33.
5K to 3K.
He's trying to dive in on the mid, but the global's there. And backup comes in. Skeeter's in with the combo from the high ground. 33.
Oh, well.
He's in.
They found one anyway.
Yep, he's out. Straight like that. Tried to dive in. I mean, I guess he forced out the global, but he's dying for it.
Oh, and now I'm on.
Now Marion can try and turn this into something more. Quick jump to the side there. So will not save Whitemon. That's Falcons. They get another. They're able to push down the mid now. Amar ready to sort of join the push. As they've already cleared out the tier 1 down bottom. He's ready to move around the map. Take some more of the map away from Tundra as Falcons continue to hold this lead.
I quite like seeing the Pango versus the Ringmaster too, because Escape Act is great versus most abilities because it gives magic resist, but Pango is just all physical. So of course we didn't see it
And
there,
all
but-
AoE.
Yeah, and so every one of his spells are just quite excellent versus that Ring. See when Roche looks to be on the docket for Falcons. It does feel like they can look to force that a bit more too if they'd like to. Malrine, of course, will get the Brigand's Blade. Feels like all the Pangos do get it.
And so,
through the portal.
So for Sax as well, where does he kind of go with his build in the long run? So you get this drums, this Dragon Lance, Shard. Where are you going with this eventually? Are you going to be eventually some additional right-click and bar? Drop the wheel down. He's hard to kill. In the Macropire though, with the Primal Split, they will get him.
I don't think they needed that split, but they'll throw it out anyway, I guess. Maybe anticipating there's more Pyros coming from behind, perhaps, but okay.
Yeah, do we get some sort of cool stuff from Saxa then?
I think he just does what we just see Insania do this, right? Insania did just Hurricane Pike BKB. I don't know about BKB this game because he's not playing versus like a Mars. Actually, he's playing versus Pango, so it might be BKB after Hurricane Pike. This is the new build that we see from the what was this facet called?
It's the Twin Terror, yeah. It's the fun one to do. Everyone loves it right now.
Yeah, they just go for the right clicks. Crystallis, they're looking to set up for him. He's got man to the scout. Nice micro. Scouts both sides. Delta split. It's top net worth on the morph, so he's avoided all the ganks. Pretty good for him there.
They're going to
see
go for
him now. Can he get out? No Manta at the ready.
Get the Rolling Thunder, but it's kind of deep. The rest of Falcons don't want to go for this anymore. Crystallis, again, just avoiding these moves. A step ahead of them.
Did they have the global on the initial go? I think they did, right? As he didn't want to throw it out. Maybe he thought that they were just going to get the connection anyway. Because they saw the Manta. They saw the two illusions, so they know his Manta was cooldown, but either way. Roll won't connect. Down to that 3K lead, so yeah, Tundra. They're doing their Tundra thing. You know, they just hit the creeps. Make sure the lead does not grow too much. How's Falcons' next few pickups looking, though? The SNY, it's done for Amar. Skeeter, he's got his Shadow Blade. Question is, do they want to look to force the Roche soon? Wisdom Rune, 21 minutes, or Shrine of Wisdom. Looks like that's going to be the choice for them. And BZM is getting closer and closer toward his BKB to be able to deal with that silence, deal with the Pango. But not forcing a Roche on the side of Falcons, so pace slowing down a little bit there, where for Tundra, their lineup is all about going to later stages. See if that ends up working. They are pinging it out, so I believe that's Whitemon who was pinging, just anticipating that there is going to be a potential Roche soon from Falcons. But they're actually hunting Skeeter, looking for BZM.
Up top.
They got him.
Yeah, they'll drop the global for this. Make sure there's no chance of escape.
He had a Lotus. It's not enough. With that kill, 40 seconds, they're going to look to pressure the map more. Amar, just smack a courier. Crystallis. We'll be fine. They've got Malrine smoked here in a Pretty cool position. Might catch Christos off guard.
It's difficult, though, without the global, unless they catch him perfectly. I mean, Christos is going to play aggressive.
He didn't see Mauri.
Tries to go in for Crit. He'll get punished heavily for that one.
He got baited. Surely that's going to be the one for them to go for Roche on Falcons then, after that kill. Looks like they're pinging towers. They don't want to go for it just yet.
That's a rough death from Crystalis.
I mean, Amar looks like he was maybe one. I mean, we'll see where they go. Yeah, it is a rough one.
It was top net worth. He was getting all the space in the world.
It was clever from Malrine. He smoked himself at the tower after he TP'd in, so even if there was a ward, he was going to be able to get that sneaky play onto Crystals, but definitely a risky play from Crystals after them just waiting for so long, getting that farm sustained for him.
It's never really an easy support to go for either, right, the Moed. So he gets to pierce the veil off, suddenly you're not really getting the chance to finish him off completely as a solo morph.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And he's got the Gossamer Cape too, so all these little things do absolutely matter.
That's not an easy kill to try for, and it ends up hurting him big time, Crystalis.
Yeah, and Crit, he is starting to get some spell amp on. So 6% spell amp.
Oh, there you go.
When you get 20 in Aghanims, it matters.
Sure.
It really does.
Eventually, it feels, you know, you're pretty happy you got that early on.
And it does feel like, I mean, he's getting quite a bit of farm.
Look at these stacks. It's just crazy. 26 stacks against the 5.
That has to be
23
the most
minutes in.
at 23 minutes.
It has to. We're not seeing them this high, are we?
No, not
This is a very big number.
He's getting so rich off of it.
There we go. So Crit indeed has beat the record for the most camp stack this tournament. So that's not even at 23 minutes into a game. That's just in a game. He's already smashed it.
I mean, it has been the most passive game ever from Tundra, right? After
It
that
has.
early game, nothing has happened, so he's just able to sit back and get those stacks to increase his farm. Tundra does like to hit those creeps. But Falcons, feels like they're getting, just continuing to just get a little more out of the map. You see the net worth for a moment like dwindle, it goes down to like 3-4K, but then immediately when they get a kill back, Falcons just starts accelerating things back to that 5-6K, that extra item or two on a core. That does really matter. And they're smoked. So their ults, they're back at the ready. Skeeter, I believe that's the BKB at the ready too.
And it does very much feel like if they get a jump on someone, they have the global. They're pretty much guaranteed to get that kill.
Yep. And
against most of these heroes.
And Crystalis has, honestly, he's been using his Manta off cooldown, it feels like, to farm.
So a little
if they
risky.
find him, they'll kill him. BKB is finished up for BZM, so he could survive the ganks. And this will be, I guess, the... Okay, now they'll go for that rush. So waited a little bit to go for it fully. Maybe just wanted to be extra safe, have Skeeter have the BKB before they do commit for it. But it will be a freebie.
Yeah, Mar will take this.
Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, Skeeter hasn't really been feeling any pressure at all, and he's got BKB, so he should be safe to escape in most situations. Amar will be deeper. Can probably look to siege these tier 2s a bit now on the side.
I think they can, right?
Yeah.
See what sort of happens, see if Tundra turn up.
At least force some reaction. They'll see Crystalis poke top, they ping it immediately, but I'd imagine Falcons do want, they can take any fight right now, as they probably could have taken at any point in this game. Looking to pressure 2 lanes, and here they go. They're setting up top. Global is ready, so is the roll.
Tundra know it's a bit spooky.
The next liquid fire they might go on.
Mauri.
Maybe the next liquid fire they go on.
He's
They're just going for the morph.
Gets the opening on Crystalis to get the curse down as well. They put the global, they catch him in the calling, and Mauri continues to lock him down. Skeeter steps up with the damage. Avalanche in, it's enough. They get the kill, and now they can try and look for more potentially. It's 33 in BZM. Backing off. They're actually going to see if they can turn over towards Mauri. He'll get the shield crash out, but he's caught in the Macropie, the Wheel of Wonder. They'll get him. They'll kill off the Pango. Amar's very low, but of course does have the safety of the Aegis. And with the back of the damage of Skeeter, they clear through both Whitemon and Saxa. Snaking does fall close to the tower. 33 in BZM, the last 2 left alive for Tundra. They'll have to start retreating.
Can they get out? Crit is looking for an angle to potentially try to catch one of the 2, but the chains come out. Some trade kills.
Yeah, they tried to send the rest of the Brewlings in as well to see if they could finish off Amar, get that Aegis out of him, but wasn't to be. Amar's able to survive, keep the Aegis safe.
Some trade kills, but again, Falcons coming out ahead. They claim the tier 2 before they go port for the defense too, so they get the tower as well as make that aggressive move. BZM does hold the BKB though, which is nice. But
and they're also they're killing Crystalis, right? They're getting the morph at the start of these plays.
Yep. Again, his Manta's cooldown. It wouldn't have mattered here, but he's just literally using it off cooldown to go for these plays. So dies before anything. He needs to survive. He is the carry at the end of the day, so even if they're getting these cleanup kills...
That's the thing, because he's
they need him
0-2-0.
to do well.
He's not been alive for a single kill or assist in these fights.
No, not quite. We're starting to see the separation between him and Skeeter, too. And speaking of Skeeter, right on top of BZM. Throws the Remnant forward, but he's got the one back. The jump, Whitemon, he's been found.
Yeah, having a very, very clean game as Skeeter, 6-0-3.
Hey, most of Falcons, it's clean games from them. It's just Tundra hitting creeps in order to try to keep themselves stabilized. Tormentor, next choice. Crit did pivot with his build. Interesting to see that. Goes for the Force Staff instead of going for the finishing of the Ags. Maybe just wanting to have that protection versus the Brew, because I think with the way 33 is just going to play in all these fights, is he's just going to go for the 2 backline supports. Throw the Bristle in the air and just jump the Silencer plus the Muerta. Because he is level 18, so I mean 33.
He's got great farm.
He's actually having the best game out of
But this is the thing, right? He is on this Brew that we just haven't really seen be that impactful a lot of the times that it's been picked, and the potential just hasn't been shown. We'll see if 33 is able to show it this game, but yeah, so far, she's sometimes being able to take the Bristle out the fight. The question is that enough? Is that enough that you need to be coming out from your offlaner?
Exactly. That really is going to be the case. And he is getting close to 20, which is one of the big talents, at least for his Brewlings to not die.
Yeah.
He gets that plus HP, which definitely needs, as we mentioned. You know, there is a lot of ways to kill those Brewlings in the middle team fights. Looking at Sox's position, it feels like he's been doing this half the game. Just cutting waves, being it pesky. 1 minute left on this Aegis. Lotus Orb for Amar now. And there's that Aghanims. So Falcons continuing to get better items in terms of just team fight in comparison to Tundra for that head-on 5v5. And Skeeter is already anticipating the next item. So it is, of course, the butterfly build that you usually see on these Morphlings, as we saw Mikke do in the last game. Same thing. He's going to go for that MKB.
And also against the Brew, right? Quite nice.
It is very nice against the Brew. Very
yeah.
Cool. There's another tower. Tier 2s all to drop. Falcons now having firm grasp of most of the map. And for Tundra, what's going to be the timing for that head-on fight? Let's see.
Skeeter is going to find 33.
There's backup.
They've got the Global and the Rolling Thunder to make sure there's not a chance of a split coming out.
Can't get away. And he spent his gold. So that's the AC purchase. 65 seconds, no Brew. Falcons just continuing to...
Oh, Chrysalis?
Smoothly
might find Snaking.
Use the waveform already.
He's going to be able to use the powers of the Silencer against him.
Snake and
Crit's heading over to help out.
Get back up. There's a force from Crit.
Really wants to kill him.
The silence.
They're not going to get him. Snaking just able to casually walk away from the enemy carry.
Well, that's awkward. $10K lead now, Falcons. Growing it and growing it. The only ones that are actually able to connect with any play is Tundra.
Skeeter.
Literally just hitting creep. Skeeter, he wants to kill a support.
Yeah, this carry doesn't struggle killing supports.
No. Go Scepter, but not going to save you. -3, +3. Falcons just, yeah, this early game has just been, it's been really nice for them in Tundra. You know, we did frame that they are playing for late game, but...
Which is what, you know, the recovery game is what they're usually pretty good at, Tundra, right? But is it going to work out this time against Falcons?
It doesn't feel like this is a game with Chrysalis, with the performance. He's 0-2-0, and he's now playing versus a lot of counters that he's up against. The MKB's done, there's a lot of silences control. Crit is actually, he's gone for even more control, so rather than going for the Ags build, he's going Hex. So since he's playing versus an Ember and a Morph, it does feel very valuable to go for this as well, since they can just get that extra lockdown.
He's casually farming the...
Why not?
And he's triangle as well, Crip. And Tundra, can they find something where they bring it all together and try and make a decent strike back against Falcons? It's not happened so far.
Yeah, it looks like they're kind of joining together to potentially look for that play soon. But the global's up. Everything's ready for Falcons. They want to try to find Amar split away, but not the case. 20 for the Brew. But the question will also be is sometimes if he's even going to get that split off, as we saw before. They have so many ways to control him. Arcane Rune for Malrine. Roche, about 30 seconds till we'll find out.
Skeeter just constantly on the hunt as the Tiny.
There's a sentry down, but they do see Saksa. He's actually looking for snaking, Skeeter.
He's going to jump in. He's going to start to back away now. Macroplier down. Can kites it out. Down the river he goes. The global comes out. Snaking trying to protect himself. Popping the BKB at BZM. Really trying to force forward, but he can't finish off the silence and kill. Snaking's able to glimmer cape away into the trees. Go for the TP out. Snaking's perfectly safe out of this.
Can Tundra chase when the global's down and the rolls? They can't. They really wanted to try to get something there since the spells were used, but not able to.
So the amount of catch they have, it's just rather limited right in Tundra.
They're smoking instantly though. No global, no roll. How long on Roche? It's an instant spawn.
They've got to try and force something.
I don't think they scouted it. Tundra looking for a catch.
Maybe they find Crypt.
Amar.
Oh, this is definitely the tougher of the kills. Crypt will die.
Right.
Well, you get that one. Can they tackle the Bristle? 33.
Try. Rolling Thunder's up in 10 seconds. Don't know how far they want to commit forward. Now that is going to be coming back up. Roche, they do scout it. They get a ward down also around this high ground.
Can they force it?
The roll is up. They're going to try poking. This is a bit dangerous. Maybe they feel like they need to do it.
If Amar
drop
can enter into the pit, he can start to bully Tundra out of this.
He's going to walk right in.
See what they can do about this Bristle. They look towards him. They get the chains upon him. Skeeter ready to enter in from the side. Same to be said for Maureen. They put the split here on 33. Look towards Amanda. Let's see him pushing a bit. Skeeter's with the jump. He finishes the Roche and immediately gets the pickup on the Aegis. Perfect timing for Skeeter to enter in and put an end to Tundra trying to sneak this Roche, and they'll be able to kill Skeeter the once.
Maureen got stuck there.
Can they kill Skeeter a second time? He's in. Jump. He gets the setup on towards Chrysalis, but the waveform's back up, so Chrysalis can back out of this.
33. He's in the pit. He's TPing out.
They won't see him. They won't stop him, but they do get the catch on a BZM. Nothing further than the silence, though, as BZM's able to haste away.
He's hasted, but he's being greedy. Did they see where the remnant was?
He's still got the BKB ready to press. The fear catches him. See if he feels scared enough to put the BKB. No, the haste rune will give him enough safety to not have to press it. So Tundra obviously get bullied out of the pit. It does cost a little bit from Falcons. They do have to use the buyback on Amar.
Surprising one.
To get back over towards that. And they do immediately lose that Aegis that Skeeter's able to pick up. Skeeter will continue the kills though as he finds Whitemon.
Oh, and he finds pretty much level 25 off of Shrine of Wisdom there too.
So still in a fantastic spot, Falcons, really. That was maybe the chance for Tundra to get a little bit of a step back into the game. Falcons just basically take that away from them.
It was probably still like the right call, right? Because if you just give them the Roche, then you probably just lose control of the map completely. So you have to take a risk at this deficit on Tundra. Even though they don't get the last hit or the Aegis, at least they get something. Yeah, the Primal Split was pretty effective versus Amar in particular. He threw him into the pit with that Void, kind of messed with his brain. But Skeeter, again, these Tinies. Mickey in that last series, he was literally the rock for the team, and Skeeter's doing the same exact thing.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Just hard for Chrysalis to keep up on.
Saksa, hello.
Another one for Skeeter.
$50 seconds, no Jakiro. Skeeter's he's gonna be approaching max item territory pretty soon too. Swift Blink plus the Harpoon if he wants to go down it, then perhaps replace an item. What does Amar have next? He does find himself a Mystical Gale Guard, so more regen and more magic resist for the Bristle. That's the next big one though. I mean, Crystallis He's the big one to look at. Probably that Scotty, I guess, if he's able to get to that. But yeah, he's still a very, very long way from it.
And the thing, even then, it's not going to be easy for them to find the damage.
Yeah, it's
kind of kill these beefy Falcons targets.
Yeah, it's going to be slow, sustained, long team fights that they're going to have to thrive off of then. But as I said, he's still a ways away from having it. And just, yeah, for Crystal, the concerns really are that if he gets caught in a disable. He did buy a BKB between everything there, so he will be able to play against this global and some of these stuns. But if he gets caught by the initial hex, he could just die. And Crit's setting up for him. Crystallis. BKB's at the start.
Okay.
Turns into the Muerta so he can shoot Crit.
Just gonna go for the TP out and he'll make it away.
Crit. Runs into 33.
He's getting back up on the way over, Crit. TP's out, and indeed that will mean that Skidder doesn't go in immediately, but still him and Maori might be tempted to try and find something. They've got the 3 cores down here, Falcons.
No BKB for Crystallis, so they're ready to look for a fight onto him. That was good reaction from Crystallis, though. Instant BKB, and then turns into the Muerta, so if Crit goes into Pierce the Veil, he can peep on him. He can hit him right through it, so that was pretty cool reaction because of the super... I didn't know it's called Supernatural, but because of that thing, it lets him hit through the ethereal form. So that was kind of cool reaction, but yeah, BKB cooldown. He has to stay in the base for a bit of time. So Falcons can get tormented again. And everyone's got the shard already, so it's just cash. Shiva's now finished. Another really good pickup versus that Morph, versus the Sustain. Falcons with control of 90% of this game, but
it really has
been. Just been hitting creeps, trying to get to that point where they.
Yeah, is it all going to come together for Tundra?
It still just feels. It feels just 1 or 2 steps too hard still for this Morphling. If they can win 1 or 2 of these next team fights, perhaps, but him alone versus D3's core.
He just needs so much. And we're seeing it with the items that he's queuing up, right? From the Skadi now changing to the Hurricane Pike, thinking about the Satanic, but even then he's almost certainly thinking about the damage item that he gets on top of it. He needs so much, Crystallis, to be able to carry this one.
Yeah, because I'm also sitting here and I'm like, maybe he does just need something like that, Daedalus, but he's running out of slots as well, too, so it's complicated for sure for Crystallis at this point. As Falcons, everything is up at the ready. A gem on Crit leading the charge. He has the Hex. And Crystallis, he has to use the BKB almost instantly if Crit walks up, because otherwise he could just get 100 to 0'd. I mean, similar for BZM. They see BZM. Do they know where the Remnant is? They see the Remnant now also.
Skeeter. He's TPing over as well.
Do they set up on top of both positions here?
Yeah, he's going to have eyes on him. Here's the setup with the toss into the Avalanche. Global as well. Rolling Thunder to keep him perfectly locked down.
So much control with that extra Hex coming in from Crit. Just jumps forward to the high ground. Is Crit stuck? He was stuck. Okay, a little bit.
They might even get more here potentially. I mean, 33 Saxer and Crystallis are watching from the high ground. Skeeter is just in! Makes the jump. They'll try and turn towards him. They'll get the Avalanche out on a Crystallis. Deadshot as well to push him back. They'll drop the wheel over towards Skeeter. Skeeter up to put the BKB and back off.
All right, maybe a little too in. I don't know if he expected to jump into 3 heroes.
Mark is ready to lead the charge up to the high ground.
Level 24. Not quite 25 for the Warpath damage. But he does pop the Seeing Red, so a ton of damage that he applies on that tower.
33. Watching from the side, but no real way to start anything, especially without BZM alive.
Supports, as we said, Falcons, since they've had full control of the game, the supports are getting very rich too. Snaking, queuing up the Refresher. Crit, about to hit level 20, so double dead shots are going to be online soon too for him. Even if he doesn't have the Aghanims, it still is ridiculously impactful. Octarine for Malrine. I mean, the items just keep flurrying in, and it feels the items for Tundra, especially now at this point, they've kind of stopped coming in. They got the Nullifier for BZM, but haven't really felt that impact of it too much yet. And Hurricane Pike now finished for Crystallis. But yeah, level 22 on Crystallis and almost 3 level 25s on the side of Falcons also. So besides that gold lead, the experience is a big factor. And Global's back up.
Marin.
Looking for perhaps something in the mid. I'll also point out it was a timeless Global as well too, to point out. Snaking did get the extra debuff duration too from that. So the Global is more annoying. And we did see a Seal Totem for Crystalis. So I'm trying to look at like the big ones that they got in particular for these neutral items. Seal Totem can do big work for the Morphling to get in and out of some of these plays too. But yeah, all these neutral items, of course, mattering a lot. Jump in the base.
Get the Wheel of Wonder down on a Skeeter. Global will come in and try and keep Skeeter safe, but he falls very low. Gets the BKB off and forced to safety. Skeeter will manage to reset.
33 tried to stick on him with Gem.
Turn towards the Bristle, but now Maurin comes in with a Rolling Thunder, catches 33, they just turn. Dead. Burst if he doesn't get a chance to get the split off, he's dead for 80. Skeeter will die though. Crystalis able to find him in return, bounces back to safety with the Ogre Seal Totem. Now tries to turn over towards Amar. Amar will get the Lotus off.
They get Skeeter. A big kill, and Crystalis gets the last hit on
That's a lot of money, right?
How much did he get? 1,200 or more. Okay.
They'll take that.
They do it. 33.
They'll absolutely take that there, Tundra.
He didn't buy back. I thought 33 might buy back and jump.
He kept it cool.
He kept it cool. So I think they got their gem back as well. Did I see that correctly? Sorry. I didn't see who actually got it. I know Crit has one, but I think there was a secondary one somewhere. I'm checking.
Yeah, and I like this as well from Crystalis. You know, not going for that Satanic or Skadi the ads queued up early. Get the Daedalus.
That's what I was thinking.
He needs to make sure he can get in and clean up these kills. This is going to do him a whole world of good.
I found the gem. Snaking has it on his courier at the base. So they took Whitemond's gem. So now lack of vision on the side of Tundra for some moments. It's back at base. You know where, boys. It was on Snake's courier. There we go. I mean, it is a big deal because as we've seen there with these silver edges, sometimes can just be the X Factor to just get out of that play. Skater, Satanic for the next fight. Might be able to sustain, but a big gold chunk going to Crystalis, and maybe that's why he also feels like he wants to go that Daedalus, since he gets like 2k gold from the fight.
No, for sure. He's very, very close to it.
Yep.
In fact, did he already sell the treads, or he's doing that now? He's doing that now. So now with the treads sold, he has the money.
And he's 25.
That's the money.
So a bit tankier as well too. Goes for the strength rather than the waveform cooldown.
I'll see what they can find here. The smoke plate is coming into the global silence though. Just come back off cooldown, so global will be ready in response.
Everything ready on both sides.
It makes it a bit more difficult for Tundra to find something. They might still try. They'll look to Amar.
Let's see Crystalis' damage, how much he can actually do, because he goes all in.
That is true. No buyback.
Malrine, Arcane Rune. Looking for the jump.
Skeeter leads him, gets the angle here with the Avalanche. The Rolling Thunder's there to follow up. He's in. We'll get the BKB off, but they've already lost Saxon. But the supports go down. But indeed, they just tear through the Tiny again. The damage from Crystalis is coming out now big time. And Amar try and push towards Crystalis. CPZM, able to get the catch on Crit the side of the fight. Crystalis is ready to turn back towards him. Looks to Snaking. Snaking able to keep his distance. 33 will get the rock landed upon him. They're closing in, force forward. Crystalis able to clean up another.
Oh, and he's getting big kills.
I mean, Amar on his own, they should be able to handle him. As Amar, 1 versus the 3 of them. He'll get the Lotus out. BZM's falling quite low. Return to the quills coming out here.
Okay, he's actually able to get himself away because that Lotus, that speed, it's too much.
But we're absolutely seeing a Crystalis for as quiet of a game as he's had for pretty much the first 30 minutes or so. He is now at a point where he's a huge issue. And this is 2 times now. Skeeter, he's dying at the start of the fight after having such a brilliant game. Now, he was, 11-0-7, I think, earlier. Now 11-2-7. These late-game deaths, they're hurting him big time, and they mean so much more for Crystalis.
Died so fast, Owen. 12 hits. That's all it took there from the Morphling. Huge damage coming into play onto him. That's through the Satanic as well, too, if I'm not mistaken. Just able to just wear right through him. And they got the initial jump, too, right? They got the 2 supports, but...
They did, yeah. They killed them very quickly.
They just stuck on top of him. Now Crystalis.
Yeah, it's a massive issue.
Yep. And he's around that Roche, too. Double Slight ready for BZM. Tundra have stalled for so long, and it seems like the stalling is hitting its moment now. Malrine, he's got Refresher.
See what he can do here.
Just 1 roll.
The pit, but Roshan, as it is, isn't that low right now.
LTP reset. He does have that Refresher to come back in if he feels he needs it, but the Roche is dead.
It's going to be Tundra's. Crystalis cleans up the Roche, grabs himself the Aegis, Refresher Shard and Cheese at the ready as well.
So impressive how he's been able to do this now. And have to also, I do have to give credit to 33 as well, too. He's being very annoying now at this point with his split. He goes for the backline heroes when the initial jump happens. He just chases out the 2 supports, and they can't deal with that. The Silencer and the Muerta have no way to contest versus this Brew when he gets on them. And he's also hit 25. Impressive stuff from Tundra to be able to stall to this point.
Yeah, this super slow sort of gameplay, the style that we know that they're... You know, this is the way they like to do it, Tundra. And here against Falcons, despite the lead the Falcons have had the entire game.
Oh, coming in.
See what they can do here. The Global comes out. Get the Hex onto Crystallis. Maureen's, again, they're getting to the background. They're killing the supports, pretty much no issue. Saxo will drop down the Macropire, but he will still get taken out. So the supports are not a problem. It's killing the cores that's been proven to be a little tougher for Falcons. It's 33.
Might still be able to chase him here.
Yeah, he's got the BKB and the split at the ready. Now put the BKB. Can't get the split off, though.
That's 100 seconds. I cursed him. Gets caught. No brew. Just 2 heroes versus 5 for the push.
They can come in with the push with the banner now.
Falcons finding a massive connection.
So the Crystallis, he's got this Aegis. We'll be able to sort of throw his life away in the defense.
Amar is sitting on 7,000 gold. He's looking like he wants to also be that carry. He's queuing up the MKB. Since he's seen Skater die a couple of times, he wants to be the one who can hit Crystallis. Towers to fall.
30 seconds until they have the supports back up Tundra. They make Crystallis try and turn into Tiny, get the toss back onto Skeeter, but Skeeter's out with the invis. Maureen rolls forward, drops another fire down onto BZM. Crystallis will have to wait for him away. Recharge in the fountain. Fortifications come out, but Falcons, after that comes to an end, they'll be ready to smash through the barracks here at Tundra.
It's 2 sets that are dropping after that. Amar, the banner is down, so they can't clear that bottom wave. Nice try, BZM.
Sports back up now. Falcons, they will respect that, but indeed being able to already do the damage. Taking the 2 sets.
Back to business. Huge pickoffs. The supports are really struggling still on the side of Tundra, even though Crystallis was able to thrive on that last fight.
Able to reinforce their lead that little bit more now.
Yep.
With the damage done to the base Falcons.
Refresher shard on BZM for the fight with the Ags.
Dire are scanning.
How do the supports protect themselves? I mean, they probably just have to sit smoke super far back, but they still just die to Maureen. Okay, Namar will switch the build. He'll just go for the Ags. He's out of space, so he just consumes it fully. So he doesn't have to replace any items yet. Tormentor, extra money for them.
Radiant are scanning.
And that is what going to be the refresher outright for snaking.
Yeah, refresher for snaking, and I think Skeeter also had something that I saw him queuing up.
Let's go with the Daedalus.
I think it was the Daedalus. Yep. I thought he was, okay, guess he's tiny. He doesn't want to go Revenant Brooch for his morph, but sure. It's also hitting everybody else.
Yeah.
Right? I always like to talk about that too. You know, sometimes it's not just about hitting that one target, it's about the overall things.
And I guess now it's as well for cleaving through the split.
Yes, and the cleave, as I've mentioned it to you a couple of times, Revenant Brooch doesn't cleave the damage. Daedalus does actually cleave that full damage. So yeah, it can be very good in multiple different scenarios. Aegis, 80 seconds. Crystals hasn't been able to find too much out of it. Tundra still showing they have a fighting chance, even though now again back to a very another difficult spot versus the 2 Rax advantage.
Trying to see if they can trip 33 up there, but the blink into the trees will avoid the attempts there of Maureen.
Doesn't clear off the whole wave, but gets it quite low. 50 minutes. Which is the rune in the cycle right now? It is a DD.
It's a nice one.
I thought it was a DD also, so it's a big one for Crystallis.
And he's very close to, I mean, he can pretty much have the Satanic ready to fill that slot of the Aegis when that expires.
Yeah. How close? He's pretty close, right? Because he disassembled the Vlad, so he's...
Yeah, he can have it if he wants. Of course, buyback will not be available, but he's playing on the edge and kind of has to, it feels like, to be able to carry this game.
Team fight, if he can actually stick on targets with this amp damage, it's going to be big. Maureen
is he going to show him?
Try for this. He just pop him.
They're going to see him.
They're trying.
They go straight away. So we get the roll-up off.
They have enough. They don't. They're pushing fast.
It's a lot of damage from Crystallis. Immediately forces out the fortification from Falcons.
I don't know. Did they see snaking with his refresher yet? I don't know if they did.
I'm up. Leading in. We'll see BZM trying to scout out the backlines. Global will come out.
That's the first one.
He's got the BKB here to protect him for now, BZM.
He's got a refresher shard also, so he's got a secondary one if he needs it. That's the first global. The base starting to get pushed in. Those racks that they were able to...
Someone's going to have to head back and deal with that. It's going to be BZM, of course, can lay down a remnant, get back, deal with some of the creeps pushing in, and still be ready to rejoin the team fight on the offensive.
They're looking to do maybe some type of wraparound play here. I see Skater drawing the line toward the Tundra triangle. Nice try there from Tundra. Just trying to capitalize on the amp damage. You know, just sneak a catch onto Maureen, but he was pretty ready for it. And he is not fragile either. He's got that tough serrated shiv, so it is a 45 armor Pangolier. Set up around top. They are looking for Malrine again, but he seems to know something's up.
Yeah. He's going to try rolling towards them.
He can clear the wave in TP. No BKB disables on the side of Tundra.
Yeah, Crystallis still yet to spend up on the Satanic, holding on to his gold right now, 6k.
Okay.
Maybe does indeed want to make sure he has buyback on top of finishing that.
I think he has enough for buyback and buying it now. If he disassembles the Vlads, he's very close. He needs 2,800 surplus, so it's pretty close. Falcons controlling the outside of base. The shield rune top. This is a big one with tanky cores. Now it's a 6,600 HP Tiny.
Dire are scanning.
And the global, it's back up. So double global at the ready. Can make these fights super complicated for the side of Tundra. There's that Titanic finish that the least done for Crystallis.
And you're right, he did the maths. Yeah, does indeed have buyback available on top of having that done.
Still is all about him. And of course, BZM is, I mean, he is very farmed too. It's just hard for him to see him do the similar kind of effect of a Morphling at these later stages.
No, because it's like, yeah, BZM and 33, they can definitely cause a lot of interruption and mess with the heroes, but it's going to be Crystallis that's killing them.
Yeah, it's mostly just messing with the backline in particular too, with the Aghanims from BZM. BZM, jump away. They did see where that Remnant came from, so Mar is looking to chase it a little more here. Skitter, invis up. BZM. Just have to be a little cautious here. The global, it catches him.
Let's see if they can do it. BKB's out. Second silence comes into play.
BKB.
Has Crit got any silencing connection there for the Avalanche? Skeeter's in. That's going to be BZM gone, but does have the buyback available. Same time, 33 messing around with the Mar in the mid. As he buys time for Crystallis and Saxa to close in upon him. They've got the Ice Path. They have the control of the Wheel of Wonder. Crystallis bringing in the damage, plus the BKB to make sure he can finish him off. He kills him. Amar's gone. Maurin coming in with the roll, bringing Saxa down low, but not quite enough to finish him. Skeeter jumps in with the Avalanche, gets the connection on the Crystallis. They've got the Hex as well on a Crystallis. Have they got anything else to look him down? They don't. Crystallis able to waveform in offensively, turns into the Muerta, uses the silence and the dead shot against Skeeter to push him back, but Skeeter pots the BKB. Doesn't matter. Crystallis bringing in the damage here, cleans up the double. Tundra, they can keep chasing on forward. They close the gap onto Snake King. Has he got any way out of this? He's going to have Glimmer up in a second. He'll try and get another curse off, but he is out as Tundra push forward.
Big plays.
Taking the fight hit.
Buyback from BZM, uses the refresher shard, joins back into the fray. That was really nice down there from Crystallis. Turning into the Muerta, and the damage is crazy.
Exactly right. You're able to use Muerta's toolkit perfectly. Just getting the calling and the dead shot out, and then just obviously the straight up the gunslinger. He's tearing through multiple heroes at the same time. Now they're ready to push forward, try and force out some of these buybacks.
Global not up for 20 seconds. Malrine is on Crystallis.
Is there anywhere? He's no mana to play with here, Crystallis.
He's got Satanic, but literally 0 mana.
Getting completely controlled by Malrine. They need to bring in further outputs of damage, though, to try and punish him, and he's going to get cheesed up.
Passing him that cheese, BCM at the ready. They don't want to buy back on Skeeter. He has 40 seconds till he's back.
Let's see how much damage Tundra can do before that comes in.
Creeps
Crystallis
are hitting the mid lane also.
Cleans up the top racks. They still have tier 2s in the other lanes. Falcons. So Tundra, if they want to go for anything more, it's going to have to be tier 4s.
They dropped the banner in top, so that tells that you do want to they want to try to go for those tier 4s, but not
they're going to back off. Yeah.
It's a wasted banner.
Yeah, as I say, still tier 2s in the other lanes, so nothing more that Tundra can go for as of yet. But they're still going to be very happy with this, of course, forcing out the 2 buybacks. Didn't quite get Skeeter's buyback out of Falcons.
Malrine looking like he wants more control in the fights. He gets a Basher now. In that last fight, if he has Basher, he can probably control the Morphling quite a bit more.
Yeah, and if he's able to sort of interrupt Crystallis and trip him up, maybe it gives the chance for Skeeter to actually be able to finish him off without Crystallis getting that chance to stand his ground and heal up with the lifesteal.
They're going for the Roche. Global's back up, so is the roll.
Amar. Trying to scout things out. Malrine.
Global.
Pop it, but the BKB is there, straight away from 33. He's able to get the split off. They've lost Whitemon, but Whitemon immediately comes in with the buyback. Amar, of course, has to be a bit careful. He's going to get a haste rune. He's going to get the sun up in the air immediately. Here by 33, offering that control in the ice path. The BKB has to come into play from Amar. He's going to try and turn aggressively over towards Crystallis. Crystallis has to hold back whilst the blade mails out for Amar.
Globo's back up in 5 seconds if he wants to use the refresher. How long on split? He's got a refresher also, so there is another split available.
And Crystallis close to having a refresher himself on top of the buyback gold. Starting to build up quite a lot of money once again.
Everything is so tense here at these moments. Roche.
I mean, a lot of pressure on Crystallis.
It's all the
He messes up, he dies, he doesn't have buyback, suddenly the game's going to fall apart, it's going to be over. Falcons are able to close it up. If he's able to continue to clutch it up as he has been for the last 20 minutes, Crystallis might just be able to do it here for Tundra, despite the fact pretty much played the entire game pretty far behind in golden XP.
Snaking does not use the refresher, so global, they'll have double up in 30 seconds for the fight. How is... Just waiting to see if Crystallis actually wants to commit for that refresher or not just yet. He's pretty close to having the surplus, right? Not just yet. Octarine for BZM. Everyone just getting fully slotted. These fights are going to be wild to keep track of. But Skeeter, you can tell he cannot do it on his own either. He cannot stand toe-to-toe with the Morphling. He needs the backup of Maureen, who's been doing a great job, gotta be honest. The Pango has had some crazy control. Split is also going to be back up in 20 seconds, so Tundra will have double split soon. And they're starting to hit this Roche.
Falcons know that they're in here. Not able to clip him with the silence. Skeeter considering to get an angle, but it's a difficult one to jump this morph.
20 seconds, no calling. BZM. Throw a Remnant to get some chains out. Doesn't connect.
33.
Throws in.
See what can get out of them.
A full
no reaction
Hex.
as of yet.
Okay, Amar switching it up a lot. Hex for him.
Maureen's in. And there's the Hex. Into the global silence. Still though, it's not enough to threaten Crystallis whatsoever.
Oh, but he found Whitemon in the back.
They find the supports, and Whitemon did buy back, so he's going to be out for 110 seconds on the Ringmaster.
Skeeter.
Macropire laid down a pretty good angle there for Saxon. They closed the gap over towards Skeeter. Skeeter trying to get away. The force forward. Can he finish up the kill here? Crystallis bouncing in as well with the Ogre Seal turn. But Skeeter, he'll survive.
He couldn't see him.
30th Street's got the control, holding back on Marvin. Mar's able to turn, get the Hex into the silence. And with the toss and the Avalanche, they're locking down Crystallis. They've got him.
He's got by.
He'll come back in immediately. Maureen going for the TP out, but the change from BZM catch him. That's Maureen dead. He has buyback available himself. 33 leads him with the refresher. They get the setup on a Crypt. BZM brings in the damage. They cut down the Muerta. No buyback available on Crypt. 33. Going to try and push him for more. Now the buyback comes in from Maureen. The split up again.
Skeeter.
They've got the lockdown. Skeeter's gone. He's got buyback available as well. Might have to consider using it as
Amar.
He's in trouble. Thrown up in the air. The buyback now comes in from Skeeter. Amar will get the BKB off. Tries to run over towards the supports. Sees if he can threaten Saxa, but the ghost step to keep Saxa safe.
Amar.
Crystallis turns into the Muerta. Waveforms forward. Looks to finish off Amar. Can't
He's
quite get
alive.
Amar. He's into the trees, but 33.
Crystallis.
Keeps the split on top of him. Gets the rock thrown out, but Amar surviving. He'll live. They've killed Crystallis off. Amar finally dies, but Crystallis dead for 2 minutes. 33 tries to TP out, but the dead shot gets him. 33's going down as well. Falcons. They'll hold the fight.
God.
They have to come in with the 3 buybacks, but it's the fact that Crystallis, he's out for 2 minutes.
Maureen is honestly being so damn clutch. Comes in last second to get that follow-up to control the Morphling. These hexes, too, to control him afterwards. I mean, Skeeter gets brought down, but these buybacks, they're the difference. And 90 seconds, no Morphling.
Can they hold without their morph?
Feels like they can probably just run it down and look for the end, right?
It's 90 seconds without the Morphling.
And it's a Tiny who pushes these buildings at absurd rate.
It's going to be able to get the Moonshard sent over as well, ready to go all in, of course, off the back of using their buybacks to try and close this up whilst Crystallis is dead.
He got the whole wave. BZM got the entire wave in the mid lane.
Actually, waves are not in a good position for Falcons.
60 minutes, Owen. Neutral items.
I mean, what's is 1 minute still long enough for Falcons to go all in to try and end this?
I think they can even get one of these neutrals and potentially look for the jump. Tundra, do they have the chance to hold? They have a primal split up in 20 seconds.
There's the smoke. They get a catch. They get a pick off. They'll get the game.
Maureen, he's got double roll. They've got one of the globals.
Saxa.
Saxa.
As soon as that smoke dispels, Skeeter might just go in.
Skeeter.
Ooh, Saxa with a blink out, just in time. They're buying time.
They're going for the megas. 30 seconds.
I mean, they're holding.
Falcons being very hesitant. Maureen. Looking to
Look at the setup. The Hex out as well. Now the global comes into play. Maureen trying to finish off Saxa. They can't quite do it on his own here. Saxa's going to be fine. Back up under the tier 4s. He's safe.
Skeeter taking a ton of damage.
He's in with the split. Skeeter. His first life's going to go pretty quickly. Potentially he'll heal up a little bit. 33 will send him up. Make sure that time of the Satanic is wasted. Actually, let's Skeeter get the blink off, though. Back to safety. He'll keep the Aegis safe for now. BZM's going to charge forward. Maureen pots the BKB, the Rolling Thunder.
Crystallis is back.
See if he can get out of this here. He's got the roll and the TP. Nothing to interrupt through that. so they'll back away.
Oh, but they didn't get the rack.
I thought Falcons might have been able to go heavier with that push.
So
It was
too.
2 minutes, no morphling. They didn't even get the tier 3 top.
They did get the tier 4 because of the creeps that came in, but Tundra able to, they're going to be able to put up another fight, and Crystallis is going to be able to buy that refresher to potentially have double BKB.
Yeah, and this is the scary thing now. For Falcons, they've got to play, indeed, for the next 5 minutes without 3 of their buybacks. They will have the buyback back up pretty much for Amar and Snaking. Obviously, you know, for Tundra, they themselves still have the problem of having no buyback on either Crystallis or 33. But they do on BZM, and that's probably one of the easier buybacks to use when you're trying to close the game.
Who's going to get it? It looks like Skeeter's going to be the one to find an amp damage.
Are we getting any crazy 60-minute items built?
I see the Meteor. The Fallen Sky has been grabbed.
Yep. What are we getting here for Skeeter? He's just picked up his final bit of Madstone.
He needs one more.
Oh, never mind, yeah. You're right, he still needs a little bit more.
So let's see what they're doing up there. Magic Lamp usually ends up being one of the best.
Or for 33, right, Magic Lamp sounds pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
Pretty much guarantees that he's going to get the ult off.
Yeah, he'll take it. Fleet-footed Magic Lamp, he's going to be super speedy as well. Falcons, they're smoked up. They want to catch. This amp damage still has some time left on it. Book of the Dead. It'll scout Skeeter.
Oh, this is pretty scary as well on Crystallis, right? You get the Audacious, 100 attack speed and 80 magic attack damage. This Morphling's going to hit so hard.
He does take 10% more damage too, though, but...
Sure, but it feels worth it.
Yeah,
that
he's
is
rip to shreds.
Such a devastating bonus to the damage output that this Morphling's going to offer in the team fight.
BZM also does get the Magic Lamp, evolved Unrelenting Eye. I was wondering who's going to get the Relenting Eyes. It doesn't look like Skeeter did get it. He got the base attack damage and the status resist, though, so if he does want to take that. Oh, he goes all in, too, for damage. Oh, baby. So does Crit. Tons of damage.
I mean, it's so much. Audacious is so much.
It is one of the best ones, it feels like, the Audacious enchant.
And what do we got for Snaking? Another Book of the Dead.
Yep, fleet-footed as well, too, so he is moving very fast.
Can get rid of those boots, slot in the Hex when he's got the money for it.
Oh, this game is delivering on all fronts now that we get to this point. Another Tormentor. How many have we seen? Oh, yeah, we need to pause also. I need to wash my face.
Because we're going to see. So on the net worth graph, right, Tundra, they've never been ahead, right? They've been consistently behind pretty much.
Yeah, literally never.
And you'll see it here.
Look at Skater. I mean, Skater's
and they're holding.
Stretch right now. I saw him laugh. He's like, damn, this game has gotten to spicy levels.
Can Tundra take the win here?
Definitely a possibility still. So these buybacks, they are starting to come back up on a couple. Mars is back. See some of these supports starting to have theirs ready as well. Whitemon, 10 seconds.
I mean, it's just the thing, obviously, for Falcons, even when they have the buybacks available, it's going to be difficult for them to try and end the game because they don't really have any way of buying back and getting quickly over here, right?
Sure. I think also the thing that I keep looking at is if they can find Malorine, honestly, it feels like he might be one of the big priorities too. Like, sure, Skeeter is the damage, but Malorine's control has been devastating, and he's the one with that 3 minute left on his buyback too. So, I mean, obviously, any of the cores would be fantastic.
Yeah, I like this as well for Crystallis. I was considering that this would probably be the way he has to go. He wants the Rapier.
Sure.
Has to make sure he gets these kills quickly in the fights. I mean, with the Rapier, he will. Like, the damage coming out from this Morphling is going to be insane.
Yeah, he'll literally kill that Tiny in like 2-3 seconds. Yeah. Even less than that, probably. And I have to shout out to Crystallis a little bit too. I'm really liking the way he's turning into the Muerto. That shit is.
I was to the point where this Crit just sort of have to really sit back and hope this Morph doesn't find him at the start of the fight to turn into him.
All right, Crit. I mean, he bought the Moon Shard. I was gonna say, Crit, buy Lincolns. Don't let him turn into you. Right? Not gonna be the case though. I mean, it is pretty crazy how much damage you can dish out. But Crit also is gonna start dishing out a lot of damage too. Now that he's got this Moon Shard, he's level 25, 20% Gunslinger chance.
Yep.
This is nothing to laugh at when you're playing versus a Morphin with 70 armor. You know, you bypass it.
Yeah, he's going to go for the Hurricane Pike, and then I imagine if he gets to it after that, then you start, buying a straight-up damage item for yourself with Muerta.
Could potentially look to do so. If you even need it. Do you even need a damage
item? Well, it just does that much anyway.
With Audacious.
Pierce the Veil.
With Audacious and Pierce the Veil, he probably just does enough damage.
And maybe just buy to survive, or, of course, at least make sure you have the buyback available.
This game could get to a point where we have 10v10 buyback. Like, it actually could be both teams waiting for that moment.
Yeah, I like this as well from Crit. If he's able to get the Shadow Blade, that's also another way of sort of being able to put himself and sit in a position where it's not going to be easy for Crystallis to get in and find you all the time.
Yeah, I mean, there is this gem that we've seen 33 using with the split, and they have Book of the Dead now, so...
Sure, it's harder to hide from them, and 33's been very good at just getting in and starting, and he's going to try and start it now.
Global does stop any of the spells coming out from the split, and it takes a ton of damage. Everything but that Earth Panda down to less than about 10%.
Yeah, a minute or so until all these buybacks come back into play.
That is a global used, but it's going to come back up in about 80 seconds. Snaking is also getting close to a hex, and these supports are starting to get to some crazy levels of items as well.
And these hexes have been what's kind of given them the opportunity to kill Crystallis, right? You know, we're kind of getting these come in clutch from Amar, from Crit, and indeed, as you say, soon to be from Snaking. It's only going to get harder and harder for Crystallis to play. He is going to go all in, buys that Rapier.
And overall, I would say for the supports on the side of Falcons, it's been easier for them to play for the most part. I feel like Whitemon has literally not been able to play the game for the most part because Malrine just rolls on him, nullifies him, and kills him 100-0. So definitely complicated for him to get as much off.
And I like this as well. Of course, you know, Crystallis getting the Rapier and gets rid of the Manta, feels that he already has enough sort of self-save with the Dispels of the BKBs and the Satanics, and
his buyback is up too.
Back with gap with the Hurricane Pike.
Yep, and he's got buyback in 20, so probably wants that gold too, so gets rid of that slot.
Still has a refresher queued up. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind if this was a game where he just farms up a second backup Rapier. You know what I mean? As long as he can have that on top of the buyback gold.
Possible. Looking to set
I
up
think
for
there's
the
definitely a world where he could consider that.
Push coming in, Book of the Dead. Malrine is going. I'm sorry. Amar is going to get so rich off of these books. 10,000 gold now. He's just cleaning up. He just got literally like 1,600 gold right there. So can look to start replacing items soon too for him if he wants to.
Refresh is going to be the big one, right? So you can have a secondary hex.
Second hex, second BKB, second Lotus.
The hexes will be what wins this game if they can control and catch Crystallis. Block of cheese as well, yeah. Love it.
He did get it, right?
Who's he going to give it to?
Who's more important? I honestly feel like Malrine is so important, but maybe you just give it to Skeeter just as the carry. Malrine.
Get the jump!
They're on the
brew.
brew.
Global as well, with the hex follow up, they'll bring him down pretty quickly.
He's gone.
He's out for 2 minutes. How long the buyback? Buyback in 45 seconds. They're able to make the move forward as well. They get the setup on towards Crystallis. Get the opening hex into the dead shot. Malrine ready to refresh, ready to go for round 2. In with the Rolling Thunder again, over towards Crystallis. Crystallis is going to try and waveform in and fight back. It's getting a bit spooky now for Crystallis. Still trying to see if he can get the damage done here with the Divine Rapier. Saxa's gone. We'll get the Macropyre out. BZM turns with another fire in the chains over towards Samar, but the Lotus is there.
2 heroes dead. They've got to buy back if they want to look to
Tundra's got to be careful. Do they really want to try and fight whilst they're 3 versus 5? Crystallis is in a scary position.
Maybe Crystallis is looking to do some type of split push play when they go for the play, potentially, since he's playing around here, but not going to be the case.
That's true. With this damage, he could wrap pretty quickly.
Yeah, it feels like it could be an option that he's maybe looking for. Snaking still hasn't bought out that Hex. He's going to have double Hex for the next one also.
I mean, Falcons, of course, they're starting to move straight towards Tundra's base. They want to force out the buyback, which is now indeed back up with the time past here for 33.
I mean, BZM is trying to do the same thing that Malrine is doing.
Crystallis is going to try and go for a mob, but the Hex comes out.
It's hard to go for him when he's got this status resist from the Olympic.
Yeah, and even with the damage that Crystallis has, still seeing it's just not quite enough to threaten the Bristleback on his own.
He'll either have 40% status resist or 100% slow resist every single time that you go for him with this item. But yeah, BZM, he's trying to do the same exact thing that Malrine's doing, but he's just disrupting them. He's not killing them. Malrine is killing the supports while being incredibly disruptive in the backlines every time. 32,000 lead now for them.
They are managing to hold off on the buyback of 33, which would be pretty big if they get away with not having to spend it.
Snaking is switching his build also. He's like, screw it, I'm not going Hex, I'm going right click as well. The jump. Malrine.
In with the Rolling Thunder, they put the Global as well. They're in onto Crystallis. Is anybody going to be able to bail him out? No, he's dead.
Rapier on the deck.
Rapier hits the ground. They're going to pick it up, though.
Hello?
Oh, Amar, he'll grab it. Lotus just reflect the lead. Atos for now. BKB's out from Amar. He's going to go for the BKB TP. Get this Rapier back to safety.
And he does.
He'll get out, and indeed, Rapier's there. The buyback did come out from Crystallis, so quite a big win there for Falcons.
So hard for him to stay alive. Just too much control. Double globals come out. No one can save him, and then they just throw the hexes, so he can't even get BKB off.
Now, Crystallis, of course, he will be pretty close to being able to buy that backup Rapier, which is going to have to become his primary one with obviously that loss there on the high ground. So he's very close to being able to get another online.
I mean, you see there too, though, Crit is, as we mentioned, Crit is starting to do that big damage. He did 1,000 of that damage versus Crystallis there.
He did die pretty quickly.
Yep. Roche again.
All right, I mean, Malrine. 33's going to put the BKB. Malrine, can he find any other catch here? BZM hiding in the trees.
Vision.
Falcons playing careful.
Roche will shift down toward bottom. Daytime. They still have this ward placed around the triangle, too, that was not found yet. I say that. Snaking immediately sends his courier. Isn't going to get caught by it.
33.
Tundra. Sox is walking in. Rolling Thunder's back up in 10 seconds.
BZM, he's going to look for snaking. Wants to try and find this silencer.
He got the glimmer off first.
33.
They're on him.
They're going to find him, surely. Is there any way of getting him out of here? Snaking, he's gone. Does have buyback available if necessary. The creep wave's getting shoved in here by the Book of the Deads and the Illusions. They're bringing both the bottom and the mid wave. Tundra, ready to try and see what more they can find here and at the least force out the silencer buyback.
Marine. The catch in the back line.
They get the opening on towards it. The buyback, the global is there. Crystal is getting controlled by the Rolling Thunder. Perfectly by Marine. Skinner's bringing in the damage. The toss is there. Crystal is out for 2 minutes.
He can't move.
No buyback. Now BZM puts the BKB. He'll try and Remnant to safety. But safety is in the base. He's going to go for the TP out. Well, actually, he's not going to make it. They're in just in time with the toss. Skeeter able to interrupt him. 33 will put the refresher. He's just got to create all the space in the world, really. BZM's going to come in with the buyback. 33 goes to the BKB TP.
No bash. Almost catches it.
Again, another situation, 100 seconds without the Morphling.
Okay, this time surely they can go for the Roche.
Yep.
Probably still have time to go for that push. If
I mean, you'd think so.
You'd think so.
See what they can do.
Chrysalis can get... He can't... There's too much control on him. Double hexes, I think even triple hexes because of refreshers, and then just, continuous control and just beating on him. Chrysalis can't do anything.
I mean, I guess that's the thing. You kind of look at the supports in Tundra, right? They don't really have all the items in the world to be able to save their Morphling. They're limited.
I mean, they're getting double global.
I guess that's sure.
So it's like they can't do much.
Oh, in the mid, Crit. He's been found by 33. BZM jumps forward as well. Crit's able to get the auto, and the BKB is ready to turn through the damage. 33. He'll get the split off just in time.
Skeeter.
They're looking towards Skeeter. They get the push back here with the Void Bruling.
He's alive.
And that's going to be a dead 33. Comes in with a buyback. Have to start backing off it. 133. Now he's going to TP in. They want to try and finish off Skeeter. They get the connection with the Tame the Beast. Skeeter's gone. Has got buyback available. Marine in with the Rolling Thunder. Cleans up Whitemon. Another immediate buyback coming into play from the Ringmaster. Jump forward from Marine. They get the opening. The Hex is there. They've caught the Ember. Can he get out of this in time? The Sleight of Fist, the Remnant. BZM's away.
The Magic Lamp.
He'll survive.
Again, the strong Dispel.
Falcons. Confirm 33. 30 seconds still until Chrysalis is back up. Amar, he's got the Rapier. Ready to start trying to end this one. 33's in, but he gets clipped by the silence. They turn towards him. Can they tear through him in time? They can. The toss is there. 33's out. Ancient's exposed. The Glyph buys a bit of time, but still 10 painful seconds for Tundra until they have their carry back in play. Marine jumps over to Saxa. Fortification comes to an end. Falcons, they close the game up.
What an insane game. It takes them 72 minutes. They have the lead the whole time. You can tell they felt that pressure from it there, Skinner in particular, but I'm gonna highlight Malrine a bunch this game. I think he played like pretty much a perfect Pangolier. Tundra, they tried to crawl back in this one, but my goodness. This is a wild one.
A crazy game. Crazy game. For a game where indeed the lead was that big for Falcons pretty much the entire time. Tundra definitely gave them a run for their money. But Falcons close it up, get this victory here. One of the 72 minutes games, a crazy start to this series. Falcons take game 1.
Oh, I can't wait to see what game 2 is gonna bring. Thank you so much, Pixel and Fark. That was a long one. That was an intense one. And I will say, the first half of the game, Lizard, wasn't the greatest, but it delivered.
It delivered in the end. Like I'm ready to take a snooze fest for 30 minutes any given day if it's gonna deliver like this in the next 40 minutes. Because
I think that's for most people.
Yeah, that's what we call a slow burn in the industry. Some of the best books, some of the best movies of all time, kind of slowly ramp up to this epic climax. I mean, anybody could have won that game at any point. There were rapiers, there were lack of buybacks, there were tinies dying. In a fraction of a second. It's like, how? This hero has so much HP.
That was Breaking Bad with Skinner being the main role right there when it comes to slow burn.
Yeah.
He made so many good plays at the beginning of the game, by the way. He was hunting left, right, and center.
19 kills.
Yeah, he was getting all the pickoffs, and then suddenly he decides, you know what, I'm so good, I'm going to jump into 5 heroes like 3 times in a row. Gets punished, of course, and makes this game a lot longer maybe than it was supposed to be for Falcons, but it makes it a lot more fun as well.
Yeah, I mean, Crystals went for the Giga Chad build, right? He had Butterfly Daedalus, so he was doing a shitload of damage to Tiny. I mean, yeah, it still seemed like I don't know, maybe that's the tiny armor nerfs coming into play there, where like Skeeter has a read where it's like, I can walk into 5 heroes, I'm so farmed.
Insurmountable, right? Like you feel that you're unkillable on this hero, and he truly is. This fight, by the way, Region spawns right there as he's about to fall.
That was nice.
And then in the next, maybe not in the next fight, but in the next 2 fights, the same thing happens, but he finds an AD rune, turns it upside down once again.
Yeah, that hero getting an AD, dude. He had 1,000 damage, no rapier. But shoutouts to Malrine. The way that he played every single fight, like including in the early to mid game, he was always finding the backline supports on Tundra, and the supports were kind of carrying the early game for Tundra. Like, you need to jump these heroes, and he almost always was able to find them.
Yeah, some of these later fights, it was the supports that were just dead from the get-go, and we would just basically be watching the rest of the fight unfold. I will say, I mean, maybe it's hindsight talking. Can you guys talk a little bit about the Brewmaster? Because that was the biggest question mark before going into this game. And obviously it almost worked. I won't take anything away from that, but hindsight.
You can tell that 33 has a read on the hero where he's like, I'm really farmed. It's super late game. I got the Brewmaster talent for extra HP on the Pandas. Surely I can go in and survive, right? I'm unkillable. No, there's a reason that the hero's win rate is really low. There's a reason we haven't seen it in pubs for months and months.
I feel like what I'm seeing is usually the control comes from the offlane, right? In 90% of our games. That's like your big controlling hero. And Brew, he needs that controlling hero on his side because the whole game turns into this cat and mouse. I'm going to pop my ulti, you're going to run.
Yeah, you need an anchor, something to anchor the fight.
How do I pop my ulti without these guys just running away from the Primal Spirits, right? And once you take all the outer towers away, then you don't really have that objective besides Roshan that anchors the fight in one spot.
Well, on the flip side, Malrine was definitely the anchor for all of the fights. Like, the chain stun coming in from the Blink Dagger, the Aghanim Shard, you know, after 60 minutes, he had the neutral item to blink in again. It was like perma stunning. And by the way, I love this build where people are going for Nullifier on Pangolier. At first, I thought it's a utility Nullifier, which I think to a degree it is. You want to Nullifier all the Ghost Scepters and Glimmer Capes so that way your carry can hit. But Pango's also doing all physical damage. So it's extremely good on him too. So he's both a utility hero and a hero who's benefiting from the Nullifier as well. And Ember also goes for it. Like mid lane Nullifiers, solid. Do this in your pubs, guys.
Yeah, there were a couple of cool moments that were maybe not at the very end of the game, but at the start of the game, there were a couple of cool moments we would like to relive with you. And the first one, Jenkins, you wanted to look at some White Non action.
Yeah, I'm going to really have to remember, you know, back in the day for this one. But these were just really sweet moments from supports carrying the early game.
Feels like a different game.
It feels like a different game. Just the understanding that Amar at this timing is going to be farming stacks and being patient, not trying to steal the stacks, because he knew he could get the kill, right? Like that's the...
Just snatching that XP, slow and steady. Let him do all the brunt work.
Technically, if Amar calculated, he would have seen there was a support there.
What's really cool about that as well is they converted level 6 into a move on mid and now into this one as well.
Yeah, this was also really nice from Crit. What I thought was... sorry, from Soxa. What I thought was really amazing about that was he maybe could have killed Crit, but he doesn't. He chooses not to. And we watched that and we're like, why didn't he kill Crit, then TP? And then you see the Avalanche coming in literally the millisecond that his TP, the Avalanche comes out. Like, it was super nice, super perfect timing.
Yeah, and then there was another fight at around minute 25. I know it was like almost an hour ago at this point. But here we have Tundra trying to force the issue here in the top tower.
To me, this was the story of the entire game, where Tundra was making pretty good map plays when it comes to their supports. This is how they play. They always, out-optimize, out-efficiency the enemy team. But every single fight that they would engage in, Falcons would just outplay them in the fights. Even though they did end up killing Malrine in the fight, they're able to go for the back lines. And even when Malrine is dead, Tundra still loses their backline heroes, and they actually picked off Crystallis at the start of the fight as well.
At that point, Crystallis was 0-2-0, but you spoke of those supports, and they were the ones setting all things up. And for Tundra, it was Saxa with this unconventional build. He went for drums into Pike. By
Look
the way,
at this Giga Chad inventory.
Absolutely Giga Chad. Like, with this Pike, he would just sit in fights because he has the shard and just liquid fire, liquid frost, liquid fire, liquid frost, just constantly right-clicking targets. Did it work? At some extent.
It almost did.
It almost did.
If they won, we would have said that it worked.
I would absolutely be painting this as a success genius right here. But on his other side, the other position for Crit was just absolutely chadding it up as well. Like, these two are giga chads of position 4s. Like, the Moonshard, Hex, he just went in and destroyed, devastated a couple of these heroes,
of course,
in the last couple of fights.
Skipped the Ags on Crit.
Yeah.
Unconventional.
This is unconventional. On this patch, people want to go for Aghanim Scepter, Octarine Core, you're playing around Teamfight Disable, but he decided this game is going to go to 70 minutes. He knew early on, so he skipped the Ags, went for the traditional carry Muerta build.
To be honest, if people were watching Falcons games, then they would have known. It would go late, but the stat was before yesterday's game. So it was a stat that Falcons, well, let's do the others first. Average game time of all other teams, 38 minutes. Great. That's about average.
Yeah, pretty long, I would say.
Yeah, it is pretty long. Historically, it's been like around 35, so 38 is already a little bit above average. Falcons' game time before yesterday's games, 51. Isn't that stupid?
That's such a huge difference.
Huge difference.
If you're talking like this was their longest game versus other teams' longest game, sure, but it's an average, right? This is all of their games. And I think the average actually went up after the last game.
I would imagine so.
Well, by definition.
Definitely
by definition, it did.
Average win games. I mean, this was intense, and I would imagine that the teams will need all the rest they can get here. They have only a limited amount of time, though, and so do we, which is why we're heading to a break before our next game of the series.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back. You're still watching PGL Wallachia Season 4, and you're joining us for a good one. We just had game number 1 between Tundra and Falcons, and it went 72 minutes. Warm-up game for these two teams. Can't wait to see what game 2 is going to bring us. We'll be diving into the draft very soon with the knowledge that Falcons on average has super long games, Lizard. How do you change your approach, or do you even change your approach for a game?
You know what's the craziest? Because I feel like they've already kind of adjusted to that, and the way they drafted screams late game. Look at their cores. Like you had your Brewmaster, you have your Ember, you have your Morphling. Like, these are the ultimate cores on their respective positions if you're going late. I don't think that was the problem. Like they adjusted. They just got outplayed in those late portions. Maybe because Falcons have more experience lately.
To be honest, those last couple of fights, one of the main problems that Tundra ran into was that Chrysalis couldn't press a single button because Malrine was in there rolling. So maybe Pango was the biggest problem, Jenkins, that they faced in that series.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Nullifier build is something that definitely makes the hero look different, because I can't recall, since they changed Pango to be a physical damage hero, at least the spells are now all physical damage. His ult applies a right click, or you gain his right click damage. I don't think people were going Nullifier before. Like, this is brand new, and it seems extremely strong.
Yeah, of course, Pangolier brought all the control, and there was global silence on top. Well, not one, but two, with the refresher from snaking, right? So a lot of things added up, but all of these things are generally, like, you can win against them, you can play against them. The problem that Tundra had at the end of the game is they were the ones getting jumped on. Like, you're a Morphling, maybe if you pre-press that BKB, go win. Maybe there's a refresher orb on you as well. You can prolong the fight long enough. But if you're the one always getting jumped on, and by the way, I'm not throwing shade on Crystallis. He wasn't the only one. 33 got caught a couple of times as well in his Brewmaster. So it was just snaking and the boys on Falcon playing a bit faster, I would say.
Yeah, they were. And maybe...
They played so fast.
I mean, in the fights, like...
Yeah, I get it.
At the end, yeah.
So if you were to go back in this replay, and you're Crystallis, maybe you think something along the lines of, I could have had a Sange and Yasha, because a lot of the jumps were chain stunning him with Pango, Avalanche, these sorts of things. And if he had a Sange and Yasha, he can, with the status resist, get his BKB off. Perhaps it's that. Perhaps, you go back and you say, okay, Brewmaster is just a bad hero, because this hero is supposed to be the one that survives jumps, but he just wasn't. There was enough damage to kill him, and the hero's win rate has been low and is low.
There's a point to be made where Brew can be played in a way that you just pop your ult, you run in, create chaos, and that sets things up.
That's the start, yeah.
That's another way, without even blinking in or anything. You just go, but...
Is there a world where Falcons tries to, or maybe they don't even try, Falcons on average goes late game? Is there a world where you are aiming to end early? We've seen, especially BetBoom as an example, be able to close pre-25 minutes. Why don't you take a page out of their book?
I feel like the stars have to align for that to happen. It's a little bit of your own draft and a little bit of a drafting mistake from the enemy team for you to be able to end the game fast and outplay them, of course, in the laning stage. But you can't count on all those 4 things to align perfectly for you. The problem is, I feel like we don't necessarily aim at a certain ending anymore. Every team, more or less, counts that they have a late game potential, right? Like within their heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, for Falcons, it's not like they pick bad early game heroes. All their heroes are tanky strength cores that can play mid or off lane. They will beat you early game. The way that they go late is they take over the map and they oppress you. So I think even if you picked specifically to go late, you would have such a gold deficit at that point that they would choke you out and they would still win the late game. So I think what Lizard was saying is absolutely true. You want heroes that allow you to sometimes get the jump. If you're going to go late game, oftentimes games are determined by who gets the jump, because you kill one hero, they have to buy back. Then in the next fight, you have a win condition because this hero just bought back.
I see a certain master, by the way, not the Ring Master. There's another one that's left in the pool. And I feel like Ring Master, when you have both of them left in the pool, Ring Master and Beastmaster, I feel like he's the preferred pick, because you instantly have a save into the roar.
And you can kill the boar with the dagger.
Yeah, one dagger.
Damage to creeps.
It's very annoying. You can micro round it, of course, in the lane. It isn't the hardest, but it's very annoying. Let's see if they bite the bullet and just go with 33 Beast.
Yeah, also Coddle's in the pool.
Yeah.
They go with the Beast.
I feel like if you don't go for Beast, he's, even with the Ring Master, 100% getting banned out, right? So, but I guess there's a lot of heroes that are good into him at the moment. Ringmaster being one of them, which is already drafted, and I feel like maybe an Abaddon for Skitter wouldn't be that bad for Falcons. Now you have multiple ways of, well, not only dealing with Roar, but not caring about Roar at all.
Yeah, it's always nice to not have to care about Beastmaster, because it really feels like this current iteration of the hero, he will full to zero you with Aurora. You know, he's not played around creeps anymore. He's pretty much a spellcaster.
And even if he does play around creeps, right, like he can go for that facet and he still feels very oppressive on the map and can get those kills with the auras.
So let's see, what other S-tier heroes do we still have in the pool?
The supports,
Coddle,
Keeper, Jakiro, they're all still around. Silencer as well.
Tundra Esports turn to
Yeah, the Jakiro now taken out. I mean, in the previous game,
Tiny
Doom at this point was already banned out as well.
Oh yeah, Doom is a very good call for Falcons, right?
That's
like
it. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Definitely good against Beastmaster because his whole point is to run into a fight, be a tanky guy, and heal through all of the damage.
There's one difference, at least, when it comes to the Beasts build on the Beastmaster. The creeps can no longer be devoured, right? So if you go for the Beast build instead of the Aghanims build, but they're gonna get both of them.
Yeah, they block pick the Doom.
They're
Makes
just
sense.
not messing around.
And they have options. Beastmaster can still go in 2 different positions. And I would imagine Doom is still just 33-0.
Yeah. I will say, I like Ringmaster against Doom. You can save with the... Like, oftentimes, you throw somebody in a box, and they get enough distance with the box that they can run away from Doom. You can make the Doom run the other way at super fast move speed as well.
How do you feel about the matchup of Doom into Abba? Like, because into Beast, it feels kind of good, but into...
I don't like it. Yeah, I think Doom counters Abba. You can't heal with
You can't heal with Borrowed.
And one thing we should also keep in mind is that it will be Falcons that have their 4th pick that they can protect with their bans, which means they could get their hands, if they wanted to, on the Medusa without having to worry about an anti-mage coming out.
And that's definitely an option as well. Also a hero that absolutely does not care about Doom.
Or Beast, really. Yeah, you have to consider this if you're Tundra. They might want to consider taking it at maybe Soxa Doom or Soxa Medusa position 4. Yeah, there's some mind games that could go on at this point in the draft for sure.
10 seconds remaining.
And they took the Pango
They did.
as well, so if that was your option with the Diffusal builders, which aren't that many, like it's gone now.
Would you consider this a Pango pick that is maybe slightly too early? I feel like it's still counterable.
They have 2 cores that they have already showed us, right? So Roar is kind of alright, I guess, into Rolling Thunder. And they can switch things up a little bit if they really wanted to.
Wow, they're really doubling down on the saves.
Yep.
It makes sense. Tundra is currently doubling down on the BKB piercing single target disables. So if you can delay a fight with Snowball, with Ringmaster Box, and re-engage with Pango, and then some high damage dealing carry.
We have seen a lot of, well, not too many, but we have seen a couple of Drunken Buddies once again with Tusk, just to make that save a little bit easier. Doesn't necessarily have to be the tag team, but yeah, I feel like into these heroes, Jakiro would have been perfect. That's why it's banned. Any sort of an AoE that welcomes the Snowball is always nice. Something like a Dark Willow as well isn't that bad, but they're going to go with Murta.
Yeah, that's another option that's like the Jakiro that you mentioned, where you have something that you can put on the ground that if they go into a box or they go into a Snowball, they're going to come out and not be happy because there's some area control there. Jakiro probably a little better against these heroes, but Murta's a good option.
How do we feel about a potential Keeper of the Light still, or would you like to have more disable? I mean, Keeper of the Light is ignored so far. Still one of the better supports out there.
I feel like if they do go for the Coddle, there needs to be a reason on Tundra. It like standalone, that hero truly isn't that amazing, but when you combo it up with, I don't know, double Sleight of Fist or Storm or Tiny on the mid lane, that's when it does make a lot of sense.
They'll go for their Mirana.
This absolutely destroyed Coddle yesterday. But of course, on the other side, we already see the support, so we're not going to get it. Who lost against it? Was it actually Falcons that lost against the Ducalis Mirana? I feel like it was, right? in any case, it was really damn good Mirana game, and they do have a Mirana specialist.
It seems like a kind of casual Mirana pick to me, where, I mean, I suppose if we break it down, it will lane well against either of these two supports. And I do remember, you know, when they added the mischance to
Starstorm,
to Starstorm, it's started getting played as a support, and that kind of fell off. So it is a good hero. It's just not a super high tier support. I guess a lot of the supports are banned. They don't want to coddle. And Moonlight Shadow is pretty good for disengaging from pretty much all of the team fight that Falcons has right now.
Yeah, there were a couple of options for the carry. I feel like PA and TB into Beast generally, if the Beast is laning into, are good, but TB into these heroes probably overall better.
Tundra Esports.
I'm expecting, by the way, the Beast to be mid, and it seems like Falcons, this ban, it doesn't necessarily mean that their next ban is going to be offlane as well, right? It's just a really good brew game into the TB. There's still some flex potential for the TB, but I feel like it's not necessarily the biggest ATF hero, right, on the offlane.
He has been known to just randomly whip out a hero and start mastering it, though. It's just unlikely in any given game that, like, this is the one he's finally going to go TB.
And before he played like 10 pub games in the last.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Exactly. We just don't.
No one can see.
We don't know anymore, so it could happen. But yeah, I agree. It's most likely Skeeter. He has been playing it.
Where do we want this Pango to go? Because we also know that that's a flex pick.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I guess they're gonna. Actually, Tundra has absolute last pick.
So they have to decide first.
So a meta strategy, a meta strategy when you are not last pick is you pick a hero that can also flex between mid and offlane. So that way, Tundra with their last pick doesn't even know. So something that's not counterable by the same things that Pango is counterable by for the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to figure out which one of the mid heroes are left in the pool that are kind of Malrine in him as well.
It could be like Sand King.
Sand King, Timbersaw, perhaps.
Sand King is banned.
Sand King banned.
Oh, Sand King's banned.
Kunka
Oh, it's his
is
first
also
ban.
banned,
Yeah. Timber against Doom is a little sus, but he is playing. You know, Doom is a strength hero, strength core.
It is sus though. I absolutely agree. I feel like putting Pango mid, getting an offlane here might be a bit easier.
Yeah, probably.
I'm looking at the offlaners for ATF though, and what's left in the pool. I mean, there's the Razor if you want to.
I was thinking Razor.
Go for the flex pick, right?
Yeah, actually, that's not a bad flex either. Pango and Razor are very different sorts of heroes.
Definitely countered by different things, right? And then you can play the lanes at least the way you want.
Although Queen of Pain would destroy both of them mid. So that would be an option.
They ban out Darkseer last. Maybe that tells us something?
It tells us that they think this Doom is a carry, I feel like, right? Beast mid, maybe Beast carry as well. Like, we have seen that too. But out of these two, I'd rather have, and it's more often been picked as a one, the Doom, I mean, in the last couple of weeks. Also, they have to consider what, the right counters to the TBR as well, right, for Tundra?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, there was once a time when Muerta was a carry as well. Oh, they do go for Timber.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my reasoning behind the Timber is, like, it's very juicy to hunt down this Doom and Beast. And yeah, Doom is great, but he has to cast it on one of you, and Timber, if he gets his Ags and stuff, like, he gets pretty tanky, so it's not that terrible.
Yeah, that's true.
Too.
I have heard people say that this counter actually goes the other way now, that Timber has Ags, which gives him a shield, which of course the Doom healing reduction does nothing against, but you would have to, Doom purges, right? So you would purge the shield.
I suppose so. Oh, they go with the
Chrysalis special.
They played it the other day, right? Like, they played it into, I believe, some Bristle or Morphling carry.
Does Doom purge through BKB? I think it would, right? Because the whole spell goes through BKB. Anyway,
the spell goes absolutely through BKB.
Yeah,
does
yeah.
it purge? I feel like it does.
I feel like it does.
So we got the mid Timber Saw, even though we don't know yet who it's up against, considering they're taking a while to decide who's picking Doom. No, I will be the 33 Doom and the mid Beastmaster. The only team that plays Bloodseeker. Isn't that crazy?
It's an excellent Bloodseeker game, I will say. I'm not entirely sure how the matchup versus TB works. I know this used to be good for Bloodseeker because he was a magic damage carry. It's no longer that. He got a new Aghanim Scepter. He does not have the whatever the blood circle was before, you know, but the
blood mist.
The blood mist. But Rupture, amazing against Timbersaw. He's constantly chaining around, and obviously
Pango,
amazing against Pango. He's constantly rolling around, so it's if there's any Bloodseeker game, this is the one.
Yeah, I feel like they're very comfortable with the picks that they've picked, right? Like it's full comfort zone, 33 Doom, Beastmaster. I really like the fact that Beast is mid, because the lane could have been a little bit hard on the offlane for him as well. But overall, both teams in full comfort zone.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So we are expecting this game to go to a game 3 or not?
I mean, I really like Tundra's draft for sure, but looking at the other side as well, you know, I'm very curious how the Timber matchup plays into Doom, considering that Malrine likes to buy a Gleipnir. So you're kind of playing it as like a different style of hero. If you're going Blink, Kaya, Gleipnir, you're not really this tanky, like regen-based hero. You're a hero that's doing magic damage, disable in fights. So he has a read on this, that it's a really good Timber game against Doom. I'm going to trust him. I think Falcons 2-0, Lizard.
Yeah, I'm going for game 3. I don't know. We had a very long 70-minute game 1. I'm expecting that things are not going to be over that easily. Specifically because of BZM and the Beastmaster on mid lane. I feel like he can do a lot.
In this game, I mean, if it goes 70 minutes, is there a preference?
If it goes 70 minutes...
Falcons, they're in the zone. 70 minutes in is when they peak.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how game number 2 of the series plays itself out together with Fog, then ODPixel.
Yes, thank you very much, Steven. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get into the action of Game 2 here between Falcons and Tundra. And we're getting to see the special pick, right? The Crystallis Bloodseeker. Not a lot of teams, if any, ever really want to touch this one, but it's one that Crystallis he's always loved.
And you just said his name, and what have you done? Can he get away? I don't think so.
Uh-oh.
Blood right. He dead.
Can they give it to the mid? Ah, no,
take
never
it,
mind.
Amar.
Amar will take it. You ain't giving it to the mid. Amar's going to take that every time. First blood for him.
You mentioned specialists. The panel said it themselves. This is a game of comfort. We've got lots of Grandmaster tiers, 33 playing his, even a Master tier Murano. Everyone's across the board on extremely comfortable heroes. And let's see how this matchup mid is. I haven't gotten to see the Beastmaster versus Timber in particular, since now Beastmaster's on the rise of being this mid lane, how he does versus Timber. Because Timber does quite good versus a lot of these melee mids. Sure, he's not a strength hero as universal, but it still hurts getting Whirling Death.
And a Maureen Timber as well, right? This guy on his Timber Sword can be quite the terror.
So it looks like they're trying to get a return kill catch with this one of these delayed smokes, but not going to be the case. And okay, so something else I did want to also mention, because we don't get to see Bloodseeker much, and there's clear reasons why they wanted it this game, right? Rupture versus Malrine, Rupture versus Amar. There's reasons why it can be so valuable, right? My concern is that there's saves versus Rupture. So if you do throw a Rupture on Amar, they're going to have time, or onto Malrine, they have the Snowball, they have the Escape Act, which can delay a lot of that duration of the Rupture. So definitely going to be keeping eyes and keeping tabs on that to see if the Rupture is going to be as effective as it used to be, where it was used to be Rupture would hit and they would be kind of screwed in that front. But yeah, double saves can change things. As of course, it was also Amar who got the first blood, right? So immediately he buys extra stats. So he actually just comes out with double circlet on top of having the wand and branches. So, I mean, as many stats as you can possibly have at level 1 is what Amar wants to have to do well in the lane.
And obviously another hero, as you said, definitely a comfort one, but one we're not seeing a lot of teams play. The Murano coming in for Whitemon.
Yes.
Why do you think it is that some players do really still like this hero right now? What does it sort of do that other supports aren't doing right now?
It's a strong bullying 5, but that is just about it. When you're able to trade in a lot of ways with your Starstorm and get the blind. But besides that, it's usually just you have some way to set up for a 5-second arrow. You want to be using the Moonlight Shadow to move around the map. And for me, the Moonlight Shadow is probably most of it for Tundra, because they're a macro-based team where they like to farm around the map. So I feel like that, for me, is probably why he likes to play it the most.
Because overall, do you sort of see Tundra having another sort of one of those sort of Tundra play styles where maybe they do fall behind, but they slow the game down? Or is this a lineup that actually could get ahead early?
I feel like it could get kind of slowed down a little, just because I don't really know about Bloodseeker, how he feels overall, even if he's versus counters, or even if he's picked first to counter heroes. Just don't know how strong this hero is at the moment, so I don't know if they can actually get ahead in particular. Because Malrine, he's gonna have a free game, so you're gonna be playing versus a farmed Timbersaw no matter what, because there's no way Beastmaster bullies him. So for me, I would say that Tundra maybe playing a little bit on the back there. And they're playing with Doom, so very farm heavy. So it could get to that point where Tundra does look to play farmy. Crit. It's getting brought low, so it's giving that thirst stack, of course, to the Bloodseeker. But he's kind of baiting, as you see, versus Whitemon. If Whitemon goes in too aggressively, he's got the Strongman tonic. So he's got that extra heal that he can use.
So far,
Crystal's doing very well.
He's having a very, very easy time on top here, Crystalis.
Even though Amar got the first blood, and as I mentioned, got double circlet, so he had plus whatever stats all this is, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So plus 10 stats at the start.
And as we see, Crystalis has come in a couple of times with the Bloodseeker this tournament. Just the one, 50% win rate. So we're going to find out this game whether it's one that puts them in the positive.
I do remember him also doing I think he did the Dagon the other day too in the loop super late game. And this is definitely one of those games where Dagon has merits. Playing versus TB versus Timber, Pango. Some squishy heroes. So it could definitely to burst him at some points early. But I mean, obviously not the Timber is squishy, but kind of funny. Obviously not an early item. He buys it way later, but. Level 2. Snaking still not quite having it. Looks like Amar is ready again. Let's see how much BZM can do also, because these Beastmasters, if we've seen most games, seems to just be incredible in the mid lane. It just feels hard for him to really bully much versus Timber.
Yeah, obviously with the reactive.
Yeah.
Malrine should be pretty safe.
And when 6 hits, BZM needs to leave the lane. Right? That's the issue, is when you're playing versus this Timber, so even as something with Beast, he probably has kill threat onto you. I say probably.
Yeah, definitely having that slight edge at the moment, Malrine.
Just has to watch out to not get the axe stacks too many onto him. BZM's able to keep stacking them up, but not gonna be the case. He's playing careful. Skitter. Getting a good farm. He's got a big wave under here, so that'll equal him out to the other cores. Let's see if 33 is able to keep himself protected, keep himself alive down here, because the threat of kills on the side of Falcons bottom is increasing. They have meta up in a second. They have tag team at the ready. They do have good ways to protect with the dead shot and the Lotus that Soxa has, though. Amar, double jump in, big connection. He has hit level 3.
Yeah, starting to be able to bully Crystalis a little bit on this top lane.
This double jump once you hit the 3 starts to be very, very strong, especially if you connect it onto the 2 heroes, which I think he just did twice.
Yeah. Keeping Crystalis very low. Up here, so does have to be careful. Down bottom lane.
That's that kill threat that we were mentioning. Snaking. Can he protect Skeeter?
Snowball should be enough. Yeah, comes in with a stun, holds 33 back, so Skeeter's able to salve up safely.
Brings himself... Was that his? Yeah. So brings himself a salve anyway, so he's got that to be able to heal back up to full completely. Yeah, quick aggressive move we see from Snaking. He still has a little bit left of the meta, but 33, he's careful. He's got a chainmail.
Dire's structures are fortified.
BZM's keeping himself healthy. So Malrine not actually able to get the bullying. And he is not able to fill his bottle since he's playing versus the Beastmaster, but that is also the other very annoying thing, so he can just send a boar to kill it. So is out of mana, out of resources at the moment, where BZM's going to be able to thrive off of.
Yeah, he's going to have the Soul Ring on its way out soon.
Yeah, pretty much got it done now. But he's low HP, so he might actually have to go back for it.
Oh.
No one saw that.
Unfortunate.
That'll get BZM completely caught back up. And he's dragging the wave. He's trying to drag the wave away so it goes under tower, so Malrine misses this wave. Heads up play there for BZM.
He's playing it nicely.
Yeah, he really is. This is really good stuff. So Malrine will miss 1, 2, maybe even potentially a 3rd CS. Yeah, 3 creeps that he misses because of that little play there from BZM.
On top, the pressure definitely continuing. You know, Chrysalis is having to be very careful about how he approaches the creep wave, and it is allowing Amar to get quite the lead now.
Sangavor,
what's being got out of this top lane.
The heal, the sustain that you get from it, just not what it once was. It's getting about 30 per creep, it looks like. Amar?
They could dive him soon.
They're here with the snowball.
They've got the wraparound. Snake King's in. They jump forward for the shield crash. They'll clean him up.
Easy kill. Whitemon, he did leap forward too, so he's got one more, but they've got a shard for him if they want to. Amar.
He wants the creeps.
He just wants the creeps.
He's like, screw the Marana. Not going to chase that.
That was actually pretty funny. They're still going to continue chasing Whitemon.
Crit.
He's trading. He's got the tonic.
Oh!
He uses it.
And Pound Lance will do it. Crit able to tick down Whitemon. So they get the kills. Top Maureen in the mid.
He's got a chain. Can't use it.
Sax are able to snipe him. So Tundra, they do get themselves a kill on the board, but all in all, that top lane situation, it's not looking pretty for the Bloodseeker.
No, definitely not. But BZM is having a very good time. That little like creep manipulation thing that he did and sending the Timber back to base, he hit 6 first, gets the roar, gets the follow-up with the Muerta, and now he has tower pressure too on the Beast with the siege creep. So Snake needs to swing over. But yeah, Crystal is having the hardest time.
Because at the moment, who sort of wants to come mid and sort of deal with this pressure of BZM with how good of a start BZM's had? You know, he played this matchup a lot better than I expected, really, against the Timber.
Yeah, I totally agree.
He's bullied Maureen.
Just the board thing that he's able to deny that rune away was huge. Because if he gets that refill on Maureen, then he can probably actually stick around and bring the Soul Ring, but not able to, and now he's level 5, so a good level advantage for BZM. Literal full level advantage now. Shrine, 1-for-1 exchange. Amar bullying.
Very close to the 6 as well, so soon going to be able to make these sort of solo plays work out.
Maureen, I think that's the 3rd Timber chain that's off the mark. Doesn't matter there, doesn't get killed, but still just missing the Timber chains.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Very aggressive wards as we see placed out from Tundra in this early game. This sentry, of course, to block, but the other wards that they've placed out, just really looking to prevent farm. We did see, of course, what, 20 stacks from Crit in the last game.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
They obviously want to not allow that to happen again.
It was a big part of getting that early lead, Falcons.
Yeah, a massive part. And it also Crit's farm, right? He was pretty absurd in that last game, what he was able to get. 4-1, a 1K lead at the moment.
Radiant are scanning.
And Amar has hit the level 6, and he's going to go down that defusal route. So once that scale, Roar, it's on Crit. An easy kill. And gets the power rune for BZM. Melvin and Snay, we're checking if there are some stacks, but not any there.
Dire's bottom tower.
And Chrysalis is definitely going to need some backup top. Really, if he wants to continue farming the wave, yeah, turns towards the jungle.
Yeah.
It's getting harder and harder to lane against Amar's Pango.
I think he can Chung in the lane by himself. He does have Rupture online, so he might ask for someone to come up and they look for a kill potential. With Saksa, they could pose a kill threat onto Amar here. He has no backup. See if they throw that Rupture out. They're asking for a +1 just in case.
Let's see if Amar reads this. He's going to get caught by the Rupture.
Does he TP during the roll? He does.
He will. He's going to be fine, surely. Oh! The bounce back as well. Clips on towards the Doom, so not able to do anything about that. He is out of there.
Wow, and he doesn't tip. I actually expected him to tip. Amar. Very heads up. Rupture used. TP wasted also for 33. He can go through the portal, but they're identifying it. They see him with the ward. So they're going to say 33's coming through. Snaking's already setting up on it.
And there they go.
Surprise.
He has to drop the Doom down on towards Snaking. So they're going to at least bring down the Tusk. 33 trying to finish off the job. We'll get it. So they'll get the kill, and that's if 33 can get out of it. No, never mind the Sunder. Skeeter making sure that Snaking does not tick out to the Doom.
Another chain off the mark there from Malrine. 33 will be able to get away. They tried to set the trap for him. Can't finish him off just yet. Looking to go for him again. Can't quite. An exchange of cooldowns. Amar. This time he's been found. BZM.
He's doing it at the moment for Tundra.
Maker. He throws the tip, though.
Still on the bottom lane, they're looking for the wraparound. Maureen comes in, gets the chakram connections onto 33.
He's low mana.
Under the tier 2s, though, it's a bit too much of a dive. They can't go for him.
Yeah, he can't actually go for it. Mid, crit. They're looking for the arrow, can't line it up. Yeah, BZM, he's truly doing that work for them, getting them that even gold.
Yeah, he's carrying this early game hard for Tundra.
And he's going to get another power rune, an arcane.
Back down bottom. They stick around, and they will finally get themselves a kill out of it. Sax is gone, and he get the pressure onto this tower as well.
I like how BZM tips Amar too. You know, old buddies. Of course, going to be seeing those thrown out whenever they get the solo plays on each other. Crit. Trading with Whitemon. Whitemon scouting out to see how those stacks are doing. Gets another aggressive ward down. Yeah, BZM's timings are going to be great. That's 2 components already for that Aghanims. And Malrine, he's the bottom of the course for this Timbersaw this time around. And in a game where there's definitely at least some spells that can be pretty frustrating for him, as we mentioned. The Doom, the Roar, and the Rupture. Honestly, all 3 cores, ultis, and the support, you know, the Muerta is pretty annoying for something like the Timbersaw. As he is behind at the moment. Crystallis. Maelstrom's almost done. His lane has been pretty much completely reestablished too. Only 200 behind the Tower Blade.
Yeah, it really has. He's not in a bad spot whatsoever, despite having a tough few moments, being left alone really against Amar.
And look at this. Roar's back up. They've got the Mirana with the arrow, the Moonlight Shadow to go for the play. They have this deep ward. They see Malrine.
Can they catch him? He's so low.
Got the thirst.
I've got him with the Rupture. He's very dead.
He stuck around. He had the thirst. You know, they saw him.
It's risky farming that low.
Yep. But that deep ward plays from Whitemon. It's a sneaky one. And they're looking for more.
Crip. Right. They're going to find him in the mid.
Another catch. BZM again. And that's an Arcane Roar, so it'll come back up in 60 seconds. This tower also to fall.
That's going to be solid timing here on the Aghanims from BZM.
And these are fantastic moves from him and just continue to shut down Malrine. See Skitter trying to pressure the bottom tower, but unable to as they lose the mid. And yeah, Roar's going to be back up in 50, so can look to make another move off of that one. They even have Doom available.
I guess this is the thing, really. We've got Falcons having Malrine falling behind a little bit. Tundra, they've got 33, but it feels like it's going to be much easier for 33 on a Doom to recover, right?
Yeah, just go
he's going to catch up. Malrine, he might struggle to survive in some of these plays. We're seeing that they can absolutely kill him at this point on the Timber.
Let's see if they look to get him involved while Roar and Rupture on cooldown, because he does ideally want to try to get some type of kills to accelerate himself a little here. Doesn't want to fall too far behind. If they just constantly wait until Roar and Rupture up, they're going to always have setup to potentially kill Malrine in this early game. Trying to find something, but Tundra aware of the positioning. Yeah, 33 is quite poor too, though. That's a good point out. You know, compared to usual, where we see his Doom thrive. But yeah, he can go for the Midas and get that catch-up going. And Malrine, we saw them do this the other day too. I believe it was on his Sand King. Yeah, he really likes his Atos. When they feel like they're lacking a bit of control. It does give you the stats that you want, right? Because you become tanky. It's nice. Interesting approach. Nice and even early game Tundra, actually with a bit of a lead here.
They're TPing in.
Yeah, they are setting up. Saksa gets the connection.
Is he able to roll away? No, he's not. The silence connects.
What
Arrow as well. They make sure that there's no way for Amar to play out of that.
Beautiful connection. The arrow actually perfectly lined up with that dead shot. Falcons not able to find these type of trades of kills. They're going to smoke and look for a contest around the Shrine of Wisdom.
See what they can do down here.
Where do they find BZM? It's the biggest kill they can go for.
It would be. 2-0-3.
Oh, he stepped up.
Let's see. And with the snowball, Moonlight Shadow coming out. They've got the controller with the Tame and the Wheel of Wonder. Big kill to find there, bringing an end to BZM.
Snaking is going to try for that Shrine, but 33's already there. And on the other side, Saksa is positioned, so they'll be able to get the double Shrine. But they do lose BZM, which is pretty huge. Falcons finally have to slow him down.
Amar.
Saksa.
See if he can find... Oh, he's stuck. Uh-oh.
Oh, that is awkward.
And I'll drop a tip for that one, Saksa.
That's 2 tips for Amar. So they get BZM, but he did buy the Aghanims right before he had died, so he had the gold. But they do find that kill. They don't slow him down in terms of his net worth. And Crystallis now has actually claimed that top spot.
Yeah, he's doing well.
Yep, balanced.
He's getting some really nice space here on the Bloodseeker, and very close to having the full Mjolnir, so his farm's going to start to skyrocket, and he's ready to look for action each and every time that the Rupture's up. As we'll go through the Twin Gate and see if they can catch anyone out alone down bottom.
I like how they're playing around these cooldowns. It's pretty much no hesitation when they have Roar and Rupture to just get Crystallis or BZM to get these kills. And now Tundra's truly feeling their power. Tormentor's coming up soon. They've got that Aghs Beast. They can take this tower and look to set for that. Falcons cannot contest that.
Yeah, Skeeter senses something's up though. Doesn't risk farming anymore on that lower half of the map.
Yeah, gotta get out. So Tundra will get the tower, we'll get the Tormentor. That'll be Crystallis with his Mjolnir finished up. Falcons, they'll go for the trade. They'll get the mid tower, but can't set up. They cannot set up for that Roche. Nice moves from Tundra. Whitemon gets it. Obviously not super beneficial by any means.
Might save his life.
Also, it's not Sox.
Charge.
It's not Soxa getting.
Yeah,
so.
both of them are kind of like, eh. Nothing crazy on the support shards early this game.
The 3 leaps can matter, right?
It might save him.
Yeah.
It might save him having that extra charge.
The damage, no cares, but yeah, just the positioning. And they will be going double Atoses, so they won't have these saves again. They are going for very independent builds, as we see on these supports lately. Well, Falcons is actually going very team items. So we see Solo Crest being built for crit. Snaking going for his Blink Dagger for the team for the saves versus the Roar.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Falcons have got some excellent saves from their supports.
They do.
Between the items and the spells.
Yeah, once they've got the Blink, I think, as far as I've seen, Tusk seems to be one of the best terms of save versus the Beastmaster.
Sure, just jump in and get them in the snowball and just the duration of the snowball as well, causing the enemy to really consider if they want to stick around and try and get the kill after.
Look at this Moonlight, Malrine. Or sorry, Amar getting snuck up on here from BZM. Got the Roar.
Arrow coming in as well.
Is he in range? He's not.
Can't save him.
Couldn't get the escape act.
Malrine. He's gonna have the ATOS. They got the Wheeler dropped down as well, controlling BZM.
Not enough damage.
And Whitemon's here to help out still, and Malrine knows it. Can't push forward to try and finish off the job. BZM's fine.
Malrine, he's committing forward for it. May just give his life.
He's gonna go for the Timber Chain TP out.
Heads up play. Amar dying underneath his 2 allies. Good setup there from Tundra. Again, crit just a little slow on the save. Couldn't get quite in range for that escape act. And crit.
They're looking for him. Whitemon. He's gonna find him.
He's got the arrow. He's got another leap. Maybe the damage actually will make the difference. Just kidding. He's got Pappas. 100 crit. Does nothing. We'll be able to get these Lotus. Always wants to play around those when you're playing Mirana as well too, since you get the benefit of your Selemenes faithful. That it actually adds up. This 50% is a lot later on. Once you get the big Lotuses. Always something to factor in when you're playing Mirana. Bottom, 33. Queuing up a Radiance.
Oh.
He's feeling like he's getting the time to just sit back and farm, and they are getting that gold lead as time goes by, because this Midas.
They're going to try and go for 33, but 33's got backup of Whitemon and Crystallis. Snaking might have to be bailed upon here.
Not going to go for it. They know the Rupture is available, so Amar doesn't want to go for the play forward there. Amar does show himself. The Rupture is still at the ready over here, but they're not going to look for him. A solid early, solid first 15 minutes still from the side of Tundra. Falcons, they're still getting the farm, but continuing to slow down, in Malrine in particular.
Saxa, see if you can find anything sneaky here with this Invis route. Just gonna get some vision down. Do have eyes on Crit. Crit pretty low right now. He's got Snaking and Amar with him though. Gonna try for the setup over towards Amar, but straight away Snaking's in on towards Saxa. Saxa will get the ults off. He's caught in the shards though.
They got him.
Well,
surely.
There we go.
Took him a second. The ward also, I believe they did reveal that one, so Snaking should be able to clear out the obs on the high ground. I mean, I say he did, but he actually doesn't, so it's still there for a second. There we go. Looking to get aggressive, even with a single pick-off. Malrine, with his Atos, with his Kaya, is starting to catch up after that kill too. Amar. Trying to steal creeps, doesn't get it. Lotus finished, so do have ways to play versus the Roar and the Doom. And the Rupture. I mean, all three. This is a very good Lotus Linken's game.
I was thinking that, right? You got to get both, I think, on some of these heroes.
Honestly, get 5. Like, everybody go Lotus Linken, and it is very valuable if Falcons does really want to go down that route. Obviously, not going to actually do 5 because of Skater, but they are looking to set up on bottom, Amar and Crit. Moonlight Shadow.
Crystallis.
Do they have a Sentry? They have a
BZM. Trying to find the opening, but Amar's ready to turn. They're jumping on towards him, but the Lotus was out in time. Skeeter bringing in the damage, looking towards BZM. BZM goes down.
That Lotus literally split second between the Roar. And Amar actually doesn't even tip BZM. Dude, Amar is like a changed man or something. He got tipped twice this game, and he hasn't tipped them back. That was a clutch Lotus.
He's saving it for the end.
That's true. That's true.
You don't want to tip too early. Shards.
Ooh.
Nice one there from Snaking.
He's completely stuck.
Yeah, and Skeeter with the Metamorphosis still going. He's easily got the damage to claim another kill.
S-tier shards.
Saxa. They head up the mark with a dead shot. And the Chrysalis going to try and fight back here against Malrine.
It's a lot of damage.
It is. They'll finish Malrine off. Not quite able to bring down Saxa with him.
Chrysalis gets that last touch too, that extra gold. Nice pickup. Damn, they dropped low. Both of them. Is that a Lotus that popped them up? Didn't see. Something that healed them. Didn't get to see exactly. Back and forth exchange. This game is nice and even. I don't know. This is a really nice one. Feels like both teams have entrances into these later stages, the mid and late game, and both teams definitely have heroes that can scale as the game progresses. Tundra, you get a little more of pacing going though.
Yeah, and it's just the fact that it's still Malrine in a rough spot, right, on a Timber Saw.
Especially where he
doesn't
dies there.
It's easy to kill the Timber right now because of how far behind he is compared to the other cores. It's a slow start from him.
Yeah, till he has Ags, they're going to always be able to. And even when he has the Ags, they have ways to play around it, of course, with the Doom in particular. 33 decides to be more sensible, by the way. Doesn't cue that Radiance anymore. Goes for the BKB. Chrysalis close to BKB himself, so they're going to have a... I mean, probably triple BKB timing on Tundra to be able to play versus this role and versus Malrine. That's going to limit a lot of the potential from Falcons in those team fights when they have these three. And Sox is now getting to do what Crick got to do last time. He's just starting to stack up the Ancients himself for his team, since there's no threat right now on the map. Amar with Blink finished, so Blink, Lotus, and the Diffusal.
It's going to try and get the setup on the Saxa. Will force the ultimate out.
Can Snake close the gap?
He still wants to go for it. He's going to get the setup, but Saxa's got backup, and Snake King, he might just die for this. The escape pact, it's going to give him a bit of a chance, but he's so low, he's got to run out of this. But jump force there from BZM. Snake King gets cleaned up, and 33's in with the block off on towards Malrine, gets the Doom, drop down onto the Timber. They have the Aurora on towards Crit, they cleaned up the support, and now they're ready to run down the cores. As Crystalis also finding the Rupture as well. BZM cleans up Malrine. Amar's able to TP out at least, so will survive despite being ruptured. But that was a pretty deep play there from Snake King, trying to get something started that close to the tier 2, and it took that long as well that Tundra, they were always going to TP over and respond to that one.
Right after things were stabling out, you know, being a little bit even, they get the Roche, they get 3 huge kills, and now they get massive momentum surging their ways.
Yeah, we'll see it again here. Just
so deep.
A little bit too deep there from Snake King, really trying to force a kill against Saxa. And at this point, I mean, maybe if it was just Snake King dying, you know, it's okay. You know, you could kind of recover from that, but losing the other two on top of it, and just nice target prioritization there. 33 already blocking off the escape, ensuring that he gets that Doom down onto Malrine, and make sure that Tundra, on top of the 2 support kills, gets something big as well.
The Save Your Buddy syndrome coming into play a little there. Falcons trying to bail each other out and end up using so many. Skitter spotted top, BZM roaring up in 8 seconds.
With the Atos, won't line up the arrow though. Skitter's able to get out of it, now turns towards BZM. BZM this time.
He just...
moving on the once, can he do it a second time round here? But BKB from 33, Amar trying to chase him with the Rolling Thunder. BZM pops the BKB and the Roar over towards Skitter. Now they're going to look to try and turn. Chrysalis moving in with the BKB and the Mjolnir. Does he have enough damage to bring him down? The Snake King comes in with a punch. Chrysalis falling low, but now gets the kills and the heals are kicking in. Chrysalis survives and will get the cleanup. As they've killed off the 3 of them, and now Malrine's kind of on his own.
Oh, that was huge for them. Tundra.
They couldn't quite finish off Chrysalis. Malrine.
Might even get another.
Atos into the arrow.
Oh, wow.
They close in upon him. They'll clean up the Timbersaw once and again. Chrysalis getting another kill.
The Bloodseeker's coming in.
Just came in clutch there. Knew that he could try and force the fight, stand his ground. And know that as long as he killed something, he was going to get enough of a burst of a heal to clean up the rest of them.
I think Whitemon also landed the arrow on the box, so when the Skitter came out, he was still stunned for that whole duration, so he gets that cleanup. Chrysalis. That was Falcons' fight to look to take over because some of these ults were on cooldown. You can see why they were trying to go so hard versus it, even into an Aegis. But yeah, clutch plays from Tundra, keeping BZM alive.
Yeah. Because at this point, right, you know, you kill BZM the once, they're like, you know what, we could do this a second time. Yep. Skitter sticks around, tries to go for him, but with the Roar up.
Yeah, and watch Whitemon. I'm pretty sure he does get the arrow here on that escape act, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think I'm that blind.
Yeah, it did.
So it does.
You're right.
So look, he's stunned the whole time when he comes out of it. Great plays from Tundra. Yeah, and it literally was Falcons trying to take advantage. Like, Doom's on cooldown. You know, Roar, maybe Rupture a little bit on cooldown too from the last play, but They get smashed in that fight, and now Tundra in a very comfortable place in this game.
They're going to try for 33 down here, but
Doom's back up.
Indeed, he's got the BKB, and he's ready to turn straight towards them.
Snake. Can't get himself out of this one either. Chrysalis, another kill.
It's getting very sloppy here for Falcons now.
Godlike for this Bloodseeker.
And in fact, Whitemon and Saxa, they're going to be able to find Amar after the Rolling Thunder. Atos into the silences. It's getting very tough now for Falcons.
Tundra's just playing this perfectly. Love the way these two supports, honestly, them not building for the team, them building for themselves has been beautiful. These Atos setups too. But yeah, Chrysalis having a very good performance on this Bloodseeker, getting these extra heals, top of net worth. Tormentor, next on the choice. And then overall, as we've said a couple of times, just having Malrine so slowed down.
I mean, I think BZM just sort of broke him in the mid lane.
BZM played so well in this early game. I mean, these first 15 minutes, pretty flawless from him. 33, no BKB on him. He's deep. The wheel doesn't connect somehow.
Is he actually going to get a walk away from this?
No way, I think he is. He's Skitter, he's going to
He really wants the kill. And he'll get it, but only just.
Gossamer almost came up. Like that last hit just hit before Gossamer came up.
I mean, if they didn't get that kill, that would feel pretty terrible for Falcons. They threw so much on it.
They're trying to use the last tail bit of this meta to perhaps get another catch. Whitemon.
And he's got 3 charges at the leap.
Punch won't be there.
Now they can maybe turn.
Oh, aggressive play. Again, Skeeter forcing forward.
I mean, they're coming in from the side as well. Saxa got the control here. Escape Act will come in to try and bail Snaking out of this, but he's not getting him away from Chrysalis.
Beyond godlike. Falcons trying to go for another consecutive kill after they get one, but immediately get halted. Tundra gonna respawn. Feel like they're ready to fight at any moment.
And as you mentioned earlier, now is the time of the build where Chrysalis starts to get the Dagons on, have that extra burst.
Just so you can even just get a last hit inside of a fight.
Get the heal.
Yeah, exactly.
It's big heals.
Sure is. I think he got it later last time, I want to say. I was gonna go check the build, but I'm paying attention to the game.
BZM might just find himself a ringmaster.
Oh, he's got the nullifier too, so it's guaranteed kills. Probably doesn't even need the roar, but why not? Malrine on the other side.
Oh, he's lucky he took that route.
Well, he'll lose his shrine, but that was ships passing in the night. Saxa. They'll find the Terrorblade instead because of it. A dream pick.
Doomed and ruptured.
He did.
Nobody's coming in to save him. And they know that Malrine's still up here. Malrine, quick CP out before anyone's able to swing back over in time.
Tundra with a firm grasp of this game. 16,000 gold lead, but also the experience lead is pretty massive. They have a 15 level advantage. He's been able to pretty much completely control this while also farming it up with the Midas. And just continue to set back Malrine, set back Amar. And they're ready for any fight now. Even without these ults at the ready, Roar does come back up, but they are so ready for fights on Tundra now. With this nullifier too, I don't think we've seen almost any escape act saves in this game, and now they have the answer for it too, so. Bit of a tough one from Crit this game. Roche. How long is that spawn? About a minute. I'm terrible reading this clock. No idea. 2 minutes. No, it's less. That was right before. Whatever.
No, we've got the time on the screen, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to do the maths.
I always still try to do it because I'm stupid. Oh, top Tundra. Doom. 40 seconds till it's back up. They use this twin. I want stat. Can we get? I mean, obviously not
twin
this
gate
game,
usage,
but overall,
yeah.
I want to see what teams use twin gate the most effectively. I don't know if we can ever get something like that at time, but obviously not this game. But in particular, I'm curious about that because I feel like Tundra's used it like crazy this game. Both teams smoked up. Falcons. There's no Doom at the ready, so they're looking to fight with that on
They're coming in from the high ground. The silence onto Malrine. Arrow's in onto Snaking, and the escape pack comes in from Crit. The Snaking not able to get out of this. BZM's going to look to find the Roar, and he'll get it onto Malrine. Closing in onto the Timbersaw. Amar will come in with the Rolling Thunder. They'll come in with the buyback for Snakey to try and save Marin, but he dies so quickly
There's no
for the damage of BZM.
This Crimson Guard blocks everything too. Terrorblade's hitting for 0. And they still have Aurora or Doom and a Rupture at the ready too if they do want to continue fighting on the side of Tundra. Making it look easy now, forcing that buyback from Snaking too. And more I'm looking at it, this Mirana potentially versus the Ringmaster is kind of interesting because you get arrowed in the box and you just can't move. So you can't actually use it as much as you sometimes want to. I don't know, maybe there's something there. And there's the Dagon.
Yeah, Dagon's out, Radiance is out for 33. The big items just continue to fly out for Tundra whilst Falcons are trying to hold on.
I mean, sure, why not at this point? Sell the Midas, get a Radiance. Now it's actually very impactful in the fights too, rather than having a useless Midas in fights. Cool. Yeah, they're cruising now at this point. 20k lead, 30 minutes in with the Doom lineup. It is really starting to feel like it's Skitter versus the world, and it doesn't feel easy for him at all versus the Crimson, versus the tankiness of these heroes. And Tundra getting some big items soon. An Ags on Saksa. He's approaching level 20. Now they're just everybody's super farmed. And there's that Roche.
I should be able to take this with Falcons contesting, unless they want to try and play it safe and go for a pick off first, Tundra.
I feel like Falcons might look to fight around that just because I don't know if they just fully want to give it, but I don't know.
It's so difficult.
It dies too fast. Beastmaster is just too good at kicking Roche. Gotta play into this Aegis now of Chrysalis. Haven't been able to bring him down pretty much since the laning phase. Now you gotta do it twice. And they'll get the gem. So yeah, Tundra looking to completely control the map now with this gem pickup also after this Aegis has been grabbed for Chrysalis.
Saxa. I mean, at the moment, Falcons, they're scared of anyone that they see. Even a support, they can't try and do anything about. They just have to run.
But Falcons just has to wait for a high ground defense at this point. Fighting outside feels way too complicated versus the vision control that Tundra's been able to establish. And they're just, they're too weak at this point, really, to fight outside, too. I mean, maybe they're going to try for some sneaky play, though. Looks like they are set up in this area around their ward, at least. But Tundra smoked up themselves. Oh, sorry, Ninja Gears. BZM, he's got that at the ready. They saw Terrorblade illusion up here on the left side, too, so maybe anticipating that Skitter's still around here somewhere. And they might actually find Amar instead because of it. He's got the Lincolns, he's got the Lotus. Not gonna go for the play. Just throw the Doom on Snag. Pace to slow down so much. 33 just wants to kill.
Dagon getting leveled up pretty good here on Chrysalis.
Probably the only hero you'll see Dagon purchased and leveled up, besides when you're playing versus Nature's Prophet.
Gonna try for 33.
Do they have the control? He's got BKB TP and there's no Tusk.
Top lane, the space is there. They finish off the tier 2 tower.
Aegis for 3 minutes still. It's a nice big pickup. BZM, Shiva's is done. Gonna probably tell somebody else that they need to hold the gem because he doesn't have space for it, and they can look to hit hard with this. They still have 3 minutes left on this Aegis to go for a fight into a high ground push. Falcons, they are outside of the base right now too. Could get caught here. The ward is spotting them. They'll be able to TP out. Tundra on the prowl. Chrysalis. They want blood. The Shrine. 18 seconds. They're going to look to take that one away. Is Falcons actually going to look to set up in that area? I don't think so.
It seems like they just got to hope for some sort of high ground mess up from Tundra.
Yeah, pretty much. Just avoid until Skeeter is effectively 6-slotted and can hope to defend on that high ground. The Tundra playing it very careful, very methodical how they're approaching this. BZM gets the roar.
He's going to find him.
An easy kill. Whitemon will snag that with the arrow. Level 20 now for him. Yeah, just seeing also, of course, the Moonlight Shadow. This one wasn't that, but it was a smoke. But yeah, the movement around the map, definitely seeing in the Tundra how they like to play. Onto the high ground. 2 minutes left on this Aegis.
Falcons, they've got to do something soon. On the verge of losing potentially a couple of sets of barracks here.
Banner as well in the mid lane, so they're keeping the catapults alive. Skeeter was trying to drag the wave, but they're getting 2 sets pushed here. Falcons.
Top set gone.
They definitely don't want to give up 2 sets. This is not an easy fight.
Got everybody up on Falcons.
Let's see what they go for.
They're in. They're going to try. Rolling Thunder's in. They're going to look to throw down everything they can on towards Crystallis, but he's out now with the Moonlight Shadow. Turns towards Amar. Lincoln's will protect him from the Rupture. Amar, Rolling Thunder about to come to an end. Will be able to swashbuckle up to the high ground.
It hits him.
They're going to come in with the Escape Act. Get him out to the side. Fear still hits them. BZM's in with the Roar. They're able to find the follow-up. Lockdown, kill him off. He's out for 80. It's game over. GG's called. A Tundra making this game too look pretty easy, Fold.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of it on the backup of BZM in the early game, but then Crystallis after laning phase just completely took over. That was a cool game. They used their double saves there on the side of Falcons to try to protect, and then when they're both gone, since they both layered them, they just get the free roar.
Yeah, this Timber pick for Malrine, it didn't get anywhere close to doing what they needed it to do for them, right? He ends the game 1-6-4. One of the rougher showings from Malrine on his Timber. And this was picked in a situation where it did have potential, right, Fog?
It did. They just, BZM just clutched it up. These little plays that he did inside of the laning phase to shut him down, all of his rotations hit on the Beastmaster too, all of the early roars. So Tundra, a very good early game and a very good game.
Yeah, looking forward to see what happens in the game 3 of this one. 1-1 now, ladies and gentlemen, between Tundra and Falcons.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel and Fogged. What a difference here in game 2 versus game number 1 for Tundra, where in this game 2, they just had a draft that they could run around with and kill Lizard, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, a quick one. And I feel like a very different approach from both of these teams. On one side, you have Tusk, you have Ringmaster. These heroes are natural-born savers. Like, they are there to rescue, they're there to save you from these roars, these dooms, and whatnot. On the other side, every single hero is down to hunt. Like they have the Beastmaster, the Doom, of course, that we mentioned. On top of that, the Mirana, the Bloodseeker with the Rupture. So on one side, you're just throwing problems at them, and on the other side, you're just trying to deflect them. And they did a good job deflecting these problems, these Ruptures. Amar was at like minute 12, top net worth, minute 13 as well. But then the moment the Rupture started connecting, it all fell apart.
Yeah, that was a very good Bloodseeker pick. Honestly, this is a hero that I feel like if it was more meta, it would completely change a lot of the heroes that are being picked. Like, we wanted to see Bloodseeker as an answer to Phantom Assassin. This, Phantom Assassin has plagued the patch for the meta for so long, and same thing goes for like Pangolier, Timbersaw. These heroes feel really bad against Bloodseeker. Even TB we saw suffer with the Bloodseeker, especially with Doom as well on top. It's just so much pure damage. You don't care that he has Sunder. You don't care that he has a massive HP pool, ability to recharge his health. You just can't through these spells.
I gotta say, the draft from Tundra, in hindsight, was easier to play, but they did clutch it up a couple of times. And when you're playing a Bloodseeker, I feel like you have to clutch it up, right? Like that top lane fight where Bloodseeker gets a kill on, I believe, Tusk, and then cleans up house. If that went the other direction, he dies there, and Beastmaster probably dies as well, as he was sitting behind with very low HP, and who knows where this game goes. But Tundra, of course, it's not only necessary to have a good draft, you also have to execute it well, and generally they do execute well.
Yeah, I thought also this was a great game for Whitemon's Mirana. I don't know if he would get the... Oh, he is getting the MVP. That's very exciting for me, because I did think that this... Okay, so I know that there were a couple of arrows that were just hitting people that were standing still, and that's also great. But I felt like all his arrows were spot on, and I think this hero is definitely going to make a reappearance, I feel like, in this series. Especially if they save all the supports for last, which
definitely
is the case.
Given these two teams, I mean, it's not easy to hit a dead shot into arrow. This is a skill shot. into skill shot combo. And I a little bit questioned these two heroes together, but they really made it work. And then they itemized well as well. They went to Atos on both supports. So they had set up for both of their abilities. They were playing around a lot of the time the Roar as well, setting up their abilities. So yeah, Tundra absolutely made it work. I feel like Whitemon, we can often give the MVP of Tundra games when they win.
True.
That guy carries so hard.
That is very true. Let's see if how he did in the upcoming fight, though, Lizard. I don't know if he's going to be highly featured in it, but I do know that Snaking is on the suffering end of things.
Yeah, because he's the one initiating, and this is like where it all turns for Falcons. Up to this point, I feel like the game was playable. 9-9, a little bit of a disadvantage in the network part, but you waste one save, and they all fall apart. The supports try to save one another, which means that there is no save for the Timber, there is no save for the Pangolier who's gonna get ruptured, and their front line just completely disappears. The way they need to play is they need to have these bulky boys up front, the Pangos and the Timber Saws, so that the supports can stay safe and save them. However, if they are just innately countered, they cannot do that, right? So the supports have to be the ones initiating, and then it all falls apart.
The way Tundra played that fight was absolutely flawless too. The fact that BZM jumps in and he doesn't just roar the guy that's right in front of him, he saves the roar for the Ringmaster. Also, we saw Crystallis didn't just rupture the Doom target, which was Malrine.
He saved it.
He saved it for Pango, which means he has to TP out. It's like they were very good at holding their abilities and using it on the perfect target.
Yeah, and speaking of the Creep Wave boys, there's two other Creep Wave boys that we'd like to compare in Malrine and BZM, Jenkins.
Yeah, this is a very stark difference. Double the last hits, 200 more GPM. I mean, this was an insane Beastmaster performance from BZM. And remember, he got first picked Beastmaster, and they last picked Timber to counter in lane, because Timber, he does a lot of damage to a universal hero who has good strength. Also, Timber doesn't care too much about the harass from Beastmaster in lane, but BZM, he just completely played out of his mind.
Yeah, it wasn't like the most difficult game for Beast. It's not like they countered him or anything, but all his rotations connected. He played the map extremely well, didn't die unnecessarily at all, I should say. So overall, yeah.
Where are we gonna take this for the next game? Because I feel like, okay, game one, an anomaly. Okay, 72 minutes of insanity.
Those are always anomalies.
Anomaly, but this game two felt rough for Falcons.
I think one consideration is you have to respect Bloodseeker. Crystallis is on the enemy team. It doesn't matter if Bloodseeker is not in the meta. He will play it. And the reason that you can play Bloodseeker when it's not meta is because he's able to clutch out the fights like you were mentioning. I think if you're a Bloodseeker player and you don't have that kill one guy, heal to full HP, bait a good team fight, it's not worth picking. So it's really hard to do, but they're willing to do it and they have the player for it.
Well, let's see what game three will bring us after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back. You are watching PGL Wallachia Season 4, and we are in the middle of a series between Tundra and Falcons. They're about to head into the third and deciding game. Winner of this series will be moving forward to the playoffs. Loser gets another shot tomorrow. But, you know, wouldn't it be nice, a birthday present, let's say, for BZM if he gets to punch his ticket to the playoffs right now? I'm sure that that Falcons has something else to say about that, though, here with Lizard and Jenkins. Jenkins, we've seen both teams win a game in very different fashions. What do you want for game number 3?
I just want to take a quick moment to detract entirely from what you just asked me and say, let's depress everybody in the audience just for a quick moment here.
Why?
How old is BZM turning?
Oh, yeah. Well, he will leave. He will leave his teens behind.
He's 20.
He's 20.
He's
today.
20.
Yeah.
Because I feel like he's been on OG for a long time. And then all of a sudden, he hops on Tundra, and he's been on Tundra for a long time.
It just makes you think like how early he started his career off.
Yeah, he was 16.
But can I just say, there was a time, because BZM is the last one of Amar and Malrine, those three, to be reaching his 20s. I think now all the Creep Wave lads are 20 plus. And that's quite a day, guys.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he's still so young.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And he has such a career in front of him. Like, starting off so young in the Creep Wave, then doing the nice little stint in OG at the beginning, at least. And now he slotted right in.
Yeah.
With Tundra.
Anyway, what are they going to do differently? I do think, I don't think when it comes to the Bloodseeker, it's like, oh, you have to ban it. Nah, it's not good enough of a hero. But I think you need to consider it with your picks. You know, Timber and Pango are both countered by Bloodseeker. You're playing against Crystallis. He's going to pick it, and he's going to destroy you with it. So that's when you have to ban it if you're going to pick those heroes. Or consider it as an option, and then don't pick 2 heroes that are hard countered by Bloodseeker in your draft.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to Falcons, this Pango pick is not a must. Like, they have so many different mid laners and off laners at their disposal that they can go for. So if they are worried about the Bloodseeker, they don't even have to go for these heroes that are easily countered by him.
Yeah, I'm more looking towards what's going to happen in the opening of this one, because, well, Mars first phase banned, first of all. That is interesting.
The one team that I would respect that ban against. Because otherwise, I think Mars is quite bad.
Okay.
But if you can dominate the laning stage and stay ahead on net worth by constantly getting kills and constantly threatening kills across the map, then I do think that it's good.
Okay, well...
And Amar's the one player who can do that.
At the moment, we still have the Sand King in the pool, the Doom in the pool,
the
Templar Assassin,
the supports as well, by the way. Yep. Ringmaster, Apparition,
Nature's Prophet. Those are all heroes that have been first phase banned at some point in this series.
Out of all of these, I feel like Prophet might be the scariest one, as an opener at least. And if you're Tundra, I really don't think you can give that one away. You're either banning it and picking something else, or just first phasing it.
Well, they end up removing that Templar Assassin, so it's pick your poison for Tundra.
Yeah, I feel like TA in Falcon's hands did not look that great.
Ooh,
so they ban it out.
It is, so obviously Tundra gets banned into pick, but the next banning phase, Falcons can only ban 1. So you could potentially leave all of them in and get 2 out of the pool? No?
Oh, Ancient banned out. What do you think? Prophet, I would say 80% right now.
Ringmaster.
It is a really good first pick because it just doesn't get countered.
Sounds good.
But that's another hero that also doesn't get countered. Tundra is the team that popularized this idea of just not laning.
I feel like any other team just jumps on the Prophet. Like, if they have the opportunity, they would have, but okay. They do get the Sand King. Like you said, they utilize it extremely well.
They kind of invented the meta that took this hero from non-existent to first phase pick and ban. So yeah, there's Prophet left in the pool. Tiny is always a solid pick. Let's see, Beastmaster was out. Yeah, I mean, any of these can play in multiple roles, cores are nice to pick, or generic supports like Jakiro. These, if you just don't want to decide on anything quite yet, they always feel good to pick early.
I just wonder what the mind game was here. That hero that has been like first phase material banned for a month now gets completely ignored.
Well, they have 2 bans here, so they'll remove the Doom first.
I will say Prophet does tend to fall off in matchups where the teams have extremely specific specialty heroes that need to be picked and banned, because the hero just kind of feels generically good against anything.
Yeah.
So it does make it through all the way to the second phase of bans.
If you have too many heroes that you're good at, this generically good hero might...
Yeah.
I guess that's the case as well, yeah. But it does get banned out in the end. So we do have a couple of supports that are left remaining. I feel like this Sand King, whenever you can pair it up with Ringmaster that is area control, Jakiro that is more magic damage plus area control, it always feels good picking him. So with those two, I'd suspect one of them gets picked by Tundra or banned out here by Falcons.
Yeah. Maybe ban Jakiro, pick Caudle, something like that. I love the tiny Caudle. The ability to have 2 avalanche and tosses is
they banned Morphling, so
pretty strong.
All those supports you mentioned still in the pool.
Ringmaster is still there as well.
Yep.
So they go for Jakiro.
This is probably the trade-off, right?
Yeah, if Tundra picks Ringmaster, then at least Falcons has ground-targeted disable for Ringmaster. I'm not sure what's better, because Jakiro seems more like a good generic support, whereas Ringmaster seems genuinely overpowered, but Jakiro counters Ringmaster, so that maybe ups the value of Jakiro so that it's at about the same level as Ringmaster, so maybe it's preference.
I've seen teams, when they're picking Ringmaster, banning out Jakiro. So that's kind of telling about how they feel about the matchup. It's kind of nice, like playing Jakiro into him feels nice. I play both of these heroes in pubs, and Jakiro feels easier at least. But of course, Ringmaster has its strengths, and I still wouldn't be surprised if they went for it.
Spectacular, the unbelievable ring.
Well, there's that Ringmaster.
Yeah, you have to go for it. These top-tier supports are just far too good. You don't want to leave it until a later pick where they have enough bans that you don't get at least one of them.
Yep.
You know? And I think Ringmaster Jakiro would have been absolutely fine for Falcons as
Absolutely, yeah.
And because you have so much disable already on the Sand King, could you still fit a Keeper of the Light here? Or would you just skip it? I feel like Keeper of the Light's been ignored the entire series, though.
Yeah, we have seen a couple of teams go for this exact combo. And the way I remember it is because of the color code. I've seen the same 3 heroes. They're all yellow, orange, whatnot. And the 2 supports do more or less this. They don't do the same thing, but they're the outskirt supports, right? Like they're not the ones running in, making stuff happen first. But that's why you have the Sand King. And Keeper of the Light can also enable another hero from the mid lane. It could be the Storm, it could be the Ember, both of which are good into the Jakiro and Tiny.
And even Caudle Sand King is decent. Double Burrow, double Stinger. It's good. It's not a god tier combo by any means, but it means that if they do pick something that pairs with Caudle mid, then they will have multiple heroes that the Caudle can run around with and do stuff with. So they go for Silencer, which is another answer to Ringmaster, because you can't save anybody if you are global silenced.
Yeah, we're basically circled back into game number 1, right? Like, pretty much with the supports at least. Silencer into the Ringmaster. We're going to have that global with the Tiny.
Just this time it's the Jakiro on Falcon's side. We saw in that first game the Jakiro was played as a 4 by Saxa. Is that something you want to see this time as well, or would the Silencer be better as a 4?
I think it's more likely that the Jakiro is 4, right?
Yeah. I like the Dragonlance build. I know we were kind of memeing on it a little bit because it looks funny, but it seems genuinely good. The scaling of constantly shooting the fire breath and the ice breath out.
I feel like the idea about going Dragonlance drums is either a meme or so high level that most of us shouldn't be recreating.
Yeah, that's true.
Because
Don't try it.
In which world is a Glimmer or a 4-staff not more worth it for your
You need to be on a
teammates, you know?
competitive team with 4 teammates that are all okay with it.
4 teammates
play
that
around
are completely fine with it, that will maybe meme it with you as well, and that also have compensated in the utility.
For the lack of these items.
Yeah, for the lack of the utility that you're bringing. Or not bringing, I should say.
I like Kunkka a lot. I think the 2 backline supports on the side of Tundra, you really need something to catch them out. Tiny is one option, but X into boat torrent is another option. And the boat throwing this into an epicenter / sandstorm can often be enough to survive the fight. Like you can counter initiate based on this. However, Terrorblade, I mean, we've seen Terrorblade versus Tiny carry. This is very Terrorblade favored, although maybe with the Revenant's Brooch, the matchup is not as bad.
It makes it a bit easier, yeah. And it's not only the Tiny, I feel like having the Jakiro, maybe with the Nags eventually, Ice Path, Macropyre, all of these things do mess up the illusions quite badly. And the way the TB wants to play. Generally, he doesn't like buying a BKB at all, yet alone an early one.
Yeah, and they have a lot of AoE disable, so a Manta style is not necessarily enough. I mean, you obviously do want a Manta style here against the Global Silence.
By the way, Kunkka still has a very low win rate, right? Like he's been in a pretty bad place.
Yeah. It's not looked great.
Yeah. There we go, 26%.
26, yikes, that's painful. 19 games, that's...
A lot of picks and bans, by the way. He's contested quite a bit.
Who is the Kunkka player on Team Falcons? Because
I think it's Malrine and Amar.
I feel like Amar this is one of his
but this is the first time they
fresh
played
heroes.
This event.
Okay. I mean, I could definitely see Skeeter playing it. It seems up his alley. It's a tanky strength non-carry, but you do need a lot of reps in with this hero, I think, to make it work.
I have a question.
They ban out both the spirits that we mentioned earlier, by the way. The ones that would be really good with Coddle.
Now, I know it is unlikely, and we have not seen it banned nor picked, I believe, the entire Wallachia Season 4. But it is BZM's birthday. And,
Invoker?
I see. I don't know what TV this scene, because the Invoker mid with the fire facet is a carry. You're playing for late game.
There's also Kunkka and Tiny against you. Maybe
those are 2 very good heroes, 1v1 mid against Invoker.
Okay.
I mean, I would love to see it because it's cool. Don't get me wrong. He's the birthday boy. You don't want to lose on your birthday because you're picking a carry mid.
Correct. Okay. I get it. It's okay.
I have to say, though, whenever I see a TB, I don't feel that this hero fits the same role he did a couple of patches ago, where he just solo carries the game. I feel like this is more of a tempo controlling hero that needs to really pressure the map 24/7. If he does not, I'm not gonna say he falls off, but there's like this magical minute 30, 35 where he feels like his power spikes are just completely gone.
Oh, we completely forgot the Pango was still in the pool. They ban out the Bloodseeker, the only reason. So they end with that. Is there still another answer to it?
For Malrine, you always have to consider Timbersaw mid. This should do very well against pretty much all 3 of the cores of Tundra.
Maybe a Puck as well.
Yeah.
Puck is very good. There's not great disable for a Puck.
Yeah, nothing really that you cannot dodge. Like not a single spell that you cannot dodge in this game. So
I do like the Pango here because if you can get roll off before the Global Silence, it's just not a counter initiation. Like the Pango roll hitting everybody in the fights can disrupt for pretty much the entire duration of Silence roll. I think that is the type of way that he's going to play it, where he starts the fight with roll, because otherwise you're going to get stunned by literally every other hero on Falcons has an AoE stun for you. Like he could die if he doesn't just roll in.
Yeah, out of all of these, I like the Timber Call. I feel like it's...
Ooh, they go.
Oh, so it will be Kunkka mid, I guess, or maybe not.
We still don't know. Oh, Malrine Razor mid.
Yeah, it makes more sense actually. Never mind. Like picking Razor into TB, whatever. Okay, the Razor last pick. I expected maybe a bit more area control for them, but they do have that already. You have the Jakiro, you have X marks the spot, the boat, the torrent to set up with. I have to say though, I like Tundra's draft more. Color code is nice.
It makes sense.
That's a
orange and
great
yellow.
analytical reason, Lizard.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
I know both sides once again have got their strengths and weaknesses. Like I've been saying this for 2 days now. I've been pretty digging the drafting. Like I feel it's very close. Like very rarely does a team completely drop the ball.
I agree. Nothing. It doesn't. Maybe for me, it's like 60-40, just because I feel.
In favor of who?
In favor of Tundra, because I feel like they have some heroes that they genuinely popularized. Like Whitemon is on Ringmaster. He's the first guy that started playing it in competitive. Caudle Sand King. This is the strategy that Tundra brought Sand King into the meta with, because you go jungle with Sand King, you stack for him with Caudle, and then Caudle takes the lane and he gets huge. Crystallis has looked very good on Terrorblade throughout the entire tournament, and BZM is on Pango. I mean, that's one of his classic heroes. And I think their lanes are all good. Like, I think they have a slight advantage in the early game. They have all comfort. But Falcons, I mean, they're playing the 3 tanky cores strat with 2 backline casting supports as well. So it's not like they're totally uncomfortable either.
I think he swayed me as well. Considering there is a 26% win rate hero on one side, too. I'm overall not the biggest believer in the Kunkka. And this Sand King should be absolutely massive.
Wait, the more you guys are talking, the more it sounds like it's not that close.
It's the color code, I'm telling you.
I think the color code is a big part of it. It just sways you mentally. It's like psychologically.
It just looks nice.
Subconsciously.
Yeah.
That's all we got. You try to casters.
Casters are not entirely there yet. That's okay. I just want to know, for Falcons, we've seen them not having the most active early game so far. Is this going to be different?
Well,
for this one?
The lanes should be, at least from the mid lane. The Razor isn't the most active hero, but I feel like if he wins the lane, he can do so.
Okay. A lot of pressure on Malrine then for this game number 3. Let's see what's going to happen with ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, time to get to the action of this deciding game 3 here between Tundra and Falcons. And indeed, definitely eyes on Malrine. Had a tough game in game 2. This time round, they're going to put him on his Razor. See if it does a bit better in this game 3. I mean, do you imagine it looks better? Do you like that they went with the Razor to close this up?
I mean, he's looking to just bully BZM, right? He just wants to smash the lane.
Sure, he's like, I'm not going to lose this lane
I'm not
again.
losing this lane. And if he does lose this lane, I mean, then it's over. But yeah, he's looking to smash the lane. And yeah, just looking to have that tanky bruiser with the Kunkka just run through with the global, right? So it's going to be an interesting approach. It's a different one that we've seen a lot of people do. But they do get the silencer versus the Ringmaster, which seems to be one of the best answers. However, Tundra, they got some of the best heroes in the game with Caudle. They have Caudle Sand King, which is very nice, and then Caudle TB and Caudle Pango are 2 of the classics. So Saksa feels like he can do so much work because all 3 cores thrive when he's around. Looking forward to see how much they're going to be able to do. Falcons looking to try to win 2 lanes was what I would say, though, with the way they set up this draft.
The battle begins.
So smoke from Tundra might catch Skeeter by surprise. Burrow strike. Impalement Arts as well as the blast coming in from Saxa. And Skeeter get back to safety.
Body block, extra blood grenade. 33 going for the last hit. He's going to take a fair bit there from the tower. Oh my god. He actually takes 3 hits. All right, he'll be able to heal up afterwards there, but does take a fair bit of damage. We see the sentries coming in, so while that first blood is happening, Falcons, they know what they're doing when they're playing versus this Sand King. Double block the camps to be able to slow down that farm. And yeah, this lane, it's going to be a tough one for BZM. See how he's able to do once he's at least got the swashbuckle to play around, dodging a bit of that damage from the static link, but either way, Malrine should have a very, very free time.
And now we're looking on the bottom lane.
But this one is the one that could be, I think, could be a little more volatile, but the other 2, I think, is what Falcons look to set up for wins. The top lane and the mid lane. This one, maybe a bit of both ways, just because Ringmaster is so strong. Speaking of Ringmaster, I mean, he's bringing it to crit. I thought he might actually whoopee cushion and go for the kill there, but doesn't able to quite set it up. 33. This is going to be, as it tends to be for the Sand Kings, a very hard start.
Yeah, should be able to harass him back pretty easily here with the silencer each time he steps up.
Yeah, let's see how many sentries Sox is going to have to bring to the table to be able to get rid of these wards. He knows one of them is blocked. The other one, of course, around the triangle is also going to be blocked. He's got to have that open to be able to catch 33 back up. And BZM, 7-1 to the 5-1.
He's
6 damage.
The first wave's going pretty nicely for him. And bottom, Whitemon doing an excellent job of keeping the two of them incredibly low.
BZM is trading it with Malrine. He's just hitting him and he's body blocking him. I mean, Malrine.
Oh.
There's another swash.
There is in a second.
He might actually just kill him here, Owen.
He's going to have it if he hits it. And he knows it. BZM's being very careful, making sure that it doesn't get dodged.
Oh.
It hits a little bit.
He kills the Razor mid with the Pango and has the tip super ready.
Yeah, absolutely. Malrine's not going to be feeling good about today.
Oh, man. That should not happen. That is huge that BZM's able to do that with the body blocks. Malrine just playing too far up. He only got 5 damage from the Link.
And the majority of that previous wave dying under the tower whilst Malrine was out.
Wow, BZM on fire today, clearly, especially after that last game with his Beastmaster. And they're also able to set up for the kill bottom. As we said, this is the lane that is a bit more volatile, but wow. Yeah, BZM, huge. Especially since he's able to do that before that level 3 hits, the ideal timing, because level 2 Link is when it starts to become that much more difficult, but able to just commit for the kill, that's crazy.
And Amar continues to have a tough time down here. Not proving easy to get the farm here on the offlane Kunkka. Slow start.
Whitemon, I mean, he's the difference, right? That Ringmaster, he's just so good at it. Top, 33. Wait, there's a courier there. Okay. Can he actually get himself out? A couple extra right clicks, 1 or 2 more. What?
Oh, the Sandstorm!
Only just living, and now the Lotus, it does come back up if he wants to get that heal. Yeah, wow, BZM, definitely. He's going to be the one to watch for this game, though, after that start. And level 2 Link is online, but now he's already got his boots, too, so he can actually perhaps play around this. It's 40 Link damage again, so yeah, maybe not. Level 3 Link still too hard. Yeah, insane. Top lane, we are seeing, of course, though, Skeeter, 19-12 to the 7-3 of the Sanking. But yeah, like you said, you know, Amar also not able to step up too easy versus this bottom lane.
Saxon.
Second sentry.
Yeah, doing a good job of making sure that this sort of blocking is put to an end.
Ooh, and he stacks while doing that. So he stacks the Ancient while unblocking the hard camp too. A nice, efficient play coming out from the Coddle. Yeah, it's going to be just big. Just that the fact that BZM is going to have, it's just a good lane now for him. Yeah, he's just getting good CS here, and he's going to have good levels. And this was a counter pick that Falcons really wanted to shut the lane down with, in particular. So definitely could have repercussions post laning phase.
And definitely a lane that you know that they've got to be prepared to bring back up in potentially when the 6s come in.
I mean, BZM's going to have it that much faster than Malrine, so he absolutely has kill threat. Snaking. Looking to contest, maybe check out these stacks. He's going to get some information, maybe body block the camp as well, too, to prevent that extra stack. Since Skeeter now at this point is left alone. And he's just going to be able to free farm up there on the Tiny. So maybe Snay looks to play around the mid lane, too, to just annoy
I mean, Malrine's having to take the warp back to base, or at least to back up and hit. Yeah.
No, he has to go base.
For the neutrals, he's got to go base, yeah.
Yep. And BZM's trying to do the same thing that he did last time, where make him miss some creeps, but not able to with the catapult wave. Yeah, he's going to have 6. Pretty much done after this creep wave and one more. One more creep. Crit? He is deep.
And they'll kill him off. I mean, Amar doesn't get the torrent connection onto Crystalis. So
Strongman tonic as well. Whitemon, when he gets the kill, has that heal. Strong stuff from Tundra off these lanes right now. 6 minutes going to be hit. Power Rune will be coming up in a moment. BZM.
Yeah, they're prepared for it. They're going to bring up the backup here around the mid here. Falcons with the supports.
They glyph the wave too. BZM's not 6 yet. And Snaking will be able to take that in there. So yeah, looking to help out Malrine. Ooh. Okay. Not the greatest link.
33, trying to get this chance to clear the stacks.
He's caught back up already. Looking at his CS, even though he was completely pushed off of the wave. It's only 300 ahead of his, or 300 behind his counterpart of the Kunkka. They're looking to get aggressive bottom, Mar.
Got the X mark set him on a Whitemon. With the escape backed off, Amar getting the angle with the tie, bring a Whitemon. We have to tame the two of them.
Amar dropping low.
Now they can turn towards Crit. Backup comes in from BZM. He's ready with the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, they're both in trouble.
He's coming straight for them. Gets the crossover on towards Crit. Impalement Ars hits, and he's ready to dive the tower and try and find Amar as well.
Oh,
won't get the bounce back.
No mana.
The curse down on the BZM. Still going to chase on forward. The Torrent and the Tidebringers there will connect. Amar turns. Will be able to help put an end to BZM. So BZM diving a little too far and not quite able to get that second connection with the Rolling Thunder.
1 mana, if I'm not mistaken, off from having the shield crash before that last word ticks into him. Amar, those, I mean, the side steps are everything there. It actually looks like he's for sure dead, but just dodging that initial roll connection allows him to survive, get that extra kill, and get that tip, which he was saving since the last game. 5-1, but the gold lead, mostly just because of top lane, right? Skeeter, how big he is.
I mean, look at this wraparound down bottom. We've got the rotation coming in from Maureen.
They're bringing 4. Tiny's coming too.
Going to be able to quickly clean up Whitemon. Now they can turn with the boat coming in on towards the Terrorblade and take Chrysalis down as well. 33.
Thinking
about coming in with the epicenter from the side. He's going to try for it. And with the Burrow Strike as well onto Amar's immediately going to go for the TP out.
He dies.
The damage is done. And in fact, the rest of Falcons also falling pretty low. They've got to get out of the Sandstorm.
Maureen also, yeah, all 3 almost ticking down to it. Almost actually, someone, I didn't see who threw the Lotus onto him, but he almost ends up perhaps surviving, trying to go for that TP out to base, but just a bit too much damage. 33 with the good connection. Power Rune, BZM.
They're going to be able to get it for the Maureen. They are. Maureen's actually able to get the bottle of the regen rune.
He's too low though.
And Rolling Thunder, BZM cleans him up.
Can't actually pop it in time. Even if he does, he still just goes down.
But you don't think it would have kept him alive, the regen? Not enough?
It gets reduced so much when you're getting hit that I think he wants to save it for the next play. If you use it when you're high HP, it's a lot more valuable than when you're super low.
But when you're trying to recover from minimal HP, unlikely to save you.
All right, Soxa, it's time. So we mentioned how good of a Coddle game is. Usually we wait until he gets that recall online, how much he can actually start doing. But he's going to be able to do a lot of work with all 3 of his cores. Gets him back up to full HP. He's got to be able to continue controlling the map, moving his heroes around, in particular Crystals, to get him that increased farm. Yeah, just Chakra. We'll talk about exactly the combos, obviously, right? The Chakra with the TB, since it's not around your ultimate, the meta, plus your Conjure. You get so much extra farm, pulling him around the map. TB can sometimes suffer with mobility, but with the Coddle, yeah, he thrives on getting that extra farm. He's using that regen just to farm it up. The Hellbear buff. We mentioned it yesterday too. A lot of damage from those moods, but obviously won't die. 2K lead now for Tundra after that move. All 3 cores looking to be in just a little bit of a, I mean, 2 of the cores looking to be in a hotter spot actually than their counterparts. That off laner and that mid lane. That's 33. He's gone for a lot of small items in between before getting that Blink Dagger too. He's level 9.
Yeah, it could start getting difficult for Falcons if they're not prepared to turn up and maybe defend some of these towers. Tundra's getting away with a lot of early pressure.
Absolutely. I mean, Snaking's still not level 6, so they can't really stop a lot of that aggression. They don't have the global online. Crit is about to have his ult. BZM will be able to steal some of these Ancients, actually. He does get, I believe, 3 or 4 of them cleaned up there. And he's got the amp damage, too, so one of the scariest runes on a Pango early game. And BZM, he's looking for somebody. He sees Snaking. He's like, this Silencer's trying to get 6.
He's a bit scared about going for him.
He did die in that same position last time, so maybe hesitant to go for the dive again.
He's going to look back over towards the mid BZM.
Power, can they finish it off? It's dropping low. With the DD popped, amp damage, they should finish it off. Doesn't look like Falcons want to contest versus it. Give it to the catapult again, whoopsie. And there's the blink. Early game team fight from Tundra is very strong. If they're able to get the spells off, obviously, you know, the global can of course prevent that, but with Rolling Thunder and an Epicenter with a Blink Dagger early game, their entrance into these fights is very strong.
It's just going to be so much easier for BZM as opposed to Maureen, right? Yep. Maureen's still trying to play the catch-up game.
And speaking of BZM, still with that amp damage, Snaking is deleted. And that's the Diffusal Blade done, and he's always going to have it full mana, and he's going to have potentially double swashes in the fight.
The cooldown's always going to be good.
Yep. And the Diffusal early, it's strong versus, I mean, honestly, all three cores. I would say Razor less so than the Tiny and the Kunkka, but yeah, strong defusal game.
Up.
He is deep.
He's going to try for the setup here onto Crystalis. Get in with the boat, but the escape act will buy him a bit of safety. I mean, Crystalis, he should have the chance to get the Sunder off. He will. They're going to still try and finish him off, but then 33 comes in with a 3-man burrow stroke on the back lines. Crystalis is still alive. Amar's trying to finish him off. He's not going to get him. Crystalis is going to survive, gets out of the fight. Tundra, they clean up the two of them. Skeeter and Amar dead, and the rest of Falcons have to run.
They can't finish off Crystalis, and now he's going to get healed up. Soxa is starting to throw the salves and the recalls and the illuminates to put him back up. The global comes, but he gets it too late.
Yeah,
comes at the end
33 is already in. Yeah, perfect timing for him to turn up with that blink dagger, get a beautiful angle on the back of the fight.
I think Snake hit 6 after it came in. I think he got like XP from a creep or something. I don't know what it was, but either way, 33 with a great angle to protect his core Crystalis. Even though they get the flank set up on him, they can't.
They pretty much throw everything down onto him.
Yeah, they got, I believe, a full link too, right? I think it was actually a full duration link, if I'm not mistaken. And still couldn't bring him down. Tundra. Very decisive hit there.
And we'll see again. The attempt here to try and bring down the Terror Blade.
Yeah, the escape deck coming in beautifully. The heals, the Illuminate comes through, so he's deceptively tanky. And Whitemon there for that Sunder. But yeah, at 33, couldn't ask for a better connection. A triple burrow with that Epi.
Excellent stuff from him. It's getting harder and harder for Falcons.
It really
Down
is.
4K, and again, it's just another game where Malrine is... He's slipping so far behind.
And he was the counter. He was the attempted counter pick.
Indeed, this time they went heavier in on giving him that favorable chance in the mid lane, but this game 2 and game 3, it's been rough showings from Malrine.
Right, BZM, yeah, just truly beasting it today. 5K lead in the first 14 minutes with this Terror Blade and this Coddle to be able to move around the map, and ults are going to be coming back up soon. Global, a little bit longer of a cooldown compared to these two, so they could look to set up for fights with Soxa able to recall them all over the map. Snaking. Sox is trying to set up onto him.
He's got eyes on him.
Can't quite. And BZM playing in the enemy triangle by himself. That says a lot, that he feels confident to be able to just stand here. Shrine.
That's the tree. I can use the global to try and protect himself here, Snaking.
They can't get a kill with it, though. That's a long
He's still sticking around. He shows himself.
Oh, he's dead.
Definitely feels like panic setting in here for Falcons.
I mean, it's a big cooldown to use as well, to 2 minutes that now Tundra can just pressure anywhere they'd like to go for. And it is going to be around that Tormentor and Rages and that Roche timing that they could look to fight around. 30 seconds until it comes back up, and there's not going to be that global.
And bottom lane.
I mean, they're already set up for it.
They're ready to try and chase this. BZM.
I mean, they've got the defusal.
Got the setup. Beautiful angle again with the Rolling Thunder. Knocks him down to the low ground. Leaves nowhere for Malrine to run.
Oh, man.
The pain continues for Malrine.
Hey, this is a hero also. We have to always mention it's a hero that hates to play from behind, and he is super far behind now at this point. And even BKB, you know, versus the magic damage is good, but this is definitely not one of those drafts that's all magic damage, Owen.
No, absolutely not.
And a Terror Blade.
Indeed, these two heroes can still tear through. I think, you know, he's just in a position, Malrine, where he's kind of like,
I don't know.
What does he buy to sort of recover from this state as a Razor?
It truly does feel like, yeah, the other two cores just got to do so much heavy lifting because his game is just over, it feels like, at this point now. Unless there's some crazy overextension from Tundra, but so far, no mistakes really from them in this early game. 73% chance. Sox almost halfway to Ags too. So the team fight for the supports is even becoming easier on Tundra too. So Falcons, I'm like, usually it's like, okay, like double BKT timings or something that comes together. The timings are all shot because of this laning phase.
Yeah.
Even, like I said, BKB for Razor is just not going to feel great. We see the Blade Mails out for Amar, which in some situations can feel decent, but in this game not so much because there's a lot of sustain, and the pipe is going to be super late. So Tundra, insane amount of control, an 8K lead at this point in the game. And Sand King, the hero who was sacked, is actually top net worth, 5-0-1. And I think that's his Ag's actually done. So one of the faster ones I think that I've seen in Blink, Phase, Null, plus an Aghanims.
Yeah, he's crushed it.
Yeah.
And just the, oh, see top. 33.
They're recalling in.
They're going to find him. Skeeter gets jumped.
Double burrows because of the recall as well.
I mean, Marin is taking it, considering if they could do something to punish this.
Soxa can bring more numbers. That's the dangerous thing here. This is 5 heroes for Tundra.
And Rolling Thunder's at the ready. 33 jumps forward. BZM sort of blocked off. He'll now be able to jump up. He's going to find Snaking.
This game looks almost unplayable now at this point for Falcons.
It certainly feels like that.
Anywhere you go, they bring the numbers. They don't even need to have the TB to pop meta to get involved for most of these plays. And playing from ahead with Coddle feels amazing, and playing from behind with Razor feels terrible. So
it's definitely one of the rougher cores to try and catch up on.
Yeah, and Sox is soon going to have that Ags pretty much finished after they do these stacks, and maybe a couple more creeps for him. So yeah, teamfight's just going to continue to become even more difficult, as nothing's working for Falcons. Grouping up, they need to probably just mount a teamfight to break everything that's going on, but have to have the number advantage. Rolling Thunder is on cooldown, same thing for that Epi, so maybe that is why they are grouping. See if they do actually even smoke, though. They do. So trying to get some type of punish play.
It's tough. It's tough. They have to take this sort of chance, but the chance of this going well is pretty low.
Yeah. Even without the ultis, Tundra's teamfight is insanely strong at this point in the game, and they are going to start coming back up soon. 15 on pretty much both of them.
And at this area of the map where the tier 1 still up, they can come in with the backup.
They can't force anything. 33 actually just stopped the whole play right there with the Sandstorm. They can't go on him, and now they have to break. They can't look for a play again, it feels. Okay, actually, it looks like they have information that 33 is bottom. They're going for this wraparound. Snaking is trying for him here. They're bringing the numbers.
Maybe they can get at least a, Saxa on the call.
Is he trying to recall himself out? He's trying to recall himself out of the fight.
But they're popping the global. They have to drop everything to just try and get something.
He does buy the Ags before he dies, though. But at least getting a kill on the board that they haven't been able to find for a very long time. The global was used. So now for the next fight, not going to have that at the ready. But at least getting Malrine something, which he desperately needs for his BKB. Yeah, definitely not an end-all be-all BKB, though. Playing versus all this physical damage.
And Tundra.
Amar is actually switching his build up, and they're looking to set up on him top. They still have this deep ward that wasn't taken out. They saw Crit. They saw him, too. They're in.
See what they can find. They get the gap closed, in fact, onto the two of them. We'll see 33 get the jump on towards Crit. Chase down the Jakiro. Quick jump there with a blink to dodge the ice path.
I mean, top though. BZM is isolated.
Amar's getting the chance to potentially turn, but Whitemon is moving in.
He's got the save.
Escape pack comes into play. Saxa there ready to join over as well. Gets the Will-O-Wisp drop down to control Amar. Amar now completely out of mana. Chrysalis finishes off Snaking. Amar's not getting out of this one.
Nah, they tried to go for the play when they were split up.
They've got eyes on Skeeter as well.
He sticks around.
They were able to walk down. He's got the TP out. And he will make it.
Only just.
Oh my goodness, he's lucky to get out of that one. Still, there's 3 dead on Falcons, 17 for 5.
This is just such a beatdown. Tundra just, Coddle, when you're ahead, he just shows up. They always have numbers. Appears right on top of that Pango, gets the extra sustain he needs. I mean, maybe he didn't even need it, actually, but either way. Tower now, tier 2. Quickly sieged.
Yeah, they can move over towards the tier 2 mid as well if they want to keep the pressure on Tundra.
I was about to say, I think you should buy the shard on Soxa pretty soon because you don't want to wait for that next Tormentor, so it's so strong with the recalls. Crit.
It's going to be lucky to not get clipped by that Burrow strike.
They're setting up on mid. Mar. 33's thinking about going in.
I won't go for it quite yet.
But just swinging from top lane to mid lane to bottom, looking to take away the Shrine of Wisdom and maybe look for a fight around this tier 2. They're diving.
There's the Rolling Thunder. BZM set up on a Skeeter. The Will-O-Wisp drop down. Can they do anything to save their Tiny? No, they can't. Tiny's gone. Maureen tries to move it over towards Chrysalis, but he gets caught by the Rolling Thunder. They'll put the BKB here, Maureen. They're trying to see if they can at least threaten one of the cores. They'll turn over towards 33. But 33's just able to get the epicenter off. Stands his ground, epicenter, burrow stroke over towards Maureen. Maureen will be able to sneak back to the base safely, but the rest of the team, they're all dead here. Ultra kill for Crystalis, only Maureen able to get out alive.
I mean, 0 damage. Crystalis got full link, they threw everything onto him, they throw the global, and he takes pretty much nothing. Just stands his ground, gets the full ultra kill. Yeah, Falcons have been trying to take that last fight, it feels like, but that does feel like it was the end.
They're getting absolutely crushed.
Yeah, this is just
absolutely crushed. Okay, game 2 didn't look great. Game 3's looking a whole lot worse for them.
This is just a masterclass from Tundra. It feels like they got too much again. Also this time, they got the Coddle with 3 of the best Coddle heroes.
And 33's ready to keep it going.
Skeeter, another kill.
I don't know how much more of this they want to endure, as you say.
Yeah.
This is...
I mean, they got the Dream heroes, and they also, we have to just say, you know, BZ getting this kill in mid lane.
BZ, he is having quite the day. Well, it's his birthday today. Game 2, Game 3, he is loving life from the mid lane, getting to just absolutely just destroy Maureen. It's just whatever's happened, the outcome from that mid, it's caused Maureen to have no game whatsoever in Game 2 and now in Game 3 as well.
How old is BZM now?
Finished in 20? 20, right?
20 now. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. It's getting up there. Another recall. Maureen, BKB cooldown 3, 2, 1.
He's going to get the chance to get it off, or he's going to be perfectly chain stunned. He will get the chance to get it off.
But he's dead.
He's going to die through it.
They'll hang on. They'll probably try to keep getting this split push to get their items together for Falcons, but Tundra, yeah, just continue to have free pickings on anyone that shows. Crystalis charging toward bottom when he sees a hero, and here come the recalls.
Saxon, just a masterclass on the call.
Yep. Honestly, I don't know though, but like I gotta look, like say something is like, why would you ever pick Io when you can just pick Coddle and it's like a recall with 0 cooldown, a global recall / relocate kind of thing. It's insane, and it is of course because of how ahead they are, what he's been able to do on top of all of it. But yeah, they're everywhere. And 33, I mean, no, he's not even deviating. He's no funny business in his build. He's not going some Revenants approach. I mean, he's going BKB, AVULUS, being safe. Crystalis, 3 minutes left on Aegis. Might threaten high ground. He's got the Metamorphosis.
Yeah, I think so. You know, see what happens. Aaron's got to be careful. BKB's still on cooldown for 25 seconds.
Saksa, he's calling the go.
They get the jump on towards him. The Ice Path will hold them back, but BZM's able to jump across with the shield crash. They've got the swashbuckle over as well. That's him gone. Crit also likely to fall here to the right clicks of Crystalis.
Okay, Tundra wants them out of this game. They're diving the base.
Yeah, 33 just chilling outside the fountain. Skeeter might get the toss back.
He does.
He will.
Okay.
All right, gets him in, but the BKB and the burrow strike doesn't matter. 33 will die to the fountain.
Dude, BCM will tip him for that. The push, though, will continue. 20 seconds, no Razor. BCM wants it.
He's ready to go in.
He sees Amar. He sees his buddy.
Holding him in position with the Rolling Thunder. Will-O-Wisp down as well as... The right clicks, the boat's not going to save him. I mean, this bottom racks is gone.
As we said, we'll see Falcons try to hold on longer, but yeah, this game truly has been decided. Tier 2, still in the mid lane, so yeah, they'll have to walk over there, clear out the tower, but at least they got 33. At least they got the toss back. He's not going to end the game with 0 deaths.
Yeah. Maybe this series was kind of like just it was all down to the endurance. And Falcons, maybe they lost all their energy in that game 1.
It was a
70-minute game.
Yeah.
After that, game 2, game 3, it's been all downhill for Falcons.
Hey, to be honest, it was a 73-minute game where they were in the leading charge of the game the entire time. It took them a while to do it.
They might have just used it all in that game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra
ran out of steam. Hey, Falcons.
As the recalls continue to come out, push. He's just revving up the Metamorphosis to get the push going for Crystalis, and 33 is set up top. Sox is there now too.
He's got eyes on Maureen.
Hello. And goodbye. More recalls. Keep refreshing that Metamorphosis plus the Conjures. Saksa. Find another one.
Swinging up and down the map.
Yep.
Getting the kills wherever they go.
And he just keeps recalling, look, hello, you come to me. You come to me as well. There we go. Terrorblade. Only, look, he has 80 seconds left on meta, and he's going to almost have it up when it's down. The power of the Coddle. Jump. He sees his friend again.
He's in BZM. Skeeter watching from the side. He's not going to want to show himself here. As BZM might even find him as well there. Skeeter will be okay. Fortification comes out. They'll have Maureen back up. The BKB on Chrysalis is still 50 seconds on the Aegis. He's going to stick around.
30 until the meta comes back up. So some downtime on it, of course. Soxa just continues to refresh it, get that heal going as well. Holy lock it as well, so they're full HP.
Oh, they just can't enter into the fight. Who goes in first at this point?
Kado's so broken on it. These heroes that just you get ahead. It's so absurd.
And up to the top, 33. Some of the Burrow strike on Maureen. They'll lay down the Macropyres. The Ags now here from Crit. There's a lot of damage coming in on the 33. Global as well. They're moving in with the static link. Can they get him out? They can. Escape packs there. 33 is going to get the chance to potentially break away. The Will of Wonder drop down. Finally, they'll finish him off. But it took so much from Maureen. He'll get cleaned up by BZM. They'll tap out now. GG is called. Tundra take game 3. And with that, the series 2-1 today against Falcons. In this game 2 and game 3, they weren't close, folks.
No, and a very appropriate tip there. Amar tipping BZM. Honestly, BZM went out of control these last 2 games.
He completely broke Maureen.
Totally did, yeah. A great game, good draft, great approach, and a very confident play from Tundra today in these last 2 games.
Absolutely, they looked unstoppable by the end of it all, and rough showing from Falcons in that game 2 and game 3. I think they definitely expected better from themselves today, but rough day from them. Excellent day for Tundra because they're getting the win here. 2-1 Tundra against Falcons.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fog. This was, and especially these last 2 games, was Tundra just being very dominant, and it was very clear that Tundra was a team that deserves to be going to the playoffs in a few days. So congratulations to them. And this game number 3 just felt, once again, a repeat almost of game number 2, Jenkins, where I didn't feel like Falcons could do anything.
It felt really like just cut and clean execution from Tundra. This is exactly how they like to win games. They farmed big stacks on 33. Soxa would stack for him, and then he took the lane. He got really huge.
Clean.
Ended up, yeah, very, very clean. You know, Whitemon playing his patented Ringmaster. He was doing amazing saves in like every single fight. BZM popping off on Pangolier. It's like one of his best heroes.
Getting a solo kill on the mid lane as well.
Yeah, that was insane. I mean, that's... if you're late picking a Razor into a Pangolier, this is something where like you just GG go next when you die like that.
But I truly believe what you just said. Like, I don't think he's over-exaggerating. If you remember when the draft concluded, we said, Maureen, he needs to do well in the mid lane.
That was literally the main condition for Falcons to do okay this game.
Basically, the way you pick this Razor is you go mid, you own the lane, and then you slowly choke out the map. Like, you're moving everywhere. It's annoying. Like, you're this frontline beast that got so much out of the lane that you cannot deal with him. Plus, your own mid laner is kind of suffering because he had to lane into him. It absolutely changes the way the game is played if the opposite thing happens, because Pango just rolls out of control with that advantage that he gets from the Razor.
Yeah, I mean, especially because they already had Kunkka. You could technically just Kunkka mid versus the Pango, and it would be fine, but it's Falcons, so you kind of know that they want to pick Maureen, one of his last pick Grandmaster heroes. This is one of those cases where the predictability in Falcons draft can turn out to bite them. And, you know, speaking of predictable, I mean, 33, he popularized the Sand King build that we're now seeing in pretty much every game, and he got it, and he did exactly what was expected of him.
Absolutely deserves the standout player award. At the same time, by the way, you talked about these generally strong, considered strong heroes for different teams. I feel like Falcons might be falling into that trap in which they have these generally strong level 30 heroes on their side, but there's so many better heroes right now in the meta that you end up playing versus a Pango, versus a Sand King Coddle, versus a Ringmaster, just so you can get your own comfort zone. At least it seems that it isn't working at the moment.
Yeah, the overpowered heroes are like way too overpowered to select something which is like B or C tier. Like the S tier heroes are too good to make up for the difference.
And speaking of selecting something, I believe, Jenkins, you have selected something for us to watch.
Yeah, I think it was just an early game team fight that was very Tundra dominant, as we can see the box come into play. I mean, this is why the hero looks so good, and then the Sunder. It's kind of like the combo of like a Dazzle, like a pseudo Dazzle, except of course he does a million different things. Crystallis survives at extremely low HP, and the entire time, 33 in BZM, they're doing a shitload of AoE, magical and physical damage popping off.
Yeah, it did seem like the whole team was on the same page, and they played with a lot more aggression than game number 1 as well, which is what I'm curious about. Maybe how Chrysalis feels about that, as he is joining us right here. Hey, Chrysalis, congratulations on a series, and of course, congratulations on making it to the playoffs as well. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Always doing good after a win.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. I have to ask about game number 1 though, because it was quite something. From a viewer perspective. So I would love to hear your perspective on why you feel that game was so different from the other two.
I think in the first game, mainly what happened is that we just kind of didn't play that well in lanes. And then because of that, the game was like really slow and they couldn't make any moves. And then at that point, you're just stuck in AFK farming until you hopefully get like a good fight or a way to win the game. Which we didn't that time. We just lost instead. But it is what it is.
At some point late the game, it's anybody's game. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, anything can happen.
And I think the other two games they were so dominant. Is it because you just felt like, oh, the lanes went well, so we could snowball and we could take the games?
I mean, I think it's more because Saxa just suggested my hero again, and like last times as well, when Saxa suggests my hero, I pick it, and the game is over in like 20 minutes, kind of pretty easily. So I think that's probably why.
Are you saying Saxa suggested your Bloodseeker and it wasn't you?
I mean, I suggested, but like I don't like push it. But the second like Saxa's like, I think we should pick Bloodseeker. I'm like, okay, pick it, and then you just win the game. That's
no hesitation.
Yeah, I got a question about the Bloodseeker, actually. Oh, hello, Crystal, by the way. Good to see you.
Hello.
What tier would you put Bloodseeker on in terms of like being a good hero? S tier, A tier, B tier?
It is dog shit. It is horrible, but...
It's dog shit tier.
They tested me. They were testing me so hard. So how can I not pick it? You pick Timbersaw, you pick Pangolier, you pick TB. They know I'm going to pick it. They're just daring me to do it. And, you just gotta do it at that point.
So would you say like there has to be like 2 cores on the enemy team at least that you counter to make it worth it? Is that the bottom line?
No. I think it's more if you like hurt my ego by daring me that much. That's when I pick it. It's not about like counters or anything like that. It's just when I feel hurt, I pick it.
Okay, fair enough. I got a question about. I gave you a muffin earlier today, and I didn't get to see what your reaction was to the muffin.
It was good. It was good.
You thought it was a good muffin?
Give him a muffin?
Yeah, that was a vegan matcha coconut muffin.
Yeah, it was just a fine, good muffin,
It was
a great muffin.
How would you rate S tier, A tier, B tier?
I just say it's like just an A tier,
It's an A tier muffin.
Yeah, A tier. I agree.
I rated S tier, but yeah.
A is.
What are the S tier carries in this patch to you right now?
I mean, I think it's very obvious. Like, I mean, I'm not going to say all of them, I guess, because, what if I whip something out that I know you don't expect?
Sure.
I feel it here. But I think the obvious ones are just like TA, Prophet, and I think TB as well is like a bit stupid.
Even though Prophet has a 20% win rate?
Yeah, but it's like, it's so, like, it's still banned in almost every game. And I think if it stops being banned, that win rate will shoot up instantly because it's only getting let through when people are like very like ready for it and confident against it. Otherwise, it will never come through.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and speaking of carries, by the way, congrats on carrying Tundra in these last couple of games. I want to know, like, speaking of your own carries, and what do you think, where does your hero pool fit right now, considering what the S tier carries are at the moment? Do you feel that you're like a meta carry at the moment, or are you more of a, I don't know, we're going to pick this Bloodseeker because it's good for the game, even though it's not meta?
No, I mean, usually what happens anyway, as I said, there's only like 3 meta heroes right now, and if you're late into the draft, they're all banned. So you're already going deep into the dark pool, no matter what role you are, even if you're like mid or off anything too, kind of. So at that point, yeah, like you become an off-meta player no matter what you want, because all the good heroes are already banned, and when they're banned, it's just a free-for-all. You never know what's going to come out.
So everyone is forced to experiment, right? Like with carries at least.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's the thing right now. You have to always make sure that those 3 heroes are out, and then after that, it kind of gets like, you don't really know what heroes coming out. Some people have like some preference for Tiny, some for PA, some for this, some for that. Sometimes I pick Bloodseeker, and like that's just kind of how it goes.
Okay, and going maybe a little bit away from the game. You've been in Tundra for some time now. You told me, you told us already that you value Saxa's opinion quite a lot. Like, is he the one that you bonded with the most in the team, or
no. Like,
is it all the same?
Don't look too deep into it. It's just like when we're like just drafting and he just says it, I just already know it's just like it happened every single time so far. It happened like 4 or 5 times in a row. Where the second he is like, I think we should pick this hero. I'm like, okay, and then I pick it, and then it works. So I pick Sonic, it works. I pick TB, it works. I pick TB again, it works again. I pick Bloodseeker, it works again. Like, I don't know. It's just how it goes. It's not like we're like super close friends. I'm like, oh, it sucks. Come here, give me a hug, man. It's just like he suggests my hero, and I just notice it works. So I'm like, okay, if he suggests, then as long as it keeps working, I'll keep trusting it.
Okay, with that in mind, because I don't know if there's any plans, because it's BZM's birthday and you do have a day break tomorrow. Is there anything planned, or is it just back to the grind?
Oh no, we have many big things planned for BZM's birthday for sure.
Ooh.
It's going to be a very, very great day for BZM, I'm sure. I might sing him like a happy birthday.
Sounds ominous.
The ride home all together. I'm sure he'll love that if we do that.
I'm sure
he tends to like that.
Yes, he definitely loves that.
For sure. Gonna have an amazing day.
Well, make sure you catch that on camera, because I would enjoy that. That's for sure. Chrysalis, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Obviously, congratulations once more to make it to the playoffs, and I'm sure we'll talk again.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Tundra making it out here, and to be honest, 2-1 makes sense, because I feel like every series they played, they do drop a game and then they win the series still. But I think after game number 2, Jenkins, we kind of knew where it was headed.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when a game is that dominant, especially after a 70-minute game, I mean, Lizard said it, or was it you? Somebody said it, that the game was an anomaly, but I think it was you. But we can all agree that it was an anomaly. Anytime a game goes that long, it's kind of like, does anybody really win that? Is there really any strategy that leads to you getting a 70-minute game? So, no, not really. Anybody could have won. You stomp game 2, it's like, okay, we're the better team. We know what we're doing here.
Yep, and they knew what they were doing there, and we'll see what they're going to be doing in the playoffs. But first, we're going to have another team joining them at the playoffs, as we have another series coming your way for one team to advance to those playoffs. Aurora versus BetBoom after the break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back. You are watching PGL Wallachia Season 4, and we are here with our final series of the day. Aurora versus BetBoom. It's a best of 3 that decides the winner of this will go to the playoffs. The loser is not out yet. We'll be playing in our final day of group stages tomorrow. But let's see which one of these 2 teams will come out ahead, and let's talk about the potential of the teams, as I want to focus our attention first on BetBoom. This is the team that is coming in as, generically speaking, the top 6 of all teams. You would put BetBoom on 6th. And I think that they are aiming for us to put that obviously higher. And they did win the 2nd most recent last LAN in Universe 4. But Lizard, how do you feel like they've been, doing so far? Because they had a rough day one, but ever since they've been dominating. Such fast games too.
Yeah, they had a rough day one, but I have to say the seeds that they got after day one were kind of easy for them. Like the teams that they played against, you could say that BetBoom were clear favorites going into the series, even though they were the clear favorites in hindsight, looking at how dominant they were in those games. So when it comes to BetBoom, I feel like this isn't a team that is straying way too much from their identity and how they play Dota at the moment. I feel like they've got two very capable supports when it comes to picking heroes that are currently played a lot. Specifically looking at that old man on a horse, I feel like he's going to be highly contested in the upcoming
Keeper of the
series.
Light, not a bad one.
Yep. Yeah, that one.
Abaddon's a dead man on a horse. Yeah,
that old man.
Very old.
He's so old that he's not alive anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree with the seeding thing. I mean, you could even see that BetBoom thought that they were the higher seed, right? I mean, they picked some pretty crazy heroes in their last series.
Yeah.
They had a SF, Clinks. They had a Coddle open. They picked an IO instead. Like, it was very obvious that they were kind of treating the games as open scrims, but this is the mentality that it takes to be like, this team does not just want to do well in the groups and then do okay in the playoffs. This is a team that they will accept nothing less than winning the entire tournament.
Yeah. Well, I come with that in mind. I want to focus on Aurora because I feel like when we're talking about BetBoom, I mean, this team has been trying to find their form and footing for a long time. And last year, they just kept coming second place, but they adjusted. They changed their roster a little bit, and they actually finally have hit first places this year, or rather this season. The first place they got was in Slam 1, which was like, November or something like that. But it was with Kiyotaka on the side of BetBoom. And guess who is on Aurora? It's Kiyotaka. And guess who BetBoom reached second place with so many times last year? It was with Nightfall. Guess who was also on that? Toronto, Tokyo. We've got basically BetBoom 2.0 versus BetBoom 2.0, I feel like.
There's a family feud here.
It's a little bit of a family feud, Jenkins.
Yeah. And at the head of the family, of course, who do we have, Liz?
Who do you want to? Because you can.
Who's at the head of the family?
Which family? Which side of the family?
I think two people on Aurora think that they're the head of the family.
I feel like everyone feels they're the head of the family in these two squads.
It's got to be Toronto, Tokyo, and Nightfall,
No,
after
it's
watching.
got to be Toronto, Tokyo, and Save.
Oh, and Save for the other side.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, of course. No, I meant the head. There's.
Oh, you mean the head of the
there's
family?
usually two heads of a family.
Sure. Yes.
The mom and the dad, or the dad and the dad, and so forth. Unless you're doing the polygamy sort of thing, which I don't support. Anyway, Nightfall. Speaking of somebody who does support polygamy, I don't know how I'm transitioning this. He has some world records. People think that Nightfall is a very cautious, very scared player, and so he's hitting creeps, he's farming. This is why he has the first average GPM in the entire tournament, the first average XPM in the entire tournament, the second average last hits per game in the entire tournament, 420 Blaze It. So is it because he's afraid? Fuck no, Sheever. It's because he's a man. He's getting in there. He has also the world record in this tournament for the highest KDA per game, 7.33, the highest kill average per game, the highest tower damage per minute of any player, the highest hero damage, the highest and the least deaths. So I wanted to show the least deaths is very important because people think that he just has all of these stats.
I'm not surprised about that one, yeah.
You think he has all these stats because he's the guy that doesn't die the most, but actually XXS has a higher least deaths. But I wanted to show some of the way that he accomplishes all of these records. So the first thing that he always does in every single scenario is he pushes out the wave. He always pushes waves, and then he plays aggressive. And this is on Anti-Mage, not a very aggressive hero, but Anti-Mage counters Medusa. You want to follow around the Medusa. He even pump fakes the blink there. So he goes mid. He doesn't get the kill, but he just lanes. He has a free farm lane top, and he goes mid because the Medusa is there.
It's like he had one of the best matchups in this game that ever existed.
Okay, and here we go. Again, he does the same thing. He pushes out the creep wave, and then he goes through the portal and goes for a gank on bot. He's not playing Battle Fury Anti-Mage. Look at his inventory.
Yeah.
This man's got a Vanguard. He's going Radiance. He wants to get active. This man is not only farming up a storm, controlling the map by pushing out all the creep waves. And by the way, he didn't use his abilities to KS here because he knew that he could get more. He is now the Nightfall that is not min-maxing being a cautious player. he is doing it both cautiously and aggressively.
Pure
Efficiency. Pure efficiency, prime carry.
Stats, they don't necessarily always tell the full story, but
in this one case, they do.
In this one case, in which out of all the games that he has played, I have to say that stats, but when you're playing versus a Medusa as a carry anti-mage, you're bound to break some records. That has to be said. Meanwhile,
no, those were averages. So that was across all the games.
Well, it is an average, I know, but it's pushed up, right?
Oh, by the anti-mage.
By the anti-mage game, in which you're like absolutely
and also because he's the prime carry.
Yeah. Sure.
All right. Well, I will say that there is, I think, quite the family feud going on here in a series like this. And I'm very excited to watch it as we are in the draft. We got Aurora on the Radiant side, BetBoom on the Dire side. We already got the Ringmaster, now we got the Beastmaster as well.
What's the NA feud? Hatfields versus the
Montagues.
Yeah.
How do you know that? It's an obscure North American reference. You watched the Netflix documentary?
I think there was a show a long time ago.
Okay.
TV as well. That's far.
What the hell do they play in Bosnian TV, dude?
Dude, you don't want to know.
Jesus.
I grew up watching the same things Nahaz grew up watching. But going back to this game, and what we're watching right now is two Masters on the field. On one side, Ring, on other Beast. I feel like this is to be expected.
And
9
once
out
again,
of 10 games.
We see Beastmaster picked into Ringmaster, which is not a great matchup for Beast because you can imprison the Roar. However, one thing that really lingered in my mind rent-free is Blitz said in one interview that people often look at these one-to-one counters and you think, oh, you shouldn't pick Beast into Ringmaster, but Beastmaster is a tempo hero. He gives you a certain timing in the game, and sometimes teams just really enjoy having that timing. It means the window that you're creating for winning the game is smaller, but you know for sure where that window is, and some teams really value that, and so you pick into the counter.
Yeah, and you get a lot of AoE damage, right? Like you have the Beast and the Gyro now together. So overall, the box cannot easily save you, at least. Maybe some, well, I was going to say Jakiro, already banned out, of course, so not going to be that one down the line. But a very early Jakiro, Gyro.
Yeah, and I think the odd one out here, and I don't know if that is normal for these two teams, but Sand King is ignored.
Yeah, definitely.
Is that something to keep in mind?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Toronto Tokyo, it's his most played hero in the tournament. I think it's definitely worth picking, especially because Gyro as a carry can be quite devastating to lane against. So what's the best way to beat a strong laner?
You don't lane.
Just don't lane.
Yeah. Definitely an option for them.
They could, let's see, you want to pick a support with it that likes either roaming or because, you know, you have a free lane, or a hero that likes taking the lane and getting some XP.
Yeah, you can't go for Coddle. That one is banned out already. But they're going to go with the Centaur instead. I feel like they're moving into the opposite direction. You're a strong laner, maybe even stronger.
Yeah.
I'm going to buy a Blade Mail later on down the path. You generally lane with double bracers. So
they could do Centaur Tiny. They just lost to Team Spirit, who have been abusing that strat. The tossing the Centaur while you're carding is the most hilarious thing, and Tiny hitting with the tree on the card is...
The physics on that one elude me a little bit.
Yeah.
You're tossing yourself together with...
I'm not sure, but it looks like Collapse has decided that Centaur is a busted hero. Also Underlord, but that's not in the draft here. But I think Centaur in general, like the cart save, the fact that you're just unable to burst people is... This has been an underrated component to the hero for quite some time. And then they also have the snowball save.
3 saves now on their side. Centaur, Tusk, and Ringmaster. Generally, when you have a little bit too much of the same thing on your draft, that means that you're lacking in some other departments.
Yeah.
We'll see if...
What are they lacking in? Because they also have Disable, they also have
I think damage. I think they need a clear damage dealing hero.
Damage is a small part of it, even though that Wheel of Wonder comes in nicely, I guess, in the mid game. But also just taking down objectives isn't super simple and easy. It's not fast, which is something that they need to adjust in the last 2 picks.
Ooh, new hero? First pick of the tournament in the Naga Siren. What's the logic?
So, I did have T calling for it quite a few times in our panels as a core though. And the way I'm seeing this right now, it's most likely the gyro core. But with the Medusa, by the way, I was going to call for the Medusa on the other side because of the Carti that we have seen yesterday as well. Now the question remains, can you do some diffusal Naga?
That's what I was
gyro?
thinking. Yeah. I feel like that is definitely something you're considering. I mean, she is the best, one of the best diffusal carriers in the game at burning mana. Maybe PL's a little bit better, but it's a hero that she doesn't really need the diffusal slow because she has net.
Yeah.
And I know people say that Medusa is fine against a lot of diffusal blade heroes because you can't slow her when you go for that facet, at least.
But can you even go for that facet, right? Like you're going carry Doza.
As a carry?
Yeah. Usually carry Dozas go for Venomous Volley. But yeah, maybe you can go for.
Yeah, I'm sure it's probably fine. I feel like, I don't know, the Medusa facets in a lot of games, it almost doesn't matter. Like the Venomous Volley, it's good for laning, but after that, you don't really notice it.
Yeah, I feel like if you're going off lane, you need the undulation one, or however you pronounce that.
The way that you play it, standing in front of towers and pushing, being annoying, being that frontliner. But yeah, I mean, it could be Beastmaster mid, Naga as a 4, and there's yeah, you can mark to 5. That's also possible. There's quite a few options for BetBoom here, but they do have absolute last pick, so they can pivot whichever hero depending on the entire draft of Aurora.
Yep. I don't mind Centaur into Naga if Naga is the carry that much. I feel like it's all right. You have some, not some. You have an abundance of AoE damage into the illusions at least. It's not like some massive damage later on down the path, but early on, Double Edge, Tame the Beast, not too terrible. As a Centaur, perhaps it's not the most meta, but you can get items that do hurt the illusions as well.
I do wonder also, if you go Medusa and you go Aghanim Scepter Mjolnir, that's probably pretty good against Naga carry anyway, right? Eventually. You'll clear the illusions fairly easily. You do a good amount of magic damage.
With Ags, for sure.
Yeah.
It's a lot of procs on all the split shots. Yeah, Ricky Ban, by the way, this is basically Aurora special that they play on mid lane. They have played it a couple of times with some success, especially versus a Storm Spirit, a Puck, these kind of heroes. But yeah, BetBoom, I feel like they just wanted to get rid of it here.
So we've seen BetBoom have some pretty fast games. How does this game look like it's shaping up tempo-wise compared to especially Aurora?
Definitely fast. Beastmaster with Gyro, these two heroes as cores, they want to run around together, kill people.
Yeah, and you can see it with the last ban as well. Dragonite would just pump up that tempo even higher. So they get rid of it.
And they do go for the same combination that they were up against yesterday with the Tiny Centaur?
Sometimes you just get devastated by something and then you pick it yourself.
It's literally the same three heroes, right? Like, I believe the Tusk was in that game too. Medusa, Tiny, Centaur for sure were in the same game. I can't remember exactly what the supports were, but yeah.
I mean, that's respect. Team Spirit, they know what they're doing. They've invented metas before. So BetBoom gets to see the entire draft. I will say Mana Burn is very good in this game. Medusa, Tiny, and Centaur don't like to be Mana Burned.
If you're getting a mid here, what's the, like, Pango then?
Yeah,
if you want to buy a Diffusal, it's good versus Tiny in the mid lane as well. Other option is something like an Ember, Sleight of Fist into Tiny, pretty decent in the lane.
Or if you just think you're the better team, BetBoom can Huskar the Tiny and dumpster him in lane, but it is it's a little all in on the laning stage and snowballing off of that rather than just going for Mana Burn with the Pango.
I feel like it's probably the simplest answer, right? Like, Ember is also good, but both of them win the lane. However, only one of those two heroes builds a Diffusal afterwards that can help out versus the Medusa.
It was a little bit of a different draft, by the way, because yesterday they got demolished in the Centaur draft that Spirit had was Centaur, Monkey, and Medusa.
The Monkey,
With the Snap and a Bane.
Monkey looks really good as well, putting that hero in the cart, because he can attack out of it pretty easily. And also, he can lifesteal the full when he's in there.
But he's still in the arena, right? Like if he's in the cart.
Yeah.
He can still ride around the arena with it. Yeah, makes it very nice.
I really like BetBoom's draft here, personally. I mean, Katomi Naga, this is a throwback. Naga Gyro is an incredible lane. It's Centaur, so he kind of has to lane or cut the wave, and I feel like Naga plus Gyro can actually stop him from doing that.
Yeah, do you think that Mira gets a say in that lane? Because I'm looking at the Ringmaster being highly contested right now. The laning stage is pretty solid for him as well. I feel like you can use Tame the Beast perhaps to get him away a little bit. And there's a lot of damage from those two in the laning stage itself. So maybe they can even pressure the Gyro.
Yeah, we seem a little bit thoughtful about what's going on here with the two drafts. So you to get some extra opinions in from our commentary duo, B-Cup and Lacoste. What are we thinking, Lacoste?
Oh, I'm going to go first.
Yeah.
I kind of like this Pango overall last pick. I think this hero is going to be causing a lot of issues. And I also want to see if Pure's Gyrocopter is going to deviate a little bit more from the standard item build. I might want to see Diffusal as well. Double Diffusal against Naga. Could be very good against Medusa. Naga's on the other team.
Yeah, how about you, B-Cup?
I just want to see good Dota. I don't want to make any analytical calls here at all.
Do some analysis,
It's a
Benjamin.
50-50. It's a good chance.
It's a 50-50? Okay.
Yeah, give it a good shot.
Give me the confidence.
It's all BetBoom for me.
I think
I agree.
Yeah. It seems like you're in the majority here, B-Cup, with what's going to happen. But let's find out for real what's going to happen in this game, guys. Enjoy.
Thanks so much. Coming into game one. I don't even want to get too analytical. I can't. I gotta look so good, you know. I gotta make you look like the guy who knows it all.
Yeah, it's hard to make me look smart, but you can try. You can try your best. Yeah, looking at the hero pool, like the mana pool on side of Aurora, you have Tiny, you have Centaur. These heroes really do suffer when they get their mana burn. Of course, Medusa on top of that as well. Looking at the facets as well, there's nothing too crazy coming out. Deluge on Naga Siren, Muerta, pretty standard. Aurora opted to go for double saving support, which I really like. There was a game where they were playing yesterday where I thought that they were going to be playing slightly more aggressive. There was a game against Team Spirit, especially second game. I think Mira, he also plays a very mean Tusk, and so does Panto. This time around, it is going to be Panto on it. I think he becomes very aggressive early on, and I want to see these two supports pair up together relatively early on, leave Nightfall alone, leave Centaur alone in the side lanes, because these are two very self-sustainable heroes, and then try to put a little bit more pressure onto the mid lane. But also when we talk about Pango as a hero, GPK's name definitely comes up very often in terms of one of the best Pango players. So Thunderbolt, chosen, that's the facet that he chosen. I really love that one from the mid lane. Off lane Pangos, they do go for the other one with the double jump. You want to get that extra bit of a shield. And yeah, I think Aurora, everything except for Medusa. I think Medusa is going to be answered in this game, but other than that, it feels like they can definitely push the tempo with the draft that they have.
So we'll see what tempo kind of gets pushed here, if the lanes are going to kind of be that solo 1v1. We've seen some Centaurs kind of sustain. We see that Workhorse come out mid-game-ish. You know, that Ags isn't exactly an item on the back burner, right? Like, there are definitely some Centaurs that take that pretty early, right? Like, you try to get to that Ags at around that, what, 30 minutes?
It's a very good... I don't think in this game it's necessary, considering that you're playing into Naga Siren, so there's going to be sleep, there's multiple ways of locking you down. And they also have two saves. Both supports, they do have save. You also have Naga Siren, who can easily disengage a fight with her ulti. So I don't think this needs to be rushed. The item that I want to see getting rushed is Mira's in trouble. Blood Grenade? He's going to be fine. Does have Fairy Fire available.
And Katomi takes some damage there, and Toronto Tokyo, after getting some levels, should be able to go out on his own, or be out in this lane on his own. We'll see how it goes, because Impalement Arts early is definitely something that can make a play. We could maybe see him go through the Twin Gate, go over bottom, try to make a play down there. Maybe push Nightfall's pace a little bit more. Especially when you've got a Tusk early on, you can make those 3-hero ganks if you've got somebody coming through the Twin Gate. Misses those Impalement Arts, but Toronto Tokyo's fine. Anyway, it's fine.
What you want to do against Centaur is try to punish him at these early stages, especially because the build that he's going for. He's not investing into any bracers. Instead, he did Ring of Regeneration. This is something that usually we don't see. Later on, he's going to turn that into Pipe, most likely. But the big item I'm looking for on Centaur is definitely going to be that Blade Mail and Crimson Guard. It synergizes really well. You're playing against Naga Siren and the Illusion. It's a support Naga, great against Gyrocopter's Flak Cannon, great against pretty much every single hero inside of BetBoom Team.
So if you're going Blade Mail, Crimson Guard, is the Blink after that? Is it in between those two items?
I think he's going to be playing slightly slower, knowing that your mid laner is building into first item Blink Dagger, so you can actually tank up and get all those items and then go for the Blink Dagger. Plus the Stampede. I don't think there are going to be any issues of them starting the fight. Having that extra bit of a global presence definitely going to come in handy.
We'll see how that goes. I kind of agree with you there. And see how quickly Toronto Tokyo gets 6. I do expect it early. Eventually, we've talked about it already ad nauseum. You know, when Mira leaves the lane, if he does leave the lane. But what about this other side? Like, this is definitely a duo. If they get their hands on Mira, they've tried a couple times already, that can get a kill. You've got the net and the reel in. You have the rocket barrage that can be pretty devastating. But there with the Flak Cannon doing some decent damage on a Toronto Tokyo and Mira. The Blood Grenade hits on both. This could be both kills. Pierre's going to get not 1, but should get 2, as Toronto Tokyo also falls and Pierre gets both those kills. And that's a Blood Grenade that hits both of them. They have the Rocket Barrage early. And maybe a little bit of an over-aggression from Aurora, because they hit that Tame the Beast, and they felt confident in that moment.
They do, but also in this type of a lane, if you want to play as aggressive, you want to have at least 1 point in Double Edge. I know Miero, he's one of the best Centaur players out there. If there's a good lane for it, he's going to put multiple points in Double Edge. He's going to have 1-2-0 build and try to go for the kills, try to surprise them, because it is an insane amount of damage. Ooh, nice.
Great dead shot. Gorgon's Grasp doesn't stop that kill from happening, though, and now it's 3-0 in favor of BB Team. And this is, you know, Panto, like you said, who loves to play aggressive, but goes up a little bit too far after those shards get around on save, and he's ready. The calling comes through, and the dead shot puts that Tusk in a perfect spot to get that kill.
They caught him with his Panto down. He was not ready for that one. That dead shot, it's very, very difficult to land those dead shots early on. And a lot of damage early on. Something Centaur doesn't like to play is this mixed damage. I also would prefer if in this lane, Centaur would have gone for like 2 bracers instead of going for Vanguard immediately. You know that there's going to be a lot of harassment, and you want to have that extra bit of a move speed, of course, coming up from the horsepower, but you also want to have that extra bit of a tankiness, because you see that these rings, he might be cosplaying Sauron, Lord of the Rings. Look at him, Ring of Health, another ring coming out from him. It's not enough. It also doesn't help you with the last hit, and bracers are like the cheap ways of getting that regeneration. So yeah, I think this kind of a build is also losing the lane pretty heavily.
Yeah, Kataomi as well as Pierre not afraid to play aggressive, and Pierre's got his hands on 3 assists so far. Or 3 kills, I mean, and he's happy with what he's got at the moment. Miero on the run, Panto inside the calling. They do finally bring Mira down here, and this is the extra bit of oomph that they need to get this kill on the save. It pushes Miero back towards the tower, and this is something that we were kind of expecting. Now, do you believe that Mira stays down here and leaves Toronto Tokyo to his own? Because even on his own, I think he's very vulnerable without, like you said, those 2 bracers.
He definitely is. The reason, like, a lot of the times you will see Centaur go for slightly more greedier items. There's no need to go for bracers when he's playing into weaker lane, but Gyrocopter is one of the stronger laners. He does have this mixed damage, and he also has a way of setting things up. Kataomi making a move. Both supports, actually. I don't know if Rolling Thunder was needed, but they did not want to risk anything. Rune's going to spawn. It's going to be bottom. Amplified damage. Panto's still in trouble.
If there's another dead shot, it could put him in a bad spot. Those shards aren't exactly perfect. The Impalement Arts do land on a save, but GPK with a swashbuckle in. Now the dead shot bounces off Panto into Mira, and Panto, he's going to die here, maybe Mira as well. We'll see how long he's able to survive as GPK's got a bit of mana and some swashbuckle potential, but the blood grenade swashbuckle comes in, and he does get the kill when Kiyotaka finally comes back. Toronto Tokyo's also dead to Kataomi over at the top
They're
lane.
falling apart. BetBoom really playing it aggressively, knowing that the Pure is going to be able to get the kill. He's pretty much level 6 right now on Gyrocopter. Your Centaur is level 4.5. Rune is going to spawn in 15 seconds, and they need to bring the numbers if they want to defend their XP Shrine.
Yeah, they'll bring 3. They've got both supports over here, and Pure's not going past the tower at the moment. The only one who's going for it is the Naga Siren, who's level 5. Kataomi was level 6. All of a sudden, you just kind of...
Yeah, why not? Why stop at level 6? Why not level 7 or
maybe,
level 8?
Why is he not 10?
On a position 5, exactly.
Why don't you just push it completely? Yeah, they get one shrine out of it. They have to secure that. And Miro grabs the other one, but Kataomi being so high, we've talked about Kataomi plenty of times where he has felt like an insane XP per minute 5 position in some of these games.
Yeah, he tends to be super active, and they were also thinking about maybe going through the Twin Gate, trying to make a rotation. It seems like it's going to be only Kataomi. Primal Roar is going to be ready after these 2 creeps. You can see that Save is staying out of XP range. He wants Miro to have it.
I think Pure's joining. He's going through the Twin Gate now. The scan already connected, so...
They know.
Yeah, they know, and this will be ending up as a little bit of a waste of time from Pure.
It's not going to be a full waste of time. They will pressure the tower with the numbers that they do have. It's going to be enough to get the kill. Right now, Aurora trying to make a move on the mid lane.
They've got TPs available, and...
Not enough.
They'll tame the beast, they'll bring over Save. He TP'd to the tier 2 tower while Kataomi TP'd to the tier 1 tower. So they have that extra bit of help quick enough, and now controlling Namiro with the Rolling Thunder is enough to get that kill, and they have found Panto, who is eventually getting chased down in this situation. He does have Snowball and Shards. Maybe he pushes himself to the low ground, but unfortunate for him, that Save now gets that kill, and it's 10-2 for BB Team.
A very difficult game. They do at least now have Stampede available, so that's going to be a bit of a global presence. Kiyotaka hasn't been involved in a single kill yet. I mean, they do have only 2 kills to their name. Toss is going to be ready. Ooh. And he misses. It would not be enough to get a kill. I think Raindrop would also go off cooldown there, but still good tower damage coming out. Level 8 on Kiyotaka. 2 supports, as I said, they need to play together with the Tiny because he is their damage. Toronto Tokyo also not having the lane, and that's going to be the kill.
I was not thinking that they were going to have that kind of damage, but now GPK comes back. Doesn't have Rolling Thunder in the moment. They go to the tag team. They've got the Stampede. They'll look over at GPK. The calling is down, and Pure's coming over, but GPK is dead. They tame the beast. They'll go for Panto. They've got themselves a Snowball. Call down's going to be used, but it's going north, not towards Kiyotaka. He's got the Primal Roar, but the rest of the team, they went towards that Tusk. They finally get the kill on a Panto. They'll TP in this Kataomi Naga Siren, but the Escape Act is not looking like it's enough to escape the Act of Death, and that will be another kill there for BetBoom Team.
They're breaking the numbers. In terms of net worth, this is what I wanted to see. Aurora try to stabilize the game a little bit more, where Centaur is trying to get some farm. Your Medusa, of course, she's not going to be able to get in some of these fights early on. GPK
didn't have the Rolling Thunder to survive over mid, but now he's got that shield crash. He had the Rolling Thunder with the Thunderbolt bouncing off these steps, and that is another kill into Toronto Tokyo.
Very well executed, and that Diffusal Blade is ready. 10 minutes in, Orb of Blight on top of that, and Biero, to point out, he is playing with the Wild Hunt facet, which means that he's going to be going for the Helm of the Dominator. Look at that damage. Kiyotaka, he needs to be careful. Another rocket barrage.
Now they've got Mira. Pure's in too far. Shards block him out. Tame the Beast's there, and they get the kill on Pure, who just overplays his hand. Thinks he can fly in, no danger, but ultimately he pays for it. I will say, Kataomi being still level 5 after being 5 at 6.5 minutes into the game.
Kiyotaka's out of mana completely. Does have Soul Ring, but it's not going to be enough. This Diffusal Blade catching him off guard. GPK immediately dipping, and so did Pure. Pure had nothing better to do, being dead. Checking what can be done in the game, deal some mental damage, and they're not stopping. Using this Diffusal Blade to get multiple kills out of it.
Immediately, too. Tame the Beast is going to fear them for a moment, but Mira, he's under the tower. However, Oh, the swashbuckle just lands on the edge. These shards are going to block GPK in.
This is
Got
what
a little
I
bit of a
wanna
shield,
see.
though. He's
21 kills in 11 minutes. And Toronto Tokyo, he died again. He just can't
Solo
get
to
the break. Soloed by GPK, soloed by Pure as well.
Miero goes to the Primal Aurora to Kiyotaka. He's already low. They've got 4 heroes here for the side of BB Team. And Panto, he shows up, but it's just to die. It's to hold hands in a grave.
Oh man, Kiyotaka is having a really rough one. This is his 4th death in 11 minutes. As Tiny, which should not happen. And now Centaur, he's walking back to the lane. They're gonna have the entrance to the enemy triangle. They're also gonna be killing the tier 1 tower in the top lane. So the map is gonna get much smaller for Aurora. And in terms of the heroes that can make the play right now, this was supposed to be your Tiny. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger yet. We'll need to farm for another good 2-3 minutes, depending if he's gonna die or not.
Miero not afraid to be pressuring pretty far forward. It's leaving Pure to just farm, who's top of the net worth by quite a bit of a margin. They'll smoke up on Aurora. They'll try to find something, but now you've got access to Song. Primal Aurora will be back off cooldown in just 35 seconds, so if they can extend that, they'll be able to use that as well as the Rolling Thunder, which is up in 30 as well. But they've got the Wheel of Wonder, and they'll try to get this kill on Miero. They finally get him. The call down is there. Panto in some trouble. The Escape Act is used as he's running, but he can't really go too far with the calling surrounding him. So it ends up being a bit of a trade. Now they've got the reel in. That's on Amira. The inhibit coming from the Diffusal Blade of GPK allows them to get this one onto both supports, and that's BB Team getting a 2-for-1.
Yeah, there's so much random damage coming out from these heroes. You have Naga Siren Illusions, Beastmaster with his Helm of the Dominator as well. You get hit by some calling. It's very difficult for Aurora to take the fights. And looking at Nightfall and his farm, he's doing okay, but still, the rest of the team is not doing that hot. And they're going to hit the pretty critical timing. 15 minutes in, there's going to be Helm of the Overlord available on BetBoom. Plus, they will have another item on your carry, so it's going to be very difficult to take the fight. This Diffusal Blade is causing a lot of issues.
Yeah, Kiyotaka's on the run, but both supports coming back over again, and that dead shot leads them into an ensnare. And they've got the reel in, but they go to the Stampede, and they'll leave. Nightfall's trying to farm anything he can at the moment. Just trying to keep himself within range of Pure, and he's done an okay job of it. He's closing in on this Manta style. He's got double null talisman. But with this smoke up from Aurora, they'll try to find Pure. Pure's got some help coming from the other side. They're going to try and pinch on this. If Pure can survive, he's got some help. There's the shards, and now Nightfall is here. Pure getting a little bit low with the Wheel of Wonder. They've got the call down coming through. They go to the Song. Ooh. Pure ends up dead. They get the kill on a Panto, but they might be lining up to get everybody else. Nightfall still has a lot of mana to work with. Swashbuckle comes through. Katomi on the run for Toronto Tokyo as well as Kiyotaka. The double edge cleans him up. Avalanche lands on a GPK, and he uses that inhibit to slow down Kiyotaka, but he doesn't have many options with that toss of the Centaur right on top of him. He'll kill off Mira before he inevitably falls.
Still gets the most out of it. This was a fight 3 versus 5 pretty much. Saved it, bailed relatively early on. But looking at the bottom lane, Skelly Bros from Beastmaster, it is way too much damage. All that extra damage on your boar as well. So he took down a tier 2 tower 14 minutes into the game. This has to be one of the faster ones.
Yeah, making their bottom lane availability very tough, especially with the Tormentor coming up. You can't really TP to a tier 2 or a tier 1. There's nothing available for you to contest.
Yeah, nada. Also, yeah, they're losing way too much. They didn't kill a tier 1 tower even in the bottom lane on side of Aurora. So that means, as you said, that this Tormentor is going to be very, very difficult for them to protect.
You start losing those towers this quickly, you just don't have many options. You have to walk all the way out there. Contesting the Torm early is very tough. But it doesn't look like immediately they'll go for it. Are looking towards bottom. They've used this combo before, the Deadshot into the Ensnare. See if they can find Kiyotaka. It's a solid duo between Save and Katomi. Yule's being built for Kiyotaka. He is just trying to survive.
He's thinking, yeah, when I go in, how do I survive? BKB is a little bit too expensive. Can't go for Echo Saber. It does feel like he needs an item to fight right now just to get that second round of spells. This is gonna go down so quickly. Way too much damage. And I also like what Miero is going to build into. He's going to be building into Crimson of his own, something that Toronto Tokyo wants to get before getting his Blink Dagger. As we suggested, get those items online. It's very good against pretty much everything. And also Pure finishing off his big item, Aghanim Scepter, about to be completed.
They're all moving up here towards top. They might actually catch Kiyotaka and Panto. Send some illusions over, and Kiyotaka, this could be a problem. He blinks back towards Miero. They've got the Primal Roar, but there's the Stampede. But while that's used, they go to the Snowball. They'll look for the Tame the Beast. They'll still go to chase. Can they catch up to Kiyotaka? Shield Crash, stopping that blink. They've got their hands around Panto, and they should be able to get themselves a kill here on a Kiyotaka as well.
GPK, he's rolling Thunders. They are connecting. He's not afraid to use them to be able to close the gap. And on the other side, Nightfall, he continues to farm up. He did get involved in the previous fight, but would definitely love to have his second big item. He definitely wants to have this Butterfly, which is going to help out against Mana Burn, and also damage coming up from the Gyrocopter. Problem is, BetBoom, they're moving across the map so quickly, killing Tormentor at 15 minutes, then taking a really good fight, killing Kiyotaka one more time, taking Roshan, giving it to Pure. Atos ready on save.
And this Atos, he lines him up for a dead shot. Some axes will fly towards Mira, as well as a homing missile, but there isn't much going on. At least not yet. They get the inhibit, they find themselves this gyro. This could be a quick usage of that Aegis. They have Stone Gaze, they have everything available still to try and get this. They'll use that Stone Gaze, but here comes the song. Wheel of Wonder.
Gonna connect onto two of them.
Knocks down Pure for the moment. Now they're going to try and get the damage out there for Toronto Tokyo. He pops that Blade Mail. Pure at low health. Needs to be careful.
Miero's so tanky.
Continue on to Panto, and he'll be on the run. The call down is used. He'll snowball. It's over to Miero. They go to the Primal Roar. It's going to be onto the Medusa. Everybody around here to get the damage on a Nightfall, but Pure getting low. The Rolling Thunder comes in. The Avalanche is going to be thrown. It lands on a save as well as Miero, but it's not going to matter. Nightfall's dead. Radamatos comes in from save. It's locking down Kiyotaka, who's out of mana. Toronto Tokyo dies. Mira's going to be next on the list, and the only one running away for the moment is Kiyotaka. They somehow get Pure, but it is a 4-for-1 that does not favor the side of Aurora at all.
I like that Pure's not too afraid to die, so that his team can take good fight afterwards. This is the pretty much second, even third time that he's gonna die for the greater cause. And Miero, being in the front line, sitting at 2,000 HP, about to finish off his Crimson Guard, needs another 900 gold, which is going to be pretty massive for the fight. Medusa still dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah.
It's just that they're having issues. And also have in mind that in the previous fight, the GPK didn't really focus Medusa immediately with the right clicks and the swashbuckle, didn't burn that mana. Instead, he was going for Rolling Thunder.
Oh,
what happened there? Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
I thought Tormentor was their biggest arch nemesis, but it's actually lane creeps.
Oh no. Somebody always has an eye.
No, this team is cursed, I swear. This team... always something with them, which makes it very entertaining.
He was hoping, I'm in the bottom lane. Nobody saw that. I'll be okay.
For a moment, I thought we loaded up some, you know, false replay, something that was not working, and then I'm like, oh, he's actually dying. But yeah, 9k gold lead now for BetBoom Team. Items are starting to add up. Muerta did opt to go for Gleipnir this time around, so wants to keep them in place. Very good against the Stampede. And also Root Mechanic, great against Tusk, so he can get the snowball off.
Katomi. Under the shroud of the Glimmer Cape. But they've got the Wheel of Wonder, the Walrus Punch, and the damage to get the kill onto the Naga Siren. They'll take whatever they can get at this point in the game. Which is all right for Aurora, but they need more than that, for sure. And when Pure gets into this BKB, he's going to feel very confident in these fights. I mean, they're already moving across the river, going towards these tier 2s. They don't really care, but when you've got the backup of having a BKB, watch out, because they ain't going to stop. You can see the net worth differences are pretty brutal, to the point where, you know, you do have Save at almost the same net worth as the Centaur.
Yeah, because he's surviving most of these fights. He's 6-1 and 12, going into Aghanim Scepter, which is no surprise. But I also do like what Centaur is doing. I think Toronto Tokyo realizes that he can get a blink. This blink dagger is not going to give them much. They have ways of starting the fight, so instead wants to tank up. He does have Gossamer Cape, Crimson Guard, Blade Mail, and also going to be building into Pipe. So that's going to be the big item as well. Try to mitigate as much damage as possible.
Kataomi also getting some decent farm. There's the Crimson Guard that you were talking about for Miero. Let's see what he ends up queuing up next. And of course, save now after getting this Gleipnir. He wants to get that Aghanim Scepter to upgrade that dead shot. And when that dead shot is upgraded, it is devastating.
It is, especially because he went Gleipnir as his first item. But save it. All right, seems like they're ready to go. They wanted to give Pure a couple of seconds to read the latest patch notes, just in case there were any changes to the lane creeps in terms of damage.
It's they're deadly apparently, more deadly now in this new patch. Just gotta wonder what went wrong and kind of sustain this lead if you can. You're in Toronto Tokyo sitting down here as a duo. Things kind of slowing down for BB Team. Maybe they want that Aegis again if they're going to wait back and farm these next few items. Of course, they were waiting for the BKB. But there is a Haste Rune down, and they also use that Stampede. They'll be able to leave this engagement as Miero wants to close the gap. He's got this Ancient Creep where Panto's forced to use that Walrus Punch, and even that Gorgon's Grasp, but Panto in some trouble. The Roar comes out, the damage should be there. And with a Fireball down on the ground, Miero's got an easy kill onto the Tusk. Miero has been quite the force this game. They're already going to grab themselves a second tier 2.
Pango's dealing so much damage. He does have Brigand's Blade, a little bit of lifesteal coming out from Vampiric Enchantment, going into Blink Dagger next. It's going to be easier to execute, and this is one last tier 2 tower that is standing in the top lane, which I don't even think Aurora is going to defend, but Nightfall, he is pinging it. Does have that Butterfly available.
Yeah, we were talking about Nightfall still outputting a lot of damage now, top of the net worth. So if they can protect Nightfall, get a good Stone Gaze out there and a Wheel of Wonder, maybe they can win these fights because the fight looked decent. I know they lost a lot in that fight over mid,
This
but
was
you
also a fight
see,
with Aegis.
Yeah. They killed Gyro very quickly in that fight for that first life. You can see the potential for Aurora. But as Aurora smoke up and they look for any options to jump on, BetBoom Team aren't really in the area.
Lanes are problems. BetBoom Team can easily, every single hero pretty much one-shots the wave. You have this Ghost Push coming out from Beastmaster. Naga Siren can also push it out, scout things out. Pango one-shots it immediately with 2 of his spells. So the lanes are always going to be in a good spot. Aurora still yet to take this tier 1 tower in the top lane.
They would love to have it. Panto gonna snowball. Meanwhile, they've found Toronto Tokyo, so there's 2 fights happening. They'll try to TP out. Does he have the damage? No, he does not, but they'll also look over now as Toronto Tokyo, well, he'll be mini ravaged, and he'll go to the Stampede as the Avalanche from Kiyotaka is there to stun them up, but can they catch up to Toronto Tokyo? Yes, they can with a Gleipnir. They even think about the Rolling Thunder with GPK is gonna use. The Shards would block them out, but they do have the Relay to pull them over the Shards, get them back to the side of BetBoom Team, and GPK with the Shield Crash is gonna get that kill. But Kiyotaka going in after he lost that Centaur, and he's dead.
All right, one of those classics. Rest of the team was close, but not that close. And Nightfall, he's squaring up against Pure, who's going in, has BKB ready.
Pops the BKB down to about half health, realizing the damage coming out from Nightfall. Pure has to back up. They go to the Song. The Wheel of Wonder ends, and now he steps forward. They'll try to get this kill. They don't have a Primal Roar to work with. That was already thrown over into Toronto Tokyo. Panto, though, standing forward for a second. They get the buyback coming out from Kiyotaka. And now Nightfall running out of mana. The Gorgon's Grasp is going to grab GPK, and Pure, he's kind of low here. He needs some help. AVULUS isn't enough to survive now. Oh, the Glimmer Cape, but it's not enough to survive. Snowball pulling them in. GPK, he's also low. The Shards get in front of him. He's not nowhere to go. Avalanche runs in to save as well as Kataomi, and they're going to TP out Miero. They should be able to get the kill and a save, and they'll actually use Kataomi as the killing blow as Kataomi goes into the Glimmer Cape, but they're ready with the dust. So they'll chase over this Naga Siren and get themselves a 4th.
Double buyback, but definitely worth it for them. Because Nightfall, he got a lot of levels from that fight. He's level 19 right now. They're using the Solar Crest. They're keeping him alive, putting him in a box with the Snowball save. He ran out of mana, but still has relatively high HP with the Strength Treads, up to 1,000, can be deceiving. And also Pure, I think he is overextended a little bit more than they want to, plus the combination between the Song and the BKB. His BKB duration, I thought he was going to pull out Nightfall, try to TP out there, and everybody's going to disengage, but somebody made the call for them to stay and take that fight.
They thought they could get Nightfall here. Pure stays with this BKB, but once he is up on this high ground, he is stuck in position. They wait out this Wheel of Wonder. They also have the Song.
Yeah,
However,
this was the awkward one where they were deciding whether they need to go back, whether he wants to release it immediately, but they also managed to get another save, and Kiyotaka finds the opportunity.
Going after Save, who will pierce the Veil, but can they pierce this attack from Aurora? Nightfall's not got a lot of mana to work with, but Mira's got the Wheel of Wonder.
Regeneration
with Pure and the BKB. They're trying to get the kill here. They go to the Prime Aurora. Nightfall's not got a lot of mana, but now the Mystic Snake comes back, so he's still alive. Escape Act is there, the Snowball to pull him in. So many saves for this Medusa. They cannot kill Nightfall at the moment, but finally he's out of mana.
They finally
finish him off. All he needs is a Mystic Snake to survive. They'll kill off Mira, stand his ground. They get the kill into GPK. They've also taken out Pure. Finally Nightfall dies, but they took out so much. All 3 cores on the side of BetBoom Team are gone.
Kiyotaka gave him that bottle, so he bottled up Regeneration Rune, which kept him alive for such a long time. And he also brought another big item to that fight. Having full Daedalus in the fight, having Gossamer Cape, does allow him to miss some of these attacks when it really matters. And then the Regeneration kicks in, he gets the Snake. Suddenly down to 3,000 network lead for BetBoom.
Clawing it all the way back, Save looking for a kill, but just does not have the damage to make it work.
Aurora pulling it back. They're definitely back into this game. Even though Nightfall did die just now, he also did get level 20. This is such an insane fight. Medusa is not, like, that regeneration is making all the difference. I'm not sure if they saw it, because you would not expect him to have it in the middle of a fight.
Watch the mana numbers on the left side of your screen.
It keeps going up.
Back to 400. It was down to 69.
Nice. Not nice for Medusa, though.
58-2 at that point. Now it's 0. Like, you don't think you're going to survive in this scenario.
This is where regeneration ran out.
Oh, my God. Holds on for so long. I mean, that is pretty absurd. Roche is available, and this next stage is going to be very important at this point in the game for both teams.
Radiant are scanning.
Nightfall really hitting that point of feeling at the top of the game. Not even close to critical mass at this point, but certainly feeling good.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Smokes from both teams. Toronto Tokyo blinks in. They've got the toss up into the air. They got the silence with the calling, but the Wheel of Wonder is down. Kathomi has to retreat. GPK goes into the Rolling Thunder. They've got Nightfall kind of isolated for the rest of the team. They need to save him. They get the escape back, but can they save Nightfall? He'll walk away for the moment, but he is out of mana. Still standing his ground. Finally, the damage is there. Mira and Nightfall fall, and now Toronto Tokyo's in some trouble. Pure was hitting into the Blade Mail, and he has to back away from the fight, but they've got the help from GPK. The Avalanche on a 2. The double edge kills Save and GPK. Miero goes in for more. Kathomi is dead, but Miero's fighting Kiyotaka as well as Panto. He'll take out one.
Toss.
The toss on a Pure almost
Avalanche
kills him.
in a second.
Ball goes in. Pure not dead, but the Avalanche lands on a Miero, and he'll take the Beastmaster's life.
Kiyotaka, man, he did a lot of work in that fight. The tosses that he did do with the crash landing facet, they're starting to add up. Multiple spells, plus he also has Searing Signet, so that extra bit of a damage does make a lot of difference. Even though Pure's the one who's dealing most of the damage on their side, it's still not enough. With the Nemesis Curse, he's dying relatively quickly, and he almost got him in the end.
This is Toronto Tokyo initially going in, but Kiyotaka with the early BKB. It doesn't quite matter. He gets chased back by GPK. Miro almost dying here, needing to get this escape act on a Nightfall so he can at least survive a little bit longer and throw some damage out there. And then you're going to see Kiyotaka salvage so much in this fight.
GPK did a good job cutting into backlines, finding 2 supports immediately with that Blink Dagger, and look at the heroes. They exploded. Double edge, stun from a Centaur, and then again. He was so close to using that Avalanche. If he gets that Avalanche, he gets a double kill. Yule Scepter was ready on him, but I guess he thought that Avalanche is going to hit on time. This was milliseconds we're talking about.
Yeah. Was not expecting that. Kind of scared me, but they are excited on the side of Aurora.
As they should be. They managed to bring it back. That buyback from Kiyotaka, all these saves, all these items that they're using on top of Medusa, keeping her alive. And now you can definitely feel the difference. I mean, he's also getting very close to his Scotty. Needs another 1,600 gold.
And going after that BKB, you'll have a pretty late, fresh BKB. And that'll be a big difference maker in these fights. Kind of wonder what BetBoom have left in the tank. They were ahead by so much. And they have flatlined these last few fights. They'll smoke up.
Kiyotaka, Wind Waker on him. He wants to have even more save once they initiate. If the 2 supports are not going to be able to deal with all this aggression, if they are getting knocked down, stunned by GPK in the back lines,
Kiyotaka,
he's the first point of contact.
Yeah, quick instincts to blink back. When missile hits, they'll go to the dead shot, which did land on a Kiyotaka with that Ags, though. It's going to look like it didn't, but it pierced right through him. He starts to retreat away, and there is an Invis rune to work with as Nightfall going to put some pressure on the mid-tier 2. Can they find anybody? They've smoked up 2. They've got Kiyotaka Invis. Trying to get the right positioning to take this fight, take this Aegis, and turn this game completely on its head. They've got the blink, they go to the toss. Miero, he's in some trouble for a moment, but the blinking with a song, this is on 4 heroes, very well done. They've got some control on Toronto Tokyo, they'll pull the song, they'll go after Mira and get the kill onto the Ringmaster to start. Primal Roar is used, they've got the Stone Gaze running, Snowball to extend the inevitable death, what looks like Panto's dying, but instead, the Walrus Punch of damage, Nightfall, he kills Pure!
He's dying so quickly.
He has no survivability anymore, and now they're on top of Miero. GPK, he'll try to get Panto, but another snowball. Finally, a right click comes in from Steve to get the kill. He'll pierce the veil. They've got themselves the Gleipnir to get the control on a Nightfall as well as Kiyotaka. They've got the buyback used by Pure. Here comes the dead shot, lands on 3. Toronto Tokyo with the host stop on a 2. They've got Toronto Tokyo soloed out of the fight. They'll get the kill to the Centaur, but now they'll chase for more. Nightfall trying to TP out, but the ensnare comes out from Katayomi. 4 heroes here. Dead shot connects. Can they take out this Medusa? Down to a sliver of mana, but Kiyotaka from the low ground with the Avalanche is not going to be enough with the BKB pop by Pure, and they get the kill to Nightfall. They do end up losing save, but that is a big kill onto this Medusa. They've bought back on Pure. They need to get this Aegis and give him another life.
About going in. Illusion is scouting him out. Wind Waker ready. BKB as well. They're relatively low. Kiyotaka thinking about going in.
GPK nearby, somebody needs the vision, they go to the toss, Avalanche, the kill on a Katayomi. Mira's dead though, Primal Roar used, Pure's gonna get that Aegis, and he'll have at least another life after using that buyback.
Desperately needed. He dies so quickly. Extra bit of a damage because of that Nemesis curse. Even Pango has Nemesis. That's the reason why they're dying so quickly.
Interesting damage markers. Aegis for 5 minutes, of course, but the net worth is even. You wouldn't have thought it with the way this early game went.
Yeah, the problem is they also don't have anything to pierce through evasion on Medusa, so Pure right now is building into full MKB. Needs another 1,100 gold to finish it off. We'll be holding on to Aegis. Kiyotaka's doing a lot of work. He had a couple of those sus deaths and didn't have too good of a laning stage, but still managed to make a great comeback. He's involved in 20 out of 25 kills and super high level. Level 24 on Tiny.
Yeah, Kiyotaka, he has 6 deaths. You thought his game was over.
He had 4 deaths at 11 minutes.
Yeah, kind of the same with Toronto Tokyo too. He was getting run down by Pure, just obliterated by the Gyro, who was top of the net worth for so long. But now, we said about 10 minutes ago Medusa had taken over the top spot and hasn't given it up since. And you can see how much the Medusa is able to accomplish if given the right space.
They're bringing 3 big items to the next fight if they're going to wait it out for the next minute. Aghanim Scepter on Centaurs, or we might see Cart on Medusa, which is going to be super deadly. Scotty as well, about to be finished. His courier is dead, so he needs to wait for another 50 seconds. And also Octarine Core on Kiyotaka, getting very close to it, lowering the cooldown on everything. I also want to see which talent he's going to choose on 25, because when you go for Octarine Core, a lot of the times you do go for Avalanche, which makes it insanely low cooldown. He's there. He has enough gold to get it. 100 gold, and he's there.
We'll have to get that talent. It's the Octarine Core, that minus 8 seconds on Avalanche cooldown. Could be pretty brutal. I mean, we saw that fight by the top Roche pit. That was almost the difference maker. If that Avalanche had a little bit of a lower cooldown, that's a full wipe.
It brings down your Avalanche to 2.5 second cooldown. And you have enough mana pool. With Wind Waker, you're sitting at 2,000 mana pretty much, so you can keep spamming that.
That is... So the duration is 1.5 seconds. It's on cooldown for 2.5 seconds. But GPK comes in. They've got the Ensnare, goes to the Wind Waker, the dead shot off the mark. The BKB is going to be popped by Kiyotaka. He'll start to run, but the Primal Roar doesn't care about your BKB. Now. They've got the snowball for the save, but the rest of the team for the side of Aurora need to try and help out. Not sure they can. They'll lose Panto. Kiyotaka's dead too, and they both are going to be gone, but only one has buyback.
He bought back as well. That's why he's dead for 2 minutes, and he also bought out on all the items. So that's going to be pretty massive. 2 minutes without Kiyotaka. Buyback available on Tusk. Maybe they can try to cut some waves. That's exactly what Medusa is doing, but amplified damage still up and running.
Might be just a tier 3. Got Glyph. Backdoor finally taken away. Here comes the banner 2. 87 seconds without this Tiny. There's the Glyph at the last moment. That'll hold him, but it's going to be a minute plus. This is going to be tough. I don't really think they have an opening. Without this Tiny, they're going to have to at least concede what looks to be 2 sets.
59 seconds without Tiny. Such a long time to fight 4v5. But they might need to take this fight. Nightfall.
Oh, Pure.
Pure's dead.
He is in a bad way with the BKB already used, though. And it puts him in a horrid spot. Panto's going to go in, save behind him with the Pierce the Veil. Pure, though, there's the Primal Roar. It's going to be on a Nightfall. It doesn't have a lot of mana anymore. But they use that Stone Gaze, turns him to stone by his state of his life. But the Deadshot comes in. They've got the Defusal. They've got the Soul. They'll get the kill. And now Nightfall's dead for 90.
No buyback. That's game. They just don't have enough. 30 seconds without Tiny. They definitely needed him to be in the fight. Kiyotaka, after having such a horrible early game, manages to pull it back with some really nice play, then buys out on the item, doesn't have buyback available, and because he bought back in the previous fight, didn't die for such a long time, he's dead for 2 minutes, and BetBoom Team, they find the opportunity, they kill him, and they end the game.
It was almost a really great play. The Ringmaster using that Force Staff to push Pure into a really bad spot. Like, it could have been good there from Aurora, but ultimately, BetBoom, I mean, they're overwhelming, and they just hold on. I mean, that was quite the performance there from BetBoom Team. Ups and downs all over. I'd love to see 3 games of this, but we'll hear what the panel has to say about it. Well, let's take it away to you guys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This game, BetBoom taking it in the end, but I will say they started this game out the way that they have done so many games before today, where at some point it looked like they might end pre-25 minutes again. But then Aurora hold, and it turns into a back and forth brawl. Lizard, I felt like Aurora almost had it, and just a couple fights away from being able to break BetBoom.
I feel like they almost had it. They were so close to getting, like Lacoste and Bikop were talking about, the level 25 Avalanche Beast, where it becomes incredibly difficult to play against him. However, I feel like he got baited a little bit, went a little bit too far to try and get that experience, got punished and basically lost them the game right there. But overall, Aurora fought well. I feel like they had a couple of really good team fights, like this one as well, I believe is the one in which Tiny completely cleans up, almost completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was really close. I will say, I feel like BetBoom has learned in this series not to underestimate Aurora, because when they were going high ground, I think BetBoom was having a good time. You know, I think Pure was, he knew he was in deep there. Like you could tell, like the way that he was playing, he was styling on them. We've seen him in a lot of these games, you know, buy Ghost Scepter as Lifestealer in the Fountain, so he's not getting hit by the Fountain, sell the Ghost Scepter, buy a Blink, and then Blink out. When he's winning, he likes to do these really stylish things. You'll often see him purchase a Rapier totally unnecessarily because he's just so confident he won't die in the game and then end the game. And in this case, it actually resulted in BetBoom's team getting team wiped, and Aurora almost won. So I feel like if you're Aurora, there's like a few ways you can look at this where you're happy that the game like almost came back, but it did require a bit of a throw. And I think they've got to go back to the drawing board in terms of the early game for game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though Toronto Tokyo on the Centaur melts in this situation right here, most of the time he was doing a lot of work. Like this Blade Mill Centaur that's lowest net worth of all the cores, you could still feel quite a bit of his impact. But yeah, in general, it did feel like BetBoom kind of had the advantage through the game, even though there were a couple of hiccups.
So what was the problem in the early game that made Aurora be on the back foot for that mid game?
I think a couple of unnecessary deaths.
Yeah.
Like when one hero dies, another one tends to follow for no apparent reason. And it might be due to the fact that they have these kind of heroes that like to generally save each other, right? Like you have the Ringmaster, you have the Tusk, you want to go in and...
You get a Wind Waker, you're going to...
Yeah, tiny Wind Waker. I mean, to put things blunt, kind of like he went for Wind Waker, which is, I guess, okay in this kind of a game. Like you can even save the Duza from the Roar. Another additional save might be redundant. But my problem was when he bought the Octarine. He bought out. He had no buyback. The moment he got caught, that was the GG moment.
Lacoste said it in the match. This is a Kiyotaka classic. Yep. It's like the guy has such sparks of brilliance, but then other times where it's like, what is he doing? And it just makes games so interesting, which is why I think BetBoom replaced him with this guy on the team, as they wanted somebody that's a little bit more stable. You know, perhaps you could argue that Kiyotaka has maybe a higher ceiling. I'm saying you could argue. I'm not saying I would say that, because GPK, this guy's
a beast. Yeah.
He's an absolute monster. In every single game that he plays, I feel like he wins lane. Like he's one of the best lane winners in the entire world right now in terms of just 1v1 prowess, but also he does so much in every game.
I feel like he never misses with the itemization as well. And this game included was kind of stock standard, going for Diffusal into Medusa.
He can be your normal guy, or he can be your Huskar 1v5ing. He can do both.
Well, I believe our first moment that we're going to relive is about that mid lane, Jenkins.
Yeah, it is. So this is, you asked about, you know, where things kind of went wrong for Aurora originally, and here is where you see like a little bit of a disconnect. The Aurora supports were actually mid. This is a typical rotation, you know, a 6-minute rune rotation, except BetBoom supports were just there earlier. Kiyotaka gets caught out by the BetBoom supports going early, and the Aurora supports are just like, well, shit, what do we do now? You know, and they're trying to get a recovery kill because their mid laner just went down, but this results in BetBoom simply outflying them and killing not only the mid because he died early, but both of the supports because they're trying to get that recovery kill. Yeah, and Kiyotaka even respawns and gets nothing for this.
Yeah, they do get the kill in the end, but you can see that they were scraping for it from the get-go. Yeah. And it was more likely that they will not get that kill, but they were just forced into a bad situation.
And then we have another fight to relive around minute 25. So I believe, Lizard, this is one where Aurora actually does well.
Yeah, first and foremost, look on top. Tiny is already dead. He was dead because he tried to save the Centaur unnecessarily. But this is the fight where Aurora still gets that second breath, right? Like they almost go completely back into the game because
he's playing like he has an Aegis.
Exactly. Like he goes after they kill the Tiny and the Centaur, he feels like he needs to pressure, he needs to punish them even further, maybe close out the game. That's how he was positioning himself. And you're playing versus a Medusa. Nightfall, at this moment, he's still on the top of the net worth charts, and you can kind of feel it. He positions himself up front, and they almost wiped them, right? Like, they got so many kills off of one move from the gyro that forces his team in a completely bad spot.
Yeah, definitely pure, in my opinion, you know, doing something which is stock standard for him, which is
Is it not high risk, high reward? 'Cause if this fight works, it's game over.
Let's just call it what it is. Pure's got main character syndrome. He's the main guy. And, you know, the thing is, fair enough. Fuck, the guy's the main character in half the games he plays. When he does well, BetBoom wins. When he doesn't do well, BetBoom loses. So, you know, he's got that attitude, and you can see
You could feel it there, for
You
sure.
can see it flaring up in certain games, and, you know, it doesn't surprise me. It's sometimes going to bite you in the butt.
Yeah, it didn't this time around, though. Not in the long run, anyway.
Almost.
Let's see what's going to happen in game number 2. It's coming your way after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back. You're still watching PGL Wallachia Season 4, and we are in our final series of the day, Aurora versus BetBoom. We're about to head into game number 2. Game 1 was taken by BetBoom. Aurora had a good shot, but the start of the game still very much went BetBoom's way, and that is where our focus will be for this upcoming game number 2, Lizard, because if you're looking at improvement points for Aurora, it should be pretty clear. Have stronger lanes.
Yeah, have stronger lanes, but if you think about the Medusa pick, in general, you want to wait a little bit with her, right? Like for her to come online, get that first rush, solidify with the Manta Butterfly, like back in the day at least. Having stronger lanes could be helpful, for sure. Perhaps getting a better mid-to-mid matchup, that's a start, because the mid matchup was not great for them, right? Like when you look at it, is a Pango into Tiny. On paper, the last pick was for BetBoom, so they got what they needed. And maybe that's one of those ways that you can adjust your draft.
I think we will see at least an adjustment in that sense, where, actually, spoiler alert, BetBoom will once again have overall last pick. So they could do that again. They could make sure that they have that favorable mid matchup.
I think also an adjustment in play a little bit from Kiyotaka. I think this is
that's not happening. Adjustment in play from Kiyotaka.
You think that's impossible?
I think that's...
Am I asking too much?
We're far too gone.
Because I feel like he probably got a talking to from either Nightfall, more than likely Toronto, Tokyo that game.
Actually, I don't even know if that helps. Like when you talk to someone during the series and stuff, I feel like it might be even worse.
You think Toronto, Tokyo gives a shit about the series? He's gonna
probably
he's gonna flame the shit out of them no matter what. They can win. He's probably flaming them.
That's true. That's true. Because overall, they know where they're at the moment when it comes to the skill level versus other teams from Eastern Europe and whatnot. We could hear Miposhka yesterday as well say they just need to get good.
We have Bristle being left in the pool. Compared to previous game, that seems to be our only change.
Yeah, definitely worth considering. I mean, it reveals virtually nothing about your draft. It can play in any role, and it has an incredibly high win rate. And I feel like it's quite good against Ringmaster, right? You can do all of your physical AoE damage through the save.
Yeah, it's by the way Beastmaster that got banned.
Yeah, Beastmaster got banned. I'd rather have Beast than Bristleback. I gotta say, if I'm planning to go for Medusa as well, because I feel like getting this Bristle into Medusa, if you're playing off lane, it just doesn't work. Like you can't slow her down. You're just giving her free stick charges as well.
Yeah,
it's a pretty bad matchup.
Oh, so you think already that Aurora took a wrong turn at the start?
No. I think that it's if they plan on taking Medusa again, I think it would be better than in the last game.
Oh, like that. Yes. Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood.
It's definitely worth considering the ban, or they can take it. That's also possible for BetBoom. The hero I have really been enjoying with Bristleback is Gyrocopter. The AoE damage. Okay, they go for PA.
So it's a steal pick as well, right? Because PA for Aurora is a no-brainer. This is... I know you talked about Nightfall a little bit. I feel like he has 11 wins and 2 losses at this point, or 10 wins, 2 losses on PA.
It's Night God's best hero, for sure.
In the recent in the recent tournaments, yes. And also it's the best carry. Well, one of the best carries into the Bristleback, right?
Yeah.
Like you get that fan of Knife's Break. Yeah.
Probably the best carry into Ringmaster too. At least the best like A-tier carry, because Ringmaster is a save hero. He's a backline, well, very literally save will play it, but he will also save his team. He's a backline support that can get off multiple rounds of spells. He's very squishy. You gotta jump him. You gotta kill him. So what comes to mind as a carry is PA. What comes to mind as a mid is Storm Spirit, and having one of these 2 heroes always feels incredibly good against Ring.
Well, that's why we see Aurora taking so much time to think about their next move.
Yeah, they can...
They really respect PA a lot. A lot of teams ban PA out against them, even in the first stage sometimes. So they also know what works the best against her. So maybe they are considering these heroes. They go for the standard TB.
I feel like the next pick has kind of got to be Jakiro, because otherwise you're going to get Jakiro'd, which, as we talked about, is one of the better matchups, support versus support, against the Ringmaster, because you box somebody and all of Jakiro's spells are cast on the ground. So the box does not really protect you from it. And then also Jakiro, I think, is quite good against Terrorblade because it's a ton of magic damage, and it's very good in lane with PA.
We had that matchup today as well, right? Like already demonstrated once.
What did we feel, by the way, about the Naga from BetBoom in the previous game? It was the first Naga pick of the tournament. We saw Kataomi and played as position 5.
It was. You want to go?
Yeah, I feel like the disengage was pretty nice. It was good against the Centaur ulti. You know, Centaur ulti, then sleep comes out. It's pretty nice.
It was really clean, I have to say. There was one fight around the secret shop where the sleep reset failed, but in general, like they find all the right moments where sleep is necessary to reset the fight, go back in or go out completely. So the reeling also worked out very nicely in a couple of times. So yeah, I liked it.
So for supports now, we are kind of digging deep into the trenches, and remaining that are like A or B tier.
You have ranged ones, right?
Yeah, Windrunner is one of those heroes. When Bristle goes to take the stacks, Windrunner can kind of safely take the lane.
Yeah, you got a Silencer as well, by the way.
Yeah, Silencer would be
not banned out.
Yeah, that'd be excellent against the Ringmaster save. You can jump somebody in the front, and then Ringmaster can't save them. That's always nice.
Warlock is still not an option, right?
That's unavailable. Yeah, otherwise this would be the hero for sure.
Well, this is one of those rare teams.
I have been told Warlock is playable again.
Oh,
it's playable.
Okay.
Do they know?
Yeah, no, they pick Shadow Demon either way.
Okay, so this is right now. We talk about Jakiro as the way of dealing with Ringmaster. This guy is the OG.
This is number one.
Yeah, this is the number one counter to Ringmaster. On top of that, you get to maybe get some really nice illusions from the Terrorblade, which is always nice. But the constant purge into Ringmaster is the best thing that you can have against him.
Yeah, we always ask for this whenever, or at least at the start of the tournament, we were asking for this when Ringmaster would come out. But then every time SD was picked into Ringmaster, it just kind of seemed like a bad hero. But I think it has a lot more stock because of what you were mentioning, that you can also get the Terrorblade illusions, which are super effective, and you can stack for the Bristleback.
There we go.
Yeah, there's the Warlock. Warlock PA lane, one of the strongest lanes in Dota. Gives you excellent team fight as well.
One thing that I need to say though, their stuns do not exist. Like you have Golem and Disruption and that's it. Kind of bad in my opinion.
They can solve that with the mid, no?
Yeah, they need a mid laner that can do exactly that. Any of the spirits would do.
Yeah.
Like you're playing into these three heroes, no catch, really good into the TB. Storm picked on one side, maybe they can ban out the other ones.
Yeah, I feel like
Puck maybe as
yeah,
well.
I was gonna say you pick Storm, which means you probably want to ban Puck anyway because Puck is good against Storm, of course. And then you can ban Ember, which really doesn't leave much. I really like the Storm pick actually because it's like a block pick as well.
If this was switched, Aurora would pick Ricky if they needed a solution for the Storm. That's what I'm talking about.
Certainly.
So maybe BB can copy their own playstyle, go for it.
I mean, you know what? I think you really do have to be careful though. Like if they ban out Ember here, which is extremely good for BetBoom's lineup and good against Storm, you risk getting Huskard, right? It's like if this wasn't GPK, a player who is absolutely willing to force the Huskar even when it's not a Huskar meta.
And if you want to keep it simple, there's also Dragonite. Like it's not the best matchup, but it's okay. And you get a point and click stun, as simple as it can be, into the Storm.
Quick question. I don't know if Toronto Tokyo plays it, but is there still flex potential on this Terrorblade?
Yeah, he played it in the last Wallachia.
There is flex potential, but I feel what this team needs is an offlane right now. At least the way I see it. They can still flex it, of course, but I'd much rather see something that is frontlining, like a Tidehunter, like a Sand King that can go win.
Both banned.
Yep.
I
mean,
like,
that's why I called them out.
Okay, fair enough.
I feel like Aurora needs to ban Ember, otherwise you're going to get Embered, and then pick something which is good against Huskar. That's the way I see it. Otherwise, I feel like they're getting trapped. Or maybe there's another approach where they don't care about either of those two heroes. They just leave them both in.
There is an approach. I feel like these Eastern European teams, they don't shy away from just double mid laning the Huskar. That's something BetBoom did to Quinn, and he was 0-13 on the Huskar. So in that game. So I feel like there is a way. You just put the Ringmaster there with Storm and you annoy the hell out of him. But it isn't amazing and it can backfire easily.
So that means you would need an offlaner, which can solo,
Yep.
which would be Sand King or Tidehunter, which makes me think this is exactly what you're thinking is happening right now.
Yeah, there's a Centaur as well, maybe, as an option for Aurora. If you are thinking about these heroes that, look, it's not going to be, it's not going to be incredibly great lane for him, but
yeah, I mean, you can lane cut with this is how people would always beat Warlock historically.
They ban the Ember.
So they do ban Ember, and if they pick Centaur or Axe, well, I think Centaur is a lot safer. But I feel like picking a lane cutter would be really good here. And then they get Huskard, and then they put the Ringmaster mid. This is like 5-head if all of this happens.
I will say Toronto Tokyo had a great game on Centaur previous game.
I mean, it is Centaur against the SD ult and Warlock ult. Like, you just... it's all slows. You literally just run away. I mean, even if they're not planning on doing this, I think you pick Centaur here.
Natural Blade Mail builder as well.
Yeah, literally all of these heroes on BetBoom do not like playing into Centaur.
No. If we were thinking about something else, Spear into Bristle is all right. Not that great into PA, but another option.
Ooh, Medusa off lane. Is there still space?
No, I think they get Huskard and they lose. That's where my head is at. I feel like...
My only question is which one goes offlane, because now to me it's probably Medusa, right?
If Huskard gets picked, how do they dual mid? How do they leave a Medusa solo? You can't do that, right?
They won't be tempted by an anti-mage?
Anti-mage is very tempting as well, actually.
Yeah, into Medusa and Storm. Oh my God.
I guess you could mid Bristle and then anti-mage offlane. Oh my God.
Shiver, the master analyst right here.
God,
who's gonna play it?
Interesting.
Okay, offlane anti.
It's offlane AM.
Yep.
And then we go for the mid Bristle.
There are so many levels happening in this draft. There's so many cool ways they could have gone with it too.
I gotta say, offlane AM into TB plus Jakiro to me does not sound like fun. That doesn't sound like a fun lane. Medusa is playing offlane, and I feel like if you're Aurora right now, you have to be prepared for some lane shenanigans from BetBoom.
I was gonna say, what about a PA and a Warlock playing in the offlane, healing through the Terrorblade reflection meta?
So you're thinking we're going to see some weird lane shenanigans?
I think so. I think it's going to be AM safe lane trying to play into the Medusa lane.
Because if an anti-mage lanes into a Terrorblade and Terrorblade does his image thing or illusion thing, you are burning your own mana, right?
Exactly. Like, you do not want to be playing into the TB as AM. I feel like maybe you can, but...
You just hold the skill points until laning phase is over?
Pretty much. But I feel like then why are you even there? Why not just try to dodge the lane and play it into the middle?
Yeah, I feel like that's exactly what's going to happen. Just because I feel like TB Jakiro is a slow harass you down lane anyway, so this is one of the few times you can run your safe lane in the off lane because Warlock will just heal through slow harass. Yeah. This is cool. This is a really, really cool draft from both sides.
Very volatile as well.
Yeah.
It's like drafts that can go 100 or 0 very easily. But seeing an anti-mage into the Medusa, I'm usually inclined to go towards the AM, and then on top of that, there is a Storm Spirit in the game. So a lot of juicy targets for this AM to mana void.
Yeah, one of the things that we said when we saw 4 heroes of BetBoom, we're like, well, with this final pick, Jake, because I'm sure they're going to get some disable. Obviously, anti-mage doesn't give that. Is that still going to be a big issue this game?
I don't think it's an issue because it really felt like there were just things that were abusable with the Aurora draft and that BetBoom, like there's a reason that they're last pick again, you know? They think that they can do the cheese last pick and they got something good in this one.
At the same time, we have Aurora picking Medusa, knowing there was an anti-mage still in the pool. Maybe they are prepared for that one. Let's see how this game is going to play itself out. We're heading over to the Cost and B Cup.
Thank you very much. Jenkins thinks the last pick of Anti-Mage is maybe a little bit cheesy, but it's still a good pick. And, well, we'll figure out if this off-lane Anti-Mage is going to be what they think it's going to be.
It's a really, really good anti-mage game. I don't think it gets better than this in terms of what you're playing against. You have Medusa and Storm Spirit. It kind of slipped through. Probably Aurora were thinking there's no way that they're going to pick this, but this is something that other teams have also did, playing this Bristleback from the mid lane. First time I saw it was like, I don't know, maybe 2 months ago when it was BZM who played it. It looked very good. You come online super quickly. It's a bit of on a slower side, all the heroes that they have together with Warlock, Shadow Demon. There's going to be a lot of stacking going on. Anti-Mage can't clear those stacks, so the stacks are going to be made for Bristleback. And also to point out, this is the second game that we're seeing Anti-Mage. First time it was played by Nightfall, who did go for Vanguard Radiance build. I think in this game, I'd like to see Vanguard into the Fusel Blade just to have even more mana burn against two of these heroes. But the one thing that they don't have is any kind of a stun. You have Warlock stun and you have Mana Void with the 0.3 second stun. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. The lockdown's not going to be easy. And Pure, he's up pretty far forward, but they've got these fatal bonds out of these heroes. This is going to be enough to go after Nightfall. GPK just walking forward, has his eyes set on Panto, who will throw out that dual breath, but Miro looks like an opportune target to get that kill on, and with a Stifling Dagger, they'll grab that first blood.
And Warlock bug has been fixed. It is allowed to pick Warlock again. They wanted to take that fight. Fatal Bonds on cooldown. This Reflection is dealing a lot of damage. Dual breath, Miro is in trouble. Can he get a deny? No, he can't. Warlock got one extra Black Grimoire stack, so that's really nice.
Always good to get the extra Grimoire. We've seen both these teams actually play Warlock when we've been casting them and get 7-8 charges of the Black Grimoire pretty early on.
Yeah,
with
if
the
you
way
get active, plus this is also PA Warlock. It is a super strong lane. You're definitely going to be able to chase them down, get some kills. Toronto Tokyo did lose a good amount of mana in that previous engagement, and panel also did talk about potentially some lane shenanigans that could happen, and I do see that Toronto Tokyo is running to the top lane, which will allow Nightfall to go through the Twin Gate and go into that lane, because I believe that they saw it, and Pure is also running to the top lane. They want to have this, long story short, Anti-Mage against Medusa matchup, and Aurora does not want to have that.
It's a lot easier these days to lane swap, though. You've got the Twin Gate to work with. Back, you know, before the gates, it used to be who would TP first, right?
Yes, this time around you can use the Twin Gate, so it's much, much easier, but at one point you will have to stop. And we can see Miero going through the Twin Gate.
Taking a lot of damage to do so. Hit with those Impalement daggers, and comes into the lane, but do I expect Toronto Tokyo to hang around? Miero, he is actually gonna just die. So he comes into the lane, he dies, and Pure's gonna go after Panto.
Multiple heroes now. Let's see. He gets him, but Toronto Tokyo, they can burn all of his mana. That's one way to play against Medusa. Early on, it gets pretty obnoxious for Medusa. If she's in a fight, if she's in like this rune fight where she's losing all of her mana, does have Mango and did get relatively good Snake, but I don't think these deaths on Miero matter as much, considering that he's playing offlane anti-mage.
Right.
Tokyo will TP, and so will Nightfall. This time around, Nightfall TPing without using a BKB. Still, mana burn on anti-mage is very annoying. That extra bit of a slow, he would definitely love to be level 2. I said those two deaths don't matter as much, but if he dies here, it's going to be a massive problem. He's fine. He does have a healing salve.
Has that healing salve and has a tango there too. Not fun to deal with. Save actually out of mana now already. And this is going to leave the Medusa over bottom where this TB lane feels so strong against the anti-mage, and he is dead.
Uncharacteristic mistake from him. Did not want to use the healing salve. He thought I could reach maybe the XP range of some of these creeps and be able to get that blink and then I'll be fine, but didn't really happen. In the mid lane, Yotaka, Magic Wand ready on him. Gotta be careful about this Bristleback. Even though you're playing into melee matchup, Bristleback is still gonna be doing quite a lot of this one.
And he's putting some damage on, goes to pick up a water rune. It's not been amazing here so far for Miero, but it looks like mid is a-okay for this Bristleback.
I'm looking at what Kateomi has in his quick buy. This is not an item that you pretty much ever buy. Maybe in some pubs where you're like, I'll get Atos, I'll get Gleipnir, have bigger AoE on my spells, but they do feel like they need some kind of a control because, as we said, they have none.
Yeah, he needs that control. I was wondering who is going to get this round of Atos, but it could be Warlock. We'll see if he sticks with it. With the way that the game went, game number 1, with how aggressive and how back and forth that was, kind of expecting Warlock to get a bunch of Black Grimoire charges if they can play aggressively. But game number 1, they were able to leave those side lanes, and I say so, all of a sudden they've got the Fatal Bonds, but Miero, he's low again and now pops that salve. I mean, he can't find fun in any lane.
0-3, 4 CS.
Pure's in on a Nightfall. 5 stacks on that Shadow Poison. They'll get the kill on a Nightfall. Panto should likely trade for Save, but the slow from the Stifling Dagger means that Save's able to survive.
Save's the best player in the world when it comes down to pushing the limits of the hero and getting out of the trouble. Like, every single time in the laning stage, you'll see him running away with 5-10% HP. Pure has Blink ready, but somebody needs to get close. He's going in. It's going to be Panto. Okay, Healing Salve ready on the Courier. Needs to bring it.
That was very aggressive and on the knife's edge there. A lot of damage done there by the Shadow Poison of Shadow Demon, who's got level 2 on it, as he's about to be level 4.
Damage.
Panto came through towards mid, and he's going to be able to get a kill here on a GPK, opening up Kiyotaka's lane. The quicker he can start to get active on this Storm Spirit, I think the more difficult this game's going to get for BetBoom Team. They're locked down. Gorgon's Grasp, they've got themselves Ice Path as well as the Vortex. They've got a lot more going on for them than they do for the side of BetBoom.
And they have a lot of slow. You get hit by one of those Impalement Arts, Jakiro. It gets pretty difficult. A Reflection, they're not going to be moving. But yeah, let's see how long they're going to keep this lane. It's a tri-lane, Toronto-Tokyo, Gorgon's Grasp.
Trying to go for this with the mana burn, but even with the creeps under the tower, they were unable to get that kill on a Toronto-Tokyo. They've got 3 stacks of the Shadow Poison.
Good body block from
Go
Miero.
for Mira.
Found the angle. Found the right tree.
Ooh, Pure's dead. Panto surviving even from the tower shots. They were able to dive him down because both these supports are over bottom for the side of BetBoom Team.
Yeah, Anti-Mage on paper sounds like he should have a good game. Problem is that they're putting so much pressure onto him. They're getting the kills. They're not allowing him to get this Vanguard, which would allow him to play as aggressive as he would like. Problem is, again, they don't have that many ways of saving people. There is nothing else available, so that's going to be another Grimoire stack. Up to 3 already, level 4.
That's not bad if they can get him a couple more. Maybe they get another kill here in the bottom lane. I'm wondering if Katomi, he's in a tri-lane at the moment, so the XP is going to slow down a little bit for him, so maybe he gets one more and pops it, tries to get the 6 instead of, we've seen sometimes in the past, Warlocks hold it to push after 6 into a quicker 12.
Yeah, and I would love to see the number of stacks done in this game because I feel like nobody has been stacking. With the lanes and everything, it does feel like this also benefits Aurora way more, knowing that there is mid Bristleback who would love to clear those stacks. There's also Phantom Assassin who can clear the stacks relatively early on, like 12-13 minutes into the game, depending of your Battle Fury timing. But yeah, I'm checking the triangles and there aren't many stacks.
Yarrow came to top with that Twin Gate, but now he's got the mana for it. Didn't initially have the mana to go back through that Twin Gate, but has to immediately go back towards bottom. Kitaka Zero, level 7. He's looking to see if maybe he can find somebody.
He was looking for stacks.
Nobody's making them. You're making that jump, and I believe swiped
one
the Mad Stones off that. So GPK, his lane is okay, but you can see the ones excelling for the moment are the Storm and the TB. Miero locked down by that Gorgon's Grasp for a moment. Not a lot of life and mana the entire time that he's been here, but he's picked up that ring and he's looking to heal up as quickly as he can. 12.5 a second, but I don't know, he is still struggling within the lane.
Only level 4. We'll need to go back, replenish some mana and HP, and then come back to the lane. Pure is going to be the one farming in the triangle right now. It is a bit of a slower lineup from BetBoom Team because you have basically 3 cores who don't have any kind of a stun. PA can get involved, and I think Aurora should use this and try to put a little bit more pressure. Their heroes right now do feel much stronger, having this Jakiro, having Medusa, Anti-Mage without Vanguard. He's not going to be blinking in aggressively. If he does, it's going to be another dead for Miero.
He was trying a couple times early to get those aggressive blinks to turn into something, but have yet to do so. And now 2 levels behind Toronto Tokyo, behind the Jakiro in level as well. And they're going to take this tower, and Miero comes back to lane, immediately losing a good chunk of his life and mana. This is not fun for him at all. It's that level 5. Level 6 will definitely be a starting point for him. And I am kind of thinking to myself that maybe they're going to need this Phantom Assassin to be willing to move.
Yeah, he will need to play a bit more sacrificial early, especially if some rotation from Aurora comes up. He will need to be there. Warlock, how much XP does he need to get to the level 6? Needs another 400. This is 250, so if he pops Black Grimoire, he should have enough to be that level 6. For now, keeping it. No need to use it.
See how long he holds on to that. They've got both of their supports top to go after Pure. Tame the Beast connect, and Pure is level 6, but he's going to need some help. Dual Breath on a Kataomi. He's got the heal ready for Pure to get him back up to full. We'll see if they end up defending, if they send somebody up there. Miero, he is in the jungle trying to farm anything that he can. He has got no farm overall, and they're going to try to take another tier 1 tower and really shrink the map for BetBoom Team.
Exactly what they need to do with the heroes that they do have. Anti-Mage, he's steeping in. Warlock got that level 6.
Yeah, they've got that chaotic offering. They're going to go to the Fatal Bonds. Do they have the damage to get the kill here on the Panto? That'll be a crit to get at least 1. Pure needs to start to back away, but it's a good fight overall to just get something on the board for him.
Whatever they can get. Any kind of a kill. Try to relieve some of that pressure early on. And I see that GPK is getting a very cheap item, going into Blade Mail immediately. Wants to soak up some of that damage, knowing that he doesn't necessarily need to be like carrier or anything. No need to go for Ags. Eventually, this lineup will start to scale, but they need time.
Heaven's Halberd queued up for the Anti-Mage. Still just level 5. They want this Orchid on Storm. Could find itself to be very devastating based on the timing he gets it. Miero really needs this level 6.
There's not much happening in the game compared to the previous game where we had
50 kills at this point.
Pretty much. This time around the game did slow down, so Kiyotaka is spamming in the old chat to turn his back.
They're going for GPK. They've got a Meteor Hammer slammed down on him, but there's the disruption to get a little bit of a save. Toronto Tokyo here, though, to continue the onslaught and get the kill to this Bristleback. Confident in getting the damage out to kill off this mid. Toronto Tokyo here with a very early presence from a Medusa.
Sure. Playing very aggressively, getting that Sunder on cooldown, so they don't have it for 2 minutes. Let's see if they're going to be able to play slightly more aggressive, but seems like Aurora has the same plan. Dagger does miss. You're thinking about going in, maybe.
Kataomi, he is going to burn out.
Change
Here was
target.
in the macro pyre for a moment. They have the Fatal Bonds there. They'll get the kill on a Panto. They'll at least get that jump for a second, but the ball lightning over. Pure in trouble. He's rooted up, but disrupted for an attempted save on this Phantom Assassin. Avoids the Meteor Hammer, but Nightfall's here too. Pure on the run from his own illusion. They've got Toronto Tokyo in trouble to the point where he has to use that Stone Gaze. And now Nightfall's here, but he does not have Sunder. He used it earlier on the Phantom Assassin.
Immediately tipping him. Haste Rune as well picked up. This is the type of a fight that they needed. They overextended. They didn't have any vision on the high ground, but he did die on Kataomi, which did allow Pure to just get that extra bit of vision, jumps in very aggressively and manages to get out of trouble, really pushing the limits. After the first game, I said that Pure played way too aggressive, even for my taste. I've been praising this guy for a really long time to be one of the more aggressive and insanely talented carries, but glimpse of the vision, jumps in, and you can see the saves also coming out. Save with the disruption, gonna buy a little bit more time, and then Miero also, he feels like he needs to join in. As soon as he joins, Kiyotaka's like, I need to get out, and then Blink Strike.
Nightfall comes over, he doesn't have Sunder, he used it in lane. Chaotic offering, Fatal Bond's Wheel of Wonder, and Tame the Beast, so, well, it's Pure. They get this kill into the Phantom Assassin, they'll look for Kathomi for a second. This Golem will try to do some work to maybe get a kill, and GPK's coming over with a haste.
Blade Mail ready now on him.
See how much he can get. They do have all their TPs available. They look for Kiyotaka, who will Ball Lightning and TP away. But the rest of this team, they'll escape as they all have their TPs ready.
The only stun that they did have left was that Mana Void, which Miro was unable to get, but BetBoom overall managed to stabilize at 2k gold lead, now 3k for Aurora after killing the tower in the bottom lane. As long as they can keep this net worth pretty even, they're gonna be fine. And Pure, we said that he needs to be slightly more active. He is involved in 8 out of 9 kills and has still pretty good timing on Battle Fury. Corrosion, Wand, Battle Fury, Treads, 13 minutes into the game.
You know, if they don't have any lockdown, I guess you don't need a BKB TP out. You can just TP out.
Yeah, Nightfall really, really buffed in this one.
Doesn't have to spend the cash on anything else. Kathomi chased by Kiyotaka. Better Word will lock him down, and they've got the kill there onto the Warlock with ease. He's happy with that, and it's now even at 9. Pure, though, he is got himself to the top of the net worth, has this Battle Fury looking for a BKB of his own, and maybe can start to get himself rolling with that Battle Fury. But you still look back at Miero, who's got this Heaven's Halberd, and that's it. He's looking for the Diffusal Blade now, but it might be some time before he really feels confident and active.
Yeah, he also doesn't have any mana, like no real mana items. What did he choose? He chose Tough as his neutral item, bought a Blood Grenade for himself, wants to have extra bit of a slow. Kiyotaka jumping in, Orchid reveal. And Mage definitely didn't expect this one.
They've got Miero in trouble, but the blink away, Ball Lightning sticking with him.
Alive. Not for long.
Not for long enough. Kiyotaka with another kill. They're playing aggressive. They know there's not a lot of lockdown, and they don't really have the presence of an offlaner for BetBoom Team. GPK can only do so much, and he'd love to have this Ags. I mean, there are a couple of fights that have lasted long enough where he could throw that Bristle back out there with the Ags and feel good.
Kiyotaka's in. On PA, she's dying. She's actually dead.
Jumps over to the side.
Ooh, he ran out of mana, and that Macropyre didn't fully commit. Man, he's so slippery. Pure, getting out of trouble twice.
Here's in on
no
this.
mana on him. First Mana Void about to be dropped.
And Kiyotaka's in with no mana, and Miero gets to come back and get that kill. I mean, anything that he's going to be given is really helping him recover.
It really is scary. If they are even, if these two drafts are even, Anti-Mage is going to take over. I did talk about his itemization. This Diffusal Blade that he's going to pick up is going to be pretty massive. The amount of mana that you do burn. Storm Spirit going for Kaya next, so that's going to be some mana loss reduction. Medusa, Toronto Tokyo thinking about Radiance. You do have 3 heroes that do rely on physical damage, so that's going to be a really good pickup.
Miero buying some time with that kill into Kiyotaka. They've got that Rod of Atos now on save.
One. There's going to be another one.
Yeah, they're buying 2, right?
Yep.
All right. You don't need to draft stuns if you can build stuns.
It's a very strong item. It's one of the strong. I think SNY and Road of Athos are 2 of the stronger items in the patch right now. Blade Mail on certain heroes, of course, but it does feel like these items are just giving you way too much. You can build it pretty much on anything. We saw it on mid-sanking. We don't see it too much from the off lane, but the supports really love to build it.
And why not? It offers you quite a bit. There is a Tormentor to be taken at 17 minutes into the game. They will have all 5 heroes to take this, but BetBoom Team will use this time, these 12 seconds, to grab themselves whatever farm they can. Panto gets access to his shard. They go back top. GPK is here. Pure's up in the lane. Maybe they find access to a fight. But Save and Kathomi nearby.
They're trying to make a move. Both supports are less than half HP on Aurora. This could be pretty tricky.
Out of Atos. Looking for the Meteor Hammer, but the disruption cuts that timing. There is a Mystic Snake, but the Ball Lightning looking for the Vortex to stop the TP. They will at least get one in save. They get that. I mean, they really wanted Pure. They really wanted maybe GPK. They don't find either. A support sacrifice there is not bad for BetBoom Team. But it is a 4,000 net worth lead for Aurora that feels oh so nice. And Katomi showing himself in the lane will ultimately mean he is dead.
This is the problem with the BetBoom's lineup. They need to stick together. They need to protect each other. Otherwise, they're going to get picked off. And Aurora has a pretty good understanding of that. Making sure that if they can't get these pick-offs, there's literally nothing they can do about it. They need to bring the numbers. And after dying one time, Miero deciding to switch things up. He's like, this Orchid is going to ruin my hero completely, so I will try to survive by getting Manta style. Can't really blame him. I mean, he definitely wanted to get that Diffusal Blade. It's just that he had such a shitty start. He died 3 times in 4 minutes.
He wanted it. He also switched to the Crimson Guard at one point, and then switched to the Manta style. Gets the Diadem for it. Toronto Tokyo, he's going to be farming over mid with some help here from Mira. But save comes down to the low ground. Meanwhile, at the same time, they're going for Pure. He's got nothing to jump to. He's stuck in this Macro Pyre. They get the kill on Mira, but they lose Pure for it. Nothing to jump to in that Macro Pyre. That slow is just brutal when you're stuck inside the fire.
Aurora, they're getting away with too much. Toronto Tokyo, he is farming up.
Turn that back, or at least try to. Disruption to avoid the Meteor Hammer. They go down and throw the Chaotic Offering. The Arrow needs to be careful. He's already down to about half health.
Nightfall, also running low on mana.
Not a lot of mana to play with. Kiyotaka also Ball Lightning missing his target. They've got the Orchid onto the Bristleback, but GPK, he kind of wants to play on the edge of this one.
He's looking for Sunder on BB.
Yeah, there's the Sunder coming through. Ball Lightning Wheel of Wonder, and GPK might have played too much with fire, and he's about to get burned. They'll take away the Bristleback, the arrows in, but what can he find? The answer right now is nothing. He'll blink across the river, but that is not what you want from GPK or the side of BetBoom Team at all.
Did not expect this Sunder. He was toying with the idea, going for the high ground. He's not going to go for the high ground in the end. TB gets close enough, and they did manage to kill him. Mira with a really nice Wheel of Wonder, making sure that he's not going to be able to escape. Rock was already used, so yeah, 7k gold lead for Aurora. BetBoom Team, they will need to stabilize. They need to be able to get one kill, try to get some gank going on the side, because they will build into Lincoln Spheres, they will build into these Manta styles, and also Medusa. She's getting closer to Radiance. Once she gets that up, the miss chance against Anti-Mage, against Phantom Assassin, it's going to be pretty brutal.
Can they find Nightfall? They are smoked. Smoke will break the jump forward. They will find Nightfall, but they do have heroes TPing in immediately for Aurora. The Ice Path is down into Miera. They go to the Dual Breath. Nightfall doesn't have a lot of mana. They've brought him Atos Pure, and now the Meteor Hammer is going to be dropped down on him as well. They go to the Escape Act with the Ball of Lightning. Pure's going to pop that BKB that he just got. Mana Void onto Nightfall. They get the kill to the Terror Blade, but Miera with no mana. Ice Path locks him down. Out. Pure TP's out. They hit the Vortex onto the Anti-Mage, who blinks over to the right. He might be able to survive, but he is burning quite low. Doesn't have mana to work with, and will die to Kiyotaka.
Lance a branch is not enough. Kiyotaka is going to chase him down. Kiyotaka only having 1 death to his name, sitting at 12 Galvanized right now. Has Kaya Sanj, which is a very, very good item against what he's playing. Like, he's playing against Anti-Mage, so that 25% mana cost / mana loss reduction is going to come in super handy. But they understood that they need to do something on the map, which I really like for BetBoom. They go in and they try to get a kill because they knew that Sunder was on cooldown. And it seems like they want to have even more control. BB is building into Orchid himself.
This could be rough for Warlock. I say that though. 1 Rod of Atos, 2 Rod of Atos. Now, Anti-Mage coming in, but the Ice Path well placed to stop Miero. They already get the kill to Katomi, who doesn't have a Chaotic Offering to throw out towards Aurora. So there isn't much they can do, but they are wrapping around on the side of Aurora to try and get more. Meteor Hammer attempt that lands onto the Anti-Mage. Save looking to maybe help out, but he might have put himself in a bad position because they've got themselves this storm on the side. They put the Orchid onto the Anti-Mage. They get the go to save. They'll take out Mira, but not a lot of mana remaining here on Kiyotaka. Enough to get away from the fight, enough to get away from Pure, but the right clicks, the jump from Pure to get the kill. They'll take out Kiyotaka. 5 seconds, that's all he needs to do to survive and maybe fight back, but GPK goes in to be some fodder for Aurora. He gets that help. He gets invis for the moment. The chaotic offering. Peers in with the BKB. They go after the Medusa. Toronto, Tokyo's low. Stonegate's not going to matter. Nightfall's in trouble, and it's going to be a full team wipe for BetBoom Team.
Oh man, they baited him in so hard. This Bristleback, we can't see the amount of damage that he was taking because he was dealing quite a lot. 4,000 damage coming out from him, and also this is exactly what they need to do. They need to protect each other because if you jump Shadow Demon, there's going to be Road of Athos onto Storm Spirit, so he's the one who's keeping them alive with Glimmer Cape as well. Exactly how they need to play. They have very limited resources in terms of stuns and control, so they need to use them carefully.
Take a look at this again. It starts with what should be an easy pickoff on to the Warlock. And they get Kataomi so quickly, and they actually get this Ice Path on a Miero, which puts him in a poor spot. And you're going to see Kiyotaka ball lightning to the back lines trying to get a kill.
Quite a lot of his mana, and we're going to be seeing that big mana void that's going to connect onto him. I don't think it clipped anything else, but you can see two of them playing together.
Mana void there, but Pure,
he
makes this jump just on the edge, and
his BKB did reset. GPK did go in and rock. Just
Perfect
because
timings.
He died before he was ready to come back into the fight, drops it, and they're ready to clean up.
And the Sunder used, but it's not enough to survive. They look over as GPK is going to be hit with a Vortex. Now they've got the Macro Pyre down. They'll look for the Wheel of Wonder. However, they're wondering why it missed. Couldn't connect onto these heroes, and just like the last game, that went to an advantage that was pretty high for one team and fell back down. We're here at that spot once again. Net worth is even. Toronto, Tokyo forced to Stone Gaze. There's the Mana Void. They've got these heroes turned to stone, but Toronto, Tokyo is going to be credit of the game. The Ice Path lands on 2. GPK starting to turn his back. They'll go after Pure. They get the kill on a Mirror. That's going to be 2 dead. Pure's got the double kill, but pops that BKB. Jumps over on the Panto. Gets himself a 3rd. That's a triple kill now. Miero looking for something. The Ranamitos thrown over by Save. It's on a Nightfall who will stand his ground, but he doesn't have any mana to play with, and that is troublesome for this Terrorblade as Pure's going to jump in for more. Save gets the kill. Kiyotaka's the last one left, and Aurora, they are floundering at the moment.
This is exactly what they need to do. In terms of the abilities that go through debuff immunity, they don't have anything else other than Stone Gaze. And also in terms of explosive damage, their damage is a bit of a slower on side of Aurora, so he can keep his BKB on Phantom Assassin for a really long time. And now you can see those items, they are starting to kick in. These Road of Athos on both of the supports. Save even has Ether Lens, so even more cast range. Glimmer Cape now completed in Warlock, so they're going to be pretty happy about that one, keeping themselves alive when Storm Spirit jumps in. And also Kiyotaka, he doesn't have his BKB. He is going for Lincoln Sphere, which I think is the correct choice here. He wants to have protection against Mana Void, against that Road of Athos, but they are also getting quite a lot of items. Miero about to finish off his Manta style, and you also have to deal with level 20 PA now.
Yeah, Pure getting so much, and definitely gotta re-say that
also,
Pure.
If we could check the timing on Bashers, on Phantom Assassin, this definitely has to be one of the faster ones, because he understands we need lockdown.
Yeah.
Usually you would want to buy SNY, Manta style, if it's a good game for it.
Here's in.
There it is, one. Maybe you can get another one.
Looking to make that jump, and something that you've said, and I'll reiterate, is just how patient Pure has been with that BKB. I mean, that has turned the fights. He's willing to put himself on the edge of despair just to find victory. He really does just play on the edge with a lot of these heroes, something that, you know, obviously is high risk, high reward, something he did in the last game that almost cost them game number 1.
You're not killing Anti-Mage here. He does have Manta style available, so did blink in aggressively.
Blinked it aggressively, and they'll go and take their kill on a save instead. But Panto will be found. He doesn't have a lot of mana. He'll Glimmer Cape to survive a little bit longer, and Panto will die to GPK. Pure, though, he has found Mira, who will try to escape back, try to whoopee cushion, but they've got a Rod of Atos and a Bash, and they'll get both supports.
He also has full Satanic being delivered on the courier. 27 minutes in, wants to have the spell mechanic of his own, great against Reflection, great against pretty much everything from Medusa other than Radiance. I also want to see what the next item for him is going to be. I'd like to see a Nullifier, even though he's playing into Medusa. I think Medusa has been slightly answered, and he also found a really good neutral item because he does have Serrated Shiv, so 20% chance to have True Strike. Tokyo might need to pop the ulti if they're going to be committing, but the rest of the team is ready to back him up.
But now Miero's at that point in the game where he feels comfortable enough to really start to mess you up with that mana drain.
And I love what he's going for. This is Heaven's Halberd Manta style, Aghanim Scepter, so it's going to be even more mana burned 5 seconds after you blink. Plus, they also can get mana, which is very nice against Medusa. She uses a snake, she has a shard. You're not going to be getting that mana back. And also Ghost Scepter. He wants to blink in and not die to Medusa, not get his mana burned by Reflection.
This is going to be tough as this game starts to spiral towards BetBoom Team. And Pure looking for Panto for a moment. He is taken over top of the net worth by a pretty big chunk.
Kiyotaka, he's pretty isolated here.
Orchid, that's the Lincoln's pop. So Kiyotaka, how safe does he feel? There's multiple Rod of Atoses. There are Bashers ready to go. And Pure jumping in again, holding this BKB as long as he can. He popped the Satanic, they go for the Meteor Hammer. It's not, it is gonna land for a second on the GPK. They'll use that Sunder, but now Pure, he'll pop the BKB.
He's ready.
Stone Gaze was used, he'll find himself Mira, but the Mana Void, it's used onto Toronto Tokyo. He doesn't have a lot to work with. He'll be bashed on the first hit from Pure. The mana's no longer there because Miero's right there with him, and they've got themselves 3 kills on the side of BetBoom Team.
Kiyotaka, he went in pretty deep. I don't think he can afford to go like that anymore. Sure, you want to jump the supports, but they have defensive tools. They have ways of removing your Lincolns. There's also Guard available on Shadow Demon, so he's pretty tanky. So is Warlock. I really love the itemization on both of the supports. Double Rod of Atos, you have Solar, you have Glimmer, you have Disruption. It's very hard for him to choose the target. Plus also the fact that he doesn't have another initiator. His offlaner is Medusa, so he doesn't have that extra bit of a hero that jumps with him on the target and tries to kill it.
It's not like having
it's not
the
like you have
Centaur,
Mars,
Tide,
yeah, any type of heroes that can't get the jump. Satanic is ready if he wants to dispel it.
Has the Satanic, 34 seconds left until he gets that BKB. But there goes the Lincolns, there are the Bashes, the Chaotic Offering. They'll go to the escape back. They'll try to save the life of Kiyotaka, who has a lot of mana. So he's able to ball lightning back to base.
Rock almost clipped Mira. I think Kiyotaka dies there. And he also, again, doesn't have enough for buyback. Could have been a disaster. Still could be, considering the amount of damage that they do have. Kiyotaka's in.
He's in for a second, but they don't quite care. They're going to hold true, and they've got this upheaval under their feet, and they've got the talent that helps them with the attack speed when they're in the upheaval.
500 damage on Bristleback. Another Satanic ready.
He's got BKB ready to go as well. If he's really in much trouble, he'll just pop it. Gorgon's Grasp, Meteor Hammer down, Pure jumping off to the side. Pops that Satanic, he's back to full.
Very patient. They know that they have enough saves. All these tools, Glimmer Capes, Shadow Demon's Disruption, whatever is necessary, even Solar Crest and Warlock. They managed to stabilize the game, and also Warlock going for Vlads. He has 3 cores that are going to benefit very highly from it, so not really a surprise. This is what I like to see in Dota. Outside of the box thinking how to win the game, especially after a game was pretty horrible. You had 3 cores who do need a lot of farm, and Phantom Assassin fastest on this hero. As we said, we didn't see the Basher, but we did see the Abyssal Blade timing.
It was quick. The MKB was finished, though, for TB at a faster pace. Maybe that's the answer enough. But now Anti-Mage, he's got that level 15 talent as well. He's got that plus 1% max mana burn. Weird to read with mana. But you may think plus 1% is not that much, but it becomes a problem when you're hitting quick. You've got the upheaval giving you more attack speed with the duration, with the talent there. You'll drain that mana. 9,000 net worth lead for BetBoom Team, and Aurora need answers Lacoste, and I'm just unsure at this point in the game.
I like how you
they're
call
gonna
it
have it.
Lacoste. It's like it's my problem. It's
Yeah, no, it is. It is.
It's a very difficult game for them to win right now. I see this MKB, as you pointed out, still, he has no BKB. So even if he's getting jumped, that Aghanim Scepter, once it's done on Anti-Mage, they're going to lose mana so quickly. Abyssal Blade, they managed to control the game long enough to be able to get those items, so now they have a good amount of control. And also Storm Spirit, he's going for Bloodthorn. Bloodthorn only works on yourself nowadays. Sure, you get the extra damage, but the True Strike only works for you and your units. So not the best of a pickoff for Storm Spirit, I would say. He's in.
He's in for a moment, but he's in, he's out. He's just dancing around. Toronto Tokyo looking for that level 18, looking, trying to add more with this Radiance. They've almost got this Ags on Miero. I love more survivability tools, save going into the Ghost Scepter to try and survive long enough. The more disruptions he gets out there, he is going to be a bit of a nuisance if he can stay alive. And he's also looking for a Blink Dagger to position himself better.
Roshan's going to be alive soon. It's going to be up in another minute or so.
I'll double check your math on the clock.
I think it should be the other way around.
Double checking my math on the clock? Yeah. I'll agree with you. It's a minute. And something. Gleipnir for Toronto Tokyo. Mira's nearby. He needs to be careful. Pure is definitely able to kill him quick. This is giving time for, the next Roach is going to be at a point where Miero's got that Ags, and answers are going to be few and far in between for the side of Aurora. GPK, who all he really has to do is turn his back and survive. That's it. Soak up that damage like a sponge.
He has so much. Now even Shiva's Guard to slow down all that attacks. He just wants to be as annoying as possible in the front line. And there's that Axe you were talking about. Needs another 200 gold. BetBoom Team will wait for Roche to respawn. Then go for it. I don't even know if Aurora can take this fight. Right now, they're on the other side of the map.
They're looking for these next few items, using this timing to get what they can. I mean, they wanted Ags on Jakiro. That
Nullifier
is
now down.
very far. Yeah, you've got the Nullifier. He had the Shard queued up too, but he is... Is he just grabbing the Nullifier? Yeah, just got delivered.
Yeah, he sold his Orb of Corrosion. So now two supports. Their Ghost Scepters, their Pavis, Glimmer Cape, and most importantly, Escape Act is not going to work because it is dispellable.
They almost find Kiyotaka. Looks like they'll find Mira. Abyssal use Pure putting himself on a godlike spree. Kiyotaka wants an Axe. I mean, these guys want these Axe upgrades, but everybody on Aurora is quite far away from getting it.
Now this is a free Roche for BetBoom. They're showing Terrorblade in the mid lane. Jakiro is showing on the left. They saw Storm Spirit, and they also killed Mira, who does not have buyback, so Phantom Assassin will pick it up. Will put that BKB in his backpack. He didn't even... Ooh.
Close.
Nice try from Kiyotaka.
Respected.
These are the type of moves I expect from Kiyotaka. Game 1, lose the lane, make amazing comeback, die, not have buyback, dead for 2 minutes. But these are also the type, because this is the guy that is gonna either win you the game or lose you the game. GPK is gonna spray him down. 500 gold for him.
Yeah, no way he's able to leave there even with the Glimmer Cape. Got this Ags finished on Miero, so that is gonna make sure that these heroes on Aurora just don't have much access to mana. And it ain't great for 2 of the 3 cores. It ain't great for anybody, but it is devastating for two. Kiyotaka, he's doing a good job moving around, not getting caught out in the moment when he wants to get this Ags. He's farming pretty well. If he can get this Ags, maybe the Vortex is good enough to start something up. But even with the AoE Vortex, you need the follow-up to have that impact and have that punch.
I think Kiyotaka also got baited by having Orchid to turn that into Bloodthorn. I would understand if this is some hero that builds into Manta style, so you'll deal that extra bit of damage. Terrorblade deals extra damage, it's just that nobody else have True Strike other than Storm Spirit, so quite a lot of gold, not gonna say wasted, but missing because he wants to have that Aghanim Scepter, and I don't know if he is going to have enough. Like at this point, you would probably want to have your Aghanim Scepter plus a buyback, considering that they might be going for the high ground. Here, keeping to the triangle, but let's see if Mira wants to commit, if he jumps in aggressively.
Got hit by the Impalement Arts, and now, all of a sudden, Kiyotaka has put pressure on the Tier 3 tower. He's not just cutting waves, he's got this tower down to about half health. Right. Nobody's going back, but it doesn't matter. Mira, you blinked, and he was gone. Dead. Ice Path down, Dual Breath's there. Chaotic Offering comes down. Not massively impactful, but that is a Mana Void that does some decent damage onto Toronto Tokyo. They get the kill to Panto. They've got themselves the Vortex onto GPK. He is locked down thanks to that Wheel of Wonder, but they are corralled inside their own fountain. They'll ball lightning back in, but Pure's not afraid. He's going to go in with the BKB. This is a dangerous move. He's diving in deep, and he won't get the kill before he loses this Aegis. All of a sudden, they are diving without any care in the world for their own life. Nightfall's dead, Mira's gone, but they will lose GPK.
Yeah, fuck your fountain. It's not gonna do anything. These guys, they don't care. They're there for the objectives. Look at them on camera. Pure's having way too much fun. No buyback. They saw this butterfly on TB, and they're like, somebody needs to dive the fountain. We need to kill him. They have the Aegis available, and now with no Terrorblade, let's see if they're going to push it and if they're going to be able to go for the high ground, but seems like they want to give a little bit more respect. Problem is both of the supports are having trouble surviving on Aurora. This Nullifier is causing way too many issues.
Kiyotaka now has enough money for that Aghanim's Scepter.
That doesn't seem like Save is too happy about what just happened.
Saves like this game just got extended like 10 minutes. Guys,
you
come on.
Won that game. Pure, he's ready to go in. Blurred. Nullifier, that 0.
Doesn't have buyback, and now Kiyotaka has his Linken's pop. That means the Radabatos can fly out. They go to the Gorgon's Grasp, the Meteor Hammer follow-up. Pure doesn't have BKB for 14. He'll start to retreat a little bit and go after the objectives.
Pure even queued up Blink Dagger in case he needs to go in, blink in, but now he's thinking about getting Refresher out of mana. Completely. Toronto Tokyo gone.
Really brutal. Night falls in. He's disarmed for the moment. Pure trying to get away. Voids the Impalement Arts, but they're on him. Kiyotaka
ready.
He's got the Bloodthorn, and they get the kill to Pure. All of a sudden, he's dead for 99. Miero blinks away from the Wheel of Wonder, but they're still going to try and go after Miero. Miero will start to fight, but he has to blink away, and he'll eventually die. And maybe you start to wonder.
It was a good move. That fountain dive. Whoever made the call. It was the right move to make.
Guys, but it works in my pubs. They get so devastated that they just stop playing. The hands come off the keyboards. I've done it 1,000 times.
They also just gave level 25, 26 actually to Storm Spirit. Doesn't have Shard, but he does have 7,000 gold. Ceremonial Robe, lowering their status resistance and also having Timeless. So spell amplification and extra debuff duration on that Electric Vortex.
Get a replay here as they'll take Pure's life and Miero's. This is Kiyotaka kind of predicting the jump.
Yeah, he knew exactly where he's going to jump.
This is... I hate to say it, but...
They made this game more interesting.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
They were like, yeah, it's the last series of the day. Let's give them what the fans want. They want a close game. You know, they got to commit to the kayfabe.
GPK massive. He does have Blade Mail, Arcane Rune, and Pyrrhic Cloak. This is gonna be, if he uses it on somebody during Blade Mail, that hero's almost instantly gonna die. TB needs to be careful. But we just saw win percentages, 19% for Aurora, which is not too bad. Very comebackable, especially if BetBoom Team decides to make another move like this.
What, jump into the fountain?
Yep, every game is throwable if you try hard enough to do so.
And they
did. They went all in.
Are.
They went full Pepega there.
Don't worry, guys. I can't die. I have an Aegis.
Refresher on PA. This has to be one of the few times where you're going to be seeing this item. Once they have double BKB, double Abyssal, Nullifier as well.
Fastest on this hero by 11 minutes. Binding in the Vortex on 2. They've got the Macro Pyre trying to get the kill here with a Bloodthorn onto the Shadow Demon. Kiyotaka's going to stick with him and get the kill to save. They've already got the kill on Mira. They'll throw down the boulder, the rock, the Chaotic Offering, but Pure, he is wiped and has no buyback. This is a Vortex on a 2 into a Meteor Hammer, and this is a full team wipe for Aurora. Oh, the horror.
They've done it. They managed to throw this game, even though it looked pretty over. But yeah, this was an insanely good jump from Kiyotaka. He finds the 2 supports immediately. Macropyre, Ice Path on top of them. And now, with no buybacks available, they're dead for a very long time. 70 seconds on 2 cores, 50 seconds without Anti-Mage.
I have an Aegis. I can't die. I'll buy a Refresher. I'll be unkillable. I don't need buyback.
Didn't even use that Refresher.
No.
His backpack.
But you might want to refresh your memory on what happens when you dive into the enemy fountain, because this is a prime example.
Yeah, they don't have enough. We saw Kiyotaka throwing the game a little bit in game 1, and now 45 seconds without your position 1 and position 2. They're just gonna go in and end the game unless Miero can make some magic with his anti-mage, which is going to be very difficult for him.
He's not a big fan of magic. He's very anti-magic.
And he's gone.
Oh, yeah, GPK's got buyback now, but the throne is exposed. They've got no glyph, and you can come into our fountain, but we'll fucking win the game. Aurora takes the 1-1 now. We're going to a game 3.
I mean, first game was very entertaining, and between these 2 teams, this is kind of what you expected, but didn't expect them to throw the game so damn hard.
I'm at a loss for words. Hopefully the panel's got words. Let's hear what they have to say.
I think personally that it is good for BetBoom that this happened in a game 2 of a series. They are likely to still win. I think it's good because that just was a little bit of hubris, and you need to not play with that. I think it was good, Lizard. It needed to happen at some point.
I'm so glad you threw him. I need a second. I actually.
It's maybe, to be honest, it was great for Aurora. They get another shot as well. But
Absolutely. And you could see that BetBoom were kind of laughing, kind of in misery mode right there after this. Understandable. I mean, good on Aurora, seizing the opportunity, right? Like getting one team fight out of BetBoom and instantly winning the game off of it. No buybacks on BetBoom. I feel like they got caught being a little bit too cocky there.
A little bit?
Just a tiny little.
Just a tiny
wee bit.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm repeating myself when I say this, but you can't underestimate Aurora. They did it game 1, and it almost went devastatingly for them, and they very luckily came back after the comeback. But this late into the game, I mean, great call from Aurora to just straight up go throne, force the buybacks, kill only the tier 3 tower, and then go immediately for the throne. Like they had to do that. I think if they let Boop.
If they have any other carry that's not TB, this does not work. Most likely, like maybe a tiny, but that's it. Like there aren't many carries that can actually deal this amount of the structural damage this fast. So they forced those buybacks, and those buybacks were actually not there, so there was nothing to be forced. Yeah, absolutely awesome from Aurora, I guess. A game which started off really well for them, and then it all kind of fell apart post-laning stage.
Yeah, they had some great musical lanes. We talked about that they were going to play around with the lanes at the start, with trying to get Medusa a decent lane and the Terrorblade against the Anti-Mage. The musical lanes actually worked out for them.
Yeah, I guess that's one way that you can kind of look at it, is that Aurora probably should have won this game in the first place, but they kind of were the ones that threw first. They did a really good job at dodging the lanes. Like, I think Nightfall was dying a little bit, Pura was dying a little bit, you know, Amira was miserable, but throughout all of it, Toronto Tokyo was actually farming quite nicely. And yeah, he was a good mana void target in the, you know, mid to late game, but for the early game, Toronto Tokyo was actually quite a star. But yeah, in reality, I think that the real standout player is definitely Kiyotaka. In the early game, every single time a hero was dying, he was the one that was on our camera. He was the one that was starting the fight. He was the one that was orchiding the anti-mage and almost never getting mana voided, by the way.
Yeah, his first death was the mana void, and then afterwards more or less wasn't. Like, overall, hard game for a Storm Spirit, but he did well.
12-3, yeah.
With what was given to him. Like, what's crazy is I still give Pure kinda the MVP for both teams. He carried his own team, and then he also threw his team in the garbage bin by not having that buyback, right? Like, it basically lost them the game.
It did. You live by the sword, you die by the sword or blade, whichever it is. Let's relive a couple of moments there. Keep in mind that the majority of these moments are chosen based on our assumption that it was actually BetBoom winning until that very last point. So without further ado, our first moment is going to be around in the early game, and it is a point where Aurora is actually doing well, Lizard.
Yeah, this is, I believe, the anti-mage kill, right, Jenkins?
Yeah, I basically just wanted to relive the musical lanes, because when Aurora was winning the early game, I basically assumed that that was what was going to continue to cause them to snowball, was that you can see that it was kind of going both ways. But like I said, the entire time, Toronto Tokyo, the hero that they were trying to match, not against the anti-mage, like BetBoom was trying to get anti-mage versus Dusa. Dusa was totally fine. He was free farming the entire time.
He was level 6 when AM was level 3 or 4.
He had 3 deaths by like 4 minutes in on anti-mage. It was not good for Miro.
They forced him to TP, and once that TP was utilized, they blocked him off from the Twin Gate. That was really well done by Aurora.
When he's level 1 without blink.
Level
so he
1,
can't just blink past them, right?
Yeah, and then we have a clip here where something happens to Pure, I believe, Lizard. He lives, though.
Yeah, this is like one of those plays that was necessary from Pure. I feel like he goes in, gets a kill, or doesn't, I can't remember, but most importantly, he gets away. And I feel like, yeah, they get that kill and this one, and he lives, he blinks out in the end. Like, what was the problem in this game is that you had no offlaner, right? So Pure was forced to not only farm, but fight and constantly get into these small little skirmishes. He was literally everything. The endgame carry, the playmaker, he had the mid lane bristle, so he needed to be the one that initiates on the PA as well. And these kind of plays can be punished, but he clutched it out. And I feel like that's the main reason why they survived such an abysmal laning stage.
Yeah, and then things were looking pretty grim for BetBoom for quite some time. But then there was one fight in particular where we're like, this must be the turnaround fight.
I'm trying to... I'm still shell-shocked by the...
How? This is the fight where they wipe Aurora. This is where we actually... Before this, we thought Aurora was going to take it.
Yeah, this was the massive turnaround, right? Like the Void, I'm not sure who it connected on. I feel like Thunder was misused, if I remember correctly, in this one. Dude, like, I'm just a shell-shocked. Like, I can't remember half of these team fights. Okay,
yeah, it was the Kiyotaka. He zipped
the special,
through. Yeah, and so the reason that he does this is he is silencing the anti-mage. That's why he went for Orchid first item, so he can, like, aggressively prevent...
Yeah, so he can aggressively go under the tier 2 and get the Atos.
When you don't kill him,
so you die
because of the saves, yeah, in the Atos, you just end up going down. I think with Kiyotaka having such a strong early game performance, him being dead means the rest of the fight is basically just his team getting kited until they die from these extremely strong kite heroes. Like, literally all 3 of the BetBoom cores just want to kite the fight.
Yeah, and that was one turnaround fight. there was another turnaround fight. I think that's why we're here, and that's why we're going to Game 3. But we have to highlight that as well. This was...
That's the one.
Where it all went awry for BetBoom again.
The only one fight that you needed. Your Terrorblade is sitting on the high ground. He has all the vision, he has all the control necessary, and I feel like this is how you want to be playing with the TV. This Meteor Hammer connects, everything connects from the Medusa. Beautiful team fight.
Amazing Sunder, by the way. He made up for the earlier, I think there was one Sunder that was a bit of a misclick type situation or a panic type situation, but clutches in the end, that's what counts. They got the win.
They got the win. Aurora gets the win. I will say, the more I think about it, we were talking after Game 1 that the main point that Aurora was not doing too well in is that they were not able to have an advantage in that early game. Game 2, they completely fixed that, but then they dropped a couple balls in the mid game. They got lucky for giving a game number 3, but I feel like, Lizard, the adaptation from Aurora is actually seemingly pretty spot on. So for Game 3, surely they should be doing even better.
Surely, I hope.
Break that one down, Lizard.
Yeah, like the way I see it, really, for me, it's simple. I feel like BetBoom are the stronger team. Like, considering how they managed to come back after such an abysmal laning stage and what they managed to do. At the same time, they don't close things out that simply and that easily, it feels like. They like to make things hard for themselves, this time a little bit too hard. Going into game number 3, I feel like if Aurora are to win it, they need an outdraft.
Okay, let's find out if they can do that. Game number 3 coming your way after a break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
If you missed the last 3 minutes of the previous game, you'd be surprised to find us still here on your screens. But here we are. BetBoom was able to miraculously kind of throw a bone Aurora's way, and they took it and they ran with it.
A second time.
Second time. Game number 3 coming our way. We are ready with the draft very soon. You're watching PGL Wallachia Season 4, and to be honest, I'm kind of excited about this one because I have no idea, like, in what kind of mental state they are. We saw the cameras afterwards, Lizard. There was a mix of emotions on the side of BetBoom.
They were just as confused.
Safe to say, yeah. A mix of misery and, you know, when you don't believe that something is happening, so you start laughing a little bit as well. There was a bit of that too.
I would imagine BetBoom is pretty good in, like, mental resetting, right? Oh. We see us, Miero.
To be fair, I feel like Miero always looks like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that's the gamer look right there, expressionless most of the time. So yeah, we'll see what they do in game number 3. I hope we get more of what we just saw. You know?
Sure.
It is fun.
To be honest, we had a very, very active early game. There was, there was lane shenanigans. The draft was also pretty entertaining because it came out with heroes that we don't see that frequently, or at least not in the order that they were picked. Also, keep in mind, these two teams are so familiar with each other. 3 were on the other team just a year ago. And yeah, draft of game number 3, Jenkins, what do you reckon?
What do I reckon?
Yeah.
I know this is like a placeholder answer, but it's really hard to say because I think what you said is absolutely the case, which is they really know each other, which is exactly why we ended up with a draft that was so next level in so many ways, because it feels like these guys, they're too in each other's heads to just play completely normal. So I think we could see the game go exactly like game 2 did, or at least the draft go exactly like game 2 did, where we have very specific heroes that are being picked, cheese heroes, but different heroes.
Yeah, we're going to see some angry, quick drafts, it seems like, as well. And you know what? Aurora, it won't be the first time that they win the series off of a PA. Now they're the ones that get to play it. Pure had a fantastic performance on the hero with an asterisk in the end there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like it is Aurora's best hero on position 1. So we'll see if they can recreate it.
Keep in mind, with the Ringmaster ban that Aurora went for, both Beastmaster and Bristleback are still in the pool. And we saw those picked early previous year.
And both are pretty bad into PA.
Okay.
So that's if you could choose, I guess Beast is a bit better.
I would say Beast, yeah. The break is way less effective.
Yeah, they're going to go with the Beast.
You got to go with one of them. You can't just not. I mean, the PA does definitely limit the Beastmaster's potential to go in the off lane. It's definitely better from mid against PA because you will have enough items to survive her burst, and then you're not laning against her. The lane is quite bad for Beastmaster.
Yeah, the Beasts part of the Beastmaster against the PA do not feel that great.
No, you just dagger the boar.
Yeah, you just dagger the boar. It misses you. It's very annoying to play into. Like one of the best heroes. So maybe from Aurora, we shall see the same thing that we saw on the other side. That's the Warlock PA. Nice resetting tool. Wouldn't be that bad into the Beast later on down the road as well. So we'll see what they go for. That hero, by the way, obviously was not pickable. Teams are not banning it though, even though it's really strong. It just got forgotten. There it goes. Yeah.
Yeah, and they picked the Jakiro, which is the remaining maybe A+ tier 5 position. Now remaining is Muerta's out. It's like all support bans actually.
Just Silencer, right? Like out of all of them.
Yeah.
Tinker, of course, banned out first. Coddle on the other side as well.
I'm not absolutely sure. I mean, you probably pick it anyway because there's just not that great of options. But I guess you could be dissuaded by the fact that like Beast has summons, which the Global Silence doesn't really do anything to. It doesn't do anything to the Drums of Psalm either. Jakiro presses all of his spells on the ground. You're not really stopping that too much. Like Silencer is just good with PA and good in general, but not like great against these two heroes. But there's not much left.
Like the question is, if, let's say, a PA or another core gets gone on by Roar, using Roar, does a global silence save the hero? If it does, then I feel like there is a place. But if you feel like it's going to get bursted anyways, then maybe getting a different sort of a save is better. This is a hero, by the way, on the other panel that I'm talking about all the time and calling for. I didn't want to torture you guys with my Hoodwink story.
Oh, you like Hoodwink?
I love Hoodwink right now. I feel like it's a very underrated hero. I feel like Scurry, Facet, Go Nuts is pretty damn solid. Like the laning stage itself isn't that bad, even though it doesn't bounce off the trees anymore. But overall, I like it. Yeah, they go for Phoenix into Jakiro and Beast.
And Beast, yeah, that's ballsy, isn't it? You got the double hit from Jakiro and attack speed aura from Beast.
Not amazing, I have to say.
No. Does BetBoom want to double down and get more egg hitters? Do you even have to? Probably not.
Any sort of a hero is an egg hitter when you have a Beastmaster on your side, because you just get all of that bonus attack speed. Kunkka isn't, I have to admit though. Kunkka probably is not the one that you usually have in mind, but it's an amazing catch versus all three of these. Like X marks the spot versus Dive Out versus Scurry versus Blink from PA. Works amazingly.
10 seconds remaining.
A lot of long-range poke, too. This is what I always really like with Kunkka. Like, X boat is not committal at all. You can throw some Jakiro spells, some Wild Axes, Beastmaster creeps in there, and like kill somebody without even committing.
And there's a cool support that is seeing some more light. That's the Mirana. X setup for the Arrow. You have Roar as well as a setup. It's really good into the egg.
It's an egg hitter, yeah.
But this also is.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the new age Mirana, pretty much. Same thing. You have a ability to run away from people very quickly. In this case, like I think PA can actually keep chasing you through the leap, whereas Windrunner is like the laning answer to PA, because you trade on, like, the way PA gets kills is she will help her support on the side, and you can't help your support kill a Wind Ranger. And honestly, I really like that. Fear, who I've been paneling with, is a big hater of Wind Ranger. I've been liking in particular the Atos on Wind Ranger. I've been really liking the Atos plus Aghanim Shard on Wind Ranger, because it's like forces them into you. It's kind of like a pseudo Pudge Hook in a way, except you're targeting it, like, and it's AoE.
No, I really like the Shard on Wind Ranger. I do feel it's one of those heroes that when Killshot got introduced and when everyone started picking her on for as Killshot, it was broken for a couple of days.
Yep.
And then people learned, right? Like, and people started adjusting their playstyle, knowingly that if she uses that power shot, you're probably dead if you're low enough, so you gotta juke it better. They needed some stuns, right? Like, they needed some extra stuns with this egg, something to save it, and it's not a BKB piercing stun, but it's still good.
Still has the flex potential of going potentially mid if needed.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, it's fairly overwhelming team fight between the SK and the Phoenix. And I also think a lot of the time when you pick SK as a 3, you want a hero that would like to take a solo lane and a hero that is also good at, like, running around and stacking for you. So it's, of course, going to be a ranged hero most of the time. I feel like Hoodwink is that. You can go into the trees, scurry away.
Yep, definitely.
Push the wave as well.
A hero that's definitely harder to punish than most.
Yeah, but still punishable.
Yeah.
It's not completely unpunishable, for sure.
BB teams turn to ban.
I will say, a Kunkka pipe plus throwing boat into these team fights, like, SK, magic damage, sandstorm, it's, you pick a spot as SK and you're like, we're going to fight here. You pick a spot on Phoenix, you put an egg, it's like, we're going to fight here. So you just throw a boat into it, right? And you pipe there, and you can kind of disengage. So I do like Kunkka for that reason.
It's really nice reduction, right? Like a lot of saves. They ban out the Riki and the Storm, so they are expecting a mid laner from Aurora. They're expecting the Sand King to be on the offlane. And on the other side, I feel like it's a little bit more straightforward. The only thing that you're not completely sure is if Beast is mid or off.
10 seconds remaining.
You don't want Beastmaster to be played by Pure?
That's also an option.
Pure has also played Kunkka as well recently. So many
Actually,
options here.
That's very true. When it comes to their cores, they sometimes reminisce of Falcons, right? Like, and their play style. Like, you can have these pseudo off lanes being played from the safe lane.
Yeah, a lot of flex potential.
I will say we are in another scenario where Aurora has to be careful of a potential cheese last pick, something like Huskar, because if they pick a mid that gets dumpstered by Huskar, if they pick Ember, for example, then the core rotation we talked about from BetBoom happens, and they just run GPK, Huskar, mid.
Yeah, they do have 2 breaks, right? Like later on down the road, maybe they could deal with him, but generally you don't get to that stage. It's too hard. And they ban out the DK and the Morphling, so expecting maybe a mid, maybe a safe lane.
There you go, you got Tiny coming out. That should be a mid with Sanking offlane.
They locked it in now, right? Like they locked it in with the Tiny mid Sanking offlane and an instant lifestealer pickup for Pure.
That is a give me lifestealer if I've ever seen one. The instant pick. This is a carry player who's very confident in this hero in the draft.
Is he a right to be so?
I think so. I mean, it's one of the like age-old counters to PA. I know that you can't just disarm her anymore with the lifestealer eggs, but you can still jump inside of her.
It's still a lot of damage.
Through BKB, you do a lot of damage. You're a natural MKB builder. You can go for Radiant. She doesn't necessarily like playing into that. There's all of these other magic damage and strength heroes on the enemy side. You have a lifestealer who can now rage and hit the Phoenix egg.
Yep.
This is a borderline perfect lifestealer pick. This is why they went for it instantly.
Yeah, there are no BKB piercing abilities on the other side, right? That's I feel like one of those most important things. Like he is able to just rage and right click at any given point in the game, and his teammates are bringing enough AoE control so he isn't kited.
What are the strong suits of Aurora's lineup? Like what are they doing well?
I think eventually PA will outcarry a lifestealer. Once they get to the very late game and she can kite him.
Well, that's a problem because so far BetBoom does play pretty fast if given the opportunity.
Oh, then Pure dives the fountain and then Nightfall gets to play the game. It is also a Nightfall PA.
Yeah.
This guy is like the PA player.
It's Nightfall PA, and they have a ton of burst potential in the early game. Like post-laning stage, you have Hoodwink, Sand King, and Tiny. Like if you can find so many pickoffs, Lifestealer included, so they can slow the game down enough for Nightfall to come online with the PA.
Yeah, you had a moment about Nightfall earlier for a different hero where he joined fights earlier. Do you think he does the same thing on PA? Is he gonna help the team early or
100%?
AFK farm.
100% he joins fights early. I mean, that's what PA does. This is what Nightfall does. He needs to, because I think Pure is going to absolutely free farm against a Hoodwink plus SK. So yeah, Nightfall's got to do a lot of work this game.
Nightfall has got to do a lot of work this game. Well, obviously, this is a very important game 3 of the series because winner will advance to the playoffs. Loser stays in the group stage and has to try their luck again tomorrow. Let's see who makes it out today. With a commentary duo, it's Speak Up and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. We'll see who will be doing the heavy lifting in this Game 3 between BetBoom Team and Aurora. Will it be the Lifestealer of Pure? Will it be the Phantom Assassin of Nightfall? Or will it be a Fountain from either team? We'll find out as the game progresses.
Yeah, I don't even know why we're here. I thought this series was already over.
It felt over.
It was over in my head, but they decided to prolong it a little bit more. Let's see if that's going to affect them coming into the third game. They had 10 good minutes to be able to reset, and they also managed to get themselves a really good draft. This is a very good scaling draft. Kunkka, played by GPK. Kunkka right now sitting at only 25% win rate as a hero out of 20 games. So the hero is very popular. We saw it from 3 different roles, from the carry role, mid role, and also off lane. In this game, I would love to see a pipe. I'm not sure if Niero wants to go for it after he finishes off his Aghanim Scepter, but it's definitely a very, very good pipe game. We saw Bristleback in the previous game played by GPK, where he opted to go for more like off-lane type of a build. Maybe that could be a thing as well in this game, where he picks up double bracer, blade mail, and get a pipe. I feel like Pipe in this game is kind of a must. You're playing against Tiny Sanking. Every other damage other than PA is magical.
Well, I'm expecting a lot out of this one. We saw a lot of kills in Game 1 and Game 2. I feel like this is two lineups that might go back and forth with each other early on, especially, you get Primal Roar, you get yourself a boat, but we've seen just the combinations of an Epicenter or a Phantom Assassin getting active very early to kind of get themselves those first couple of kills, get some extra gold under their belt to get to that Battle Fury BKB timing for the Phantom Assassin. But we'll see. I mean, both games have gone the same direction for the most part. A team gets a 9,000 net worth lead, we go back to even. Big impact thing happens, whether it be a fight or a dive, and a team wins. If we continue on that script, on that line...
It's a funny trend. These two teams definitely have delivered so far in terms of entertainment. First game, especially the way they've been playing, very aggressive. Second game wasn't that kill-heavy compared to game number 1. But, yeah, looking at the lanes, Sanking, I see this here, I'm like, the hero's gonna lose the lane every single time. Hoodwink starting with Boots of Speed, so he wants to keep the distance. This is not a real killer lane. Jakiro always has that, but Lifestealer is not very aggressive laner. So I do expect Mira, judging by his items, to be able to go into the triangle and also go into this outer ring and try to stack. I think it's more important for Sanking to stack the outer ring compared to the Ancients before, because this is where he wants to be at between 4, 6, 7 minutes.
Interested to see how Kiyotaka plays this game. That first game, he played not great in the lane. He had, 6 deaths to start?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I know they lost that game, but you start to feel that impact, and his movements throughout these fights were very impressive. So he's definitely looking to have a second life at that, right? A second chance to show in lane. But GPK, we talked about it before we came live on the mic, he is a really good Kunkka player.
He's one of the best ones. Might be the best Kunkka player out there. This is a hero that he did use before when pretty much nobody else wanted to use it. And as we said, this hero is relatively popular so far in the tournament. So far, he's doing really good in terms of CS and also in terms of denies. 6-3 compared to 6-0 on Kiyotaka.
Kiyotaka eating those Tidebringers for the moment. Nightfall here with Panto. Definitely opportunity with a couple of Fire Spirits to get a kill if Nightfall is feeling like he wants to play aggressive. We saw Pure do that in game number 2. He was playing on the edge of this hero. Also, early on in game 2 for BetBoom Team, there was a lot of lane swapping. There was a lot of movements that forced them to maybe feel uncomfortable in lane. We're not going to see much of that here, but I'm interested to see if they do get a kill with the PA early on in a lane like this.
There's a lot of spam coming out. We're playing against Windranger Beastmaster. There's, I believe, Ring of Basic coming out, so that's going to definitely help him with the spam. Once you hit that level 3, it gets pretty difficult for Phantom Assassin. If you get hit by Power Shot, and that's exactly what he's doing, try to keep him low in the trash hole so he can try to snipe him with the kill shot facet. Phoenix doesn't really do much in this lane. You're always going to have a kill threat if Phoenix decides to sacrifice himself, get a trade kill. GPK doing really good in this mid lane.
14-5, and the CS all being led up by the side of BetBoom Team in all 3 lanes.
Yeah, look where Mira is. Lane is underneath the tower, which was really good. I believe he did pull the second wave.
Yeah.
So he's gonna try to stack both of these camps. As I said, when you have Sanking on the team, it's much more important to stack these 2 camps because Sandstorm is much better at...
Ooh, in some trouble, but not gonna die.
Yeah, but he's gonna keep him low enough just so that he can't feel too comfortable. He also did start with Ring of Protection on Tiny. Tiny, a hero that has 0 armor. When he's sitting underneath the tower, he's gonna have 5 because of the tower and that Ring of Protection. So Kunkka doesn't deal as much damage, but yeah, GPK putting a lot of pressure onto Tiny now.
We'll see what happens, because maybe the Hoodwink of Mira rotates over.
Yeah, I think so. And you can see Sanking thrown to Tokyo. He's already been to base.
He's going to farm those stacks,
and
too.
there's a TP out.
He's got to farm those stacks, because now you've also got Jakiro kind of chasing Mira, and...
Katemi wants to stack going off. He does not want to let him stack. Yeah.
There's a sentry in there. That's going to slow down this Sand King's
Blocks
farm.
the one with sentry, body blocks the other, just in case. Man, Kiyotaka, he's really low.
Yeah, he's not having fun mid.
Now we know what it means. Gonna punish Kiyotaka. This guy is he's really putting a lot of pressure, and you can see this is the type of a lane, type of a matchup where he's the one using the glyph, but you can also see that they wanted to play slightly more aggressive maybe with that glyph because GPK called it. He did not want to allow him to get that CS. Controlling both runes pretty much.
Let me ask you something about SK. It almost felt, and you've said it, it feels like a guarantee this hero's going to lose the lane. Is it that powerful that we're still seeing this hero?
I gotta check the win rate of the hero because I feel like it hasn't been winning as much. It's been picked 25 times, 56% win rate, which is not too bad. But yeah, power of Sanking, we saw a new type of a build, Shiva's Guard, Bloodstone. These are very expensive items. Bloodstone not his core item anymore by any means after we removed the AoE part of it. So he does go for Aghanim Scepter. Toronto, Tokyo, and Sanking. 3 matches, 2 dubs.
That's not bad.
Not bad? Say it. Say it.
What do you want me to say?
You know what I want you to say.
It's pretty good.
No, it's 66% win rate because you can do math on this one.
Yeah, well, it said the number up there. I didn't have to explain myself. The easy math that I get to do in that scenario. Kataomi getting a couple of those and also chasing Toronto, Tokyo back to the base and killing
5 minutes
for
in.
first blood.
This is insane. Like
they're mad.
Standing.
BetBoom Team might be mad from
being mad. Toronto, Tokyo is like, yeah, there's a Mad Stone bundle drop. Somebody pick it up. Nightfall, very low. Let's see if Save maybe tries to snipe him. He's going for it. Ooh, completely different direction, but nice try.
What do you think got said in between games 2 and 3? Because BetBoom Team, they're serious.
What do you even say? I think it's pretty obvious. Maybe somebody cracks a joke. Let's not do that in game 3, okay? We're still not qualified. We're sitting at 2-1. If we lose this game, we need to win tomorrow. But this time around, they're gonna punish. 2K gold lead already for BetBoom Team.
Not as many kills as the first 2 games at this moment in time. But you could definitely feel the tenseness.
Yor is making a rotation. Level 5 Lifestealer, not what you would expect.
Yeah, Nightfall not really having many options in a spot to jump to. He's got to try and find Panto, who will move over. Power shot doesn't connect, but the axe is still flying forward. Pops that salve, save.
Clarity.
He's got power shot available in 2 seconds. Panto, by the way, he ended up getting killed off by Pure. They're also going to bring GPK over. They'll have the axe Nightfall chased into the night, and he will fall.
GPK is going to get that kill. So multiple kills going their way. Also leaving Kataomi in the bottom lane alone. He's trying to get some of that XP. Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira definitely happy about this one, relieving some of the pressure that they were putting. Big, massive difference in the mid lane. 1K gold lead already. GPK was the one who got the kill, and now he's gonna TP. He's TPing to the bottom lane, a bit low on mana. Let's do the math. 175.
Uh-oh. Ice Path Torrent. And an easy kill for BetBoom Team, already a 3,000 net worth lead. At this point, Aurora, it's time for plan B.
I don't think you need to have plan B when you're playing against BetBoom Team. Sometimes plan A that you have, they kind of give it to you. They're like, you know what, if it's not working out, we're going to try our hardest to make sure that there's still a chance of you to win the game. So 4K gold lead, but this time around, I think they're going to be they're going to wait for maybe even next Roche, you know, one of those. Wait it out. Miro, after killing the tower, he's in a lot of trouble now.
This will be a kill for Kiyotaka. Something that he desperately needs to kind of get the ball rolling. Pure
is ready.
Is under the tower, but they've got the infest for Kataomi. I wouldn't say game 2 is plan A for Aurora. I'll be honest. If plan A is hoping that the other team dives the fountain, you might want to reconsider. If anything, it was plan F.
Yeah, one of those letters, other half of the alphabet.
Z. And when it all comes push to shove, we hope they dive the fountain. They didn't even have to bait it either. They didn't have to all chat, hey, come get us.
Nothing.
They just did it. But now, game 3, BetBoom, they're serious. Focused, serious, up 3,000 net worth. GPK had a really good time over mid. Pure's top of the net worth with him. Shackle connects, and Kiyotaka shackled up and stunned for a moment. He's not got a lot of health anymore, but he'll try to put the damage on Miero. GPK comes over to get a +1 onto Mira if he's got the boat to land, and he does. And the power shot will be that kill shot.
That was a very aggressive move with the heroes that they do have. A bit limited on damage. Maybe Phoenix is level 6 if you're a Hoodwink. Hoodwink's only level 4. He really didn't have that good of a time in the bottom lane, Sanking. Of course, losing the lane, he was stacking, but there's going to be another tower. This is a big kill if they can get him. And looks like they should be able to. So second time, Miero is going to go down. But again, BetBoom Team finding some more kills. Level 4 Hoodwink, not going to get out of this one.
Panto and Mira, they got both supports on that one. Toronto Tokyo is level 6 now, and I mean, he'll sustain. Not really having that great of a game. We've talked about how Sanking kind of loses the lane, but this has been kind of the trend thus far with Toronto Tokyo. At least in this series, he had 2 games that didn't exactly go his way, but he recovers, and he shows that give him a little bit of space, and he'll make you pay for it. So they really need to continue to shut him down.
Yeah, some of the laning stages for him haven't really been that good. Yesterday, when they were playing against Team Spirit, when he was playing Doom, also got demolished. There was also a tri-lane situation. And also that game where he was playing, it was another Sanking game where he was also falling back to the jungle relatively fast.
You don't have the shot.
They still want to get this 2-1 tower with the Jakiro. They can push it pretty early on, pretty easily. It's got 3 levels in the Liquid Fire. They're coming in. They're playing aggressive again. They've got the X into the Tidebringer with the Torrent. And GPK looks so good. Not a lot of mana here for the Tiny, and they're going to pop out of the
going for multiple targets.
Yeah, Panto has to Icarus dive away. He's got Supernova, and he might even need to just pop it to survive. You don't really want to do so, but here comes the Supernova with the toss back on it. Avalanche, not a bad move. GPK, though, will throw that ult and try to TP away. They do not have anything to stop this, so that ultimately ends up being a Kunkka that gets to leave.
Triple tip from his teammates, understanding that there's nothing to stop the TP with. Gets out, throws a boat.
We typically want to do something good.
Yeah, exactly. I talked about his itemization, whether he wants to pick up a pipe maybe, but it seems like he wants to scale. He's having way too good of a game right now. 1700 HP. This hero farms so quickly. That's why we see it in 3 different roles.
Fun hero to watch. Nightfall picking up a triple bounty room. Treasure. They're starting to at least stop the net worth lead from growing. They've got it to 3K. It's been at 3K for a little while. They do have this Blink Dagger for Sanking. Maybe they can make something happen with that in Epi 7.
Only level 4. They also just used eggs, so damage needs to come out from Sanking. Phoenix with the dive. Question is, who are they gonna kill?
Yeah.
Maybe they can try to surprise him. I think they should have enough damage if they learn the spells correctly, but this is also a bit of a tricky one to get in case he gets the Rage, in case he gets the Infest. Like, you used all your toolkit to be able to get the kill, and this time around he didn't go for Armlet, so going straight for Radiance. So it isn't as tanky as you would maybe want to be, but... Let's see, Kiyotaka also getting closer to his Blink Dagger, needs another 400 gold actually.
Radiance soon, but do you want the double blink? You've got the initiator of Sanking. Do you want another blink for Kiyotaka?
Yeah,
Would you rather him go for something else?
You can't play the game without a blink on Tiny.
Could he have delayed it one item, or you definitely need this double combo?
Maybe there's, you know, if you feel like, okay, I'm having that good of a game, my Sanking's having a good of a game, I'm gonna be picking up Blink Dagger on Sank early on, then I can get an Echo Saber. There's the Blink Stun.
Bro strike into a Supernova. They've got the Shackle. Not sure it's going to matter. Epicenter charging out, killing off Miero. They actually hit the Supernova stun. Save. Icarus dive on top of him. They'll get the kill there, but now GPK has got the Ghost Ship. He'll have the X into the Torrent. Macrofire down with the Ice Path. It zags light, but Kiyotaka gets the Shrine. He'll still die, but it's a 2-for-1.
Not a bad move from Aurora. Going in, getting something done, and also relieving some of the pressure from Phantom Assassin. Nightfall getting closer to his Battle Fury, 500 gold away from it. And GPK, he was thinking, what do I need? Do I want to scale? Seems like it might be double Radiance situation, which is, before in Dota, it was unacceptable. Nowadays, it is still fine. There was also a situation, I think it was BetBoom Team a couple of, maybe 2-3 years ago, when they had offlane Raid King, who did go for Radiance. They did have Lifestealer in the safe lane, so they did have double Radiance, and then you turn that into Nullifier, which is something that you need most of the time, and it's also a very good farming tool. It's the Kunkka item as well. If we're talking about Kunkka, where he can scale because of his rum, because of his boat, it does allow him to stay in the fight for longer, and then your Radiance damage is going to burn him for longer. Kiyotaka, even with amplified damage, is not going to be able to find anything.
At least not for now. He does have that blink. And some more time on this amplified damage if maybe he can make a move. He did spot save, but the win run, the toss up into the air, Pure going after Kiyotaka, starting to chisel down this Tiny. The Shackle connects, the Ice Path is there, and you thought you were strong with this amplified damage, but now you've led the rest of your team to try and save you. They got the kill to Kiyotaka. They're going to look over at Mira. They don't quite have the damage to get a second. However, getting Kiyotaka on a play in which he plays his life aggressively, he loses it. That, they're at 16 minutes, they'll go for Torment.
They have very good shards. You would definitely love to pick it up on Wind Ranger, even though Jakiro's shard is good. He's dropping relatively low, might die for it. Almost. Kataomi's gonna be the one getting it in the end.
And if he had died, he would have got it. That's how that works. Still, though, at this 3,000 to 4,000 net worth mark, no lead is really safe in this series. And no lead has been safe in this series. Just kind of following what we've done in the past few games. Early game dominance into the other team gets a couple items, and now they feel confident to go, which was that Blink Dagger on the Sand King. You've got the Blink Dagger on the Tiny, too. They're going Ags on the Sand King. He's only, he's 2,000 gold away from it, but now you've got the Battle Fury on PA. You can start to get the items going.
Yeah, considering everything, I think Sand King still has good amount of farm on the hero, even though he's lowest on the network. Keeping up with Beastmaster, who also got slightly shut down, getting 2 kills and then finding another kill 14 minutes in when they try to invade enemy XP Shrine. Double Radiance. Actually, they are going to commit. I would rate this 3.6 out of 5. Not great, not terrible.
What's that percentage-wise?
Well, you can do the math for that
one. It's what, out of 5, so every percentage point is 2? 60, 72. There we go. We got there. Ask me to show my work, I can.
Well done. I wasn't listening, so I assume it was correct.
You never do!
Don't reveal my secret. Smoke, GPK. The rest of the squad, they're gonna find Panto.
Shackle didn't actually connect, but they've got the Ice Path with the X. The lockdown is there, and to reactivate the Ice Path on the Icarus dive, so Kataomi is gonna get tipped by save. Still, though, hoping Nightfall can get the farm to bring this game back. Aurora are really hoping for that. And Sand King, Ags is getting much closer. He's had some open time and space. They've killed the supports. He's 1,000 gold away. They'll have to get that extra bit of damage and maybe go with a Supernova this time. At the same time, they're looking for the Radabatos for the extra control from the Hoodwink, as this will be the first Aegis for Miero on the side of BetBoom Team.
Using that Aghanim Scepter timing, and also Pure. Ooh. All right, we did not see that. It was an okay attempt, but seems like Pure managed to read the situation.
Shackle connects. Sharpshooter thrown out, Toronto, Tokyo. just standing nearby, knows he's probably dead, X back, and down he goes.
So going for SNY, opting to go for more survivability, and great against Sanking, great against Tiny, all of these stunts that they do have, Bushwhack. Mira has been pretty heavy on stacking duty, but we haven't really seen him getting much involved. 0, 3, and 1, pretty silent.
Yeah, it's been a quiet game from, I would say, both supports. I guess Pantho gave that Supernova over by the Shrine. That wasn't a bad fight overall. You're getting a lot more impact because of the net worth, especially from BetBoom Team on their supports. They're looking for a Solar Crest on the Jakiro after he picked up that Pavis and a Glimmer Cape. And we've talked about how impactful those items have been, honestly, throughout this series.
Look where GPK is. He is very aggressive.
Yep.
Using that X mark. Let's see if anybody is building into Yule Scepter. Tiny has one, so might need to be slightly more careful about this type of a play. Can't get interrupted. The reason why you're also buying Radiance is, other than you being tanky, getting that extra bit of a burn, because how long you're gonna stay in the fight. Also, you can one-shot the creep wave. You hit it once with your Tidebringer and stay for a little longer, and then the creeps are gonna die. So you don't have to wait for that second Tidebringer hit.
They're still extending this net worth lead overall. They're looking for the BKB on GPK, and he has not played behind this river, it seems like. I mean, the whole side of BetBoom Team has just played very far forward. Aurora's map is pretty small, and you have to give most of it over to Nightfall. He needs this farm. Ultimately, they're continuing to just get choked out by the side of BetBoom Team. At some point, you're going to have to try and fight.
Yeah. Nightfall is getting his combo ready. BKB getting delivered. TP is available on him.
There's the BKB.
Kiyotaka, this is the type of a move that he needs to go. He needs to go for an extra wave and try not to get punished. I don't know if he can stick around and try to get this XP rune.
No, he can't.
But Mira did get it on the other side of the map.
Yeah, compensating for knowing that they're pressuring on this side of the map, knowing that they're all kind of there, you can go for that. Is that was the full Ags, right? Yeah. Toronto Tokyo will have that Ags. As it flies out. Smoke on Mira, but again, BetBoom Team, they were not afraid to show in lanes. They're not afraid to push up forward. They are starting to get these items for Aurora, and I know I just said it, but like, they're not even looking like they're setting up to fight just yet.
No. They want to control the map. As expected, what happened in Game 2, they are playing it slightly slower, more methodical. Beastmaster's going to be holding the first Aegis. Does happen, because Lifestealer is not even close. Second Aegis probably going to be used on Lifestealer if they're going to get it to try to siege the high ground. Mira, this is exactly how they need to play. Try to buy as much time. They don't want to fight into this Aegis on Beastmaster. Pure is going for Aghanim Scepter, which is, or was considered to be, one of the best items overall on the hero, especially for certain matchups against the Troll. Great against Phantom Assassin, where she was getting disarmed. It doesn't disarm anymore. You deal more damage, but this has been a very big nerf to the item.
For BetBoom Team, they've got 50 seconds left on this Aegis, and they're hoping this game they have an aversion to the fountain. They don't dive in too deep. Weird thing is, usually when you've got an aversion, you stay far away from it, but in Dota, you gotta go towards the fountain to win the game as you take these towers and look to take the throne. As long as they don't go past it, they should be fine at this point in the game, up 8K. But here finally is a moment from Aurora where they have smoked up and they are looking to make that initial attack, where they have these items that maybe they're behind in net worth, but they feel are good enough to finally find a fight that can benefit them.
Yeah, they're trying to get something done. Aegis is about to expire. Let's see if they're going to be able to find Miro. He does have shield rune, so can't blink out.
That's a bit tough.
Oh, no! Neutral creeps. Kiyotaka, look at the smile, immediately knows. I think everybody who's played Dota ever since the patch dropped got griefed at least a couple of times by these creeps.
Darn you, Croaker! Thinking about the epicenter, Toronto Tokyo. He's in the trees, but they've got the X. They go to the tower, they hit the Burrow Strike, and they got the Ice Path down. It's around Toronto Tokyo. And they evacuate the cities as Toronto Tokyo is gone.
They want more. Blink Daggers are going to reset in a couple of seconds. Or also want Panto, who wants to creep skip.
Pure dancing it up. Somebody give that guy some cardboard. He's breakdancing on your lane. Panto, Icarus Dive, trying to get away with this Sunray.
And he's going to get out. And if we go back to breakdancing, I thought this was super cool because, you know, when I grew up, these are the types of video that I was watching. Save's going to die. Good kill, GPK.
Nightfall, he'll be willing to get pulled back into this ghost ship. Something we saw Pure do with the Phantom Assassin is play very patient with the BKB.
Yeah. I couldn't finish my thought, but breakdancing at the Olympics.
Ooh.
Remember that one? Yeah, this was one of the most useless things I've ever seen. Back to the game. Kataomi now getting initiated on.
Almost
another kill. Nightfall not even using a BKB after they try to play aggressive on him. Understanding that he's going to need that either to fight or TP out. But yeah, level 17. Nightfall has been pretty impressive on Phantom Assassin. Every single time that he played so far, he did look very, very good on the hero.
They are starting to get some kills under their belt for this Phantom Assassin. You think breakdancing's useless. I mean, you want to know what else is useless?
What?
That refresher.
That never got flicked.
He is going to get roared, but he pops the BKB. They have the Glimmer Cape, and Miero, he's not going to die, but BKB charge used. Pretty happy with that. Still up quite a bit, too. Panto again, Icarus Dive getting to the edge of this island. They still hit the X.
Meanwhile, Kataomi in the mid lane is getting initiated on.
And they are trying to get a kill here onto the Jakiro. They've got the epicenter. They'll get the kill there, at least over mid. Panto does escape.
This is the first time they're going to kill a tower. 26 minutes into the game. Aurora finally getting a tower, but yeah, they need to go for these pickoffs. Next Roche may respawn in a couple of seconds. Let's see how long it's going to be.
What do you think the clock says? Actually, do you want me to say it so you can be smart? It's respawns.
It was a fast one.
What?
Fast respawn, not fast math coming out from you, because you didn't even do any math. You checked what's happening inside the pit. Now BKB available as well on Kiyotaka, who's creep skipping, one-shotting the creep waves with his toss. SNY completed, so they are starting to get some more items.
They are, but you know, it stayed close to 3K for a while. Now it's been staying at 9K. BetBoom Team, we'll see how they react, as they're going to want to get this Aegis and go near Roche. To try to set up, and they're going to be aware of now the SNY, the BKB, Phantom Assassin getting those items. And I'm kind of in a situation where you're ready to fight. They'd love to have BKB on Toronto Tokyo, but they've got one on the Tiny too.
Gem has been picked up relatively early on into the game, getting rid of some vision. And looking at neutral items, for BetBoom Team, it's all about survivability. All three cores having Gale Guard, what is it, Brawny, two of them have Brawny, Lifestealer, actually 3 Brawnies. So as much HP, as much region they can get to be able to survive that initial jump, so they can get their spells off, they can get their items off. Kataomi and Save, they are still trying to set something up, while 2 of them are doing Roshan.
Roar, Panto, ooh, kill-shotted. And they're going to go and get this shrine. They're also going to get themselves an Aegis, so multitasking aplenty, getting Roche to a point where they know that this Lifestealer can take it themselves. Really good movements from BetBoom Team. Yet to really make any big mistakes in this game. Which is how you expect a team as good as them to play.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That being said, Phantom Assassin is joining Lifestealer at the top of the net worth.
If you leave her alone, she's definitely going to be able to catch up. About to crack level 20. Would definitely love to have that cast range on Phantom Strike. And also closing in... Well, look at Croakers. They...
Kind of rude.
It is. Returning the favor. 1-1.
Top tier 2 getting taken by Pure. But now it's Aurora. And we've seen this a lot. You see that Aegis, you know you're ready to fight. But with Aegis, you avoid it. You try to farm, get to those items, and maybe time it out the right way. And with these BKB soon to be triple, they'll want to do that, but instead BetBoom take the fight to them. Kiyotaka popped that BKB, got hit with the Primal Roar. The X should outlast it. However, Yule's up into the air. Bushwhack lands on 2. Kiyotaka with the Gale Force being pulled back. Or Staff. Kiyotaka still on the run, but Pure's going to be right on him. Invests into Kiyotaka. They've got the X. They'll have the Ghost Ship. And eventually, this Tiny has been chunked down into just a pebble. Mira going to be able to TP out, but this is still a big kill again when they're able to take out this Titan.
Very nice spell usage. Roar during the BKB, then Torrent to deal a little bit of damage, plus also using the X-Mark during the BKB to pull him back. Kiyotaka tried to use the Yule Scepter, but it wasn't good enough. They're cutting the waves. You can see that both Phoenix and in the bottom lane, you have Toronto Tokyo trying to go for it. They will need to pick up maybe some Boots of Travel or try to X-Mark somebody who's steeping in so they can fix some of these lane issues. So they can go for the high ground. Ento, ooh, nice shackle.
Avoids the kill shot, but still gonna die. Now they've got the confidence of this Aegis. They have 2.5 minutes left with it. They're able to go and pressure for these kills. Toronto Tokyo now also spotted. Primal Roar is available, but the blink away from Toronto Tokyo. He's got the BKB on the delivery path. We'll pick that up. Would love to not have to use it initially defensively. Where's Nightfall at with his farm? He is close to Satanic. And he's going, at least from what he's got queued up, Orchid next. It'll be some time.
Go for the high ground. Yellow Force is available. 2 minutes left of that Aegis. Kiyotaka thinking about maybe getting some toss back, but also needs to be careful. Sure, you are a tanky guy. Underneath the tower, you have 33 armor, but they're ready to go. This time around, BetBoom, they plant the banner. No shenanigans, no fountain dives.
Yet. So far. Pure. He's going to turn around and go for Nightfall. They'll pop the Infest very quickly. They've got the epicenter of the damage not being done to Kataomi initially, but they go to the right click. So if Nightfall, they get that kill. They'll get the Aegis out of the hands of the Lifestealer. All of a sudden, this fight might look good for Aurora, but they go to the Primal Roar. They've got the BKBs popped around the horn. Kiyotaka needs to get away. His BKB's going to run out in a moment. GPK's, his is up for a second or two more, and so is Nightfall's. That runs out. He goes after Pure. The Burrow Strike's a little bit off the mark, but they've got the Shackle. It connects onto the Phantom Assassin. The Torrent lands. Kiyotaka's dead. He'll buy back. Down goes Toronto Tokyo. Nightfall trying to fight. He's trying to stand his ground. They've got the toss. They'll get the Konami arrow. They'll look over at GPK. A Shackle again stops them in their tracks, but Panto's gone. GPK dead. Buyback from the Phoenix. And now Aurora, they're starting to charge back. Can they get the kill to save? Can they catch this Windrunner? And yes, they can with the Avalanche, the Yules, and then eventually they'll get
I'm
the
not
kill.
messing around. What happened in the first game is when PA did TP out with no HP. This time around, Avalanche toss and the Yule Scepter at the same time. But yeah, manages to bring it back again with some really nice buyback coming out from him. Very sacrificial, going for the same item build, and Phantom Assassin allowing him to deal the damage. Sure, he died relatively quickly. It was a good initiation from Toronto Tokyo, killing Kataomi before he could get multiple round of spells, multiple round of items, and very nice snipe from Mira.
Get that initial kill on Lifestealer. Obviously, maybe not the same setup if they don't have this Aegis, but it's proving that Pure is human in this matchup.
Yeah.
At least for now.
Didn't die, other than Aegis, and this was also the first death of Kunkka. But still, getting quite a lot of big items. You said that Nightfall, he was toying with the idea. Maybe he needs a Bloodthorn. Maybe, because he's thinking about how he's gonna be killing the heroes almost instantly. Needs to deal with not just one Radiance, but double Radiance. And if I'm looking at what Konka's buying right now, he's just copying what Lifestealer is doing. He's like, Radiance, all right, check. I'm gonna buy that. AC completed. On Lifestealer, I'm gonna buy another AC. He needs to switch that. The double AC doesn't work.
Yeah, he's copying his homework, but
yeah,
this
but
is
don't make
teachers,
it too obvious.
Yeah. So you both got AC. You wanna tell me how you got to that conclusion? That's when you get caught. Miro has a gem now ready in his pocket. As that Veil going into the Shivas, of course, and wants the refresher for the double BKB, double Roar. Roar not the longest cooldown. Neither is that Infest. We saw it twice in that fight. Only 20 seconds on that Infest cooldown. Multiple times to try and survive. After all is said and done, after the double buybacks, still 7,000 net worth lead here for BetBoom. They'll smoke up. They know that these buybacks have been used and Kiyotaka's kind of vulnerable. Kiyotaka needs to be very careful about where he shows himself on the map, and that's why, for that reason, he is kind of sitting back in his own jungle, hopefully, at least to him, out of vision. Gale Force, Shackle, power shot, save, gets a kill there on Amira, who didn't buy back in that last fight, so does have it. Primal Roar, Toronto Tokyo, trying to take the stride. He's dead with
dead
no
so
buyback.
quickly. 60 seconds. Let's see if they can push out the waves and maybe threaten the high ground in the mid lane. Lifestealer is infested, but Roshan's also going to respawning relatively soon.
Both those shrines going the way of BetBoom Team. Jakiro back to working on an Nags, 3,000 gold away there. They have a little bit of sustain with the Guardian Greaves from Windranger, but this time now looking for a Hex.
Wants to have slightly more control. After Phantom Assassin uses her BKB, they want to be able to control her. Hex into Shackle, into maybe additional Primal Roar. As you said, it's relatively short cooldown. He's going to be building into Refresher. He's also looking to get that 25 relatively soon, where he has minus 30 seconds on it. And in the end, GPK decides to pick up SNY into Heart. This is the super tanky build on Kanka. We're going to be able to reset. Heart kicks in real nicely because you want to be above your 65 threshold so that your RUM does reset. You have that talent on 15, so makes you super tanky. You might get it twice in a fight, and also with SNY amplifying all that regeneration, and Pyrrhic Cloak on top of that is just another way of dealing with Phantom Assassin. You turn on Cloak, you turn on Blade Mail, and she might kill herself.
About a minute left for Roche to respawn, based on the clock. Kiyotaka, he's the one they want to go for. Bushwhack, Ice Path, Macro Pyre, Yules, and he is trying to leave with that Wind Waker. Ghost Ship comes in, but they'll pop the Supernova. They're going to try and get the egg. Nightfall goes in. They've got the Bashes, the Avalanche, but it's going to be enough to get the kill here on the Pure. Bushwhack, they get the kill. Pure's dead, buys back. Save now, moving in. Shackles, but now looking for the power shot. They go to the epicenter with the BKB being popped by Toronto Tokyo. He'll TP out, but they got the kill. They get the buyback from Pure, and now an opportunity arises for Aurora.
I love that Pure's not too afraid to use the buyback. We saw the same thing happen in game number 1, but they also didn't get PA this time. Roshan.
Sierra.
He's going to be respawning soon. This is going to be a freebie for them. They definitely want to go to the Roche pit right now and get Aegis on Pure.
It's up now. They need to get it. If somehow Aurora can get their way to Roche, which is going to be very difficult 4v5. I mean, they show they could kill Pure, but it required their Bushwhack. They didn't even get the Supernova to explode. Let's see what... Oh, Kiyotaka trying to take this outpost. Avalanche, Gale Force, and...
Connect. He's out. He's really pushing the limits. Seems like they... Okay, they need to go to the Roche pit. They need to play this one safely, especially because Pure bought back. He's inside of Phoenix. Maybe Kiyotaka can buy a little bit more time. He does have Gem. We'll scout the high ground, see what's up there.
It's the
quickest Roche. BKB is getting off cooldown in 20 seconds. Kiyotaka needs to be careful.
Can he make a move? Can he find a way in?
Observer ward on the high ground.
Can't get that Aegis. Toss back though. Burrow Strike lands. It's going to be onto the Wind Ranger. They'll have save dead to rights. He's got buyback. Primal Roar is used. They're going to buy back on the Wind Ranger. They get the kill to Kiyotaka. That takes the Tiny out for 110 seconds. So Nightfall on the run. The Infest on the Icarus dive back. So staying with this Phoenix. BKB forced out of Nightfall with the X marks a spot on this Phantom Assassin. Toronto Tokyo is going to Burrow Strike away, but 2 heroes dead on Aurora without buyback.
Oh, Kiyotaka. It was a nice attempt, but this is way, way too risky for the reward that they might be getting. This is also not the target that he wanted to toss back. You saw that they were ready with the Burrow Strike blink play from Sanking, but it was not good. It was only on the Wind Ranger, and she was also able to run back. Now GPK with Refresher. Seems like Pure, he wants to go for an end. Exactly what happened in Game 2, where they killed Tier 3 tower immediately onto Tier 4s. No buyback on Kiyotaka. A lot of same things did happen in Game 1, Game 2, pretty much 2 things combined. Mura, he's trying to cut the creep wave.
Trying to at least. Meanwhile,
Glyph is ready for them.
Toronto Tokyo, he's like, activate Plan Z, come get me. Hasn't worked yet, but they do pull them off the buildings for the moment. Backdoor, GPK's not getting a lot. 40 seconds still without this Tiny, though. What is Nightfall gonna get that puts him over the edge? He wants this Abyssal Blade. Now queuing it to just a Basher for that extra bit of control, but back to the Tier 4s. That's one.
He did a good job keeping that creep wave 20 seconds without Tiny.
Has buyback, but he doesn't want to use it just to start the fight. He would love to lives in the fight. Arrow goes in with the Primal Roar. Now he might not have an option. That's going to be the buyback, but he'll use that Wind Waker. It's going to be out of the Phantom Assassin. The Primal Roar, second time goes on to Kiyotaka. That's it. That's the buyback. All it was the Wind Waker on a Nightfall to keep him alive, but is it going to pay off to get the kill on a Pancho as well as Miro? They got 3 heroes there with the buyback being used by the Hoodwink. Toronto Tokyo, his BKB is going to run out. He's infested into. All they got is a Jakiro that bought back. Hunter's Boomerang on a Miero, who will pop that cheese. They've got the buyback from Toronto Tokyo. Phantom Assassin, can you fight? Can you hold strong? They look over at Pure. He'll go for the center racks and back to the Tier 4s. The throne is going to be exposed. BetBoom Team say, we'll fool ourselves once, but probably not twice.
To the fountain. We're going for your effigies. You're down to half HP already. Infest is ready.
Yeah, there's the torrent. There's the Ice Path Nightfall. He's trying to make something happen, but he's infested into. Miero throwing those axes to jump over to the right on Namira. Nightfall needs an escape. There's the X. I don't know if he's going to get one. The Ice Path is down. He's got buyback. The throne's going to be exposed. Save going to focus fire the throne to try and end the game, but the Burrow Strike lands onto the Wind Ranger. Nightfall's got to focus on the Pure and Kunkka of GPK, but they'll use that Glyph. They got the Primal Roar again coming out from Miero. Sunray's not going to be enough. Nightfall, he's infested on, exploded from the inside out. His guts all over the throne as it explodes, and BetBoom Team take the series 3-0. 2-1.
Yeah, definitely deserved it. They played better overall in all 3 of those games. This one, they took it so much more slowly compared to the other games. They did not want to risk too much. This buyback from Pure came in pretty handy. They got Roshan, and they were able to close out the game. Also, Kiyotaka forced to use a buyback just so that he can get a Wind Waker on. But yeah, some crazy plays that we've seen in all 3 games.
Yeah, some amazing plays there. BetBoom Team, they take the victory over Aurora. And, well, to break it down, we've got the panel. Let's see what their thoughts are.
Yeah, congratulations to BetBoom for making it to the playoffs. Aurora will move on to the final day of group stages tomorrow. But let's break down this game because it was very clear that game number 2 kind of shook them something. And BetBoom was like, okay, guys, we're just taking it calculated. Jenkins, we're not gonna do anything too crazy.
Yeah,
we're just gonna win.
Yeah, they straight up weren't fucking around in that game, to be honest. Like, you could tell that they were angry. There was a scenario where I witnessed GPK and Save just sitting mid and denying creeps in front of Kiyotaka because they couldn't kill him. So they just did everything that they could. Pure was always farming in the enemy triangle as well, instead of just farming his side. And they were going for these like crazy dives, but calculated dives. Like, once they smell blood in the water, they just went. And honestly, Aurora played really well this game. Like, I feel like this was the closest game in the whole series. I feel like Aurora leveled up this game. Like, BetBoom unintentionally leveled them up by throwing. So next team that has to play Aurora, they're going to be much stronger.
Yeah, they were calm, collected, waited for the PA to come online, managed to really get to that point where the PA and Sand King are able to breach into the backlines and fight properly as this team should. But they were always on a deficit, right? Like they always had to play versus a very tanky lifestealer with 3-4 items, Kunkka as well with Radiance, Blade Mail, eventually a Pear Cloak as well. PA had a rough time really isolating a target and blowing it up. It always had to be in tandem with the Sand King, but the Sand King, I feel like every time he goes in, he also dies. There is no reset for him. There was a reset for Kiyotaka once again, the Wind Waker being purchased by the Tiny. I honestly feel like if you're forced to go for that item, the hero or the itemization, something is off.
He's really had a lot of faith in Nightfall to carry the game, though. That's what that means to me. But all of the cores on the side of BetBoom did a really good job carrying. Speaking of the cores of BetBoom, GPK did a fantastic job on Kunkka. You could tell he just said, "Gimme Kunkka." This is one of his favorite heroes. He played exceptional.
Yeah, our standout player of the match. I think you can make a case of a lot of ones, though, as we are also joined by a standout player. Hey, Pure, how are you doing? Thank you for joining us for the end of the show.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you, guys. Doing great.
Okay, I do need to ask about that game number 2, though. I mean, come on, what was that?
I feel like we're like interrogating him right now. We're all just so intently.
Okay,
honestly, guys, I'm quite tired because
fair.
there was some insane intense games. Like game number 2, game number 3, I played like crazy, like I don't know, and we arrived here a long time ago also, because I don't know, on PGL for some reason you come in like 2-3 hours ago, like before the game starts. And we can do stuff about that, but it happens.
A long day.
Long day, and I'm kind of tired.
Do you
hope everyone enjoyed the games?
I mean, they were very fun to watch. They looked pretty stressful to play, to be honest, as well.
I blame Falcons. Do you blame Falcons for the 70-minute game that they had?
I don't know. It's like...
That would be a yes.
Probably, yeah. Was it hard, by the way, after the second game to bounce into the last one? It was a rough game, the second one.
I mean, I think we enjoyed too much in the second game. Like, my guys, like, they were laughing all time. Like, from the minute 15, I don't know, where on the triangle, I jumped, like, from 4 heroes. And from this moment, these guys went from, oh no, we're losing, we got 0 stuns, to, guys, we just going ham and laughing like non-stop. Like every play they laughed their ass off, and I don't know what to do about it. All I can do is you know, like as a captain, as a drafter of this team, is to go to the third game and draft well, play well, and that's kind of it.
I mean, you guys did deliver, and good vibes, definitely. Even after a game like that, they are so needed in order to be able to bounce back. I'd love to obviously congratulate you first for making it to the playoffs with the stressful series. I want to know, though, I mean, you're facing up against Aurora. They have a lot of players on Aurora that you've played with in the past. Is there anything there? Is there friendship, love, beef, potentially? Like, are you indifferent? Like, is there any extra emotion when you're playing against a team like this?
I mean, I think against like your previous teammates, like overall, if CIS playing against CIS, it's always crazy. You know, like against Pari on the last ESLs, like it's crazy games against Team Spirit, against like everyone. And what makes this more spicier than CIS against CIS, like your previous teammates, obviously. And we got 3 of them. Of course, it's spicy, guys. Of course, it's like crazy games. Everyone got kind of like, you know, familiar, similar point of how do we play Dota, and that makes it even more funnier because everyone like kind of knows what's about to happen. And I think if you're talking about beefs, there is no beefs at all. I think right now at the current state, no beefs at all. It's just pure fun and like pure enjoyment of CIS.
That we did feel that extra depth of you guys knowing each other very well, so it was fun to watch.
Do you think the region versus region thing is still true when you guys are playing against NAVI Junior? Do you still feel like you know them and they know you, and it gets spicy?
I mean, for example, against Navi, like their new team, they got really like young players, and I think if they're gonna like when they competing against tier 1 teams, like some like 6 best teams of the world, when they competing against them, it's kind of tough for them because they don't know a lot of things because they're too young. Maybe they're they don't have a good how do you say good coach.
Yeah, very
like good, not about like a coach in their team, but overall like a guy that's gonna coach them through their career.
Yeah.
And it's getting tough like in the games because I can see like obvious difference, like skill difference. There is nothing to do about that.
So you think that like young players like that, they kind of need somebody who's a role model that can teach them to get to the next level?
For sure. I mean, everyone needs that. I think, like, for example, I got Bulk. I got my coach Bulk from my first team, and he coached me through, like, almost through my whole career. And I think everyone needs a guy like that.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a mentor at that point, right?
Absolutely. You had a long day. I don't want to keep you way too long. So just one more question from me. What you gonna do with the day off? Pub or maybe go out a little bit chill?
I don't know, guys. Probably I'm gonna play some pubs. Like everyone in the team got some, different points how they wanna do their stuff in the day off or like when they got a free time even. So I'm probably gonna play about like 5-10 pubs and
just a
that's a good amount. Yeah.
And eat good. Watch some games, eat good again, and go to sleep.
Sounds like
a nice day.
A
honestly.
great day, actually.
Dota and food.
Yeah, Pure, we don't want to keep you longer, so thank you so much for joining us here in the evening. And of course, we'll see you again in a couple of days. Get some rest, and looking forward to seeing you play later.
Thank you, guys. I'm quite done today.
No, you're free to go.
We've all been there, bro.
I'm not gonna, bother you by my existence right now.
It's never a bother.
I'm out for today.
It's never a bother. Thank you so much, Pure. You can just take your exit there. And we are gonna look at what's gonna happen next. Not today, because this was our final series of the day. But of course, we've had a lot of results today that will lead eventually into tomorrow. Because we had some advancements earlier today. We had Team Liquid punching their ticket to the playoffs. We had Tundra punching their ticket, and of course, just now, Pure and BetBoom also qualifying to the playoffs in 2 days. But the other side, that's where you should be looking, because today it wasn't about eliminations. It was, for this
for some teams,
for some teams. Let's just quickly touch upon them, Lizard. That will do them justice, at least.
Oh, I don't want to see this.
Oh, come on.
I don't want to see
Part of competition.
that. I know. I listen, I get it.
This is one of those, are they back? They're not back. They were back. They're not back.
Not today. Not today.
I mean, I'm proud of NAVI Junior. I will say that.
Yes.
I would love to see them continuing on. As Pure mentioned, they are such a young team of potentially up-and-coming stars that if they can get some experience under their belts, it's a very exciting roster.
Very true. And the experience is right here. I mean, if you just think back on, Creepwave a long time ago, all those 5 players ended up on S-tier teams. So this could very well be the next generation that we'll see more of in the future.
I mean, absolutely. They went through to live another day against some pretty famous players, right? Like they already eliminated some really good stacks. So overall, the future is only bright for them, especially like Pure was talking about, once they get a coach, once they get actual knowledge behind them, someone that can lead them in the right direction.
Yeah, and of course they have a coach right now, but I think he mostly meant like just an actual mentor.
Yeah, and from what I've heard, like every extremely good Dota player has had one of these. Like I remember Quinn telling me, like I asked him, how did you go from being like a tier 2 dog shit pleb to being like one of the best mids in the world while he was, winning everything on Game? And he said, he had a friend that basically taught him Dota, Kitrak. And Kitrak ended up playing on Shopify, but he basically said, like, this guy just really knows Dota. He knew all the things that I didn't. He taught me those things, and then that took me to the next level. So.
And it sometimes isn't even someone that's much better than you. It's someone that just knows the other half.
They know the things you don't know.
Yeah. That, I will say, though, I mean, we're talking about NAVI Junior, about how they'll do next and good in their next step in their career. They're not out.
They're not out.
Take a look at what their future holds tomorrow, because we've got a schedule, only one stream tomorrow. So keep in mind, these are our final 3 series.
Okay, all right. Okay, they're out. They're out. They're fucked. That's okay. Sorry. Well, they got this.
Oh, that's okay. Well, let's go over them.
Unfortunate.
Tidebound taking on Xtreme, and at the end of the day, it's Aurora versus Heroic.
Oh, that's unfortunate too. Tidebound and Xtreme.
Yeah, one of the 2 stacks needs to go out.
At least a Chinese team makes it through the playoffs, right?
That's true.
That's one advantage.
Yeah. I will say Falcons versus NAVI Juniors. It's a pretty rough luck of the draw right there.
Yeah, I think you're kind of hoping you get Aurora, because they always lose game 2. No matter what, they lose game 2. They lose one of the games in the series. So you just have to win one against Aurora.
Yeah, it absolutely would have been easier for them to match up against Aurora or Tidebound, right? Like, probably the easier seeds for NAVI Junior, but it is what it is. Eventually you do get to play against the best, and you get to prove yourself, perhaps, because Falcons, at the same time, they are absolute favorites, but not in their best form. So maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, I mean, this was almost the final day of groups. Tomorrow it will be. But any big surprises today, Jenkins?
Nah, really, everything kind of went as expected. I mean, Aurora, 2-1ing is unexpected in terms of which team is supposed to be better, but expected in terms of it's Aurora. This just is their curse. They always win one game. Even if they win the series or lose the series, doesn't matter.
I feel pretty much the same. Maybe Falcons, the way in which they lost was perhaps, to me, unexpected. Game number 1, 70 minutes game that they managed to win, but then they got smacked 2 games in a row.
They did. That was definitely, maybe that gives hope for NAVI Junior. That was, for me, my surprise to see NAVI Junior 2-0ing Nigma Galaxy. I thought at least it would have gone to 3 games. And to be honest, if you would ask me this morning, I would have probably said that Nigma Galaxy would take the series in the end. But we're going to see NAVI Junior again tomorrow. And, of course, the other 5 teams that are still in as well. But not today. This was the end for today. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow. It'll be the same time once more. So make sure you tune in for the final day of the Swiss group stage here for PGL Wallachia Season 4.
guțule bace, te-ți-o ile încoace. Neguță voi, că e alba de noi. Și umbra de voi. Stăpâne, stăpâne, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețes. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi te-o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean. Uiței bersane, tișne, zdrevane și de-a fi se mor, încăptim o flor. Se spui lui Vrâncean și lui Ungurean ca să le facă aici pe aproape în strunga de oi să fiu tot cu voi. Astea să le spui, iar la cap să-mi pui lui raș de fac. Lui raș de os. Lui raș de soc, muzicei cu foc.